Section 29 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 16. Henry V, 1413 to 1422. Part 1. Henry of Monmouth had a far easier task before him when he ascended the throne than his father had been forced to take in hand. He had the tremendous advantage of succeeding to an established heritage, and was no mere usurper, legalized by parliamentary election. So firm did he feel himself upon his seat that he began his reign by releasing the young Earl of March, the legitimate heir of Richard II, whom Henry IV had always kept in close custody. For he knew that none of the odium of his father's usurpation rested upon himself, and that he was well liked by the nation. Nor was his popularity ill-deserved. Though only 25 years of age, he was already a tried warrior and an able statesman. His life was sober and orderly, inclining rather towards Spartan rigor than display and luxury. He was grave and earnest in speech, courteous in all his dealings, and an enemy of flatterers and favorites. His sincere piety bordered on asceticism. If he had a fault, it was that he was somewhat over-stern with those who withstood him, like his great ancestor, Edward I. His enemies called him hard-hearted and sanctimonious. Henry's piety and his love of order and orthodoxy were a source of much trouble to the unhappy Lollards. From the moment of his accession, he bore very hardly upon them, and redoubled the severity of the persecution which his father had begun. He did not spare even his own friends, but arrested for heresy Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, who had been one of his most trusted servants. When accused of holding the doctrines of Wycliffe, Oldcastle boldly avowed his sympathy with them, spoke scornfully of the papacy and its claims, and taunted his judge, Archbishop Arundel, with all the sins and failings of the clergy. He was condemned to be burnt, but escaped from the Tower and hid himself in the marches of Wales. Long afterwards he was retaken and suffered bravely for his opinions. Henry's ill treatment of the Lollards drove the unfortunate sectaries to despair. Some of the more reckless of them planned to put an end to their sufferings by seizing the king's person and compelling him to relax the persecution. They tried to stir up a popular rising, like that of Wat Tyler. But Henry got timely notice of their plot. When they began to assemble by night in St. Martin's Fields, outside the gates of London, he came suddenly upon them with a great body of horse and scattered them all. 40 were hung the next day as traitors, and for the future they were treated as guilty of treason as well as of heresy. Fortunately for England, Henry had other things in his mind besides the suppression of the Wycliffites. He knew that nothing serves so well to quiet down internal troubles as a successful and glorious foreign war. He believed himself, and rightly, to be capable of leading the national forces to victory, and he knew that England's old neighbor and enemy across the Channel was weak and divided. Accordingly, from the moment of his accession, Henry began to prepare for an assault on France. He was determined to claim not merely the restoration of the lost provinces of Guienne, but the crown of France itself, as Edward III had done in the days before the Treaty of Bretigny. It is hard to discover how a sincerely religious and right-minded man, for such Henry of Monmouth undoubtedly was, could persuade his conscience that it was permissible to vamp up once more these antiquated claims. It would seem that he regarded himself as a divinely appointed guardian of law, order, morality, and religion, and had come to look upon the French factions with their open wickedness, their treason, treachery, murder, and rapine as emissaries of Satan handed over to him for punishment. Moreover, Henry was, as we have said, a very zealous servant of the Church, and the Church did its best to egg him on to the war. Chicheley, the Archbishop of Canterbury, was one of the chief supporters of it, partly because he wished to distract attention from the persecution of the Lollards, and partly because Parliament had been talking of a proposal to confiscate some church land, and the Archbishop thought that he had better give them some other and more exciting subject of discussion. In his old age, Chicheley bitterly regretted his advice to King Henry, and built his College of All Souls at Oxford to pray for the repose of those who had fallen in the great war which he had set going. Before he had been a year upon the throne, Henry had broken with France. It was in vain that the Dauphin and the Armagnac faction, who were at this time predominant, endeavored to turn him from his purpose. They offered him the hand of Princess Catherine, the daughter of their mad king Charles VI, and with her the lost provinces of Aquitaine and a dowry of 600,000 gold crowns. But Henry only replied by asking for all that his ancestors had ever held in France, the ancient realm of Henry II, extending from Normandy to the Pyrenees. When this preposterous demand was refused, he summoned Parliament and laid before it his scheme for an invasion of France. The proposal was received with enthusiasm, partly from old national jealousy, partly because the English resented the doings of the French in the time of Henry IV, when Norman privateers had vexed the Channel ports, and French succour had been lent to Owen Glendower and the Scots. The commons and clergy gave the king very liberal grants of money, which he increased by seizing the estates of the alien priories, that is, the religious houses that were mere branches and dependencies of continental abbeys. By spending every shilling he could raise, and even pawning the crown jewels, the king collected and equipped a considerable army. He assembled at Southampton some 2,500 men-at-arms and 7,000 archers for the invasion. Just before he embarked, however, he found himself exposed to a deadly peril, which showed him how precarious was the hold of the Lancastrian dynasty on the throne. A plot had been formed by his cousin, Richard of Cambridge, the younger brother of that Edmund of Rutland, who betrayed the rebels of 1399. It had as its object the murder of Henry and the coronation of Edmund, Earl of March, whose sister Richard had married. In the plot were implicated Lord Scrope, a kinsman of the Archbishop whom Henry IV had executed, and several others who had grievances against the House of Lancaster. The king sent them all to the block and would not delay his sailing for a moment. He landed in Normandy late in the summer of 1415 and laid siege to Harfleur, which then occupied the position that Havre enjoys today, and was the chief commercial port at the mouth of the Seine. On the news of Henry's approach, the French factions for once suspended their hostilities, and many of the Burgundians, though not Duke John himself, agreed to assist the Armagnacs in repelling the invaders. But they were so long in gathering that Harfleur fell after 5 weeks of siege. The capture, however, had cost the English dear. Not only had they lost many men in the trenches, but a pestilence had broken out among them, and 1/3 of the army were down with camp fever. After shipping off his sick to Southampton and providing a strong garrison for Harfleur, King Henry found that he had no more than 6,000 men left with whom to take the field against the oncoming French. But he would not withdraw ingloriously by sea, and resolved to march home to Calais across northern France. This enterprise savoured of rashness, for the whole countryside was swarming with the levies of the enemy. They had placed the Constable of France, John d'Albret, in command. With him were the young Duke of Orleans and the rest of the Armagnac leaders. Anthony of Brabant, brother to the Duke of Burgundy, was hurrying to their aid from the north. By rapid movements, his whole army, archers as well as men-at-arms, had been provided with horses taken from the countryside. Henry reached the Somme, but he lost time in trying to force a passage, and when at last he crossed the river high up near Peronne, the constable and his host had outmarched him and thrown themselves across the road to Calais. They were at least 30,000 strong, 5 times the force that Henry could put in line, and were in excellent condition, while the English were worn out by their long travel amid violent October rains and over bad country crossroads. End of section 29. Section 30 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 16, Henry V, 1413 to 1422, Part 2. When King Henry reached Agincourt, he found the French army drawn up across his path and was forced to halt. The constable, like King John at Poitiers, was confident that he had the English in a trap, for they had exhausted all their provisions and had the flooded Somme in their rear. Henry, however, was determined to fight, and put his hope in the bad management which always characterized the disorderly armies of feudal France. He was not disappointed. The constable dismounted all his knights and bade them fight on foot, for fear of the effect of the archery on their horses. Only a few hundred mounted men formed a forlorn hope in front. He arranged his army in 3 heavy columns, one behind another, and formed the front entirely of mailed men-at-arms. The crossbowmen and light troops were placed in the rear, where they could be of no possible use. The week had been rainy, and the space in front of the French was a newly ploughed field, sodden with water, and hemmed in with woods and villages on either hand. At its further end, the English were waiting. Henry had drawn them up in a single 4-deep line in order to make a front equal to that of the enemy. So arranged, they just filled the space between the woods. The archers were on the wings, protected by chevaux de frise of pointed stakes which they had planted in front. The king with his men-at-arms formed the center. A small flanking force of archers had also been sent into the woods on the right. The constable led his men straight on the English front, but they had a mile to go across the greasy mud fields. To men arrayed in full knightly panoply, which had greatly increased in weight since the days of Edward III, the ploughland was almost impassable. After a space, they began to sink as far as their ankles, and presently as far as their knees in the mud. The mounted men struggled on and gradually drew near the English, but they were shot down one after the other as they slowly forced themselves up to the stakes of the archery. The main body of the first column never won its way so far. It was literally stuck fast in the tenacious clay and stood a few score yards from the English line as a target into which the archers emptied whole sheaves of arrows. The crowded mass was soon full of dead and dying, for at such short range armor could not protect its wearers. The whole column reeled and wavered. Then King Henry, seeing the moment was come, bade his whole line charge. The lightly equipped archers could cross with ease the ploughland where the men-at-arms had found themselves unable to move. They flung themselves upon the French knights, and by the force and fury of their assault completely rolled them over. Though unprotected by mail, they obtained a complete ascendancy over the enemy, dashing them down with their axes and maces till they lay in heaps 2 or 3 deep. Henry, with the band of men-at-arms around him, seemed to have met with the only stubborn resistance. The king had to fight hard for his life, and was nearly slain by the Duke of Alençon, who had already struck down his younger brother Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. Alençon, however, was slain, and after his fall, the whole of his column was destroyed or captured. Without a moment's hesitation, the English pushed on to attack the second column, which was slowly advancing through the mud to aid the van. Incredible as it may appear, their second charge was as successful as the first, though the victors were exhausted and thinned in numbers by the previous fighting, and did not muster half their adversaries' force. Just after he had routed this second column, Henry received an alarm that a detached body of the French had assailed his camp in the rear and were coming up to surround him. He at once bade his men slay the prisoners they had taken, a harsh and, as it proved, an unnecessary order, for the French in the rear only plundered the camp and then dispersed with their booty. Although the king had completely scattered or destroyed the second French column, the third still remained in order before him. But cowed by the fate of their comrades, they turned and retired hastily from the field, though they should by themselves have been more than enough to overwhelm the exhausted band of English. In this astonishing victory, Henry's small army had slain a much larger number of men than they mustered in their own ranks. The Constable of France, Anthony, Duke of Brabant, the brother of John of Burgundy, the Dukes of Parr and Alençon, and a whole crowd of counts and barons had fallen. It is said that no less than 10,000 French were slain, of whom more than 8,000 were men of gentle blood. In spite of the massacre of captives in the midst of the fighting, there were still some prisoners surviving. They included the young Duke of Orléans, the titular head of the Armagnac faction, the Duke of Bourbon, the Counts of Eu and Vendôme, and 1,500 knights and nobles more. The English, in this terrible fight, had lost less than 200 men, but among them were two great peers, the Duke of York, Edward of Rutland, of whom we read in 1399, and the Earl of Suffolk. Henry retraced his way to Calais and crossed to England with his prisoners and his booty, there to be received with splendid festivities by his people, who regarded the glory of Agincourt as a sufficient compensation for the losses of a costly campaign which had added nothing save the single town of Harfleur to the possessions of the English crown. The ransoms of a host of noble captives were relied upon to replenish the exchequer, and the fearful losses of the Armagnac party, who saw half their leaders slain at Agincourt, would evidently weaken the strength of France in the remainder of the war. Henry did not cross the Channel again in the year 1416, which he spent partly in negotiations with the Duke of Burgundy, whose help he wished to secure against the Armagnacs, partly in treating with the Emperor Sigismund about the common welfare of Christendom. Sigismund was hard at work endeavoring to put an end to the Great Schism, the scandalous breach in the unity of the Church caused by the misconduct of the rival popes at Rome and Avignon. He visited England and won Henry's aid for his plans, which brought about the reunion of Christendom at the Council of Constance, a reunion under evil auspices, since it was marked by the burning of the great Bohemian teacher, John Huss, who had made the doctrines of Wycliffe popular among his Slavonic countrymen in the Far East. Moreover, it restored the unity of Christendom, but did not reform the papacy or the national churches. As this was not done, the general outbreak of religious ferment was made inevitable in a later generation. After the failure of Constans to reform the Church from within, it became necessary to reform her from without. Having come to an agreement with the Duke of Burgundy and obtained from him a promise of neutrality, Henry invaded France for the second time in the summer of 1417. He took with him an army of somewhat over 16,000 men, landed in Normandy, and began to reduce one after another all the fortresses of that province. Utterly humbled by the memory of Agincourt, the Armagnacs made no attempt to meet him in the open field. Some of the Norman towns held out gallantly enough, but they got no aid from without. At the end of the year, the whole duchy, save its capital, the city of Rouen, was in English hands. Henry then assumed the state of Duke of Normandy and put the whole land under orderly government, a boon it had not enjoyed for 20 years. He gave Norman baronies and earldoms to many of his English followers and handed over the control of the cities to burghers of the Burgundian faction, who served the English readily enough, out of their hatred for the Armagnacs. For 30 years, Normandy was to remain English. Rouen was added to the rest of the duchy after a long siege of 6 months, in which half of the population perished by hunger. Irritated by this long resistance, Henry imposed on it the harsh terms of a ransom of 300,000 crowns and hung Alain Blanchard, the citizen who had been the soul of the obstinate defense, January 1419. While the conquest of Normandy was in progress, the French factions had been more bitterly at strife than ever. In 1418, the Burgundian party in Paris rose against their rivals and massacred every man on whom they could lay hands, including Bernard of Armagnac himself. The control of the party of the feudal noblesse then passed into the hands of the young Dauphin, Charles, the heir of France. The fall of Rouen, however, frightened John of Burgundy, and unwilling that France should fall wholly into the power of his ally, King Henry, he made proposals for a reconciliation with the Dauphin and his Armagnac followers. The treacherous young prince accepted the overtures with apparent cordiality and invited Duke John to meet him on the bridge of Montereau to settle terms of peace. But when Burgundy came to the conference, he was deliberately slain by the Armagnac captains in the presence and with the consent of the Dauphin. August 1419. The murder of Montereau was destined to make Henry master of France. When Philip of Burgundy, the son of Duke John, heard of his father's death, he vowed unending war against the Dauphin and his faction, and took the field to help the English to complete the conquest of France. Nor was Philip of Burgundy the only helper that Henry secured. The Queen of France, Isabella of Bavaria, bitterly hated her son, the Dauphin. and was glad to do him an evil turn. She proposed that Charles should be disinherited, and that the crown should pass with her favourite daughter Catherine to the hands of the English king. So at Troyes in Champagne, Henry, Philip of Burgundy, and Queen Isabella concluded a formal treaty by which Henry received Catherine to wife and was to succeed to the French throne on the death of his father-in-law, the old King Charles VI, who lingered on in complete imbecility. June 2, 1420. The Treaty of Troyes put Paris and the greater part of northern France into Henry's hands. Casting national feeling aside in their bitter partisan spirit, the Burgundian faction everywhere accepted the King of England as the lawful regent and governor of France. South of the Loire, the Dauphin and his Armagnac friends still held their own, but north of it they only possessed scattered fortresses dotted about in Picardy, the Ile-de-France, and Champagne, from Boulogne in the north to Orléans in the south. After taking formal possession of Paris and holding a great meeting of the estates of the French realm at Rouen, Henry returned in triumph to England with his young wife. He had reached a pitch of success in war such as no English king had ever attained before, and the nation, blinded by the personal merits of its king and gorged with the plunder of France, forgave him all his faults. The waste of life and money, the never-ending persecution of the Lollards, the precarious tenure of the conquests in France, due in sober truth merely to the aid of the Burgundian faction, were all forgotten. Henry had not long been in England when bad news crossed the Channel after him. He had left his brother Thomas, Duke of Clarence, with a small army to hold Maine against the Dauphin's adherents. But the Armagnac bands had lately been strengthened by succours from Scotland under the Earl of Buchan, the son of the regent Albany. For although the King of Scots had been a prisoner in English hands for 10 years and more, his subjects and his uncle, the regent, were not thereby constrained to keep the peace with England. Pushing forward rashly to attack the Scots and Armagnacs, Clarence was routed and slain at Beaujeu, 1421. The enemy at once overran Maine and began to infest the borders of Normandy. This compelled the king to cross once more over the sea in order to repair his brother's disastrous defeat. In a campaign extending from the summer of 1421 to that of the following year, he cleared the Dauphin's army out of their foothold north of the Loire, and then proceeded to starve out, one by one, their isolated strongholds in the north of France, the chief of which were Dreux and Meaux. It was during the siege of Meaux, which continued all the winter of 1421 and spring of 1422, that Henry's health began to give dangerous signs of breaking up. He had been campaigning from his boyhood and had never hitherto shown any weakness of constitution. But the winter colds of 1421-22, or the camp fever bred in the trenches during the long siege of Meaux, had brought him very low. He was carried back toward Paris in a desperate state of weakness from ague and dysentery. Soon after, to the horror and dismay of the English and their French partisans, he died at the castle of Vincennes on August 31, 1422, before he had attained his 35th year. End of section 30. Section 31 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 17. The Loss of France, 1422 to 1453, Part 1. England had never yet seen a sovereign of such tender age as the infant king who succeeded to the heritage of Henry V. It was under the rule of a child of less than 12 months old that the long and wearisome French war had to be continued. Yet, at first, the prospects of the reign did not look very dark. The struggle in France was not going ill, and seldom had any orphan had so zealous and capable a guardian by his cradle as John of Bedford, the little king's eldest uncle. He had, moreover, no domestic intrigues to fear. Edmund, Earl of March, the legitimate heir of Richard II, was the most unenterprising and loyal of men, and never gave any trouble. On his deathbed, Henry V had not appointed his eldest and most capable brother, John of Bedford, to be the regent of England, as might have been expected. His ruling passion was strong in death, and he thought above all things of the maintenance of English ascendancy in France. Therefore, he named Duke John to take charge of the government of that country. As regent of England, he designated his younger brother Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, a man of far less worth and weight. The Parliament, however, held that the king could not dispose of the regency by will, and though they named Gloucester Protector, placed many limitations on his power. Unfortunately, they could not remedy his reckless and flighty disposition. During the whole of the long minority of Henry VI, the varying fortunes of the French war were almost the only topic that stirred the interest of the nation. The internal history of England is well nigh a blank. No period since the Conquest is left so bare by the chroniclers, who seem to have no eyes or ears for anything save the fate of our armies across the Channel. The quarrels of Duke Humphrey with his colleagues in the Regency are the only other topic on which they touch. The council carried out the policy of the late king so far as any body of statesmen of average ability can continue the work of a single man of high military and political genius. They strained every nerve to keep up the war in France and subordinated every other end to that purpose. Their wisest act was the release of the young King of Scots after 17 years of captivity. Seeing that his kinsman Albany was helping the French, they set James I free and sent him home. He married, ere he departed, Joan of Beaufort, daughter of the Earl of Somerset and granddaughter of John of Gaunt, a lady for whom he had formed a romantic attachment in the days of his captivity. By her influence, it was hoped that he would be kept firm in the English alliance. In some degree, this hope was fulfilled. James promptly slew his cousins of Albany and devoted himself to pacifying and bringing back into order the country from which he had been so long exiled. We must now turn to the aspect of affairs beyond the Channel, the subject which seemed all important to the English nation at this time. The old mad King of France had died only 2 months after his son-in-law, Henry V, October 1422. Bedford had, therefore, to proclaim his little nephew as king at Paris, and to rule in his name, no longer in that of the unhappy Charles VI. The Dauphin also assumed the title King of France, and was acknowledged as monarch in all the lands south of the Loire. But he was an indolent and apathetic young man, governed entirely by his favorites, and wholly unskilled in and averse to military enterprises. He did so little for himself, and seemed so contented with his unsatisfactory position, that men called him in scorn the King of Bourges, his residence for the time, rather than the King of France. There still appeared to be some chance that the English might maintain themselves in possession of northern France, but this hope rested entirely on the firm and continued fidelity of the Burgundian party to their English allies. It was only by their help that success could be won. For 10,000 or 15,000 English scattered from Calais to Bordeaux could not hold down a hostile France. For some time the Duke of Burgundy aided Bedford, and the Burgundian citizens in each town maintained their loyalty to King Henry. Bedford's regency commenced with 2 victories at Crevant, July 1423, and Verneuil, August 1424, which so tamed the Dauphin's partisans that the English were able to work slowly west and south, subduing the land. More would have been done but for the sudden risk of a breach with Burgundy, caused by the reckless selfishness of the Duke of Gloucester. Tired of long bickerings with his uncle, Bishop Beaufort of Winchester, and the other members of the Council of Regency, Humphrey had decided to go off on an enterprise of his own. There was at this moment a distressed princess in the Netherlands, Jacqueline, Duchess of Holland and Countess of Hainault. She had married Philip of Burgundy's cousin, the Duke of Brabant, a stupid debauchee who treated her very ill. Escaping from his court, she fled to London and offered herself and her lands to Duke Humphrey, if he would take her under his protection. Of course, a divorce from her husband had first to be procured, but the Pope refused to grant it. In spite of this trifling difficulty, Gloucester performed a ceremony of marriage with Jacqueline, though both of them were well aware that it was a rank case of bigamy. They then crossed the continent to take possession of her dominions, which were held by her husband, John of Brabant. This, of course, meant war, and not only war with Brabant, but with Burgundy also, for Duke Philip was the close ally of Duke John and had no wish to see Gloucester established in his neighborhood as ruler of Hainault and Holland. Both Bedford and the English Council of Regency completely disavowed Gloucester's doings, but it was hard to persuade Burgundy that England had not determined to break with him. If Gloucester had been successful, there is no doubt that Burgundy would have joined the French and driven the English out of France. But fortunately for Bedford, his brother proved singularly unlucky in Hainault. Seeing himself outnumbered and surrounded by the Brabanters and the Burgundians, Humphrey left his quasi-wife in the lurch and fled back to England. The bigamous Duchess fell into the hands of her enemies and was placed in confinement. Gloucester took the news with equanimity and consoled himself by marrying Eleanor Cobham, a lady of damaged reputation, whom he had known long before. Owing to Gloucester's failure in Hainault, the breach between England and Burgundy did not widen into open disruption, but Duke Philip never again supported his allies with as much vigor as in the early days of the war. It was not until 1428 that the English felt strong enough to make a fresh advance against the lands beyond the Loire. In that year, the regent Bedford succeeded in equipping a small army of 5,000 or 6,000 men, half English, half French partisans of England. Placing them under Thomas Montacute, Earl of Salisbury, one of the best captains who had served Henry V, he sent them southward. Salisbury at first aimed at taking Angers, but turned aside to besiege Orléans, the key of the central valley of the Loire, and the one place of importance beyond that river which the French still held. On the 7th of October, 1428, he took post in front of it and built strong redoubts facing each of its gates, for he had not a large enough army to surround so great a city. Thus Orléans was blockaded rather than besieged, since it was always possible for the French to get in and out in small parties between the fortified positions of the English. Orléans held out long and stubbornly, and while its siege still dragged on, a new factor was suddenly introduced into the struggle. The widespread misery and devastation caused by 13 years of uninterrupted war had moved the hearts of the French to despair. The people lay inert and passive, hating the English, but caring little for the despicable Charles and his Armagnac court at Bourges. It was left for a simple peasant girl to turn this apathy into energy and to send forth the whole people of France on a wild crusade against the invader. Jeanne d'Arc was the daughter of a villager of Domremy on the borders of Champagne. She was from her youth a girl of a mystic, visionary piety, who believed herself to be visited by dreams and visions from on high, which guided her in all the actions of her life. At the age of 18, her voices, as she called them, began to give her the strange command to go forth and deliver France from the English, whose arrogance and cruelty had moved the wrath of heaven. Jeanne doubted the meaning of these hard sayings, but in repeated visions she thought that she saw Saint Michael and Saint Catherine appear to her, and bid her go to the Dauphin, Charles, and cause him to place her at the head of his armies. She resolved to obey their behests, and took herself to Chinon, where she presented herself before the prince. Charles at first treated her slightingly, and his courtiers and captains laughed her to scorn. But she vehemently insisted on the importance of her mission, and at last made some impression on the Dauphin's weak and wavering mind. Apparently, she revealed to him a secret known to himself alone by some sort of clairvoyance. Charles resolved to give her mission a trial, and his captains agreed that perchance the company of an inspired prophetess might put heart into their dispirited troops. Jeanne's voices bade her clothe herself in knightly armor, display a white banner before her, and ride at the head of the Dauphin's men to the relief of Orléans. They promised her complete success in the enterprise, and prophesied that she should lead the prince in triumph to Reims, and there crown him king of France. In April 1429, Jeanne entered Orléans with a convoy of food and a small troop of men-at-arms. The townsmen needed her encouragement, but their English foes outside were also in evil case. The task was too great for the little army of the besiegers, who had already lost many men and had seen their leader, Thomas of Salisbury, slain by a cannon shot as he was reconnoitering the walls. The Earl of Suffolk, who succeeded him, still held his ring of fortified posts round the city on both sides of the Loire, but was quite unable to prevent food and reinforcements from entering it. Nevertheless, the men of Orléans sorely needed the aid that Jeanne brought, for the Dauphin seemed to have abandoned them, and they had begun to despair. The success of Jeanne's mission was settled from the moment when the burghers of Orléans hailed her as a deliverer and placed themselves at her disposal. If they had doubted and sneered like the Dauphin's courtiers at Chinon, she could have done nothing. But the moment that she was within the walls, she made the garrison arm and sally forth to attack the English redoubts that ringed them in. Her first effort was crowned with success. A sudden assault carried the nearest fort before succor could reach it from Suffolk's camp. The men of Orléans cried that Jeanne was indeed a prophetess and a deliverer sent by God, and henceforth followed her with a blind devotion which nothing could turn back or repel. It was in vain that the mercenary captains of the Dauphin's host endeavored to moderate the reckless vigor of Jeanne's movements. After her first success, she bade the garrison go on and conquer, and on 4 continuous days of fighting led them against the entrenchments of the English. One after another they fell, for the French were now fighting with a force and fury which nothing could resist. Before that day, says the chronicler, 200 English would drive 500 French before them. But now 200 French would beat and chase 400 English. The invaders came to dread the approach of Jeanne's white standard with a superstitious fear. They declared that she was a witch and that the powers of hell fought behind her. At last, Suffolk was fain to burn his camp and to withdraw northwards with the remnant of his host. But the disasters of the English were not yet ended. Jeanne had no intention of allowing them to remain unmolested. The troops who had already fought under her were ready to follow her anywhere, and the peasants and burghers all over France were beginning to take up arms, now that the Lord had shown himself on the side of the Dauphin. With a host largely increased by fresh levies, Jeanne went to seek the English and caught them up at Patay. There she charged them suddenly, before the archers had even time to fix their stakes, and destroyed almost the whole force, taking captive Lord Talbot, its commander. Jeanne now bade the Dauphin come forth from his seclusion and follow her to Reims, the old crowning place of the French kings. He obeyed and brought a great host with him. At the approach of the Maid of Orleans, as Jeanne was now styled, fortress after fortress in Champagne yielded. The regent Bedford was too weak in men to quit Paris, and so Jeanne was able to fulfill her promise by leading Charles to Reims, and there witnessing his coronation, July 17, 1429. She then declared that her mission was ended and asked to be allowed to return home to her father's house. But Charles would not suffer it because of the enormous advantage that her presence gave to the French arms. She then bade him strike at Paris, the heart of the English possessions in France. For the first time in her career, she failed. The Burgundian citizens manned their walls too well and served their faction rather than their country. Jeanne was wounded in a fruitless assault on the city and had to withdraw. But her campaign was not fruitless. Soissons, Laon, Beauvais, Senlis, Compiègne, Troyes, and well nigh the whole of the Ile-de-France and Champagne were recovered from the English. The land which Bedford ruled as regent was now reduced to a triangular patch with the sea at its base and Paris as its apex, and included little more than Normandy, Picardy, and Maine. In spite of her failure at Paris, the prestige of the Maid of Orleans was still unbroken. She went on winning place after place for King Charles, though he supported her very grudgingly, and left her to depend on the enthusiasm of the people rather than the royal arm. But her career came suddenly to an end, while endeavoring to relieve Compiègne, then besieged by a Burgundian army. She was unhorsed in a skirmish and fell into the hands of the enemy. Philip of Burgundy would not slay the maid himself, but he meanly sold her for 10,000 crowns to the English, though he knew that Bedford regarded her as a witch and was resolved to punish her as such. The cruel tragedy which followed will always leave a deep stain on the character of the regent, who in all other matters showed himself a just and righteous man. Jeanne was kept for many months in prison, subjected to cruel and ribald treatment, and examined again and again by bigoted ecclesiastics who were determined to prove her a witch. She constantly withstood them with a firm piety which moved their wrath, maintaining her visions and voices were from God, that all her acts had been done with his aid. After much quibbling, cross-examination, and persecution, a tribunal of French clergy, headed by the Bishop of Beauvais, pronounced her a sorceress and heretic, and handed her over to the secular arm for execution. The English, therefore, burnt her alive in the marketplace of Rouen, May 1431. Her callous master, Charles VII, made no attempt to save her, and seems to have viewed her fate with complete indifference. Though Jeanne had met a martyr's death, her cause continued to prosper. The spell of the invincibility of the English had been broken, and with their inferior numbers they could no longer resist the French assaults, in which nobles, burghers, and peasants, now all united with a single heart. It was in vain that Bedford brought over the little 10-year-old Henry VI from England and crowned him at Paris, 1431. The ceremony was attended by hardly a single Frenchman. Even the Burgundian faction in the capital were beginning to doubt and draw apart from their old allies. End of section 31, chapter 17, part 1. Section 32 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 17, The Loss of France, Part 2. Meanwhile, in England, the continued ill success of the war was leading to the growth of a peace party, at whose head was Henry Beaufort, the Bishop of Winchester, who had lately become a cardinal. That Beaufort supported any scheme was sufficient reason for Gloucester to oppose it, and Humphrey made himself the mouthpiece of those who pleaded for perpetual war. The Cardinal and the Duke quarrelled in and out of Parliament. Their followers were always brawling, and the action of the Council of Regency grew weak and divided. At last Beaufort prevailed on the council to submit proposals of peace to the French court. At Arras, the ambassadors of Henry VI, Charles VII, and Philip of Burgundy met and strove to come to terms, 1435. But the English insisted on claiming the pompous style of King of France for their young master, and on retaining Paris and all the north for him. The French were only ready to grant Normandy and Guyenne, and insisted on the renunciation of Henry's French title. It cannot be doubted that these terms were quite reasonable, but they were rejected with the most disastrous results. Philip of Burgundy was now tired of the struggle, and thought that he had sufficiently revenged his father's murder by 15 years of war with the murderer. On the ground that the English had rejected fair conditions of peace, he broke off his alliance with them and made terms with Charles of France. He got Picardy and the counties of Mâcon and Auxerre as the price of his change of allegiance. Just as the Congress of Arras was breaking up, John of Bedford died, worn out before his time by his 14 years of toilsome government in France. The breach with the Duke of Burgundy and the death of Bedford had the results that might have been expected. With one common accord, the last French partisans of England threw off their allegiance to Henry VI. Paris itself opened its gates to the troops of Charles VII, and the English had soon to stand on the defensive in Normandy and Maine, their last foothold in northern France. 1437. Nothing is more astonishing than the obstinate way in which the English government clung to the last remnants of the conquests of Henry V. By desperate and unremitting exertions, the war was kept up in Normandy for no less than 12 years after Paris fell, 1437 to 49. The heroes of this struggle were the veteran Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, and the young Richard, Duke of York, who had just begun to come to the front. This prince was the son of that Richard, Earl of Cambridge, who had paid with his life for his attempt to overturn Henry V. He was Duke of York as successor to his uncle Edmund, who fell at Agincourt, and Earl of March in right of his mother, the sister of the childless Edmund Mortimer, the last male of his house. York was governor in Normandy during the most important years of the struggle for the retention of the duchy, and gained much credit for repeatedly driving back the invasions which the French launched against it. He grew intoxicated with success and made himself a prominent supporter of the unwise war policy which Humphrey of Gloucester continued to advocate. Meanwhile, Cardinal Beaufort and the party which opposed Duke Humphrey, its chief members were Beaufort's nephews, John and Edmund, successively Earls of Somerset, and William de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, were always watching for an opportunity of concluding a peace with France. Whenever they took negotiations in hand, they were denounced by Gloucester as the hirelings of Charles VII. But they persisted in their purpose. In 1444, they thought they had achieved it, for the French king, wearied by constant repulses in Normandy, consented to make a truce for 2 years and to treat for a definite peace. He signed the compact at Tours and ratified it by giving the hand of his kinswoman Margaret of Anjou to the young king, Henry VI. In consideration of the treaty, the English were to surrender Maine and its fortresses, while retaining Normandy entire. Gloucester and Richard of York saluted this wise marriage and treaty with loud cries of wrath. They said that the Earl of Suffolk, who negotiated it, must have been sold to France, and spoke of the surrender of the fortresses of Maine as treason to the English crown. The greater part of the nation believed them to be right, for Humphrey and Richard were both popular with the masses, and it soon became a matter of faith that the Beauforts and Suffolk had betrayed their young master. A strong king might have crushed this unwise opposition to peace, but Henry VI, who had now reached his majority, was anything but a strong king. He was frail and feeble, both in body and mind, a simple soul, much given to exercises of piety and to quiet study. He always sought some stronger arm on which to lean, and when he had chosen his friends, wisely or unwisely, he clung to them with the obstinacy that so often accompanies weakness. Worst of all, he had inherited a taint of madness from his grandfather, the insane Charles VI of France, and from time to time his brain was clouded by fits of apathetic melancholy. Henry had learned to trust his great-uncle, Cardinal Beaufort, and his minister Suffolk. He would never listen to any accusation against them. His views were shared by the fiery young queen, who soon began to rule him by dint of her stronger will. The truce of Tours lasted for some 3 years. During this space, the factions in England grew fiercer than ever, and in 1447 came to a head. At a parliament at Bury St. Edmunds, Gloucester was suddenly arrested by the order of Suffolk and the Queen, and charged with treason. He died within a few days, probably from an apoplectic seizure, and not from any foul play. But it was natural that the rumor should get abroad that Suffolk had secretly murdered him. Gloucester was only outlived for a few weeks by his lifelong rival, the old Cardinal Beaufort. Their deaths cleared the way for the rise of new men. The Cardinal's place at the head of the peace party was taken by Suffolk and Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, men of far lower stamp than the old churchman, who, though proud and worldly, had always done his best to serve England. Suffolk and Somerset were busy, self-important, self-seeking men, and coveted power and office for their own private ends. The Duke of York, who succeeded to Duke Humphrey's position, was a far more capable man, but he was committed to the hopelessly unpractical program of perpetual war with France. His position, too, was rendered difficult by the fact that Duke Humphrey's death had made him next heir to the throne after the feeble young king, for there was now no other male of the house of Lancaster surviving. The Queen, Suffolk, and Somerset began to look on him with suspicion, and he had to walk warily lest charges of treason should be brought against him, as they had been against his cousin of Gloucester.
Meanwhile, he was fain to accept the position of Lord Deputy of Ireland, which kept him out of harm's way. In 1449, the truce with France which had accompanied the king's marriage was broken by the gross fault of his minister Suffolk. Some of the Norman garrisons were left so long unpaid that they broke into mutiny, crossed the border, and sacked the rich Breton town of Fougères. Failing to get satisfaction from Suffolk for this outrage, Charles VII declared war. Normandy was now in the charge of Somerset, a man of very different caliber from Richard of York, who had held it against such odds in the days before the Truce of Tours. The French, on invading the duchy, swept the English before them with an ease that astonished even themselves. The peasants and townsfolk rose against their masters on every side, and gave the invaders their best help. Town after town fell. Rouen, the capital of the duchy, was betrayed by traitors within the gates, and the unhappy Somerset had to fall back on Caen. That town, with Cherbourg and Harfleur, was soon all that remained to the English on Norman soil. This terrible news stirred up great wrath and indignation in England against Suffolk and Somerset. An army was hastily got ready at Portsmouth and sent over to Cherbourg, with orders to join Somerset at Caen. But the French threw themselves between and forced the army of succor to give them battle at Formigny. At this disastrous fight, well nigh the whole English force was destroyed, overwhelmed by an attack from the rear at a moment when it was already engaged with a superior French army in front. Only its general, Sir Thomas Kyriel, and 400 men were granted quarter, while no less than 3,000 were slain. April 1450. This disaster settled the fate of Normandy. Somerset was compelled to surrender Caen and returned covered with ignominy to England. The other garrisons yielded one after another, and nothing remained at all of the mighty conquests of Henry V in northern France. Even before Formigny had been fought or Caen had fallen, grave troubles had broken out in England. Suffolk had always been unpopular ever since he gave up Maine and signed the Truce of Tours. The news of the loss of Rouen and the other Norman towns sufficed to ruin him. In spite of the king's continued assurance of his confidence in his minister, the House of Commons began to send up petitions against Suffolk, accusing him not only of losing Maine and Normandy, but of having sold himself for bribes to the King of France. Seditious riots in Kent and London gave point to the Commons' accusation. Cowed by such signs of danger, the feeble king removed Suffolk from office. The Commons then formally passed a bill of attainder against him for treasonable misconduct of the king's affairs during the last 5 years. But Henry would not allow his trusted servant to be harmed, gave him a formal pardon, and bade him go beyond seas till the trouble should blow over. Suffolk sailed for Calais, but in the Dover Straits His vessel was beset and captured by some London ships, which had been lying in wait for him. He was caught and beheaded after a mock trial, and his body was cast ashore on the Dover sands. The guilty parties in this extraordinary crime were never traced or convicted. The death of Suffolk did not imply the removal of Suffolk's friends from office. The king kept his ministry unchanged, a piece of obstinacy which provoked a fresh outburst of popular indignation. In June 1450 occurred the great political insurrection known as Jack Cade's Rebellion. John Aylmer, or Cade, was a soldier of fortune who had served under the Duke of York in France and Ireland. He gave out that he was akin to the House of Mortimer, and that he was acting by the consent of his cousin, Duke Richard. His program was the removal and punishment of the king's ministers, and the restoration of strong government and even-handed justice. His rising, in short, was political in its objects, and did not aim at redressing social evils only, like that of Wat Tyler. Possibly Richard of York may have had some hand in the business, but we have no actual proof that he egged Cade on. All Kent and Sussex rose to join Cade, who advanced to Blackheath, and boldly sent in his demands to the king. Many of the Londoners favoured him, and the gates of the city opened at his approach. For a moment he was in possession of the capital. Smiting the London stone with his drawn sword, he cried, "Now is Mortimer Lord of London." He exercised his lordship by seizing and beheading Lord Say, the treasurer, and Cromere, Sheriff of Kent, two friends of Suffolk. He would have done the same with others of the king's servants if he could have caught them. But this violence and the plundering of houses and shops by his disorderly followers provoked the citizens, who closed the gates and came to blows with the rebels. The king brought up armed retainers to help the Londoners, and after a space Cade's men dispersed on the promise of a royal pardon. Their leader, however, refused to take advantage of the amnesty, fled to the woods, and was tracked down and slain a few weeks later. His rising had failed, mainly because he was a mere adventurer and could not keep his followers in order. But hardly had Cade fallen when the Duke of York, whose name he had been using so freely, suddenly came over in person from Ireland to put himself at the head of the opposition. His first demand was a change of ministry, and especially the dismissal of Somerset, who had now returned from Normandy, and had been placed at the head of the king's council, as if he had come back covered with glory instead of with dishonor. But Henry and his queen were set on keeping their cousin of Beaufort in power, and York had for the time to hold back, lest he should be accused of open treason. His opportunity of speaking with effect was not long in coming. In 1451, the French attacked Guienne, the last province over sea, where the English banner was still displayed. The loyal Gascons made a stout defense, but the king and Somerset sent them no aid, and Bordeaux was finally compelled to surrender. The loss of Guienne added the last straw to the burden of Somerset's misdeeds. York, aided by several other peers, took up arms to compel the king to send away his shiftless minister. Henry called out an army and faced York in Kent, but both were unwilling to strike the first blow, and on receiving a promise that Somerset would be dismissed and tried before his peers, the Duke sent his men home. The king, however, with a want of faith that he rarely displayed, refused to put Somerset on trial and retained him as his minister. He endeavored to distract the attention of the nation from his favorite's misdoings by proposing that a vigorous attempt should be made to recover Guienne. The Gascons hated the French conqueror and had sent secret messages to London offering to rise if assured of English aid. No one could refuse their appeal, and with the consent of all parties, a new army was enrolled for the recovery of Bordeaux. It was given to the charge of Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, the last survivor of the old captains of Henry V. The gallant veteran landed near Bordeaux with 5,000 men, retook the city by the aid of its citizens, and overran the neighboring districts. But fortune had definitely turned against England. In the next year, he was slain and his army cut to pieces at the bloody Battle of Castillon, July 1453. Bordeaux held out for 3 months more, but was forced to yield to starvation before the year was out. Thus was lost the last remnant of the great inheritance of Eleanor of Aquitaine, after it had remained just 300 years in the hands of the Plantagenets, 1154 to 1453. England now retained none of her old possessions beyond sea, save Calais and the Channel Islands, a strange surviving fragment of the Duchy of Normandy. The House of Lancaster and the English nation had sinned in company when they embarked so eagerly in 1415 on the wanton invasion of France. They had already paid for their crime by the lavish expenditure of life and treasure on foreign battlefields. They were now to incur the worse penalty of a savage and murderous civil war. End of section 32, chapter 17, part 2.
Section 33 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 18. The Wars of the Roses, 1454 to 1471. Part 1. In medieval England, there was but one way of getting rid of political grievances which the king refused to redress: the old method of armed force, the means which we have seen used in the cases of Gaveston, the Despensers, and the favourites of Richard II. Henry VI was not idle and vicious like Edward II, nor did he yearn for autocratic power like the second Richard. He was merely a simple, feeble, well-intentioned young man who always required some prop to lean upon, who chose his servants unwisely and adhered to them obstinately. A wise king would have dismissed Somerset after the disasters in Normandy and Guienne, and taken a more profitable helper in the hard task of governing England. York was the obvious man to choose. He was an able general, and the first prince of the blood. But Henry distrusted York, and Henry's young queen viewed him with keen and unconcealed dislike. The thought that, if any harm should come to her husband, Duke Richard must succeed him, filled Margaret of Anjou with wrath and bitterness. There are no signs that York yet entertained any disloyal designs on the throne, but he undoubtedly knew that, as the heir of the House of Mortimer, he owned a better hereditary claim to the throne than any member of the line of Lancaster. He was contented, however, to bide his time and wait for the succession of the childless king. Meanwhile, he took care to keep his party together, and steadfastly persevered in his very justifiable desire to evict the incapable Somerset from office. But it was the misfortune of England that Somerset was not friendless and unsupported, as Gaveston or the Despensers had been. He was the chief of a considerable family combination among the nobility, who were ready to aid him in keeping his place. There were, too, many others who disapproved of him personally, but were prepared to support him, some out of sheer loyalty to King Henry, some because they had old personal or family grudges against York or York's chief friends and supporters. The chief misfortunes of the unhappy time that was now to set in had their source in the swollen importance of the great noble houses, and the bitterness of their feuds with each other. For the last 100 years, the landed wealth of England had been concentrating into fewer and fewer hands. The House of Lords contained less than a third of the numbers that it had shown in the days of Edward I. The greater peers had piled up such vast masses of estates that they were growing to be each a little king in his own district. The weak government of Henry VI had allowed their insolence to come to a head, and for the last 20 years private wars between them had been growing more and more frequent. They found the tools of their turbulence in the hordes of disbanded soldiers sent home from France, who knew no other trade but fighting, and would sell themselves to be the household bullies of the highest bidder. England was already honeycombed with family feuds, now ready to burst out into open violence. If we examine the lists of the supporters of York and Somerset, we find that to a very large extent the politics of the English magnates were personal and not national. With York were linked a great group of peers who were allied to him by blood. The chief of them were the younger branch of the Nevilles, represented by the 2 Earls of Salisbury and Warwick, a father and son who had each made his fortune by marrying the heiress of a great earldom. The Nevilles of the elder line, represented by the head of the house, the Earl of Westmoreland, had always been at feud with their cousins of the younger stock, and, since they were strong Lancastrians, the younger branch would probably have favoured York in any case. But their adhesion to him was rendered certain by the fact that Duke Richard had married Salisbury's sister. Another sister of the Earls was wedded to the next greatest supporter of York, John Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk. He was a nephew of that Mowbray whom Henry IV had beheaded in 1405, in company with Archbishop Scrope, and so had his private grudge against the House of Lancaster. Among the other chiefs of the Yorkist party, we can trace in almost every instance an old feud or a family alliance which seems to have determined their policy. It was the same with the party that stood by the king and Somerset. It comprised, first of all, the houses which were allied in blood to the Lancastrian line, the king's cousins, the Beauforts, the legitimised descendants of John of Gaunt, and his half-brothers, Edmund and Jasper Tudor, Earls of Richmond and Pembroke. Footnote: the sons of Catherine of France, the widow of Henry V, by her second marriage with a Welsh knight named Owen Tudor. End of footnote. After them came the Percys of Northumberland, the Westmoreland Nevilles, and the Staffords of Buckingham, the three houses which had been prominent in aiding the usurpation of Henry IV. The Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland were certainly confirmed in their loyalty to the king by their bitter quarrel with their kinsmen, the younger Nevilles, the strongest supporters of York. But the Wars of the Roses, as historians have chosen to name them, from the white rose which was the badge of York, and the red rose which was assumed long after as the emblem of Lancaster, were much more than a faction fight between two rival coteries of peers. At the first, they were the attempt of the majority of the English nation to oust an unpopular minister from power by force of arms. There is no doubt that the greater part of England sided with York in this endeavour. The citizens and freeholders of London, Kent, the South, and the Midlands, where lay all the wealth and political energy of the nation, were strongly Yorkist. Henry, on the other hand, got his support from a group of great nobles who controlled the Wild West and North, and the still wilder Wales. Unfortunately for the nation, the constitutional aspect of the struggle was gradually obscured by the increasing bitterness of family blood feuds. Quote, "Thy father slew mine, and now will I slay thee," end quote, was the cry of the Lancastrian noble to the enemy who asked for quarter, and it expresses well enough the whole aspect of the later years of the struggle. The war commenced with an attempt to set right by force the government of the realm, but it ended as a mere series of bloody reprisals for slain kinsfolk. It left England in a far worse state, from the political and constitutional point of view, than it had known since the days of John. It began with the comparatively small affliction of a weak, well-intentioned king who persisted in retaining an unpopular minister in power. It ended by leaving the realm in the hands of an arbitrary, self-willed king who ruled autocratically for himself, with no desire or intention of consulting the nation's wishes as to how it should be governed. We might place the beginning of the Wars of the Roses at the moment of Cade's insurrection, but it was not till 5 years later that the struggle broke out in its bitterest form. Strangely enough, the commencement of the strife was preceded by a time in which it seemed almost certain that the troubles of the realm would blow over. In 1453, the king went mad. The peers and commons unanimously called upon York, as the first prince of the blood, to take up the place of protector of the realm. He did so to the general satisfaction of the nation, cast Somerset into the Tower, and replaced the old ministers by more capable men. But just as all seemed settled, and York's ultimate succession to the crown appeared inevitable, the whole aspect of affairs was altered by the Queen giving birth to a son, after 9 years of unfruitful wedlock. This completely cut away York's prospect of succession, but he accepted the situation with loyalty, and swore allegiance to the infant Prince of Wales. But after 18 months, Henry VI suddenly and unexpectedly recovered his sanity. At once, at Queen Margaret's behest, he dismissed York and his friends from office, and drew Somerset out of the Tower to make him minister once more. This action drove Duke Richard to sudden violence. He hastily gathered his retainers from the Welsh marches, called his kinsmen the 2 Neville Earls to his aid, and marched on London. Somerset and the king had only the time to collect a few of their friends when York came upon them at St. Albans. He laid before the king his ultimatum, requiring that Somerset should be given up to be tried and, when it was rejected, attacked the town in which the royal troops had barricaded themselves. After a short skirmish, the young Earl of Warwick, Richard Neville, burst his way into the streets and won the day for his uncle Duke Richard. The king was taken prisoner, while Somerset, the cause of all the trouble, was slain in the fray with several other lords of his party. May 1455. The first Battle of St. Albans put the control of the king's person into the hands of York, who again assumed the management of the realm. But he only kept it for less than a year. In 1456, the king asserted his constitutional power of changing his ministers and turned Duke Richard's friends out of office. As his foe Somerset was now dead, York was fairly contented to leave matters in the king's own control. But after the bloodshed at St. Albans, there could be no true reconciliation between the friends of the king and the friends of York. The fierce and active young Queen Margaret put herself at the head of the party which Suffolk and Somerset had formerly led. She feared for her infant son's right of succession to the throne, and was determined to crush York to make his path clear. Throughout the years 1457–8, while a precarious peace was still preserved, Margaret was journeying up and down the land, enlisting partisans in her cause, and giving them her son's badge of the White Swan to wear, in token of promised fidelity. The inevitable renewal of the war came in 1459. Its immediate cause was an attempt by some of the Queen's retainers to slay the young Earl of Warwick, York's ablest and most energetic supporter. Then Salisbury, Warwick's father, raised his Yorkshire tenants in arms. The Queen sent against them a force under Lord Audley, whom the elder Neville defeated and slew at Blawheath. After this skirmish, all England flew to arms to aid one party or the other. York, Salisbury and Warwick met at Ludlow on the Welsh border, while the king gathered a great army at Worcester, taking the field himself with a vigour which he never before or afterwards displayed. It seems that York's adherents were moved by the vehement appeals which King Henry made to their loyalty, and cowed by the superior forces that he mustered. At the rout of Ludford, they broke up without fighting, leaving their leaders to escape as best they might. York fled to Ireland, Salisbury and Warwick to Calais, of which the younger Neville was governor. But surprising and sudden vicissitudes of fortune were the order of the day all through the Wars of the Roses. The Queen and her friends ruled harshly and unwisely after they had driven York out of the land. They assembled a parliament at Coventry, which dealt out hard measures of attainder and confiscation against all who had favoured Duke Richard. They sacked the open town of Newbury because it was supposed to favour York, and hung 7 citizens of London of the Duke's party. These cruel actions turned the heart of the nation from the king and the ruthless Queen Margaret. Hearing of this state of affairs, Warwick and Salisbury suddenly made a descent from Calais, landed at Sandwich, and pushed boldly inland. The whole of Kent rose to join them, and they were able to march on London. The Yorkist partisans within the city were so strong that they threw open the gates, and the Nevilles seized the capital. The Londoners armed in their favour, and the Yorkist lords of the south flocked in to aid them. Soon they were strong enough to strike at their enemies, whose forces were not yet concentrated. The Queen had gathered at Northampton the loyalists of the Midland counties, but her friends of the north and west were not yet arrived. Warwick, on July 10th, 1460, stormed the entrenched camp of the Lancastrians in front of Northampton, and took the king prisoner. The Queen escaped to Wales, but the greater part of the chiefs of her army were left dead on the field, for Warwick had bidden his men to spare the common folk, and slay none save knights and nobles. There fell the Duke of Buckingham, the Earl of Shrewsbury, and many other leading men of the king's party. The Duke of York had crossed from Ireland too late to take any share in the fight of Northampton, but in time to reap the fruits of his nephew's victory. He advanced to London, and there summoned a parliament. It then appeared that the vicissitudes of the last year had so embittered him that he was no longer content to act as regent for Henry VI. He fell back on his undisputed hereditary claim as the eldest heir of Richard II, and began to talk of deposing his cousin and assuming the crown. But his own partisans set their faces against this plan, for Henry was still personally popular, and all the blame of his misgovernment was laid on the Queen and her friends. The Earl of Warwick openly told his uncle that he must be content to be regent, and York had to accept a compromise, by which Henry VI was to retain the crown as long as he lived, but to leave it to Duke Richard on his death. The rights of the little Prince of Wales were ignored, and many of the Yorkists swore that he was a supposititious child, and no true son of King Henry. But in making this arrangement, the Duke's party had reckoned without Queen Margaret, who was still free and busy. She had fled to the north, and there had gathered to her the Percys, the elder Nevils, and the barons of the border, all staunch Lancastrians. Hearing of this muster, Duke Richard marched northward, with his second son Edmund, Earl of Rutland, and his brother-in-law, the Earl of Salisbury. He underrated the Queen's forces, and rashly engaged with them under the walls of Sandal Castle, close to Wakefield. There, overwhelmed by numbers, he and his whole army were destroyed. Burning to avenge the slaughter of Northampton, the Lancastrians refused all quarter. The Earl of Rutland, a lad of 17, fell at the knees of Lord Clifford and asked for his life. "Thy father slew mine, and now will I slay thee," answered the rough borderer, and stabbed him as he knelt. The Earl of Salisbury was captured and beheaded next day. Queen Margaret set the heads of the slain lords above the gate of York, Duke Richard's in the midst, crowned in derision with a diadem of paper. Thus perished Richard of York, a man who had always displayed great abilities, and down to the last year of his life had shown much self-control and moderation. His death was a great loss to England, as the headship of his house and his party now passed to his son, a selfish and half-hearted, though very able, young man of 18. End of section 33. Section 34 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley-Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 18. The Wars of the Roses, 1454 to 1471. Part 2. The event of the Battle of Wakefield came as a thunderclap to the Yorkists, who had hitherto despised the Queen and her northern followers. Edward, Earl of March, Duke Richard's heir, was absent in the west, where he was striving with the Lancastrians of Wales. Only Richard of Warwick was in time to reach London before the northern army approached its walls. He rallied the Yorkists of the south, and led them to St. Albans, where Queen Margaret attacked him. Again, the northerners were victorious. They rescued King Henry from his captors, and scattered Warwick's army to the winds. The rancorous Queen made her little 7-year-old son sit in judgment on the prisoners, and bade him choose the form of death by which they should each die. If Margaret had pushed on the next day, the capital would have fallen into her hands. But her gentle and kindly spouse feared that the northern moss troopers would sack and burn the city, and persuaded her to wait, in order that London might surrender in due form, and not be taken by assault. The short delay was fatal to him and his cause. While London was negotiating the terms on which it should yield, a new Yorkist army suddenly appeared on the scene. Not many days before the Second Battle of St. Albans, the young Edward of York had routed the Lancastrians of Wales at the Battle of Mortimer's Cross, in Herefordshire. He had then set out to march on London. On the way he was met by Warwick, who brought the news of his own defeat, and of the Queen's approach to the capital. But learning that she had not yet entered its walls, they marched night and day and threw themselves into the city just as its gates were opening for surrender. The arrival of the heir of York and his victorious troops turned the fortune of the war. Margaret's army had, in great part, dispersed to plunder the Midlands, for the northerners had vowed to treat every man south of the Trent as an enemy. When Duke Edward advanced, they gave way before him, and retreated towards York, wasting the country behind them on all sides. The slaughter of Wakefield and St. Albans, and more especially the ruthless execution of prisoners which had followed each battle, had driven the Yorkists to a pitch of anger which they had not felt before. There was no longer any talk of making terms with Henry VI and leaving him the crown. Warwick and the other nobles of his party besought the young duke to claim the crown as the true heir of Richard II, and to stigmatize the three Lancastrian kings as usurpers. Edward readily consented, and proclaimed himself king at Westminster on his hereditary title, and without any form of election or assent of Parliament. But the new king had to fight for his crown before he could wear it. He and Warwick pursued the Queen's army over the Trent, and caught it up at Towton near Tadcaster in Yorkshire. Here was fought the greatest and fiercest of the battles of the Wars of the Roses. Both parties were present in full force. The South and Midlands had rallied round Edward IV in their wrath at the plundering of the Northumbrians. The Lancastrians of Wales and the Midlands had joined the Queen during her retreat. The chroniclers assert that the two armies together mustered nearly 100,000 men, an impossible figure, but one which vouches for the fact that Towton saw the largest hosts set against each other that ever met on an English battlefield. This desperate and bloody fight was waged on a bleak hillside during a blinding snowstorm, which half hid the combatants from each other. It lasted for a whole March day from dawn to dusk, and ended in the complete rout of the Queen's army. Thousands of the Lancastrians were crushed to death or drowned at the passing of the little river Cock, which lay behind their line of battle. There fell on the field the Earl of Northumberland, the Lords Clifford, Neville, Dacre, Wells, and Morley, all the chiefs of the Lancastrian party in the north. Courtenay, Earl of Devon, and Butler, Earl of Wilts, were captured and beheaded some time after the fight. No less than 42 men of knightly rank shared their fate. So savage were King Edward and Warwick in avenging their fathers and brothers who had died at Wakefield. Henry VI, with his wife and son, and the young Duke of Somerset, escaped from the field and fled into Scotland, where they were kindly received by the regents who ruled that land for the little King James III. The carnage in and after Towton assured the crown to the House of York. Edward IV was able to return to London and summon a parliament, which formally acknowledged him as king, recognizing his hereditary right and not going through any form of election. At his command, they attainted the whole of the leaders of the Lancastrian party, both those who had fallen at Towton and those who yet lived. Thinking his position sure, the young king then gave himself over to feasting and idleness, entrusting the completion of the war and the pacification of England to his cousin, the Earl of Warwick, whom men from this time forward called the Kingmaker, because he had twice settled the fate of England by winning the rule of the land for the House of York, at Northampton in 1460 and at Towton in 1461. Edward IV showed a strange mixture of qualities. On the battlefield he was a great commander, and in times of danger he was alert and dexterous. But when no perils were at hand, he became a reckless, heartless voluptuary, given to all manner of evil living and idle luxury, and letting affairs shift for themselves. For the first 4 years of his reign, he handed over all cares of state to his cousin of Warwick, a busy, capable man who loved work and power and strove not unsuccessfully to make himself the most popular man in England. Warwick called himself the friend of the commons, and used the vast wealth which he enjoyed as the heir of all the broad lands of the Beauchamps, Nevilles, and Montacutes, to make himself partisans all over the country. He was self-confident and ambitious in the highest degree, and thoroughly enjoyed his position of chief minister to an idle and careless master. When he was at last deprived of it, we shall see that wounded pride could lead him to intrigue and treason. The 4 years of 1461 to 64 were occupied by the final crushing out of the civil war by the strong hand of the kingmaker. The task proved longer than might have been expected, owing to the desperate efforts which Queen Margaret made to maintain her son's cause. After Towton, nothing remained to her but some castles in Northumberland and Wales, but she bought the aid of the Scots by ceding Berwick and obtained men and money from Louis XI, the young King of France. That astute prince thought that a weak and divided England was the best security for the safety of France, and doled out occasional help to the Queen in consideration of a promise to surrender Calais. Warwick captured all the Northumbrian strongholds of the House of Percy, Bamborough, Alnwick, and Dunstanburgh, in 1462. But the north was thoroughly disaffected to the new king, and they were twice retaken by treachery when the Queen, with her French and Scottish friends, appeared before them. In her third campaign, she was aided by a rising of all the Lancastrians who had submitted to King Edward and been pardoned by him, headed by the Duke of Somerset, the son of him who fell at St. Albans. But the two battles of Hedgeley Moor and Hexham, April to May 1464, crushed the last desperate effort of the northern Lancastrians. At the former fell Sir Ralph Percy, the last chief of the Percy clan who clung to the lost cause. At the second, the Duke of Somerset was taken and executed. Both fights were won by Lord Montague, the younger brother and lieutenant of the great Earl of Warwick. By June 1464, Warwick himself stamped out the last embers of resistance by the second capture of Bamborough, the sole surviving Lancastrian stronghold in England. The Kingmaker returned in triumph to London, and could report to his master that he had completely pacified England, and had also concluded an advantageous treaty with the Scots. He proposed to finish his work by making terms with the King of France, the last supporter of the Lancastrian cause, with whom Margaret and her young son had sought refuge. For this purpose, he advised King Edward to endeavour to ally himself with some princess among the kinswomen of Louis XI. It was from this point that the breach between Edward and his great minister began. When pressed to marry, the king announced, to the great surprise and annoyance of Warwick and the rest of his council, that he was married already. He had secretly espoused Elizabeth, daughter of Richard Woodville, Lord Rivers, a staunch Lancastrian, and widow of Sir John Grey, another Lancastrian who had fallen at St. Albans. She was some years older than Edward, and had a family by her first husband. But her beauty had captivated the susceptible young king, and he had married her in secret, in order to avoid the opposition of his family and his counsellors. When compelled to acknowledge this unwise match, Edward made the best of the matter, brought his wife to court, conferred an earldom on her father, and showered patronage upon her brothers and sisters. When Warwick ventured to remonstrate, he showed that he had no mind to be ruled any more by his too powerful cousin, and redoubled his favours to the Woodvilles. He gave his wife's sisters as bride to the greatest peers of the realm, and made her father his Lord Treasurer. This was not pique, but policy, for Edward had come to the conclusion that the Neville clan was too strong, and had resolved to surround himself by another family connection which should owe everything to his protection. 1465. For a time, an open breach between the king and the Kingmaker was delayed, and Edward's throne seemed firmly set. His position was made surer by the capture of the old King Henry VI, who was caught in Lancashire, where he had been lurking obscurely for some time. When Edward had placed him in the Tower of London, he thought that all his troubles were over. He forgot the unhealthy condition of the realm, the blood feuds that reigned in every county, and the general disorganization of society that had resulted from 6 years of civil war and from the wholesale transference of lands and property that had accompanied it. Above all, he overlooked the vast power that had fallen into the hands of the great military peers, and especially of his ambitious cousin, Warwick. In 1467, Edward put his strength to the trial by dismissing all the kingmaker's friends from office, and by ignominiously disavowing an embassy to France on which he had sent his cousin. From sheer desire to humiliate the great Earl, he concluded an alliance with Charles the Rash, Duke of Burgundy, the deadly enemy of France, because he knew that Warwick was opposed to such a tie. He gave his sister Margaret to be the Duke's wife, and made Warwick escort her on her embarkation for Flanders. The Earl replied by setting treasonable intrigues on foot. He leagued himself with the king's younger brother, George, Duke of Clarence, Shakespeare's false, fleeting, perjured Clarence, a discontented young man of a very unamiable character. Warwick agreed to give his eldest daughter, the heiress of his vast estates, to the Duke, and they swore to compel Edward to drive away the Woodvilles and rule only under their guidance. Warwick and Clarence were completely successful in their plot. They secretly suborned a rebellion in Yorkshire under Sir John Conyers, one of Warwick's relatives, who was aided by the Neville retainers as well as by the discontented Lancastrians of the north. Conyers called himself Robin of Redesdale, and gave himself out as the champion of the poor and the redresser of grievances, much as Cade had done 15 years before. He beat the king's army at Edgecote Field near Banbury, and then Warwick and Clarence appeared upon the scene and apprehended Edward at Olney. They beheaded Earl Rivers, the father of all the Woodvilles, and Herbert, Earl of Pembroke, the king's chief confidant. After keeping Edward some months in durance, they released him, on his undertaking to govern according to their desires. 1469. But the spirit of Edward always rose in times of trouble. He cast off his sloth, and plotted against the plotters. Taking advantage of an ill-planned Lancastrian rising in Lincolnshire, he raised a great army, and suddenly turned it against his disloyal brother and cousin. Warwick and Clarence were chased all across England, from Manchester to Dartmouth, and barely escaped with their lives by taking ship to France. Furious at his failure, the kingmaker resolved to sacrifice all his prejudices and predispositions to revenge. He met the exiled Queen Margaret at Angers, and proposed to her to restore Henry VI to the throne, and make an end of the ungrateful Edward. After long doubting, Margaret resolved to take his offer, though she hated him bitterly and never trusted him. To bind the alliance, Edward, Prince of Wales, the Queen's young son, was married to Anne Neville, the Earl's second daughter. Then Warwick and Margaret joined to foment a rising in England. The numerous clan of the Nevilles were prepared to follow their chief, and the surviving Lancastrians were still ready to risk themselves in a new plan of insurrection. In the autumn of 1470, Warwick and Clarence landed in Devonshire and raised the standard of the imprisoned Henry VI. Their success showed the deep roots of the Earl's popularity and the precarious nature of King Edward's power. Simultaneous risings broke out all over England, and Edward, betrayed by most of his supporters, had to take ship and fly to Flanders. Henry VI was drawn from his dungeon and was, for a few months, again King of England. But one more change of fortune was yet to come. Edward IV borrowed men and money from his brother-in-law, Charles of Burgundy, and boldly returned to England in the spring of 1471. He landed in Yorkshire, called his partisans about him, and marched on London. Edward, when his mettle was up, was a captain of no mean ability. He completely outgeneraled his enemy, and got between him and the capital. The Duke of Clarence, who had been entrusted with Warwick's western forces, betrayed his father-in-law, and joined his brother with the men whom he should have led to the Earl's aid. London and the person of Henry VI fell into King Edward's hands. Warwick came up too late, and had to fight the Yorkists at Barnet, a few miles north of the city. There he was completely defeated and slain, losing the battle mainly by the accident of a fog, which caused two divisions of his troops to attack one another. With Warwick fell his brother Lord Montague, and most of the personal adherents on whom his power rested. But Edward was not yet secure. On the very day of Barnet, Queen Margaret landed at Portsmouth to raise the Lancastrians of the south in Warwick's aid. Hearing of his fall, she turned westward, gathering up a considerable force of adherents as she fled. But Edward rapidly pursued her, and by dint of superior pace in marching, caught her up at Tewkesbury. The Queen's army was intercepted and penned up with its back to the Severn, then destitute of a bridge. Unable to fly, the Lancastrians had to turn, and fought a desperate battle outside Tewkesbury. But King Edward never suffered a defeat in all his days. His courage and skill carried all before it, and the Queen's army was annihilated. Her young son, Edward Prince of Wales, was slain in the pursuit, though he cried for quarter to his brother Clarence. The last Duke of Somerset, the Earl of Devon, and all the surviving Lancastrian magnates fell on the field or were beheaded next day by the victor. Queen Margaret was taken prisoner and thrown into confinement. On the death of Prince Edward, the old King Henry VI was left the only survivor of the House of Lancaster. The ruthless heir of York resolved that he too should die, and on his return to London had the feeble and saintly prince murdered by the hands of his young brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester, 1471. Thus ended the Wars of the Roses, in the complete victory of York and the extinction of the line of John of Gaunt, after it had sat for 3 generations on the English throne. End of section 34. End of chapter 18. Section 35 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 19. The Fall of the House of York, 1471 to 1485, Part 1. All the males of the House of Lancaster had now fallen by the sword or the dagger. Not only the last representatives of the elder and legitimate branch which had occupied the throne, but also the whole family of the Beauforts, the descendants of the natural sons of John of Gaunt, who had been legitimized by the grant of Richard II. Even in the female line, there remained no one who showed any signs of disputing the claim of Edward IV to the throne. The only descendants of John of Gaunt's first family who survived were the kings of Spain and Portugal, who traced themselves back to John's eldest daughter, while the Beauforts were represented by Lady Margaret Beaufort, daughter of that Duke of Somerset who had died in 1444, the elder brother of the man who lost Normandy and fell at St. Albans. The Lady Margaret had married Edmund Tudor, Earl of Richmond, the half-brother of Henry VI, and by him had a single child, Henry, now Earl of Richmond by his father's decease. In Henry, the Beaufort line had its last representative, but he was but a boy of 14, and was oversea in Brittany, whither his mother had sent him for safety, while she herself had wedded, as her second spouse, Lord Stanley, a peer of strong Yorkist proclivities. Neither the distant Spaniards nor the boy Henry of Richmond were seriously thought of, even by themselves, as claimants to the English crown, and King Edward might, for the rest of his life, repose on the laurels of Tewkesbury and Barnet, and take his ease without troubling himself about further dynastic troubles. He reigned for 12 years after his restoration in 1471, and did little that was noteworthy in that time. His love of ease gradually sapped all his energy. His life grew more and more extravagant and irregular, as he sank into all the grosser forms of self-indulgence. He completely ruined a handsome person and a robust constitution, and by the age of 42 had declined into an unwieldy and bloated invalid. Edward's rule was not so bad for England as might have been expected from his very unamiable character. His second reign was comparatively free from bloodshed, if we except one dreadful crime committed on the person of his own brother. Perhaps he deserves little praise on this score, for both the Lancastrians and the partisans of Warwick had been practically exterminated by the slaughters of 1471. It is more to his credit that he bore lightly on the nation in the matter of taxation. His pockets were full of the plunder of the House of Neville and the old Lancastrian families, and, though self-indulgent, he was not a spendthrift. Indeed, he lived within his means, and seldom asked for a subsidy from Parliament. This moderation, however, does not imply that he was a constitutional sovereign. He ruled through a small clique of ministers and personal dependents, mostly members of his wife's family. He disliked parliamentary control so much that he seldom summoned a parliament at all. For one whole period of 5 years, 1478 to 82, he was rich enough to be able to refrain from calling one together. When he did want money, however, he did not shrink from raising it in the most objectionable manner, by compelling rich men to pay him forced loans, called benevolences. It is fair to add that he generally paid his debts, and only owed £13,000 when he died. On the whole, it may be said that his rule, though selfish and autocratic, was not oppressive. He gave the land peace in his later years, and any kind of quiet was an intense relief after the anarchy of the Wars of the Roses. Commerce and industry began slowly to rally, and the wealth of the land seems to have suffered less than might have been expected. The bloodshed and confiscations of the unhappy years between 1455 and 1471 had fallen almost entirely on the nobles and their military retainers, and the cities and the yeomen had fared comparatively well. England had never been left desolate like France at the end of the 100 Years' War. Edward's foreign policy was feeble and uncertain. At first, after his restoration, he intended to attack France in alliance with his brother-in-law, Charles the Rash of Burgundy, who had given him shelter and succour during his day of exile. He raised an army and crossed the Channel, talking of recovering Normandy and of asserting his right to the French crown. But Louis XI, the wily King of France, offered to buy him off, proffering him a great sum down and an annual subsidy if he would abandon the cause of Duke Charles. Edward was selfish and ungrateful enough to accept the offer with delight. He met King Louis in a formal interview at Picquigny in Picardy, and bargained to retire and remain neutral for 75,000 gold crowns paid down, and an annuity of 50,000 more so long as he lived. He also wrung a second 50,000 out of Louis as a ransom for the unfortunate Queen Margaret of Anjou, a prisoner since the day of Tewkesbury, and stipulated that the Dauphin was to be married to his eldest daughter, the Princess Elizabeth, 1475. Edward came home with money in his purse, and found that the French annuity, which was punctually paid him, was most useful in enabling him to avoid having to call parliaments. His betrayal of Charles of Burgundy was deeply resented by that prince, but Edward took no heed, and the Duke was slain not long after while waging war on the Swiss and the Duke of Lorraine. 2 years after the Treaty of Picquigny occurred a tragedy which showed that Edward could still on occasion burst out into his old fits of cruelty. His brother George, Duke of Clarence, had been received back into his favour after betraying Warwick in 1471, and had been granted half the Kingmaker's estates as the portion of his wife, Isabel Neville. But Clarence presumed on his pardon, and seems to have thought that all his treachery to his brother in 1468-70 had been forgotten as well as forgiven. He was always a turbulent, unwise, and reckless young man, and provoked the king by his insolent sayings and open disobedience. Edward had twice to interfere with him, once for illegally seizing and causing to be executed, a lady whom he accused of bewitching his wife Isabel, who died in childbirth. A second time for trying to wed, without his brother's leave, Mary of Burgundy, the heiress of Charles the Rash. When Clarence was again detected in intrigues with a foreign power, this time with Scotland, the king resolved to make an end of him. Suddenly summoning a parliament, he appeared before it, and accused his brother of treason, though he gave no clear or definite account of Clarence's misdeeds. Awed by Edward's wrath and vehemence, the two houses passed a bill declaring the Duke convicted of high treason. The king then condemned him, and cast him into the Tower, and there had him secretly slain. 1478. Edward, for the future, placed all his confidence in his youngest brother, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, who had served him faithfully all his life, had fled with him to Flanders in 1470, and had fought gallantly at Barnet and Tewkesbury. Gloucester had always been at odds with Clarence. He had married Anne Neville, the Kingmaker's younger daughter, widow of Edward, Prince of Wales, who fell at Tewkesbury. In her right he claimed half the Neville lands, but Clarence had endeavoured to keep them from him, and had only been compelled to disgorge them under the king's stringent pressure. After 1478, Gloucester acted as his brother's chief counsellor and representative, and showed himself a very capable and zealous servant. It was Gloucester who was entrusted with the conduct of a campaign against Scotland, which was undertaken in 1482, and was the last important event of Edward's reign. This was a war not at all creditable to Edward, who intrigued with the rebellious brothers of James III, and picked a quarrel with the Scots on frivolous grounds. His real object was the recovery of Berwick, which had been in Scottish hands since Queen Margaret surrendered it in the year of Towton. Gloucester took Berwick, which after being lost for 20 years, again became an English town. He also harried the Meuse and Lothian, the Scots retiring before him without a battle. Soon after they made peace, ceding Berwick and promising that their king's eldest son should marry Edward's daughter, Cecily. In the year following this treaty, the king died, worn out in early middle age by his evil living and intemperance. He left a large family, 2 sons, Edward, aged 12, and Richard, aged 9, and 5 daughters, of whom Elizabeth, the eldest, had reached her 18th year. The decease of Edward, though he was little regretted for himself, threw the nation into great fear and perplexity, for it was confronted with the dangerous problem of a minority, and no one knew who would succeed in grasping power as regent for the little King Edward V. It was almost inevitable that there should be a struggle for the post, for the late king's court had contained elements which were jealous of each other, and had only been kept from collision by Edward's personal influence. There were 2 persons to whom the regency might have fallen: the Queen Dowager, Elizabeth Woodville, and the late king's brother, Richard of Gloucester. Elizabeth's ascendancy implied that England would be ruled by her brothers and the sons of her first marriage, the Lords Rivers and Dorset, Sir John Grey and Sir Edward Woodville, all uncles or half-brothers to the little Edward V. Their rule would mean the banishment or suppression of Gloucester, with whom they were already at secret feud. In the same way, the rise of Gloucester to power would certainly mean a like fall for the Woodville clan. At the moment of his accession, the young king was in Shropshire, in charge of his uncle, Earl Rivers, a fact which put the Queen's party at a great advantage. Rivers at once proceeded to bring his little nephew toward London for his coronation, guarding him with a considerable armed force. On their way, Edward and his cavalcade were encountered at Stony Stratford by Richard of Gloucester, who had also brought with him a considerable body of retainers from his Yorkshire estates. The 2 parties met with profuse protestations of mutual friendship and esteem, but when Rivers' suspicions were lulled to sleep, Gloucester suddenly seized him, flung him into fetters, and sent him a prisoner to the north. Rivers' fate was shared by Sir Richard Grey, the little king's half-brother, and several more of their party. Gloucester then took charge of his nephew's person, and brought him up to London, where he summoned a parliament to meet. The Queen Dowager, on hearing that her brother Rivers and her son Richard Grey were cast into prison, knew that her chance of power was gone, and hastily took sanctuary at Westminster with her youngest son, the little Duke of York, and her 5 daughters. The nation was not displeased to learn that the regency would fall into the hands of Duke Richard, who was known as a good soldier, and had served his brother very faithfully. It much preferred him to the Queen and her relatives, who had a bad reputation for greed and arrogance. But it soon became evident that there was something more in the air than a mere transference of the regency. Gloucester not only filled all the places about the king with his own friends, but commenced to pack London with great bodies of armed men raised on his own estates, a precaution quite unnecessary when all his enemies were crushed. He also made the Council of Regency confer gifts of money, land, and offices on a most unprecedented scale on his 2 chief confidants, Henry, Duke of Buckingham, and John, Lord Howard. They were evidently being bought for some secret purpose. Gloucester and his nephew the king had been in London more than a month, and the day of the young king's coronation was at hand, when suddenly Duke Richard showed his real intentions by a sharp and bloody stroke. On the 13th of June, the Privy Council was meeting in the Tower of London on business of no great importance, and the Duke showed himself smooth and affable, as was his wont. After a space he withdrew, but ere long returned with a changed countenance and an aspect of gloom and anger. "What shall be done," he suddenly asked, "to them that compass the destruction of me, being so near of blood to the king and protector of this realm?" He was answered by Lord Hastings, the late king's best friend, a man of great courage and experience, who had shared in the victories of Barnet and Tewkesbury, and had held the highest offices ever since. "They are worthy of death," said the unsuspicious baron, "whoever they may be." Then Gloucester burst out, "It is my brother's wife," and baring his left arm, which all men knew to be somewhat deformed since his earliest years, he cried, "Look what yonder sorceress and Shaw's wife, and those who are of their council, have done unto me with their witchcrafts." Hastings started at the mention of Shaw's wife, for Jane Shaw was his own mistress, and an accusation of witchcraft against her touched him nearly. "If they have done so, my lord," he faltered, "they are worthy of heinous punishment." "Answerest thou me with ifs?" replied Duke Richard. "I tell thee they have done it, and that I will prove upon thy body, thou traitor." Then he smote upon the table, and armed men, whom he had posted without, rushed into the council chamber. Richard bade them seize Hastings, Lord Stanley, the Archbishop of York, and the Bishop of Ely, all firm and loyal friends of Edward IV. Hastings was borne out to the court of the Tower and beheaded then and there. The others were placed in bonds. This sudden blow at the young king's most faithful adherents dismayed the whole city, but Gloucester hastened to give out that he had detected Hastings and his friends in a plot against his life, and, as he had hitherto been always esteemed a loyal and upright prince, his words were half believed. Richard's real object was to free himself from men whom he knew to be faithful to the young king, and unlikely to join in the dark plot which he was hatching. He next went with a great armed following to Westminster, where lay the Queen Dowager and her children. Surrounding the sanctuary with guards, and then threatening to break in if he was resisted, he sent Cardinal Bourchier, the aged Archbishop of Canterbury, to persuade Elizabeth to give up her young son, Richard of York. Half in terror, half persuaded by the smooth prelate, who pledged his word that no harm should befall the boy, the Queen placed him in Bourchier's hands. Richard at once sent him to join his brother in the Tower. June 16th. End of section 35. Section 36 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 19. The Fall of the House of York, 1471 to 1485, Part 2. Having both his brother's sons in his power, and having crushed his brother's faithful friends, Richard now proceeded to show his real intent. He was aiming at the crown, and had been preparing to seize it from the moment that his brother died. This was the meaning of the gifts that he had been showering around, and of the masses of armed men that he had gathered. On the 22nd of June, he laid his purpose open. His chaplain, Dr. Shaw, was set up to preach to the people at St. Paul's Cross a marvellous sermon in which he argued that Richard was the rightful king, though both Edward IV and Clarence, his two elder brothers, had left sons behind them. The Londoners were told, to their great surprise, that the late king's marriage with Elizabeth Woodville had been invalid. Not only had they been secretly and unlawfully married in an unconsecrated place, but Edward had been betrothed long before to Lady Eleanor Talbot, the daughter of the Earl of Shrewsbury. He had never been given any clerical dispensation from this bond, and therefore he was not free to wed, and his sons were bastards. As to Clarence, he had been attainted, and the blood of his heir was corrupted by his father's attainder. The Londoners were astonished at this strange argument. They kept silence, and so disappointed Gloucester, who had come to the sermon in hopes to meet an enthusiastic reception. But 2 days later, a stranger scene was enacted at the Guildhall. The Duke of Buckingham, Gloucester's chief confederate, summoned together the Mayor and the Council of London, and, repeating all the arguments that Dr. Shaw had urged, bade them salute Richard as king. A few timid voices shouted approval, and then Buckingham declared that he recognized the assent and goodwill of the people. Next day there met the Parliament which should have witnessed the coronation of Edward V. They were summoned to St. Paul's, where Buckingham presented to them a long document setting forth the evil government of Edward IV, denouncing his sons as bastards, and ending with a petition to Richard of Gloucester to take upon him, as his right, the title and estate of king. The Lords and Commons yielded their silent assent, apparently without a word of discussion or argument, and Buckingham then led a deputation to Duke Richard, who, with much feigned reluctance, assented to the petition and declared himself king. The only excuse for this lamentable weakness shown by the House is that they were quite unprepared for the coup d'etat, and were overawed by the thousands of men-at-arms in the livery of Gloucester and Buckingham who packed every street. So Richard was crowned with great pomp, if with little rejoicing, and thought that he had attained the summit of his desires. But his position was, from the first, radically unsound. He had seized the throne so easily because his antecedents had not prepared men for such sudden and unscrupulous action, so that there had been no time to organize any opposition to him. But the pious and modest Duke had suddenly blossomed forth into a bloodthirsty tyrant. On the very day of his accession, he had the unfortunate Rivers and Grey beheaded at Pontefract, and 6 weeks later he wrought a much darker deed. After starting on a festal progress through the Midlands, he sent back a secret mandate to London, authorizing the murder of his little nephews, Edward and Richard. They were smothered at the dead of night in their prison in the Tower, and secretly buried by the assassins. Their graves were never discovered till 1674, when masons, repairing the building, came upon the bones of 2 young boys thrust away under a staircase. The murder took place between the 7th and 14th of August, 1483, but its manner and details were never certainly known. The horror which the disappearance of the harmless, unoffending young princes caused all over England was far more dangerous to Richard than their survival could possibly have been. It turned away from him the hearts of all save the most callous and ruffianly of his supporters. Within 2 months of their death, a dangerous rebellion had broken out. It was headed by Buckingham, the very man who had appeared with such shameful prominence at the time of Richard's usurpation. No one can say whether he was shocked by the murder, or whether he was merely discontented with the vast bribes that the new king had given him, and craved yet more. But we find him conspiring with the Queen's surviving kindred, the wrecks of the Lancastrian party, and some faithful adherents of Edward IV, to overturn the usurper. They proposed to call over the Earl of Richmond, and to marry him to the Princess Elizabeth, the eldest sister of the murdered princes, so blending the claims of Lancaster and York. October 1483. The insurrection broke out in a dozen different districts all over England, but it was foiled by King Richard's untiring energy and great military talent. He smote down his enemies before they were able to unite, and caught Buckingham, who had been separated from the bulk of his fellow conspirators by a sudden rising of the Seven. The Duke was executed at Salisbury, with such of his party as were taken, but the majority escaped oversea and joined the Earl of Richmond. This was destined to be the last gleam of success that Richard was to see. The rest of his short reign, 1483 to 85, was a period of unrelieved gloom. No protestations of his goodwill to England, and no attempts, however honest, to introduce just and even-handed government availed him aught. He summoned a parliament in 1484, and caused it to pass several laws of excellent intention, but he was not able to observe them himself, much less to enforce them on others. After having, with great solemnity, abolished the custom of raising benevolences, or forced loans, such as his brother Edward IV had loved, Richard was compelled by the emptiness of his treasury to have recourse to them again, in less than a 12-month after he had disavowed the practice. Personal misfortunes came upon the king in a way which seemed to mark the judgment of heaven. Less than a year after he had slain his nephews, his only son, Edward, Prince of Wales, died suddenly in the flower of his boyhood, 1484. 11 months later his wife, Queen Anne, the daughter of the kingmaker, followed his son to the grave. His enemies accused him of having poisoned her, for all charges were possible against one who had proved himself so cruel and treacherous. It is said that Richard thought for a moment, after his wife's death, of compelling his niece Elizabeth, Edward IV's eldest daughter, to marry him, in order to merge her claim to the crown in his own. But the mere rumour of the intention so shocked the people that all his own partisans urged him to disavow it, which he accordingly did. Being wifeless and childless, he nominated as his heir his nephew, John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, the son of his eldest sister. Meanwhile, the conspiracy which had failed to overthrow Richard in the autumn of 1483 was again gathering head. The Earl of Richmond had obtained loans of men and money from France, and was only waiting for the news that his friends were ready to make a second attempt on England. With him were all the enemies of King Richard who had escaped death: Dorset, the son of Queen Elizabeth, Edward Woodville, Morton, Bishop of Ely, and the few surviving Lancastrian exiles headed by the Earls of Pembroke and Oxford. They relied not on their French soldiery, but on the secret allies who were to join them in England, and especially on Lord Stanley, the Earl of Richmond's father-in-law. That noble, though he had been arrested in company with the unfortunate Hastings, had been pardoned by King Richard, and entrusted by him with much power in Lancashire and Cheshire. Richard's court was honeycombed with treason. His own Attorney General, Morgan of Kidwelly, kept Richmond informed of his plans and actions. Of all those about the king, only a very few were really faithful to him. Richard knew that treason was abroad, though he could not identify the traitors. He struck cruelly and harshly at all that he could reach. His ferocity may be gauged from the fact that he actually hung a Wiltshire gentleman named Collingbourne for no more than a copy of verses. The unfortunate rhymester had scoffed at Richard's three favourites, Lord Lovell, Sir William Catesby, and Sir Richard Ratcliffe, in the lines, "The cat, the rat, and Lovell our dog, rule all England under a hog. The hog was Richard himself, whose favourite badge was a white boar. In August 1485, Henry of Richmond landed at Milford Haven, and was joined by many of the Welsh, among whom he was popular because of his own Welsh blood that came from his father, Edmund Tudor. Advancing into England, he met with aid from the Talbots of Shrewsbury and many other Midland gentry. Lord Stanley gathered a considerable army in Lancashire and Cheshire, but did not openly join the Earl, because his son, Lord Strange, was in the king's hands, and would have been slain if Richard had been certain of his father's treachery. Advancing still further into the Midlands, Henry met the king at Bosworth Field, near Leicester. Richard's army was twice the size of that of the Earl. He must have conquered if his men had fought honestly for him. But when the battle was joined, the Earl of Northumberland, who led one wing of Richard's host, drew aside and would not fight, and presently Lord Stanley appeared with his contingent and charged the king in flank. The Yorkists began to disperse and fly, for they fought with little heart for their cruel master. But Richard himself would not turn back, though his attendants brought him his horse and besought him to save himself. He plunged into the thick of the fray, cut his way to Richmond's banner, and was there slain, fighting desperately to the last. With him fell his most faithful adherent, Lord John Howard, whom he had made Duke of Norfolk, and a few more of his chief captains. His favourite, Sir William Catesby, was taken prisoner and executed when the battle was over. Richard's crown, beaten off his helmet by hard blows, was found in a hawthorn bush, and placed on Richmond's head by Lord Stanley, who then saluted him as king by the name of Henry VII. The dead monarch's body was taken to Leicester and exposed naked before the people, but ultimately given honourable burial in the church of the Greyfriars. Thus ended the prince who had wrought so much evil, and won his way to power by such unscrupulous cunning and cruelty. He was only 33 when he was cut off. There have been worse kings in history, and had his title been good, and his hands clean of the blood of his kinsmen, he might have filled the English throne not unworthily. But the consequences of his first fatal crime drove him deeper and deeper into wickedness, and he left a worse name behind him than any of his predecessors. The historians of the next generation drew his portrait even darker than he deserved, making him a hideous hunchback with a malignant, distorted countenance. As a matter of fact, his deformity was only that his left arm was somewhat withered, and his left shoulder consequently lower than his right. His portraits show a face not unlike that of his brother Edward, but thinner, and set in a nervous and joyless look of suspicion. End of section 36. End of chapter 19.
Section 37 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 20. Henry VII, 1485 through 1509. Part 1. Henry Tudor had the good fortune to appear upon the scene as the avenger of all wrongs, those of the injured heirs of York no less than those of the long-exiled partisans of Lancaster. His victory had been won by the aid of Yorkists like Stanley, Dorset, and Edward Woodville, no less than by that of Oxford, Pembroke, the Courtenays, the Talbots, and other old Lancastrian names. It had been settled long before he started that he should blend the claims of the two rival houses by marrying the Princess Elizabeth, the eldest child of Edward IV, Thus he was able to pose as the reconciler of parties and the bringer in of peace and quiet. He proved his moderation by abstaining from bloodshed. He spared all the prisoners of Bosworth, save 3 alone, and though he caused a bill of attainder to be passed against King Richard's chief partisans, no more executions followed. Henry's wise view of the situation was set forth by a law which he caused one of his parliaments to approve at a subsequent date, to the effect that no man should ever be accused of treason for supporting the king de facto against the king de jure. Title of Henry VII to the throne. It required all of Henry's moderation and ability, however, to make firm his seat upon the throne. His title to it was very weak, only that of conquest, in fact, for the legitimacy of the Beaufort line as representatives of John of Gaunt was more than doubtful. Henry refused to rest his claim to the crown merely on his marriage to Elizabeth of York. He would be no mere king consort, and he deliberately put off the wedding until he had been crowned at Westminster and had been saluted by Parliament as king in his own right. Having thus made his position clear, he married Elizabeth 6 months after the day of Bosworth Field. Character of Henry. Henry Tudor was precisely the sovereign that England required to put an end to the general unrest and unruliness that were the legacy of the Wars of the Roses. He had not an amiable character. He was reserved and suspicious, a master of plot and intrigue, selfish in act and thought, prone to hoard money in and out of season, and ready to strike unmercifully when a stroke seemed necessary. But his brain ruled his passions, and from policy, if not from natural inclination, he was clement and slow to anger. He had some turn for art and letters, and was religious in his own self-centered way. His ministers were wisely chosen. The 2 chief of them, Bishops Morton and Fox, were prudent and blameless men. If Empson and Dudley, his 2 financial advisers, were much hated by the people for their extortions, it was because their master bade them fill his coffers, and was content that they should bear the unpopularity which must otherwise have fallen on himself. He deliberately chose to have scapegoats, lest he should have to take the responsibility for the harsher side of his policy. Lovell's Rising. Lambert Simnel. The earlier years of Henry's reign were much disturbed by petty rebellions, the last groundswell of discontent and lawlessness which lingered on after the great tempest of the Wars of the Roses had abated. Richard III had left behind him a few devoted partisans who had resolved never to submit. The chief were John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, who had been declared heir to the throne by the late king, and Lord Lovell, the sole survivor of the 3 favorites, who had ruled all England under the hog. They were bold, reckless men, ready to risk all for ambition and revenge. Before Henry had been a year on the throne, Lovell secretly collected a band of desperate friends, and tried to kidnap him while he was visiting York. Foiled in this scheme, Lovell fled to Flanders, where he was sheltered by Margaret, Duchess of Burgundy, the widowed sister of King Edward IV. With her and with Lincoln, he concerted a second plan of rebellion. they resolved to try to rouse the wrecks of the Yorkist party in the name of Edward, Earl of Warwick, the son of Clarence, who had been put to death in 1478, and the only male heir of the House of York. This prince was in King Henry's hands, safely kept in custody in the Tower of London. Till they could liberate him, they resolved to make an impostor assume his name and title. So they instructed a clever boy named Lambert Simnel, the son of an organ maker at Oxford, to act the part of the young Clarence, reasoning that Henry would not dare to put the real prince to death, but would keep him alive in order to make the imposture clear, and so they could free the real Clarence if they succeeded, and dismiss the false one when he was no longer needed. Battle of Stoke. Ireland had always been friendly to the House of York, and there was no one there who knew the young prince or could detect his counterfeit. So Lambert Simnel was first sent thither to try the temper of the Irish, giving out that he had just escaped from the Tower. The Earl of Kildare and other prominent Anglo-Irish barons were wholly cozened by the young impostor, and saluted him as king. 4,000 men under Lord Thomas Fitzgerald were raised to aid him. Lincoln and Lovell joined him with 2,000 veteran German mercenaries under a captain named Martin Schwartz. They crossed through England and landed in Lancashire, where a few desperate Yorkists joined them. Then, advancing inland, they met King Henry at Stoke, near Newark. But their ill-compacted army was routed. The Germans and Irish were cut to pieces, and Lincoln, Schwartz, and Fitzgerald all slain. Lovell escaped to his manor of Minster Lovell in Oxfordshire, and lurked in a secret chamber where he was starved to death in hiding. Lambert Simnel fell into the hands of the king, who treated him with contempt instead of slaying him. He lived many years after as a cook in the royal kitchen. The rebels in Ireland were pardoned on submission, for Henry was loath to stir up further troubles in that distressful country. 1488. French War. Brittany united to France. Thinking perhaps to turn the attention of the nation from domestic troubles by the old expedient of a war with France, the king, in the next year, joined in a struggle which was raging in Brittany. Charles VIII, the son of Louis XI, was trying to annex the duchy, whose heiress was a young girl, the Duchess Anne. Henry agreed to aid this ancient ally of England, and sent over troops both to Brittany and to Calais. The war went not unprosperously at first, and the garrison of Calais won a considerable victory at Dixmoin in Flanders. But after a time, the Bretons grew weary of the struggle, and the Duchess Anne surrendered herself to King Charles, and became his wife, 1491. Thus the last of the great French feudal states was united to the crown. For the future, the English could get no support from them, and as a consequence, all English invasions of France in the ensuing age met with little good fortune. There was never again any chance of dismembering a divided France, such as that with which Edward III and Henry V had to deal. The king recognized his powerlessness and gladly made peace with Charles VIII on receiving a subsidy of 745,000 crowns, a better bargain than Edward IV had made under similar circumstances at Picenay 1492. Perkin Warbeck. Henry was wise to make an early and profitable peace, for new troubles were brewing for him at home. News came from Ireland that a young man was secretly harbored at Cork, who gave himself out to be Richard of York, the younger of the two princes smothered in the Tower 9 years before. When Henry ordered his arrest, he fled to Flanders and took refuge with Duchess Margaret, who at once recognized him as her true nephew and gave him a royal reception and a safe refuge for 2 years. There is no doubt, however, that he was really Perkin Warbeck, the son of a citizen of Tournai, who had plunged very young into a life of adventure and hoped to gain something by fishing in the troubled waters of English politics. By Margaret's help, Perkin engaged in secret intrigues with the few Yorkists who yet survived in England. But King Henry traced out all his plots and beheaded Lord Fitzwalter and Sir William Stanley, who had listened to his tempting. Stanley's case was a bad one. He had betrayed Richard III at Bosworth, like his brother Lord Stanley, and had been lavishly rewarded by Henry VII, yet would not keep faithful to his new master because he was refused an earldom, 1495. Though his friends had been detected, the pretender persisted in venturing an attack on England. With 2,000 men, raised with money lent him by Duchess Margaret, he tried to land in Kent, but the Kentish men rose and drove him off. He then sailed to Ireland, where, like his predecessor Lambert Simnel, he met with some support. But hearing that James IV of Scotland was on the brink of war with the English, he soon passed over to the Scottish court, where he was received with royal state. James IV married him to his cousin, Lady Catherine Gordon, and placed him at the head of an expedition with which he was to try and raise rebellion in Yorkshire, where the supporters of the House of York were still supposed to be numerous. But when Perkin crossed the border, not an Englishman would join him, and he was obliged to return ignominiously to Scotland. From thence, the restless adventurer soon set out on a new quest. Cornish Rising. The heavy taxation which King Henry raised from his subjects to pay for an army to resist the Scots had provoked much murmuring in some parts of England. Most of all, it had been resented in the remote shire of Cornwall, where the local discontent took the form of armed gatherings to resist the taxes. Flammock, a lawyer, and Michael Joseph, a farrier of Bodmin, two turbulent demagogues, put themselves at the head of the rioters, and persuaded them to march on London, there to expostulate with the king. Lord Audley, an unwise south country baron, joined their company, and led them as far as Blackheath, close to the gates of London. From thence they sent the king messages, bidding him to dismiss his extortionate ministers and remove his taxes. Henry was taken by surprise, as he had just sent off his army against the Scots, but he promptly recalled the expedition and gave battle to the Cornishmen. The fight of Blackheath ended in their complete discomfiture. Audley, Flammock, and Joseph were taken and executed, but the king let the rest go away unharmed, as mere deluded tools of their leaders. June 1497. Failure of Warbeck. Warbeck had heard of the rising of the Cornishmen, and thought that he discerned in it his best opportunity of making head against King Henry. He landed at Whitesand Bay, but found that he was too late, as the insurgents had already been defeated and scattered. But he rallied around him the wrecks of their bands, and made an attack on Exeter. Being foiled by the stout resistance of the citizens, and hearing that the king was coming against him with a great host, the pretender suddenly lost heart, left his men in the lurch, and fled away to take sanctuary in the Abbey of Beaulieu, August 1497. Warbeck and the Earl of Warwick Executed. King Henry showed extraordinary moderation in dealing with the insurgents. He fined Cornwall heavily, but ordered no executions. He promised Warbeck his life if he would leave his sanctuary, and when the impostor gave himself up, he was merely placed in an honorable custody in the Tower. He was only made to publish the confession of his fraud, and to give a full account of his real life and adventures. Perkin might have lived to an old age, like Lambert Simnel, if he had been content to keep quiet. But he made 2 attempts to escape from England, which roused the king's wrath. On the second occasion, he persuaded another state prisoner, Edward of Clarence, the true heir of York, to fly with him. But they were detected, and the king, provoked at last, executed Warbeck, and made the unfortunate Prince Edward share his fate, 1499. Perkin had merited his end, but it is impossible to pardon Henry's dealings with the unlucky heir of Clarence, who had been a prisoner ever since Richard III sent him to the Tower 16 years before. There is no doubt that Henry was glad of the excuse to lop off another branch from the stem of York. Noting this fact, the next heir of that line, Edmund de la Pole, brother of the Earl of Lincoln, who fell at Stoke, wisely fled from England, lest his royal blood should be his ruin. End of section 37. Recording by Carrie Adams, your book boys, at Mesa, Arizona. Section 38 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 20. Henry VII, 1485 through 1509. Part 2. Suppression of Livery and Maintenance. After Warbeck's failure, King Henry was for the future free from the danger of dynastic risings against the House of Tudor. He was able to develop his policy both at home and abroad without any further danger of insurrections. In domestic matters, he strove very successfully to put an end to the turbulence which had been left behind from the times of the Civil War. His chief weapon was legislation against livery and maintenance, the evil custom by which a great lord gave his badge to his neighbors and undertook to support them in their quarrels and lawsuits. This abuse of local influence was sternly suppressed, and no man, however great, was permitted to keep about him more than a limited number of liveried retainers. It is on record that Henry punished his oldest friend and supporter, the Earl of Oxford, for breaking this rule. On the occasion of a royal visit to his castle of Hedingham, Oxford received the king at the head of many hundreds of his followers, all clad in the De Vere livery, and was promptly made to pay a heavy fine for his ostentation. The Star Chamber founded. Henry established a special tribunal for dealing with the offenses of men, whose power and influence might foil and divert the ordinary course of justice. This was the new and unconstitutional Court of Star Chamber, a committee of trusted members of the Privy Council, which met in a room at Westminster, whose roof was decorated with a pattern of stars. The court was useful at the time, but grew to be a serious grievance in later days, because it stood over and above the ordinary law of the land, and was used to carry out any illegal punishment that the king might devise. Reduction of the surviving barons. By these arbitrary means, Henry Tudor succeeded in taming the survivors of the baronage, and in reducing them to such a state of subjection to the crown as England had never before seen. Their spirit had already been broken by the endless slaughters and confiscations of the War of the Roses, and the majority of them were well content to surrender the anarchical independence which they had enjoyed of late, in return for a quiet and undisturbed security for life and land. It is to be noticed that many of the oldest and most powerful houses had now disappeared. By the year 1500, there only survived of the older and greater peerages those of Northumberland, Westmoreland, Arundel, Buckingham, Devon, and Oxford, to which may be added the Duchy of Norfolk, afterwards restored to the Howards by Henry VIII. If we find other ancient titles borne by men of the Tudor time, we must remember that the holders were not the heirs of the lines whose names they bore, and did not possess the vast estates that had made those titles all-important. The Warwicks or Somersets, the Suffolks or Herefords of the 16th century are the mere creatures of Tudor caprice. Foreign policy of Henry. A few words are necessary to explain the tiresome and difficult subject of the foreign policy of Henry VII. We have seen that his venture of war with France in 1491 proved unfortunate, and he never repeated it. For the future, he preferred to hoard money at home, rather than to lavish it on continental wars. But if he never fought again, he was always threatening to fight, winning what advantage he could by the menace of joining one or other of the parties which then divided Europe. The main troubles of continental politics in his period were caused by the restless ambition of the kings of France. Freed from the lingering wars with England, which had previously been their bane, the French monarchs had turned southward and were striving to conquer Italy. Charles VIII and Louis XII, the two contemporaries of King Henry, spent all their energy in the attempt to annex the kingdom of Naples and the duchy of Milan, to which they had some shadowy claim of succession. Their schemes called into the field the sovereigns whose position would have been imperiled by the French conquest of Italy, the Emperor Maximilian of Austria, and Ferdinand and Isabella, the sovereigns of Aragon and Castile, whose marriage had created the United Kingdom of Spain. The Netherlands. If the struggle had raged in Italy alone, Henry VII might have viewed it with a philosophic indifference. But it also involved the Netherlands, the near neighbor of England, and the chief market for English trade. The Netherlands were, at this moment, in the hands of Philip of Austria, the son of the emperor, for Maximilian had married Mary of Burgundy, the heiress of the great dukes who had ruled in the Low Countries, and Philip was their only son. Henry wished to keep on good terms with his neighbors in Flanders, more especially because it was there that the Yorkist refugees found shelter. Not only had the Dowager Duchess Margaret aided them from thence, but Maximilian, while acting as regent in the Netherlands for his young son Philip, had given Perkin Warbeck much assistance. The Great Intercourse. Henry's policy was rendered difficult by the incurable perverseness of the emperor and his son, the Duke Philip, but he managed to keep out of war with them, and even obtained from them the Great Intercourse, a commercial treaty with the Low Countries, which was of much use to England, as it provided for the free entry of English goods into Flanders, and of Flemish goods into England, and stipulated that the king and the duke should join together to put down piracy in the narrow seas. Some years later, Henry was enabled to wring some further advantages out of Duke Philip in a not very honorable way. The Duke was sailing to Spain when his ship was driven into Weymouth by a storm. The king made him welcome and entertained him royally, but would not suffer him to depart till he had promised to surrender the Yorkist refugee Edmund de la Pole, who was then staying in Flanders, and to still further extend the terms of the Great Intercourse to the benefit of English merchants. 1506. Marriage of the Prince of Wales to Catherine of Aragon. With Ferdinand of Aragon, the astute and unscrupulous King of Spain, Henry was able to get on better terms than with his capricious neighbors in Flanders, since both were guided purely by self-interest. The two wily kings understood and respected each other, and resolved to ally themselves by a marriage. Accordingly, Arthur, Prince of Wales, Henry's eldest son, was wedded to Catherine, the younger daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella. They were both mere children, and the prince died before he had reached the age of 17. But Ferdinand resolved that the alliance should not drop through, and the Princess Catherine was passed on to Henry, Arthur's younger brother and successor in the title of Prince of Wales. He was some years younger than his bride, and the marriage, as we shall presently see, was a most unhappy one. With his son's wife, the English king received a large but unpunctually paid dowry. Scotland and Ireland. King Henry's long diplomatic intrigues with Spain and the Emperor brought him no very great profit in the end. But it was otherwise with his dealings with his neighbors in the British Isles. After the defeat of Perkin Warbeck, he made an advantageous peace with James IV of Scotland, who married his daughter Margaret and became his firm ally. For the last 10 years of his reign, Scotland gave no trouble. The still more difficult task of pacifying Ireland was also carried out with considerable success. Henry dealt very gently with the Irish chiefs, in spite of the treasonable support that they had given both to Simnel and to Warbeck. His plan of ruling the country was to enlist in his favor the Earl of Kildare, the most powerful of the Irish barons, by making him Lord Deputy, and entrusting him with very full control over the rest. All Ireland cannot rule the Earl of Kildare, it had been said. But the king answered, then the Earl of Kildare shall rule all Ireland. Poyning's Act. This policy was attended by a fair measure of success. If turbulent himself, The Earl, at least, put down all other riotous chiefs. Henry's reign was also notable in Ireland for the passing of Poyning's Act at the Parliament of Drogheda. This put the Irish legislature in strict subordination to England, by providing that all laws brought before it must previously receive the assent of the king and his English Privy Council, 1495. Henry Tudor died before his time in 1509, having not yet reached the age of 54. He left behind him a land peaceful and orderly, a nobility tamed and reduced to obedience, and a treasury filled with £1,800,000 in hard cash, the best possible witness to his wisdom and ability, for no king of England had ever built up such a hoard before. If his aims had been selfish and his hand hard, he had, at any rate, given England strong governance and saved her from sinking into anarchy. End of section 38. Recording by Kerry Adams, your book voice at Mesa, Arizona.
Section 39 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 21. Henry VIII and the Breach with Rome. 1509 to 1536. Part 1. The young king who succeeded to the cautious and politic Henry VII was perhaps the most remarkable man who ever sat upon the English throne. He guided England through the epoch of change and unrest which lay between the Middle Ages and modern history, and his guidance was of such a peculiar and personal stamp that he left an indelible mark on the land for many succeeding generations. All Europe was transformed during his time, and that the transformation in England differed from that on the continent in almost every respect was due to his own strange combination of qualities. Henry's character was a very complex one, mingling qualities good and bad in strange confusion. In many things he showed the traits of his grandfather, Edward IV, his selfishness, his love of display, his sensuality, his outbursts of ruthless cruelty. But Edward had been nothing more than a soldier and a man of pleasure. He had no love of work, no power to read the characters of others. Henry VIII was a student, a statesman, a deep plotter, a keen observer of other men. He chose his servants, or rather his tools, with a clear-headed sagacity which no king ever surpassed, and he could break them or fling them away when they became useless, with a coolness that was all his own. Love of power, love of work, love of pleasure, love of show and pomp did not distract him the one from the other, but blended closely together into one complex impulse, the determination to have his own will in all things. Such a state of mind bespeaks the tyrant, and a tyrant Henry became, but a tyrant whose brain was as strong as his will, who knew the possible from the impossible, who could discern how far it was safe to go, and could check himself on the edge of any dangerous precipice of foreign or internal politics. He kept, as it were, a finger on the nation's pulse, and could restrain himself for a space if ever it began to beat too excitably. He did his best to court popularity with the English by an affable bearing and a regard for their prejudices. He strove to make them look on him as the nation's representative, and to flatter them into believing that his resolves were really in accordance with their own will and interests. He represented to them not only law and order, but a national feeling and a national pride. It was this clever acting that made it possible for him to manipulate England according to his wishes. He appeared to take the people into his confidence, and they replied by believing his statements even when they were most unfounded and misleading. Thus it was that Henry was able to rule despotically for 40 years without having a serious quarrel with his parliament and without being compelled to raise a standing army, the tool with which all contemporary despots were forced to employ. Henry VIII was very young when he came to the throne. He had only reached the age of 18. His character was still undeveloped, though he was known to be both clever and active. All that the nation knew of him was that he was a bright, handsome youth, fond of horse and hound, but equally fond of his books and his lute. He had from the first an eye for popularity, and did all that he could to please the people by shows and pageants that forced him to dip deeply into his father's hoarded money. Yet the first act of Henry's reign was ominous of future cruelty and ruthlessness. Knowing the unpopularity of his father's harsh and extortionate but faithful servants, Empson and Dudley, he cast them into prison and had them attainted by Parliament on a preposterous charge of treason. They were well hated, and the people saw their heads fall with joy, not reflecting on the character of a king who could deliberately slay his father's counsellors merely to win popular applause. Henry retained most of his father's old ministers in office, but he instantly reversed his father's policy of non-intervention in the wars of the continent. He had not long been seated on the throne when he joined the Holy League, a confederacy formed against France by Pope Julius II, in which both those old intriguers, the Emperor Maximilian and King Ferdinand of Aragon, were already enlisted. 1511. Henry might have left them to fight their own battles for the mastery of Italy and Flanders, but he was burning to assert his power in Europe and to win military distinction. His arms were fairly fortunate. A first attack on the south of France failed, but he met with considerable success in 1513 when he landed at Calais with 25,000 men, took the towns of Tournai and Terouanne, and routed the French army of the north at an engagement called the Battle of the Spurs, from the haste with which the French knights urged their horses out of the fray. Finding his armies losing ground both in Italy and in Flanders, King Louis XII sought peace from Henry, and obtained it at the cheap price of paying 100,000 crowns and marrying the Princess Mary, the young English monarch's favourite sister. 1514. These easy terms were granted because Henry found that his two wily allies, Ferdinand and Maximilian, had no intention of helping him, and were bent purely on their own aggrandizement. The alliance with Louis was not to have much duration, for within a year he was dead, killed, as the chroniclers assert, by the late hours and high living which his gay young English queen persuaded him to adopt. His widow soon dried her tears and married Sir Charles Brandon, one of her brother's favourite companions, whom Henry, to grace the match, decorated with the ill-omened title of Duke of Suffolk, the spoil of the unhappy de la Poles. From this union sprang one who was to sit for a brief moment on the English throne. Footnote: Lady Jane Grey, granddaughter and heiress of Charles and Mary. End of footnote. Ere the French treaty had been made, a short, stirring episode of war had taken place on England's northern frontier. King James IV of Scotland had certain border feuds to settle with the English, and thought he might best take his revenge while Henry and his army were overseas in Flanders. So he suddenly declared war and crossed the Tweed into Northumberland. Thomas Howard, Earl of Surrey, son of John of Norfolk, who fell at Bosworth, was in charge of the border at the time. He raised the levies of the northern counties and marched to meet the Scots. By throwing himself between King James and his retreat on Scotland, he forced the enemy to fight. On Flodden Field, between the Till and the Tweed, the armies met and fought a fierce and doubtful battle which lasted far into the night. Though victorious on one wing, the Scots were beaten in the centre, and their king and most of his nobles fell in a desperate struggle around the royal banner. In the darkness, the survivors of the struggle dispersed and fled home. The death of their warlike sovereign and the slaughter which had thinned their fighting men kept the Scots quiet for many a day. During the long and troublous minority of James V, King Henry need fear no danger from the north. As a reward for his victory, Surrey was restored to his father's dukedom of Norfolk, 1513. In these early years of his reign, King Henry had already taken as his chief minister the able statesman who was, for 20 years, to be the second personage in England. Thomas Wolsey, Dean of Lincoln, was the son of a butcher of Ipswich, who had sought advancement in the church, the easiest career for an able man of low birth. He had served Fox, Bishop of Winchester, one of Henry VII's chief advisers, and from his service passed into that of the king. He was an active, untiring man with a great talent for work and organization of all sorts. Henry made him Bishop of Tournai, then Archbishop of York, and finally Chancellor. In this capacity he served for no less than 14 years and was the chosen instrument of all his master's schemes. His dignity was increased when, in 1515, the Pope made him a cardinal and afterwards appointed him his legate in England, an office which seemed to trench overmuch on the authority of the Archbishop of Canterbury as the head and primate of the English Church. It suited King Henry to have a minister who could relieve him of much of the toil and drudgery of government, who did not fear responsibility, and who was entirely dependent on his master. As long as he was well served, and granted plenty of spare time for his pleasures and enjoyments, he allowed Wolsey a very free hand. The cardinal's head was somewhat turned by his elevation, and he indulged in a pomp and state such as almost befitted a king, never moving about without a sumptuous train of attendants. This arrogance made him much disliked, especially by the old nobility. But the king tolerated it with all the more ease because he preferred that his minister should be less popular than himself. It was always convenient to have someone on whom the blame of royal failures might be laid, and Wolsey, with his ostentation of power and pride, made an admirable shield for his master. Henry allowed him, therefore, the prominence in which his soul delighted, gave him his way in things indifferent, but was ready to check him sharply when he began to develop any tendency to act contrary to his own royal will. In the earlier days of Wolsey's ministry, the face of Europe was profoundly changed by the deaths of the three old monarchs who had been the contemporaries of Henry VII. Louis XII of France died in 1515. Ferdinand of Aragon in 1516, the Emperor Maximilian in 1519. The successors of these old diplomatists were two young men, each slightly junior to the young King of England. In France, the reckless and warlike Francis I succeeded his cousin Louis XII. In Spain and in the dominions of the House of Habsburg, Ferdinand and Maximilian were followed by their grandson Charles V, the child of the emperor's son and the king's daughter. Charles, being already King of Spain, Duke of Burgundy, and Archduke of Austria, was elected emperor by the Germans in succession to his grandfather Maximilian. Now Francis of France and Charles of Austria were rivals from their youth, and their rivalry was the main source of trouble in European politics for a whole generation. England had to choose between them when she sought an ally, but Henry found it by no means easy to make up his mind. France was his hereditary enemy, but, on the other hand, Charles, by uniting Spain, the Netherlands and Austria, and acquiring in addition the position of emperor, had built up such a vast power that he overshadowed Europe, and seemed dangerous by reason of his overgreat dominions and wealth. Henry and Wolsey, therefore, fell back on the idea that a balance of power in Europe was the best thing for England. It would be a misfortune if either Francis I or Charles V should grow so powerful as to dominate the whole continent. England, accordingly, would do well to see that neither obtained complete success, and to make a rule of helping the weaker party from time to time. For the next 10 years, therefore,
Henry was always trimming the scales and transferring his weight from one side to the other. Such a policy made him much courted by both parties, and won him much flattery and an occasional subsidy or treaty of commerce. But, on the other hand, it prevented either Francis or Charles from looking upon him as a trustworthy ally, or dealing fairly with him in the hours of their success. For they argued that there was no object in serving a friend who might turn into an enemy at the shortest notice. Thus, Henry and Wolsey, with all their astuteness, got no profit for England or for themselves, for they were never trusted, and promises made to them in the hour when their help was needed were never fulfilled when their aid was no longer necessary. There was something false, insincere, and degrading in this trimming policy. It is disgusting to read how Henry greeted his neighbour Francis in 1520 at the celebrated Field of the Cloth of Gold near Calais, with all manner of pomp and pageantry and profuse protestations of brotherly love, and then, within a month, had met Charles at Gravelines and concluded a secret treaty of alliance with him against the friend whose kiss was yet upon his cheek. For all the negotiations and fighting which accompanied the changes of English policy, only one definite result was reached. England was beginning to grow poorer and more discontented. The hoarded treasure of Henry VII had long been exhausted, and the taxation which his son was compelled to levy was growing more and more heavy. Henry had fallen into the evil habit of dispensing with parliamentary grants. From 1515 to 1523, and again in 1527 and 1528, he never summoned the two houses to assemble. The money which he ought to have asked from them, he raised by the illegal devices of benevolences and forced loans. Wolsey got the credit of advising this tyrannous extortion, and gained no small hatred thereby, but his master was in truth far more responsible for it than he. The cardinal, however, bore the blame, and it was said that all the chaotic changes in England's policy were inspired by Wolsey's desire to attain the position of Pope, by the aid of whichever of the two powers of France and Austria had the advantage for the moment. There is no doubt that there was some truth in the charge. The cardinal's ambition was overweening, and he would gladly have become Pope, because he had conceived great schemes of church reform which the possession of the papacy alone would have enabled him to carry out. It is certain that Charles V twice deluded Wolsey into aiding him by the tempting bait of the papal tiara. But on each occasion the emperor used his influence at Rome to get some surer partisan elected. End of section 39.
Section 40 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley-Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 21. Henry VIII and the Breach with Rome. 1509 to 1536. Part 2. Wolsey's scheme of reforming the Church was no doubt suggested to him by the discontent against the clergy which was, at this moment, beginning to break out all over Europe. Since the days of Wycliffe, religious matters had not been taking any very prominent place in English politics. But a storm was now at hand far more terrible than that which had swept over the land in the days of the Lollards. The condition of the Church of Western Christendom had become more and more deplorable of late. The worst example was set at headquarters. Bad as the popes of the 14th century had been, those who were contemporary with the Tudors were far worse. Rome had seen, in succession, 3 scandalous popes, the first of whom, Alexander VI, the celebrated Rodrigo Borgia, was a monster of depravity, a murderer given up to the practice of the foulest vices. The second, Julius II, was a mere secular statesman with no piety, but a decided talent both for intrigue and for hard fighting. The third, Leo X, was a cultured atheist of artistic tastes, who used to tell his friends that Christianity was a profitable superstition for popes.
Under such pontiffs, all the abuses of the medieval church came to a head. Ill living, corruption, open impiety, reckless interference in secular politics, non-residence, neglect of all spiritual duties, greed for money were more openly practiced by the clergy than in any previous age. Even the better sort of ecclesiastics could see no harm in obvious abuses. Fox, Bishop of Winchester, a man of great virtue, absented himself for 20 years from his see. Wolsey held 3 sees at once and never went near any of them. The lamentable state of the Church would have provoked murmuring in any age, but in the 16th century it led to open rebellion in all those countries of Europe which still retained some regard for religion and morals. The revival of arts and letters, which men call the Renaissance, was now at its height, and Europe was, for the first time, full of educated laymen who could criticize the Church from outside and compare its teaching with its practice. The multiplication of books, owing to the discovery of printing, had placed the means of knowledge in every man's hands, and the revived study of Hebrew and Greek was setting the learned to read the Scriptures in their original tongues. All the elements of a violent outbreak against the papacy, its superstitions and its enormities, were ready to combine. In 1517, a German friar, Martin Luther, had first given voice to the universal discontent by opposing the immoral practice of selling indulgences, or papal letters remitting penances for sins in return for money. He had followed this up by preaching against many other papal abuses, and when Leo X replied by excommunicating him, he began to attack the whole system of the medieval church, inveighing against the Pope's spiritual supremacy, the invocation of saints, the celibacy of the clergy, the adoption of the monastic life, and many other matters. He was supported by his prince, Frederick, Elector of Saxony, and a great part of Germany at once declared in his favour, 1517 to 1521. England was not at first very much affected by the revolt of Germany against the papacy. The English church was far less corrupt than those of France or Italy, and though full of abuses, was not really unpopular with the nation. It still retained much of the old national spirit, and was not the mere slave of the Pope. Neither king nor people showed any signs of following the lead of the Germans. Henry wrote a book to prove Luther's views heretical, and received in return from Leo X the title of Defender of the Faith, which English sovereigns still display on their coinage. Wolsey devoted himself to practical reforms, leaving doctrine alone. His first measure was to suppress many small and decayed monasteries, and to build, with their plunder, his great foundation of Cardinal's College, afterwards known as Christ Church, in the University of Oxford. It was not till about 1527 that England began to be drawn into the struggle which was convulsing all continental Europe, and then the cause of quarrel came from the king's private affairs, and not from any doctrinal dispute. It will be remembered that Henry had been affianced by his father to Catherine of Aragon, the widow of his brother, Arthur, Prince of Wales. Marriage with a deceased brother's wife being illegal, a papal dispensation had been procured to remove the bar, and Henry had married Catherine on his accession, so that he could not plead compulsion on the part of his father. The marriage was not a wise one, for the Queen, though a very gentle and virtuous woman, was 6 years older than her husband, had no personal attractions, and was delicate in health. All the children whom she bore to Henry died in infancy, except one, the Princess Mary. By 1527, Catherine was a confirmed invalid, and showed all the signs of premature old age, though she was only 42. Now Henry VIII was morbidly anxious for a son to succeed him. He was the only surviving male of the House of Tudor, and could not bear the thought of leaving the throne to a sickly girl. It was obvious that Catherine would bear him no more children, and, regardless of the duty and respect that he owed to her, he began to think of obtaining a divorce and marrying a younger wife. His project took a definite shape when his eye was caught by the beautiful Anne Boleyn, a niece of the Duke of Norfolk and one of the maids of honour. Becoming desperately enamoured of her, he resolved to press for a divorce at once. Wolsey, who saw that the kingdom needed a male heir, undertook to procure the Pope's consent to the repudiation of Catherine. But this task proved more difficult than he had expected. Popes were generally indulgent enough to kings who would pay handsomely for their heart's desire. But the reigning pontiff, Clement VII, was in an unhappy position. He was completely at the mercy of the Emperor Charles V, whose troops had lately taken and sacked Rome. Charles was resolved that his aunt Catherine should not be divorced, and Pope Clement was mortally afraid of offending him. Instead, therefore, of granting the demand of Henry VIII, he temporized and appointed 2 cardinals, Wolsey himself and Campeggio, the Italian Bishop of Salisbury, to investigate the question. Henry and Wolsey hoped to force on a prompt decision, but Campeggio deliberately hung back, and the Pope finally recalled him and summoned the king to send his case to be tried at Rome, 1528. Henry wrongly thought that this check was due to some bungling or reluctance on the part of Wolsey, not seeing that the Pope's fears of the Emperor were the real cause. He at once withdrew his support from the great minister, though Wolsey needed it more at this moment than ever before, for he was in great disfavour with the nation, both for his arrogance and for the heavy taxation which he had imposed on the land. He had actually demanded from Parliament the unprecedented tax of 4 shillings in the pound on all men's lands and incomes, and, though the House plucked up courage to resist this extortionate claim, had obtained as much as 2 shillings. In 1529, the cardinal, fearing to meet another Parliament, had recourse to the old device of benevolences, on a larger scale than ever. This led to rioting and open resistance. Then the king, to the surprise of all men, suddenly declared that Wolsey's action was taken without his knowledge and consent, and dismissed him from the office of Chancellor, which he had held since 1515. His place as the king's chief counsellor fell to the Duke of Norfolk, the uncle of Anne Boleyn. The king immediately proceeded to treat the cardinal with great ingratitude. Wolsey's harsh deeds had always been wrought for his master's benefit rather than his own, but Henry chose to ignore this fact and to win a cheap popularity by persecuting his old and faithful servant. Probably Anne Boleyn and her uncle Norfolk, exasperated by the delay in the king's divorce, stirred up Henry to the attack. The cardinal was impeached for having accepted the title of legate from Rome without the king's formal leave many years before. Henry had made no objection at the time, and it was pure hypocrisy to pretend indignation now. But Wolsey was declared to have incurred penalties under the Statute of Praemunire, which forbade dealings with Rome conducted without royal leave. He was condemned, deprived of all his enormous personal property, and sent away from court to live in his Archbishopric of York. A year later, Henry again commenced to molest him, and he was on his way to London to answer a preposterous charge of treason when he died at Leicester, as much of a broken heart as of any disease. He had been arrogant and harsh in his day of power, but had served his master so faithfully that nothing can excuse Henry's ingratitude. Unfortunately for England, he had taught the king the dangerous lesson that he could go very far in the direction of absolute and tyrannical government, and escape from the consequent unpopularity by throwing over his ministers. Henry used this knowledge to the full during the rest of his reign. Meanwhile, Wolsey's disgrace and the complete failure of the attempt to win a divorce from the Pope had been leading the king into new paths. He had taken to himself 2 new counsellors. In secular matters, he gave his confidence to Thomas Cromwell, a clever, low-born adventurer whom Wolsey had discovered and brought to court. In matters religious, he was beginning to listen to his chaplain, Thomas Cranmer, a man with a curious mixture of piety and weakness, one of the few Englishmen who had as yet been touched by the doctrines of the continental reformers. It was not, however, as a reformer that Cranmer commended himself to his master. Indeed, he kept his Lutheran opinions very secret. But he had suggested to the king a new method of dealing with the divorce question, which Henry considered not unpromising. It might be urged that the marriage with a deceased brother's wife was so strictly and definitely forbidden in the Scriptures that the Pope had no authority to sanction it, and so the promissory bull of Julius II might be scouted as so much waste paper. Henry eagerly swallowed the idea and sent round the question, stated as a moot point, to all the universities of Europe. About half of them answered as he wished, that the marriage was illegal from the first. Armed with this authority, he resolved to go further. But first, Henry was resolved to show the English clergy that he was determined to stand no opposition from them on this point. He opened a campaign against all manner of church abuses, with the object of winning for himself popularity with the nation by the cheap expedient of a pretended zeal for purity and piety. He told the convocation of the clergy that they had all made themselves liable to the penalties of praemunire for recognizing Wolsey as legate without the royal leave. They only got pardon by voting the king the large fine of £118,000. He also caused convocation to address him as supreme head, as far as the law of Christ will allow, of the English church and clergy, thus casting a slur on the Pope's universal authority. Convocation was also forced to submit to an Act of Parliament, which swept away two ancient abuses: the right to claim benefit of clergy when accused of a felony, and so to escape the king's justice, and the power of evading the statute of mortmain, by receiving legacies under trust instead of in full proprietorship. The Pope, still proving recalcitrant in the matter of the divorce, Henry took the further step of threatening to cut off the main contribution which England sent to Rome, the annates, or first fruits, paid by all benefices when they changed hands. This menace did not bring Clement VII to reason, and Henry at last took the step which involved a fatal breach with Rome. He appointed the pliant Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, and bade him try the question of divorce in an English ecclesiastical court, without any further application to Rome. Queen Catherine refused to appear before such a tribunal, and formally appealed to the Pope's justice. But Cranmer proceeded with the trial, declared the marriage contrary to the law of God, and pronounced the king free from all his ties and able to wed again. Even before the decision was announced, Henry had secretly married Anne Boleyn, January 1533, and the moment that the court had given judgment, he presented her to the nation as Queen of England. The unhappy Catherine retired into privacy at Kimbolton, where she survived nearly 3 years. The Pope at once declared the new marriage illegal and threatened Henry with an excommunication. Many good men were scandalized to see the king repudiate a wife who had lived as his faithful spouse for 20 years. Murmurings and prophecies of ill filled the air, and Henry felt that trouble was brewing. But he only hardened his heart and caused Parliament to pass a bill for cutting short the Pope's spiritual authority over England, unless he should acknowledge the validity of the new marriage within 3 months. Clement refused to be bullied into compliance, and the rupture came, 1533. Queen Anne soon bore the king a daughter, the famous Queen Elizabeth, and Henry then ordered all his subjects to take an oath repudiating all obedience to papal orders and acknowledging the child as rightful heiress of the realm, to the prejudice of his elder daughter, Mary. This oath many persons refused to take, since it openly disavowed the Pope's authority over the English Church. The chief of them were Sir Thomas More, a learned and virtuous statesman who had succeeded Wolsey as Chancellor, and Fisher, Bishop of Rochester. Henry cast them into prison, and soon after caused Parliament to pass the Act of Supremacy, which declared him supreme head of the Church of England, and pronounced anyone who denied him this title guilty of high treason. Under this ferocious edict, More and Fisher were beheaded, and many other minor personages suffered with them. Pope Paul III, who had just succeeded to Pope Clement's tiara, now caused a bull to be drawn up against his enemy, December 15th, 1535. He not only pronounced King Henry an excommunicated person, but declared him to be deposed from his throne. it was now war to the knife between the king and the papacy, and the rest of Henry's reign was to be taken up with the struggle. During the 12 years that he had still to live, he spent all his energies in severing every link that still bound England to Rome. End of section 40. End of chapter 21. Section 41 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 22. The English Reformation, 1536 to 1553. Part 1. The breach between England and Rome had become irreparable when Henry executed More and Fisher, and when Pope Paul had declared the king deposed. The Church of England had now seceded from the Roman obedience, and organized herself as an independent body with the sovereign as her supreme head. The secession had been carried out entirely on the king's initiative, but the nation had acquiesced in it because of the old and long-felt abuses of which the papacy had always been the maintainer. King and people alike wished to make an end of the customs by which the Pope had profited, his vast gains from the annates of English sees and benefices, his habit of appointing non-resident Italians to the richest English preferments, his power of summoning litigants on ecclesiastical matters before the distant, costly, and corrupt church courts at Rome. It was generally thought that when England freed herself from the Roman obedience, she would be able to reform in peace all the faults and abuses which disfigured her ecclesiastical system. Further than this, the majority of the nation did not at first wish to go. They had not ceased to be Catholics, though they were no longer Roman Catholics. Only a comparatively small section of the English people had yet been affected by the later developments of continental Protestantism. But the conditions of the English and the Germans at the moment when both threw off the yoke of Rome were sufficiently similar to make it inevitable that the theories of the continental reformers would ere long begin to act upon English minds. The German protest against the papacy had taken shape in the declaration that the Bible alone was the rule by which Christian men should order their lives, that the tradition of the medieval church, which supplemented the teaching of the Gospels, was dangerous, full of errors and superstitions, and often directly opposed to scriptural precept. Medieval traditions were the bulwark of the Roman See, and ere long we find King Henry and his bishops following the Germans into this position, and basing the reform of the English Church on the Bible and the Bible alone. But when tradition was rejected and the Scriptures taken as the sole test of all doctrines, further development became inevitable. There soon arose reformers in England, as on the continent, who could not find in their Bibles any justification for some of the doctrines to which King Henry clung most obstinately, and most of all for the dogma of transubstantiation, round which the Roman Church had built up its main claim to rule the souls of men. This doctrine concerning the sacrifice of the Mass, as commonly held at this time in the Western Church, taught that, at the celebration of the Holy Communion, when the priest had consecrated the sacramental bread and wine, the very flesh and blood of Christ became carnally and corporeally present in the chalice and paten. That the bread and wine were no longer bread and wine, but had been transubstantiated into Christ's own body, which was, day by day, offered up in sacrifice for the sins of the world. The Pope and the priesthood, by their power of granting or refusing the sacrament to the laity, stood as the sole mediators between God and man. The continental Protestants, cut off from the main body of the Western Church by the Pope's ban, had formulated theories which struck at the roots of the power of the clergy. Many of them treated the sacrament of the Lord's Supper as no more than a solemn ceremony, denying any sacramental character to the rite. The majority of the early English Protestants fell into this extreme view. Now Henry VIII, to the end of his days, stood firm to the medieval doctrine of the sacrament, and fully accepted transubstantiation, though he denied the deduction which the Roman Church had drawn from it, that by it the Pope and clergy are the despotic masters of the souls of men. He merely desired to place himself in the position which the Pope had hitherto held, as head of the spiritual hierarchy of England. With the pliant Cranmer and other bishops of his own to serve him, he wished to become as despotic a sovereign over the souls of Englishmen as he already was over their bodies. To a great extent he succeeded, and for the last 12 years of his reign he exercised a hateful spiritual tyranny over his subjects, drawing a hard and fast line of submission to his own views, which no man was allowed to overstep in either direction. Roman Catholics who denied his power to supersede the Pope's authority were hung as traitors. Protestants who refused to accept his theory of the sacraments were burnt as heretics. The turning point of Henry's reign was the turbulent and boisterous year 1536-7. In pursuance of his plan of a campaign against the papacy, disguised under the shape of a reform of abuses, Henry had resolved to attack the monasteries. The monks had long been an unpopular class. The impulse towards monasticism, which had been so vigorous in the 12th and 13th centuries, had long died away, and ever since the time of Wycliffe, men had been asking each other what was the use of the monasteries. There were no less than 619 of them in England. They were enormously wealthy, and they did little to justify their existence. They had long ceased to be centres of learning or of teaching. Beyond going through their daily round of mechanical church services, their inmates did absolutely nothing. Their wealth had led to much luxury, both of splendid building and of high living. To this day, the traveller who measures the ruins of enormous and sumptuous abbeys planted in the wilderness, like Tintern or Fountains, and learns that they served no public or spiritual end save the sheltering of a few dozen monks, wonders at the magnificence of the husk which contained so small and withered a kernel. But the monasteries were worse than useless. They were absolutely harmful. Their worst habit was to acquire rich country livings, draw all the tithes from them, and work them with a vicar on starvation wages. If we see a poor living in modern England, we generally find that the monks sucked the marrow out of it in the Middle Ages, to rear their colossal chapels and their magnificent refectories. It was the monasteries, too, which, by their indiscriminate doles and charities, reared and fostered the horde of itinerant beggars who, under the name of pilgrims, tramped from abbey to abbey all the year round. Worse than this, there is no doubt that a considerable amount of evil living prevailed in some of the monasteries. Before the Reformation had been heard of, we find Archbishop Warham and Cardinal Wolsey storming at the immorality of certain religious houses. It was but natural that idleness, luxury, and high living should breed such results among the grosser souls in the monastic corporations. In public esteem, the better houses suffered for the sins of the worse. The monks had always been the faithful allies of the popes, and Henry determined to suppress this papal militia, as they had been called, and at the same time to fill his pockets from their plunder. Accordingly, he sent commissioners round England to report on the state of the religious houses. These officials, as the king had wished, drew up a very gloomy report. They declared that they found nothing but idleness and corruption among the smaller monasteries, and that many of the greater were no better. There can be no doubt that they grossly exaggerated the blackness of the picture, knowing that the king would welcome all possible justification for the action which he was meditating. But it was equally certain that in most parts of England the monks were deservedly unpopular, and that the commissioner's report only reflected the nation's belief. Henry laid the report before his Parliament, and at his suggestion an act was passed suppressing the lesser monasteries, all such as had an income of less than £200 per annum. Their goods were confiscated to the crown, but an allowance was made to such of the monks as did not find places in the surviving monasteries of the larger sort. 1536. The year of the dissolution of small monasteries was notable for a tragedy in the palace, which shows Henry's unlovely character at its worst. He had been growing cold to the fair and ambitious queen who had brought on him his quarrel with Rome. She had disappointed his hope of a male heir. Only the Princess Elizabeth had sprung from the marriage. Henry had tired of her voluptuous airs and graces, and was beginning to feel vexed at the want of dignity and decorum which she displayed among his courtiers. Anne's light words and unseemly familiarity with many of the gentlemen of his household roused his anger. But what was most fatal to the unfortunate queen was that his eye had caught another face about the court, which now seemed to him more attractive than his wife's. Suddenly and unexpectedly the storm burst. On May 2nd, 1536, the king sent Anne to the Tower and charged her with misconduct with several members of his household. Protesting her innocence and amazement to the last, the unhappy young wife was tried, condemned, and executed within a space of less than 3 weeks from her arrest. Her own father and uncle sat on the bench of peers which declared her an adulteress. But the fact witnesses to their shame and cowardice rather than to her criminality. In all probability, she was guilty of nothing more than unwise levity. Her real crime was not adultery, but standing in the way of Henry's lawless desires. With the most unseemly haste, the king wedded Jane Seymour, the lady who had already attracted his notice, the moment that his wretched second wife had breathed her last. But he had small leisure to spend on his wedding, for the year 1536 was one of great peril to him. A rebellion in Ireland, led by the Fitzgeralds, the greatest of the Anglo-Irish nobles, was already in progress. A still more dangerous phenomenon was the stir which was arising in the north of England. The northern counties were always a generation behind the rest of England in their politics. There, the monks were more powerful and less disliked than in any other part of the land, and the nobles still retained much of their old feudal power over their vassals, and some of their old turbulence. The north had beheld the breach with Rome with dismay and dislike, and remained strongly papist in its sympathies. The dissolution of the monasteries moved it to an active protest against the king's religious action. Rioting suddenly broke out in Lincolnshire and then in Yorkshire. The insurgents gathered in great bands, and at last no less than 30,000 men mustered at Doncaster under Robert Aske, a lawyer, and Lord Darcy. They called themselves the Army of the Church, raised a banner displaying the 5 wounds of Christ as their standard, and demanded a reconciliation with the Pope, the restoration of the religious houses, and the dismissal of the king's impious minister Cromwell, and the heretic bishops who had favoured the breach with Rome. The gentry of the north and the priors and abbots of the great abbeys of Yorkshire joined the rising, which men called the Pilgrimage of Grace, because the rebels wished to go to meet the king and to submit their demands to his personal judgment. Henry was caught unprepared, but he managed to extricate himself from the peril by his unscrupulous double-dealing. He sent the Duke of Norfolk, whose dislike of Protestantism was well known, to treat with the rebels. Norfolk pledged his word that the king would pardon the insurgents and take all their demands into favourable consideration. The simple northerners dispersed, trusting to Henry's good faith, but the king employed the time he had gained in raising an army and getting together a great train of artillery. He then marched into Yorkshire as an invader, and made no further pretence of listening to the claims of the insurgents. In consequence, the more vehement of the partisans of the old faith again took arms. This was as Henry desired, for he wanted an excuse to terrorize the north. He easily put down the Second Rising and hung all the leaders of the Pilgrimage of Grace, Aske, Lord Darcy, Lord Hussey, and the abbots of all the great monastic establishments of the north, Whalley, Fountains, Jervaux, Barlings, and Sawley. March to May, 1537. This fearful blow cowed most of the partisans of the papacy, and no more open revolts followed. But a little later the last representatives of the House of York were detected in paths which the king suspected to be treasonable. They thought, it seems, that the indignation of the Catholics against the king's doings might be turned into a dynastic revolution in favour of the old royal line. Edward Courtenay, Marquis of Exeter, a grandson of Edward IV, and Henry Pole, Lord Montague, a grandson of George of Clarence, were the persons implicated in this intrigue, which never got beyond the stage of treasonable talk. Nevertheless, the king beheaded them both, though the evidence against them was most imperfect. But Henry never stayed his hand for want of legal proof, and slew all whom he suspected. He even imprisoned, and some years afterwards executed, the aged mother of Lord Montague, Margaret of Clarence, Countess of Salisbury, sister of the unfortunate Edward of Clarence, whom his father had slain 41 years back. The insurrection in Ireland, which had been raging at the same time as the Pilgrimage of Grace, ended in a way no less profitable to the king. Not only did he capture and hang well nigh the whole family of the Fitzgeralds of Kildare, the heads of the Rising, but his armies, under Lord Deputy Grey, pushed out from the English Pale and compelled most of the chiefs of Munster and Connaught to do homage to the crown, though the king's writ had not run in those provinces for 2 centuries. This was the first step towards the conquest of Ireland afterwards carried out by Queen Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Henry's determination to strike at all the roots of papal power in England had been carrying him further than he himself realized on the road towards Protestantism. The Articles of 1536, drawn up by his own hand, declared that all doctrines and ceremonies for which authority could not be found in the Bible were superstitious and erroneous. As a logical consequence of this declaration, the Bible itself, translated into English, was issued to the people by royal order in 1538, and ordered to be placed in every church. The translation used was that made by a zealous Protestant, William Tyndale, who had printed it in Antwerp some years before. The unfortunate translator had been caught and burnt by the Emperor Charles V only a short time before his book became the rule of life for Englishmen. When the Bible had once been placed in the hands of the people, Protestantism in England began to advance by leaps and bounds. It was secretly favoured by both Archbishop Cranmer and by the king's great minister, Cromwell. The latter, more logical than his master, wished to see all traces of Roman Catholicism removed from England, and tried to guide the king towards a frank recognition of Protestantism and an alliance with the Lutheran princes of Germany. But it was dangerous work to endeavour to govern or persuade Henry, as Cromwell was to find to his cost. One more step at least he did induce his master to take: the final destruction of all the remaining monasteries. The plunder of the lesser houses had been so profitable that Henry was easily induced to doom the greater to the same fate. In the course of 1538 to 9 to 40, all were swept away. In many cases, the abbots and monks were induced to surrender their estates peaceably into the king's hands, in return for pensions or promotion. But where persuasion failed, force was used. An Act of Parliament was passed by Henry's submissive commons, bestowing on him the lands of all monastic foundations. Then they were suppressed, the harmless and well-ordered ones no less than the worst and most corrupt. When the monks offered obstinate resistance, the king dealt very cruelly with them. The wealthy abbots of Glastonbury, Reading, and Colchester were all hung, really for reluctance to surrender their houses, nominally for treason in refusing to acknowledge the king's complete spiritual supremacy as head of the church. The enormous plunder of the monasteries brought the king little permanent good. He had promised to use it for ecclesiastical purposes, and had broached a scheme for founding many new churches and schools, and creating 20 fresh bishoprics. But in the end, he lavished most of the lands of the religious houses upon those of the nobles and gentry whom he thought worth bribing. The church only benefited by the endowing of the 6 new bishoprics: Oxford, Chester, Peterborough, Bristol, Gloucester, and the short-lived See of Westminster. But Henry was resolved to show the Protestants that they must not expect his countenance, in spite of the blows which he was dealing at the Roman Catholics. In the very year in which the majority of the greater monasteries fell, he forced his Parliament to pass the cruel Bill of the 6 Articles. This odious measure condemned to forfeiture on the first offence, and to death on the second, all who should write or speak against certain of the ancient doctrines of the medieval Church, of which transubstantiation in the sacrament, the celibacy of the clergy, and auricular confession were the chief. 1539. Meanwhile, the king had at last obtained the male heir for whom he had so much longed. His third wife, Jane Seymour, bore him a son, Prince Edward, in 1537, though she died at the child's birth. On this boy all Henry's fondness was lavished. He was to be the sole heir to the throne, and his sisters, Mary and Elizabeth, were both stigmatized as illegitimate. After he had mourned Queen Jane for 2 years, Henry wished to marry again. By Cromwell's persuasion, he sought a wife among the Protestant princes of Germany, thinking so to strengthen himself against the Emperor Charles, who never to his death forgave him the matter of Catherine of Aragon's divorce. To his own ruin, Cromwell persuaded the king to choose Anne, sister of Duke William of Cleves, as his 4th spouse. The lady was plain and stupid, facts which Cromwell carefully concealed from his master till she had been solemnly betrothed to him and brought over to England. Henry was bitterly provoked when he was confronted with his new queen, and could not behave with ordinary civility to her. When he learned that the German alliances which he was to buy with his marriage had fallen through, he repudiated the unfortunate Anne. She was fortunately of a philosophic mood, and readily consented to be bought off for a large annual pension and a handsome residence at Chelsea. Henry at once wreaked his vengeance on Cromwell, for deceiving him as to Anne, and for failing in his negotiations with the German princes. He had him arrested, and accused him of receiving bribes and of having favoured the Protestants by dispersing heretical books and secretly releasing heretics from prison. Both charges were probably true, but they form no excuse for Henry's cruel treatment of the faithful and intrepid minister who had helped him through all the troubles of 1536–40. Cromwell was attainted and beheaded, to the great joy of the Roman Catholics, who thought that he had been the king's tempter and evil genius, whereas, in truth, he had been no more than his tool. Cromwell's end greatly encouraged the Roman Catholic party, and they were still more elated when the king married a lady known to incline towards the old faith. This was Catherine Howard, a cousin of Anne Boleyn and, like her, a niece of the Duke of Norfolk, 1540. Henry had been caught by her beauty, and had not discovered that she was a person of abandoned manners, whose amours were known to many persons about the court. Within 18 months of her marriage, she was detected in misconduct with one of her old lovers, and sent to the block. In her case, Henry had much more excuse for his ruthless cruelty than in that of Anne Boleyn. But what kind of wives could a monarch of such manners expect to find? He was undeservedly fortunate in his 6th marriage with Catherine Parr, the Dowager Lady Latimer, whom he wedded a year after Catherine Howard's execution. She was a young widow of 26, a person of piety and discretion, who gave no opportunity of offence to the king, and nursed him faithfully through the infirmities of his later years. For Henry, who had now reached the age of 52, was growing grossly corpulent and developing a complication of diseases which racked him fearfully during the last 5 years of his life, and partly explained the frantic exhibitions of cruelty to which he often gave way. End of section 41. Section 42 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 22, The English Reformation, 1536 to 1553, Part 2. The time was a very evil one for England. Not only was the king persecuting Romanist and Protestant indifferently, but he had added external to internal troubles. A war with Scotland had broken out in 1540, and was always keeping the northern frontier unquiet, though the English had the better in the fighting. James V allied himself to France, and Henry had to keep guard against attacks on the south as well as the north. The victory of Solwa Moss, November 1542, put an end to any danger from Scotland. The news of it killed King James, who left his throne to his infant daughter Mary, the celebrated Queen of Scots. Her minority gave rise to factious struggles among the Scottish nobles, and Henry, by buying over one party, was able to keep the rest in check. In 1544, a great English army under the Earl of Hertford, Jane Seymour's brother, laid waste the whole of the lowlands and burnt Edinburgh, but did not succeed in driving the enemy to sue for peace. The French war was far more dangerous. King Francis collected a great fleet in Normandy and threatened an invasion of England. Henry was forced to arm and pay a vast array of shire levies to meet the attack, but when it came, 1545, the French were only able to land and make a raid in the Isle of Wight. They drew back after fruitlessly demonstrating against Portsmouth and burning a few English ships. The balance of gain in the war was actually in favour of Henry, who had taken Boulogne, 1544, and proved able to retain it against all attempts, till it was ceded to him by France at the Peace of 1546. But the struggles with France and Scotland had the most disastrous effect on the finances of the realm. Henry had wasted all the wealth that he had wrested from the monasteries, and now, to fill his pockets, tried the unrighteous expedient of debasing the currency. English money, which had been hitherto the best and purest in Europe, was horribly misused by him. He put 1/6 of copper into the gold sovereign, and 1/2, and afterwards 2/3 of copper, into the silver shilling, to the lamentable defrauding of his subjects, who found that English money would no longer be accepted by continental traders, though previously it had been more esteemed than that of any other country. The debasement of the coinage was only one of the many symptoms of misgovernment which embittered the end of Henry's reign. The general upheaval of society caused by the overthrow of the monasteries and the sudden transfer of their enormous estates to new holders had given rise to much distress. Not only were the paupers who had lived on the monks' doles and the pilgrims who had been wont to wander from abbey to abbey thrown on the world to beg, but many of the old tenant farmers were displaced. For the new owners often preferred sheep breeding to agriculture, and drove out the courtiers who had been wont to hold a few acres under the old-fashioned management of the monastic bodies. Contemporary writers speak bitterly of the plague of sturdy and valiant beggars who flooded the land. Unfrocked monks, pilgrims whose trade was over, disbanded soldiers, and evicted peasantry. The king and his parliament issued the most ferocious laws against these vagrants. When apprehended, they were to be branded and given as serfs for 2 years to anyone who chose to ask for their services. If caught a second time, they were liable to be hung as incorrigible. To complete this gloomy picture, there only remains to be added the story of the king's last outburst of suspicion and cruelty. Conceiving that the Duke of Norfolk and his son, the Earl of Surrey, were counting on his approaching death to make an attempt to seize the regency, he had them both apprehended, though nothing definite could be alleged against them, save that of late they had taken to quartering the royal arms in their family shield, a distinction to which they were entitled as descended from Edward III. Surrey, a soldier of great promise and a poet of considerable power, was beheaded. His father was doomed to follow him, had not the king's death intervened. It is even said that Henry, in one of his more irritable moods, was threatening to try his blameless wife, Queen Catherine, for concealed Protestantism. But, to the general relief of England, Henry died before this last crime could be consummated, January 28, 1547. He left his realm in a condition of great misery, and for all its troubles, he was personally responsible. His breach with the papacy had been the result of private pique, not of conscience or principle. When committed to the anti-Roman cause, he had refused to move forward with the one half of his subjects, or to remain behind with the other. He had anchored the English Church for a time in a middle position, intolerable alike to Protestant reformers and to the partisans of the papacy and subjection to Rome. If the nation owed him a certain debt of gratitude for not committing England to some of the excesses of continental Protestantism, yet it owed him no thanks for officering the Church with a hierarchy of bishops, some of whom, like Cranmer, were meanly timid and pliant, while others were men of low ideals and unworthy lives, the mere creatures of court favour. Nor is it possible to view with equanimity the way in which Henry wasted on pageants, foreign intrigues, and fawning courtiers the vast sums which the state had acquired by the very proper and necessary abolition of the monasteries. Of Henry's unbounded selfishness, of his ingratitude to those who had served him best, of his ruthless cruelty to all who stood in his way, we need not further speak. The story of his reign develops each of these traits in its own particular blackness. Some historians have endeavoured to justify Henry's wavering foreign policy, and all his forcible feeble wars with continental powers, by the plea that, if he got no gain in land or gold thereby, yet he raised England to a higher place among European nations than she had held in his father's day. But this statement seems unwise. Henry, though much flattered and courted at times, was in fact the mere dupe of Francis I and Charles V, each of whom cheated him again and again and left him hopelessly in the lurch. England's growing wealth and power would have won her back her proper place in Europe far better than Henry's chaotic intrigues. His whole foreign policy was a mistake and a tangle from first to last. It remained to be seen who would now sway the sword and sceptre that the dead tyrant had gripped so firmly. In his last years, Henry had surrounded himself by ministers less notable and less capable than Wolsey or Cromwell. The chief place was held by his brother-in-law, Edward Seymour, Earl of Hertford, the brother of the unfortunate Queen Jane, and the uncle of Prince Edward, the heir to the crown. It was natural that the charge of the young king, a bright and promising but delicate lad, now in his 10th year, should fall to his uncle. But the late king, distrusting Hertford's wisdom, had left the regency not to him individually, but to a council of 16 members, of which he was but the president. Seymour, however, succeeded in getting a more complete control over his colleagues than had been intended, mainly by bribing them to consent with titles and large gifts of money. They allowed him to make himself protector of the realm and of the king's person. and to create himself Duke of Somerset. In return, he made the two chief members of the council earls. Wriothesley, head of the Anglo-Catholic party, became Earl of Southampton. Dudley, son of that Dudley who had paid with his head for serving Henry VII too well, was created Earl of Warwick. Having seized the reins of power, the Duke of Somerset soon showed himself a man of a character very different from the late king's expectation. Instead of pursuing the middle course of Anglo-Catholic policy, which Henry had always marked out, he threw himself at once into the hands of the Protestants. His first actions were directed towards the completion of the Reformation, by sweeping away all those remnants of the old faith which the late king had retained himself and imposed upon his subjects. Henry VIII had issued the Bible in English, and caused the litany and certain other parts of the church service to be said in the national tongue. But Somerset abolished the use of the Latin language altogether, and caused the communion service and all the rest of the rites of the church to be celebrated in English. By the end of 1548, he had authorized the issue of the First Book of Common Prayer, the earliest form of our own Anglican prayer book. Cranmer had the chief part in its compilation, and his great gifts of expression are borne witness to by many of the most spiritual and beautiful prayers of our splendid and sonorous liturgy. When the fear of Henry had been removed from his mind, Cranmer showed himself an undoubted Protestant. But he was a moderate man, and spared many old rites and customs, harmless in themselves, from a love of conservatism. The prayer book was well received by all, save the extreme Romanists and the few partisans of continental Protestantism who complained that it did not go far enough. If the introduction of the English prayer book was both popular and necessary, it was far otherwise with the measures which accompanied it. Somerset's first year of rule was the time of the demolition of all the old church ornaments and furniture, which the Protestants condemned as mere idols and lumber. Not only were the images and pictures removed, but much beautiful carved work and stained glass was ruthlessly broken up. This was done with an irreverence and violence which deeply shocked the majority of the nation, and Somerset's agents made no distinction between monuments of superstition and harmless works of religious art. Two of the bishops, Bonner of London and Gardiner of Winchester, who ventured to oppose the Protector's doings, were placed in honourable confinement. While England was disturbed with these changes, many of them rational and necessary, but all of them hasty and rash, Somerset has succeeded in plunging the realm into two foreign wars. The English party, north of the Tweed, had promised the hand of their little 5-year-old Queen Mary to King Edward, but when they proved unable to fulfil their promise, owing to the hatred of the majority of the Scots for England, the Protector resolved to use coercive measures. He declared war and invaded the lowlands in the autumn of 1547, wasting the country before him till he was met by the whole levy of Scotland on the hillside of Pinkie near Musselburgh. There he inflicted on them a bloody defeat, but gained no advantage thereby, for the Scots sent their child queen over to France to keep her safe from English hands, and when she reached the court of Henry II, she was wedded to his son, the Dauphin Francis. Thus Somerset entirely lost the object of his campaign, and only earned the desperate hate of the Scots for the carnage of Pinkie. The war with Scotland brought about a war with France, in which the Protector wasted much money. The struggle went against the English and ultimately led to the loss of Boulogne, the sole conquest of Henry VIII. While this war was in progress, Somerset was involved in serious trouble within the bounds of England itself. He detected his own brother, Lord Seymour of Sudley, plotting to marry the Princess Elizabeth and oust him from the regency. Seymour was pardoned once, but, on renewing his conspiracy, was apprehended and beheaded. But domestic plots were less to be feared than popular risings. In 1548-49, two dangerous rebellions broke out in West and East. In Devonshire, the Old Catholic party rose in arms, clamouring for the restoration of the Mass and the suppression of Protestantism. In the eastern counties, an insurrection of another sort was seen. The peasantry banded themselves together under the tanner Robert Kett, who called himself the King of Norfolk and Suffolk. They dreamed of a social revolution such as that which Wat Tyler had demanded in an earlier age, though their grievances were not the same as those of the 14th century. They complained of the rapacity of the new landholders who had superseded the old monastic bodies, and who were evicting the old peasantry right and left, and turning farms into sheep runs because wool paid better than corn. The enclosure of common lands, the debasement of the coinage, and the slowness and inefficacy of the law when used by the poor man were also denounced. Kett and his fellows began seizing and trying unpopular landholders and spoke of making a clean sweep of the upper classes. Now the Protector had no scruple in putting down the rising of the Devonshire Papists with great severity, but he felt that the Norfolk men had great excuses for their anger, and did not deal promptly and sternly with them. Kett's rising became very dangerous, and it seemed as if anarchy would set in all over the eastern counties. The rebels defeated the Marquis of Northampton and stormed Norwich. They were only dispersed at last by Dudley, the Earl of Warwick, who marched against them with a mercenary force which had been collected for the Scottish War, and routed them on Mousehold Heath. Kett was then hung, and the rebellion subsided. Somerset's mismanagement and weakness had so disgusted his colleagues in the Regency that, after the Eastern Rebellion, they resolved to depose him from the Protectorship. Finding that he could count on small support, and that the Council would be able to turn against him the armies which had pacified Norfolk and Devon, he wisely laid down his power. He was sent for a short time to the Tower, but soon the Council released him and gave him a place among them. 1550. Somerset's place was taken by John Dudley, the Earl of Warwick, son of the extortionate minister of Henry VII. The new Protector was far more unscrupulous and corrupt than his predecessor. Somerset had been a well-meaning, if an incapable, ruler. Warwick was purely self-seeking and cared nothing for national ends. He showed himself not much more competent as a ruler than the man he had overthrown, but he kept his power more firmly than Somerset because he never hesitated to strike down all who opposed him without any regard for justice or mercy. Warwick, finding the Protestant party in the ascendant, used them for his own ends, though in reality he was perfectly indifferent to religion. His tendencies were shown by the appointment of several bishops of ultra-Protestant views, and by the issuing of the Second Book of Common Prayer, to supersede the first. In this volume, strong signs of the influence of continental Protestantism are found, and the many traces of the pre-Reformation ritual were swept away. Warwick's administration, 1550–53, was no happier than Somerset's. He was forced to make a humiliating peace with France and to surrender Boulogne. Though he began to reform the coinage by issuing good silver money, yet he made the change harmful to the people by refusing to take back the old base money at the rate which it had been issued, and by actually uttering a considerable amount of debased money himself. Footnote: he would only take back as sixpences the base testoons, or shillings, which Somerset had paid out from the treasury at full value, alleging truly enough that they had but 4.5 pence of good silver in them. End of footnote. But reckless self-seeking was the main keynote of Warwick's rule. He employed his power unscrupulously to enrich both himself and his family. He took for himself the title of Duke of Northumberland, and ere long allied himself to the royal house by marrying his younger son, Guilford Dudley, to the king's cousin, Lady Jane Grey, the granddaughter of the Princess Mary, the favourite sister of Henry VIII. This alliance led him into schemes which were to prove his ruin. The young king was a bright and precocious boy, showing signs of capacity and strength of will beyond his years. If he had lived, he would have been a man of mark, for already in his 16th year he was showing a keen interest in politics and religion, and a tendency to think for himself. But he was incurably delicate, and by 1553 was obviously falling into consumption. Dudley saw that his power was bound to vanish on the king's death if the law of succession was maintained, and the king's eldest sister Mary, the child of Catherine of Aragon, allowed to succeed. The late king had drawn up a will in which he indicated that, if Edward died, he should be followed first by Mary and then by her younger sister Elizabeth, the daughter of Anne Boleyn. Henry had then added that, if all his children died heirless, he left the crown to the issue of his favourite sister Mary, the Duchess of Suffolk, and not to the descendants of his elder sister, Margaret of Scotland. Now Lady Jane Grey, the heiress of Mary of Suffolk, was in Northumberland's hands, through her marriage with his son. Accordingly, the Duke resolved to persuade the young king to cut his sister out of the succession, and leave the crown by will to his cousin. The pretext used was that both Mary and Elizabeth were illegitimate, the marriages of Catherine and of Anne to Henry VIII having both been declared void at different times by the obsequious Parliament of the last reign. It was, of course, utterly absurd that a boy of 16 should have the power to make a will transferring the crown, for by English usage the king's title depended on hereditary right and parliamentary sanction, not on the arbitrary decision of his predecessor. It was entirely unconstitutional to think of disinheriting the two princesses by a mere private document drawn up by their brother. But the young king was persuaded to grant his guardian's request, mainly because he feared the Romanist reaction which he knew would follow on the accession of his elder sister, who had always remained an obstinate adherent of the papacy. Long before the king's death, Northumberland had taken all the measures which he thought necessary for carrying out this arbitrary change in succession. He had packed the council with his hired partisans, and swept away the only man that he feared, his predecessor Somerset. For noting that the late protector was regaining popularity and might prove a check upon him, he suddenly laid against him charges of treason and felony, alleging that he was plotting to regain the regency by force of arms. The unfortunate Somerset was condemned and executed, to the great indignation of the people, who esteemed his good heart, though they had doubted his judgment. 1552. All through the following year, King Edward's health was failing, and Dudley was perfecting his plans. In the summer of 1553, the young king wasted away and slowly sank into his grave. His cousin, Lady Jane, was at once proclaimed queen by the unscrupulous protector. End of section 42. End of chapter 22.
Section 43 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 23. The Catholic Reaction. 1553 to 1558. The death of Edward VI gave the signal for the outbreak of trouble all over England. The nation had acquiesced in the selfish and unscrupulous government of Northumberland solely because of its loyalty to the young king. When Edward passed away, it became at once evident that the Protector's power had no firm base, and that his attempt to change the succession would be fruitless. For every man, the Protestant no less than the Catholic, was fully persuaded that the Princess Mary was the true heir to the crown, and there was no party in the state, save the personal adherents of Dudley, who were prepared to strike a blow against her. Meanwhile, however, the Protector proclaimed his daughter-in-law queen in London, though citizens and courtiers alike maintained an attitude of cold disapproval. The Lady Jane was personally well liked. She was an innocent girl of 17, who loved her husband and her books, and had no knowledge or skill in affairs of state. But everyone knew that she was a usurper, a fact which no personal merits could gloze over. Northumberland directed his first efforts to seize the person of the Princess Mary. He sent his son, the Earl of Warwick, to lay hands on her, but she escaped and fled into the eastern counties, where the gentry of Norfolk and Suffolk, the most Protestant shires in the kingdom, hailed her as queen and armed to defend her. Warwick's troops dispersed when he strove to induce them to attack the followers of the rightful heiress. This alarming symptom startled the Protector out of his security. He raised a larger force and set out at once to suppress the rising. But the moment that he had left London there was an outbreak in the capital itself. The majority of the Royal Council, when Northumberland's eye was off them, threw in their lot with the rioters, and London fell into the hands of Mary's partisans. Nor was this all. The whole of the shires from north to south rose in Mary's favour, and the Protector, who had marched as far as Cambridge, saw his army melt away from him. When the Earl of Arundel came against him in the name of the rightful Queen, he was constrained to give up his sword and yield himself a prisoner. He was brought back to London, tried, and condemned for high treason. His last days showed the meanness of his character, for, in the hope of propitiating the Queen, he declared himself a Catholic, heard Mass, and made fulsome and degrading protestations of contrition and humility. They did not save his life, for he was beheaded, to the great joy of all England, only 6 weeks after the death of Edward VI, August 22nd, 1553. Mary cast into prison all Northumberland's tools, the unfortunate Lady Jane, Queen for just 13 days, her husband Lord Guildford Dudley, her father the Duke of Suffolk, and most of the Dudley kin. For the present they suffered no further harm. The rightful heiress was now set upon the throne, and England had leisure to look on her and learn her moods. Mary was in her 39th year. Ever since her unfortunate mother's divorce she had been living in neglect and seclusion. Her father had stigmatized her as a bastard, and her brother had kept her from court. For 20 years she had been nursing her own and her mother's wrongs in lonely country manners, denied all the state and deference that were her due, and closely supervised by the underlings of the crown. It was small wonder that she had grown up discontented, suspicious, and morose. One help had sustained her through all her troubles, her intense faith in the old creed, which she believed to be true, and therefore bound to triumph in the end. Veritas temporis filia was her favourite motto. Mary's Catholicism was something more than earnest. It was a devouring flame, ready to consume all that stood in its way. She was set on avenging all the blood that had been shed by her father, all the insults to the old faith that had been inflicted by the ministers of her brother. She thought that she had come with a mission not merely to reconcile England to the papacy, but to scourge her for her past backsliding. The nation did not yet know of the habits of mind which its mistress harboured. The Protestants were ready to acquiesce in her rule. The majority, who were neither Protestants nor Papists, trusted that she was about to take up the middle course that her father had chosen. The Romanist minority hardly expected more than this from her at the first, but Mary's actions soon showed that she was set on a more violent reaction. Not only did she release from bonds the imprisoned bishops, Bonner and Gardiner, the old Duke of Norfolk, a captive since 1547, and all others who had suffered under her father and brother, but she began to molest those who had taken a prominent part in the religious doings of the late reign. Proceedings were begun against 10 Protestant bishops, including Cranmer, the primate of England, before she had been 2 months on the throne. Some of them fled overseas, the others were caught and put into confinement. The restoration of the Latin Mass was everywhere commanded. All married clergy were threatened with removal from their benefices. Mary began to speak openly of placing her realm under the supremacy of the Pope, and even of restoring to the Church all the monastic estates that her father had appropriated, an idea which filled every landowner with dismay. Meanwhile, another project was filling Mary's brain. She was determined to marry, and to rear up a Catholic heir to the throne, for she hated her half-sister, the Princess Elizabeth, Anne Boleyn's child, and utterly refused to acknowledge her legitimacy, or to own her as her next of kin. Mary conceived a romantic affection on hearsay evidence for her cousin, Philip of Spain, the son and heir of the Emperor Charles V, a young prince 12 years her junior, whose charms and merits had been grossly overpraised her by interested persons. The prospect of winning England for his son allured the Emperor, and he warmly pressed the marriage, though Philip did not view with satisfaction the pursuit of such an elderly bride. When the Queen's intention of wedding Philip of Spain began to be known, it led to great discontent, for such a match implied not only a close union with the papal party on the continent, but the resumption of the war with France, which had brought so much loss and so little gain under Henry VIII and Edward VI, for Spain and France were still involved in their standing struggle for domination on the continent, and alliance with one meant war with the other. When the Queen's betrothal to Philip was announced, trouble at once followed. The Protestant party had viewed with dismay the restoration of the Mass, and foresaw persecution close at hand. Many who were not Protestants were anxious to stop the Spanish marriage and the renewal of a foreign war. Hence came the breaking out of a dangerous rebellion aiming at Mary's deposition, and the substitution for her of her sister Elizabeth, who was, however, kept in ignorance of the plot. The conspirators intended her to marry Edward Courtenay, Earl of Devon, son of the Courtenay, Marquis of Exeter, whom Henry VIII had beheaded in 1539, and last heir of the House of York. Courtenay himself, a vain and incapable young man, was not the real head of the conspiracy, which was mainly guided by the Duke of Suffolk, the father of Lady Jane Grey, and by Sir Thomas Wyatt, a young knight of Kent. Courtenay's babbling folly betrayed the plot too soon, and the conspirators had to rise before they were ready. The armed bands were easily crushed in all parts of England save in Kent. Wyatt raised 10,000 men in that very Protestant county, and boldly marched on London. The government had no sufficient force ready to hold him back, and he nearly succeeded in seizing the capital in the Queen's person. Many of the Londoners were ready to throw open the gates to him, but the Queen induced him to halt for a day by sending officers for an accommodation, and when he reached London Bridge he found it so strongly held that after some heavy fighting he gave up the passage as impossible, and started westward to cross the Thames at Kingston. This delay saved Mary. She displayed great courage and activity, hurried up to London all the trustworthy gentry within her reach, persuaded many of the citizens to arm in her favour, and was able to offer a firm resistance when Wyatt at last appeared in Middlesex and pressed on into the western suburbs of the city. The Queen's troops and the insurgents fought a running fight from Knightsbridge to Charing Cross. Wyatt, with the head of his column, cut his way down the Strand as far as Ludgate Hill, but his main body was broken up and dispersed, and he himself, after a gallant struggle, was taken prisoner at Temple Bar. Mary had much excuse for severity against the conquered rebels, but her vengeance went far beyond the bounds of wisdom. Wyatt was cruelly tortured to make him implicate the Princess Elizabeth in the plot, but died protesting that he had acted without her knowledge. Suffolk and his brother, Sir Thomas Grey, were beheaded. 80 of the more important rebels were hung, but in addition the unpardonable crime of slaying Lady Jane Grey was committed. She and her husband had been prisoners all the time of the rising, but Mary thought the opportunity of getting rid of her too good to be lost, and beheaded both her and Lord Guilford Dudley on the vain pretence that they had been concerned in the conspiracy. The young ex-queen suffered with a dignity and constancy that moved all hearts, affirming to the last her firm adherence to the Protestant faith and her innocence of all treasonable intent against her cousin, February 12, 1554. There seems little doubt that the Queen's own sister, the Princess Elizabeth, would have shared Lady Jane's fate if only sufficient evidence against her could have been procured. The incapable Earl of Devon owed his life to his insignificance and was banished after a long sojourn in the Tower. Victorious over her enemies, Queen Mary was now able to carry out her unwise plans without hindrance. In July 1554, Prince Philip of Spain came over from Flanders and wedded her at Winchester. In the same autumn a parliament elected under strong royal pressure voted in favour of reconciliation with Rome and a complete acknowledgment of the papal supremacy. In the capacity of legate to England, there appeared Reginald Pole, a long-exiled English cardinal of Yorkist blood, brother of the Lord Montague, whom Henry VIII had slain in 1539. He solemnly absolved the two houses of Parliament from the papal excommunication which so long had lain upon the land. Shortly afterwards the submission of the realm to the papacy was celebrated in the most typical way by the solemn reenacting of the cruel statute of Henry IV, the Heretico Comburendo, which made the stake once more the doom of all who refused to obey the Pope. Mary herself, a fanatical party among her bishops, of whom Bonner of London was the worst, and the legate must all take their share of the responsibility for this crime. The Queen and her wrongs to revenge, the bishops had suffered long in prison under King Edward. Paul had been accused by his enemies of Lutheranism, and was anxious to vindicate his orthodoxy by showing a readiness to put Protestants to death. From the moment of the enacting of the laws against heresy, January 1555, the history of Mary's reign became a catalogue of horrors. Even the callous Philip of Spain, moved by policy if not by pity, besought his wife to hold her hand, but Mary was inflexible. The burnings began with those of Hooper, Bishop of Gloucester, and Rogers, Prebendary of St. Paul's, in February 1555. They went steadily on at the rate of about 10 persons a month, till the Queen's death. The persecution raged worst in London, the see of the rough and harsh Bishop Bonner in Canterbury, where Paul succeeded Cranmer, and in the eastern counties. There was comparatively few victims in the west and north, as cautious men fled over sea, and weak men conformed to the Queen's faith. It was precisely the most fervid and pious of the Protestants who suffered. The sight of so many men of godly life and blameless conversation going to the stake for their faith achieved the end that neither the sternness of Henry VIII nor the violence of Northumberland had been able to secure. It practically converted England to Protestantism. The bigoted Queen was always remembered by the English as Bloody Mary, her victims as the martyrs. A few of them deserve special mention. Latimer, Bishop of Worcester, and Ridley, Bishop of London, were burnt together under the walls of Oxford on September 7, 1555, after being kept in prison for 2 years. They had been well known as the best of the Protestant bishops, and Latimer's fearless sermons had often protested, in the presence of the late king and the protectors, against the self-seeking and corruption of the court. "Play the man, Master Ridley," said Latimer, when he and his companions stood at the stake, "for we shall this day light such a candle in England as by the grace of God shall never be put out. 6 months later there suffered a man of weaker and more vacillating faith, Archbishop Cranmer, against whom the Queen was especially bitter, because he had pronounced her mother's divorce. Cranmer was a man of real piety, but wholly destitute of moral courage. His jailers forced him to witness the burning of Ridley and Latimer, in order to shake his courage, and subjected him to many harassing trials and cross-examinations, under which his spirit at last broke down. Yielding to a moment of weakness, and lured by a false hint that he might save his life by recantation, he consented to be received back into the Roman communion, but when he found that his enemies were set upon his death, he refused to conform, bade the multitude assembled in St. Mary's Church of Oxford beware of the Pope, Christ's enemy, very antichrist with all his false doctrine, and went with firmness to the stake, thrusting first into the flames the right hand with which he had written his promise to recant, March 1556. Altogether there suffered in the Marian persecution 5 bishops and about 300 others, among whom were included several women and even children. Mary looked upon her wicked doings not merely as righteous in themselves, but as a means of moving heaven in her favour for the great end that she had in view, the raising up of a Catholic heir. Her heart was set on bearing a son, and when this was denied her, she fell into a state of gloomy depression. Her morbid and hysterical temper rendered her insufferable to her husband Philip, who betook himself to the Continent, where his father, Charles V, was about to abdicate in his favour. After he became King of Spain, 1556, he only paid one short visit to his English realm and his jealous wife, and escaped as quickly as he might. Mary remained a prey to melancholy and disease, and obstinately persisted in working out her salvation by faggot and stake. The country grew more and more discontented, conspiracy was rife, fostered by the exiled Protestants who had gathered in Paris, and tried to excite rebellion by the aid of the King of France. Their efforts nearly cost the life of the Princess Elizabeth, whom the Queen kept in confinement, and would have slain if her courtier sister had not been wise enough to avoid all suspicion of offence. The war with France, which was the necessary consequence of the Spanish match, proved very disastrous for England. Mary's ministers gave Philip no very useful help, while, on the other hand, they contrived to lose the last continental possession of the crown, Calais, which had remained in English hands ever since Edward III captured it in 1346, was suddenly invested by the Duke of Guise, who commanded the French army of the north. The garrison was caught unprepared, and was very weak in numbers. After a few days' siege it was forced to yield, before any help could come from either England or Spain, January 1558. This disgrace told heavily on the Queen's health. She cried that when she died, Calais would be found written on her heart, and fell into a deeper melancholy than before. Yet her miserable life was protracted 10 months longer, and she survived till November 1558, racked by disease, and calling in vain for her absent husband, yet persecuting vigorously to the last. Her cousin and adviser, Cardinal Pole, died within 3 days of her. So ended Mary Tudor, who in 5 years had rendered Romanism more hateful in the eyes of Englishmen than 5 centuries of papal aggression had availed to make it, and who by her persecutions caused the adoption of Protestantism under her successor to become inevitable. End of section 43, read by Inkel.
Section 44 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 24. Elizabeth, 1558 to 1603, Part 1. When Mary Tudor had passed away, unwept and unregretted, all England heaved a sigh of relief, and turned to do homage to her sister, Elizabeth. The daughter of Anne Boleyn was now a young woman of 25. She had been living for the last 5 years in almost continual peril of her life, and had required all her caution to keep herself from the 2 snares which lay about her, the dangers of being accused of treason on the one hand, and of heresy on the other. Fortunately for herself, Elizabeth was politic and cautious, even to excess. All through her reign, her most trusted ministers were often unable to discern her real thoughts and wishes, so that she came unharmed through her sister's reign of terror. But when the lords of the council came flocking to Hatfield, the place of her honourable confinement, to salute her as queen, Elizabeth knew that her feet were still set in slippery places. The ultra-Catholic party was still in power,
and the large majority of the nation were professing Romanists. On the other hand, she knew that her sister had made the name of Rome hateful, and there was a powerful and active band of Protestants, some in exile and some at home, who were ready to rush in and violently reverse all that Mary had done, if the new sovereign would give them any encouragement. Moreover, there was grave danger abroad. England was in the midst of a war with France, yet Philip of Spain, the late Queen's husband, was likely to be more dangerous than even the King of France, for it was obvious that he would be loath to let England out of his grasp after he had profited by her alliance for 4 years. Elizabeth's personal predilections, like those of her father, were in favour neither of Romanism nor of Protestantism. She did not wish to be the slave of the Pope, nor did she intend to be the tool of the zealots who had picked up, in their continental exile, the newest doctrines of the Swiss and German reformers. At the same time, she wished to offend neither the Catholic nor the Protestant, but to lead them both into the via media of an English national church, which should be both orthodox and independent. She was not a woman of much spiritual piety or fervent zeal, and, judging from her own feelings, argued that it would be possible to make others conform, without much difficulty, to the church which offered the happy mean. Her position, however, was settled for her by the obstinacy of the extreme Romanists. The bishops whom Mary had appointed behaved in the most arrogant and insulting manner to her. When she had been duly saluted as queen by the nation and the Parliament, they tacitly denied her right to the throne, for with one accord they refused to be present at her coronation, much more to place the crown upon her head. In the view of the strict papist, she was a bastard and a usurper. It was with great difficulty that a single bishop, Oglethorpe of Carlisle, was at last persuaded to officiate at the ceremony. This senseless obstinacy on the part of the prelates drove Elizabeth further in the direction of Protestantism than she had intended to go. She was constrained to send for the exiled Protestant bishops of King Edward's making, and to replace them in their sees. The disloyal Romanist prelates were deposed, and in their place new men were consecrated by the restored Protestant bishops. Elizabeth took care that they should be moderate personages, who might be trusted not to give trouble. The most important of them was the new Archbishop of Canterbury, Matthew Parker, a wise and pious man who guided the Church of England through the crisis with singular discretion. As it was impossible to conciliate the extreme Romanists, the Queen resolved to take up her father's position, with some modifications in the direction of Protestantism. Unlike Henry VIII, she did not call herself supreme head of the Church, but all her subjects were summoned to take the oath of spiritual obedience to her. Only a few hundred persons refused it, though among them were all the old bishops. But the moderate Catholics accepted her, though they did not sacrifice their faith to their loyalty. Elizabeth then issued a new liturgy to be the standard of the creed of the English Church. It was a revision of the second prayer book of Edward VI, amended in such a way as to make it less expressive of the views of the extreme Protestants. The Latin Mass was forbidden, and all the old ceremonies which Mary had restored were again swept away. There was, however, no attempt at enforcing obedience by persecution. Elizabeth had taken warning by the fate of her brother's and her sister's measures, and trusted to loyalty and national feeling, not to prison or stake. She was wise in her generation, for in 10 years well-nigh all the moderate Catholics had conformed to the Anglican formularies, rallying to the national church when they saw that it was not to become ultra-Protestant. Their adhesion was the more easily effected because the Pope, on purely political grounds, did not excommunicate Elizabeth or declare her deposed, so that to hold to the old faith was not yet inconsistent with loyalty to the crown. Ere Elizabeth's religious bent had been clearly ascertained, her widowed brother-in-law, Philip of Spain, had proposed that she should marry him, for he was much set on maintaining his hold on England. Elizabeth detested him, and steadfastly refused the offer, but with a show of politeness, lest she might bring war on herself. Fearing that when foiled Philip might become dangerous, she made peace and alliance with his enemy, the King of France, and left Calais in his hands, receiving instead a sum of 500,000 crowns. Thus Elizabeth had tided over the first difficulties of her reign, and felt her throne growing firmer beneath her, though there were still dangers on every side. But her character was well suited to cope with the situation. Though marred by many failings peculiarly feminine, she had a man's brain and decision. She was vain of a handsome person, and loved to be flattered and worshipped. But her vanity was not great enough to induce her to put herself under the hand of a husband. She listened to suitor after suitor, but said them nay in the end. Only one of them ever seems to have touched her heart. This was Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, the son of Protector Northumberland. Though much taken with his comely face, the Queen had strength of mind to deny him her hand, seeing that marriage with a subject would bring too many feuds and jealousies in its train. She consoled herself with pageants and pleasures, for which she retained a curious zest even far into her old age. Everyone has heard of her elaborate toilet and her 1,000 gowns, and of how she danced before foreign ambassadors after she had passed the age of 60. But the vanity and love of pleasure which she inherited from her mother, Anne Boleyn, were of comparatively little moment in the ordering of the Queen's life, because her clear and cold brain dominated her desires. Elizabeth was as cautious, as suspicious, and as secretive as her grandfather Henry VII. She was very unscrupulous in her diplomacy, and did not stick at a lie when an evasion would no longer serve. Though she had plenty of courage for moments of danger, yet she always put off the struggle as long as possible, holding that every day of respite that she gained might chance to give some unexpected end to the crisis. It is undoubted that she missed many opportunities owing to this cautious slowness, but she also saved herself from many traps into which a more hasty politician would have fallen. We shall have to notice, again and again, her reluctance to interfere in the wars of the continent, even when it had become inevitable that she must ultimately choose her side. This same caution made her a very economical ruler. She grudged every penny that was spent, except, indeed, the outgoings of her own privy purse, and often pushed parsimony to the most unwise extreme. The very fleet that defeated the Spanish Armada ran short both of powder and provisions before the fighting was quite over. The English much admired their politic, unscrupulous, and parsimonious Queen. They saw only that she gave them good and cheap governance, kept the kingdom out of unnecessary wars, and was, on the whole, both tolerant and merciful. As they watched her pick her way successfully through so many snares and perils, they came to look upon her as a sort of second providence, and credited her with an almost superhuman sagacity and omniscience, which she was far from possessing. But they were not altogether wrong in their confidence. She was, in spite of her faults and foibles, a patriotic, clear-headed, hard-working sovereign who did her best for her people as well as for herself. Above all, she had the invaluable gift of choosing her servants well. Her two great ministers, Cecil and Walsingham, were the most capable men in England for their work, and she seldom failed to appreciate merit when once she cast her eye upon it. For the first 12 years of Elizabeth's rule, England was occupied in slowly settling down after the storms of the last 2 reigns. The English Church was gradually absorbing the moderate men from both the Protestant and the Romanist ranks. Quiet times were repairing the wealth of the land, and the restoration of the purity of the coinage which was the Queen's earliest care, had put trade once more on a healthy basis. Foreign war was easily avoided. In France, Henry II died ere Elizabeth had reigned a year, and his weak sons had occupation enough in their civil wars with the Huguenots. Philip of Spain was ere long to find a similar distraction from the stirring discontent among his much persecuted Protestant subjects in the Netherlands. The chief troubles of the period 1558 to 68 came from another quarter, the turbulent kingdom of Scotland. Elizabeth's natural heir was her cousin, Mary Stuart, the Queen of Scots, who represented the line of Henry VII's eldest daughter. Unless Elizabeth should marry and have issue, Mary stood next her in the line of succession. The Queen of Scots, however, was a most undesirable heiress. She had been brought up in France, had married the eldest son of Henry II, and hated England. She was a zealous Romanist, and ready to work hard for her faith. Moreover, she was greatly desirous of being recognized as Elizabeth's next of kin, and openly laid claim to the position. Though very young, she was clever and active, and possessed charms of person and manner which bent many men to her will. Mary returned from France in 1561, having lost her husband, the young French king, after he had reigned but a single year. She found Scotland, as usual, in a state of turmoil and violence. The Parliament had, in her absence, followed the example of England by casting off the Roman yoke and declaring Protestantism the religion of the land. But a strong party of Romanist lords refused obedience, and with them the Queen allied herself on her arrival. For the 7 turbulent years of Mary's stay in Scotland, she was a grievous thorn in the side of Elizabeth. She was always laying claim to be acknowledged as the heiress to the English crown, and her demand was secretly approved by the surviving Romanists to the south of the Tweed. Elizabeth replied by intriguing with the Protestant nobles of Scotland, and stirred up as much trouble as she could for her cousin, while outwardly professing the greatest love and esteem for her. The results of their machinations against each other were still uncertain, when Mary spoilt her own game by twice allowing her passion to overrule her judgment. She was fascinated by the handsome person of her first cousin, Henry Lord Darnley, and most unwisely married him and made him king consort. Darnley was a vicious, ill-conditioned young man, and soon made himself unbearable to his wife by striving to get the royal power into his hands, and at the same time treating her with gross cruelty and neglect. His crowning offence was causing the assassination of Mary's private secretary, Rizzio, in her actual presence, under circumstances of the greatest brutality. After this, Mary completely lost her head. She lent her sanction to a plot for her husband's murder, framed by the Earl of Bothwell, a great lord of the border. Bothwell slew the young king and blew up his residence with gunpowder, but disavowed the deed, and induced the Queen to have him declared guiltless after a mock trial. Mary was well rid of her husband, and, her complicity in the plot not having been proved, she might have escaped the consequences of her crime but for a second fit of infatuation. She had become violently enamoured of the murderer Bothwell, and suffered him to carry her off to the castle of Dunbar, and there to marry her. No one now doubted her complicity in Darnley's murder, and the whole kingdom rose against her in righteous indignation. The army which Bothwell raised in her defence refused to strike a blow, and melted away when faced by the levies of the Protestant lords. The Queen herself fell into their hands, and was forced to abdicate, and was condemned to lifelong prison in Lochleven Castle. In Mary's place, her young son by Darnley, James VI, was proclaimed as king, the regency being given by the Parliament to James, Earl of Murray, an illegitimate son of James V, June 1567. Queen Mary being thus imprisoned and discredited, Elizabeth thought that her troubles on the side of Scotland were over, and closely allied herself with the regent Murray. But the struggle was not yet ended, The Romanist party in Scotland saw that the new Protestant rulers of the country would crush their faith, and determined on a desperate rising in favour of their old religion and their old sovereign. Mary escaped by night from Loch Leven and joined the insurgents. The regent gave chase and caught her army up at Langside near Glasgow. The Queen's friends were routed in the fight that followed, and she herself, riding hard out of the fray, fled for the English border. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to throw herself on Elizabeth's mercy, rather than to face the almost certain death which awaited her at the hands of her son's adherents. There was no time to wait for any promise of safe conduct or shelter, and she arrived at Carlisle, unprotected by any engagement on the part of the Queen of England. May 1568. Elizabeth's most dangerous enemy had thus fallen into her hands, but the position was not much simplified by the fact. It had to be decided whether the royal refugee should be allowed to proceed to France, as she herself wished, or handed over to the Scots, as the Regent Murray demanded, or kept in custody in England, as Elizabeth's self-interest seemed to require. To let her go to France would be generous, but dangerous. Once arrived there, she would conspire with her cousins, the powerful family of Guise, against the peace of England. To send her back to Scotland would have some savour of legality about it, but would be equivalent to pronouncing her death sentence. And from this Elizabeth shrank. To keep her captive in England seemed harsh, and even treacherous. For what right had one sovereign princess to imprison another? The politic Elizabeth resolved to take a cautious middle course. She protested to the Queen of Scots that she was willing to restore her to her throne if she found that the accusations which her subjects made against her were untrue. This was practically putting her guest upon her trial for the murder of Darnley, for when the regent and the Scots lords were informed of the decision, they came forward to accuse their exiled mistress. They laid before Elizabeth's Commission of Inquiry the famous Casket Letters, a series of documents which had passed between Mary and Bothwell. If genuine, and it seems almost certain that they were, they proved the guilt and infatuation of the Queen of Scots up to the hilt. Mary protested that they were forgeries, and her followers down to this day have believed her. But she refused to stand any trial, declared that she, a crowned queen and no subject of England, would never plead before English judges, and demanded leave to quit the realm. Satisfied with the effect on English and Scottish public opinion which the Casket Letters had produced, Elizabeth now took the decisive step of consigning Mary to close custody, thus practically treating her as a criminal, though no decision had been given against her. January 1569. For nearly 20 years the unfortunate Queen of Scots was doomed to spend a weary life, moved about from one manor or castle to another, under the care of guardians who were little better than jailers. But she soon began to revenge herself. As long as she lived, she was undoubtedly Elizabeth's heiress, if hereditary right counted for anything. Using this fact as her weapon, she began to intrigue with English malcontents. She offered her hand to the Duke of Norfolk, an ambitious young man who was dazzled by the prospect of succeeding to Elizabeth's throne. She stirred up the Catholic lords of the north by promising to restore the old faith if they would overthrow her cousin. But Elizabeth's ministers were wary and suspicious. Norfolk's designs were discovered, and he was cast into the Tower. The news of his imprisonment led to the immediate outbreak of the Northern Romanists. Thomas Percy, Earl of Northumberland, and Charles Neville, Earl of Westmoreland, raised their retainers and made a dash on Tutbury, where Mary was confined, intending to rescue her and proclaim her as queen. But the days of the Wars of the Roses were past. The retainers of the northern lords could do nothing against the royal power, and the rising in the north, as the plot was called, came to an ignominious end. The two earls failed to seize the person of the Queen of Scots, and were easily driven away. They fled, the one to Scotland, the other to Spain, and gave Elizabeth little further trouble. This was the last insurrection of the old feudal type in the pages of English history. October and November 1569. Elizabeth showed herself more merciful than might have been expected to the plotters. Norfolk was released after a short captivity. The Queen of Scots suffered no further aggravation of her imprisonment. For this she gave her cousin small thanks, and without delay recommenced plotting to secure her liberty. End of section 44. Section 45 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 24. Elizabeth, 1558 to 1603, Part 2. Meanwhile, the aspect of affairs on the continent was beginning to engage more and more of Elizabeth's attention. By this time, civil wars were alight both in France and in the Netherlands. The French Protestants, or Huguenots as they were called, had taken arms to secure themselves toleration as early as 1562. The Protestants of the Netherlands, after long suffering under the grinding tyranny of Philip of Spain and the Inquisition, had been driven to revolt in 1568. In both countries, the insurgents appealed for help to Elizabeth. They implored the Queen to save them from the triumph of popery, and pointed out that if they themselves failed, the victorious Romanists would inevitably turn against England, the only power in Western Europe which denied the Pope's supremacy. They might have added that the Queen of Scots was closely allied with the Guises, the heads of the Catholic party in France, and that she was also intriguing for the aid of Philip of Spain. In her dealings with the continental Protestants, Elizabeth showed herself at her worst. Vacillation and selfishness marked her actions from first to last. She felt that the civil wars kept France and Spain from being dangerous to her. She knew also that if they ended in the suppression of the rebels, England would be in grave danger. But she hated rebellion, she could not understand religious enthusiasm, and she detested the violent Calvinism which both the Huguenots and the Netherlanders professed. All wars, too, she knew, were expensive, and their issues doubtful. Hence it came that she displayed a reluctance to commit herself to one side or the other, which involved her in much double-dealing and even treachery. She refused to declare war either on Philip of Spain or on Charles of France, and allowed their ministers to remain at her court. But she several times sent the Huguenots help, both secretly and openly, and she allowed the Netherland Protestants to take shelter in England and recruit themselves in her ports. She made no effort to prevent hundreds of English volunteers passing the Channel to aid the insurgents. For if the Queen had doubts as to taking her side, the people had none. They sympathized heartily with the Huguenots and the Netherlanders, and did all that private persons could to bring them succor. Yet Elizabeth refused to assume the position of the champion of Protestantism, even when the inducement to do so became more pressing. In 1570, Pope Pius V formally excommunicated her and declared her deposed, and her kingdom transferred to her cousin Mary. This declaration turned all the more violent and fanatical Romanists into potential traitors. If they believed in their Pope's decision, they were bound to regard Elizabeth as a bastard and a usurper, and to look upon Mary as the true queen. Most of the English Catholics steadily refused to take up this position, and remained loyal in spite of the many vexations to which their religion exposed them. But a violent minority accepted the papal decree, and spent their time in scheming to depose or even to murder their sovereign. The knowledge of their designs made Elizabeth doubly cautious and wary, but did not drive her into a crusade against Catholicism. Her Parliament, however, passed bills making the introduction of papal bulls into the realm, as also the perversion of members of the Church of England to Romanism, high treason. but no attempt was made to save the continental Protestants from their oppressors, or to put England at the head of a league against the Pope. Meanwhile, the Bull of Deposition bore its first fruits in a new conspiracy of the English Romanists, generally known as the Ridolfi plot, from the name of an Italian banker who served as the go-between of the English malcontents and the King of Spain. The Duke of Norfolk, ungrateful for his pardon 2 years before, took the lead in the conspiracy, undertaking to seize or to even murder Elizabeth, and then to marry the Queen of Scots. Philip of Spain promised Norfolk's agent, Ridolfi, that the Duke should have the aid of Spanish troops the moment that he took arms. But the plan came to Cecil's ears, some of Norfolk's papers fell into the minister's power, and he was able to lay his hands on all concerned in the plot. Norfolk lost his head, as he well deserved, and it was expected that the Queen of Scots would share his fate. But though the nation and the Parliament clamoured for Mary's blood, Elizabeth refused to touch her. She was left unharmed in her captivity. Nor did the Queen declare war on Spain, though there was the clearest proof that Philip had been implicated in the plot. Her only wish seems to have been to put off the crisis as long as possible. If her own danger could not tempt Elizabeth to interfere in continental affairs, it was not likely that anything else would make her take up the sword. Not even the fearful massacre of St. Bartholomew provoked her to take up arms against the Catholics, though on that one night the weak King of France, egged on by his wicked mother and brother, ordered the slaughter of 20,000 Protestants who had come to Paris, relying on his goodwill and promised patronage. 1572. Elizabeth stormed at the treacherous French court, but made no attempt to aid the surviving Huguenots in their gallant struggle against their persecutors. So great was her determination to keep the peace, that she even offered to mediate between Philip of Spain and the revolted provinces of the Low Countries, though it is fair to add that she, perhaps designedly, proposed conditions to them which it was unlikely that either would accept. It was fortunate for England that both the Huguenots in France and the Dutch in the north displayed a far greater power of resistance than might have been expected. The former held their own, and even forced King Charles to come to terms and grant them toleration. The latter, though reduced to great straits, persevered to the end under their wise leader William, Prince of Orange, and beat back the terrible Duke of Alva, King Philip's best general, from the walls of Alkmaar, when their fortunes seemed at the lowest. 1573. Next year they forced Alva's successor, Requesens, to retire from Holland after the gallant defence and relief of Leyden, October 1574. Elizabeth, therefore, escaped the danger that the triumph of the King of Spain and the Catholic party in France would have brought upon her, though her safety came from no merit of her own. It was not till 10 years more had passed that she was finally forced to draw the sword and fight for her life and crown. Meanwhile, it cannot be denied that her cautious and selfish policy did much for the material prosperity of England. In 20 years of peace, the one country of Western Europe which enjoyed quiet and good government was bound to profit at the expense of its unfortunate neighbours. England became a land of refuge to all the continental Protestants. To her shores the artisans of France transferred their industries, and the merchants of Antwerp their hoarded wealth. The new settlers were kindly received as men persecuted in behalf of the true faith, and became good citizens of their adopted country. But most of all did the maritime trade of England prosper. Her seamen got the advantage that comes to the neutral flag in time of war, and began to take into their hands the commerce that had once been the staple of the Hanseatic towns, the French ocean ports, and the cities of the much-vexed Low Countries. English ships had seldom been seen in earlier days beyond Hamburg or Lisbon, but now they began to push into the Baltic, to follow the Mediterranean as far as Turkey, and even to navigate the wild Arctic Ocean as far as the ports of northern Russia. But the attention of the English seamen was directed most of all to the west, whither the reports of the vast wealth of America drew adventurous spirits as with a magnet. The gold which the Spaniards had plundered from the ancient empires of Mexico and Peru dazzled the eyes of all men, and the English seamen hoped to find some similar hoard on every barren shore from Newfoundland to Patagonia. But the Spaniards arrogated to themselves the sole right to America and its trade, basing their claim on a preposterous grant made them by Alexander VI, the notorious Borgia Pope. They treated all adventurers who pushed into the western waters not only as intruders, but as pirates. Sir John Hawkins, the pioneer of English trade to America, was always coming into collision with them, 1562–64. That more famous sea captain, Sir Francis Drake, a cousin of Hawkins, spent most of his time in bickering in a somewhat piratical way with the Spanish authorities beyond the ocean. His second voyage to the west was a great landmark in English naval history. Starting in 1577 with the secret connivance of Elizabeth, he sailed round Cape Horn and up the coasts of Chile and Peru, capturing numberless Spanish ships and often sacking a wealthy port. His greatest achievement was the seizing of the great Lima galleon, which was taking home to King Philip the annual installment of American treasure, a sum of no less than £500,000. After taking this splendid booty, Drake reached England by crossing the Pacific and Indian Oceans and rounding the Cape of Good Hope, thus making the first circumnavigation of the globe which an Englishman had accomplished. While Drake was gathering treasure in South America, other seamen pushed northward, endeavouring to find the Northwest Passage, a navigable route which was supposed to exist round the northern shore of North America. There, Frobisher discovered Labrador and Hudson's Bay, but brought back little profit from his adventures in the frozen Arctic seas. While the emissaries of England were invading the Spanish waters, England herself was suffering from another kind of invasion at the hands of the friends of the King of Spain. Since the Bull of 1570, Elizabeth was considered fair game by every fanatical Romanist on the continent. Accordingly, there began to land in England many secret missionaries of the old faith, generally exiled Englishmen trained abroad in the English colleges at Reims and Douai, where the banished Catholics mustered strongest. It was their aim not only to keep wavering Romanists in their faith, but to organize them in a secret conspiracy against the Queen. They taught that all was permissible in dealing with heretics. Their disciples were to feign loyalty and even conformity with the English Church, but were to be ready to take up arms whenever the signal was given from the continent. These Jesuits and seminary priests constituted a very serious danger, but they did not escape the eyes of Walsingham and Burleigh, Elizabeth's watchful ministers. Their plans were discovered, and several were caught and hung, yet the conspiracy went on and was soon to take shape in overt action. Its first working was seen in Throckmorton's plot, a widely spread scheme for an attack on England by all the Catholic powers combined, 1583. The Duke of Guise prepared an army in France, the King of Spain another in the Netherlands, which were to unite for an invasion. Meanwhile, the English Romanists were to rise in favour of the Queen of Scots and welcome the foreign armies. Throckmorton and a few more fanatics undertook to make the whole plan easier by assassinating the Queen. But Walsingham's spies got the scent of the matter. Throckmorton was caught and executed, and Elizabeth, convinced at last that dallying with Spain was no longer possible, dismissed King Philip's ambassador and prepared for open war. 1584. The struggle which had so long been fought out by intrigue and unauthorized buccaneering was now to be settled by honest, hard fighting. It proved perilous enough, but far less formidable than the cautious Queen had feared. Elizabeth was at last forced to lend open aid to the Protestants of the continent, and 7,000 men, under her favourite, the Earl of Leicester, sailed for Holland to aid the Dutch against King Philip. They won no great battles, but their presence was invaluable to the Netherlanders, who had begun to despair when their great leader, William of Orange, had been assassinated by a fanatic hired by Spanish gold. Leicester was an incapable general, but his men fought well, and learnt to despise the Spaniards. Even a defeat which they suffered at Zutphen encouraged them, for 500 English there made head against the whole Spanish army, and retired without great harm, though they lost Sir Philip Sidney, the most popular and accomplished young gentleman in England, well known as the author of a curious pastoral romance called The Arcadia, 1586. Far more important than the fighting in the Netherlands were the maritime exploits of the English seamen. The moment that they were let loose upon the Spaniards, they asserted a clear supremacy at sea. Drake took and sacked Vigo, a great port of northern Spain, and then, crossing the Atlantic, captured the chief cities of the West Indies and the Spanish Main, Santiago, Cartagena, and San Domingo, 1586. End of section 45. Section 46 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley-Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 24, Elizabeth, 1558 to 1603, Part 3. Meanwhile, Mary Queen of Scots was playing her last stake. From her prison, she made over to King Philip her rights to the throne of England, and besought him to dispatch his armies to rescue her. But she also gave her approval to one more assassination plot hatched by the English Catholics. Instigated by a Jesuit priest named Ballard, Anthony Babington, a gentleman of Derbyshire, and a handful of his friends agreed to murder Elizabeth in her own palace. But there were spies of the lynx-eyed Walsingham among the conspirators, and when the Queen of Scots and the would-be murderers were just prepared to strike, hands were laid upon them. Babington and his friends were executed, but this was not enough to appease the cry for blood which arose from the whole nation when the conspiracy was divulged. Urged on by her ministers, Elizabeth at last allowed the Queen of Scots to be put on her trial for this, the fourth attempt to strike down her cousin. Mary was tried by a commission of peers and clearly convicted, not only of encouraging a Catholic rising and a Spanish invasion, but of having approved Babington's murderous plan. She was found guilty October 25th, 1586, and the Parliament, which met soon after, besought the Queen to have her beheaded without delay. But Elizabeth still hesitated. She hated Mary, but her high ideas of royal prerogative made her shrink from slaying a sovereign princess, and she still dreaded the explosion of wrath which she knew must follow all over Catholic Europe. The young King of Scotland might resent his mother's execution, and the Guises in France would never pardon their cousin's death. She lingered for more than 3 months before she would issue Mary's death warrant, but at last she gave the fatal signature. Her ministers at once caused the warrant to be carried out without allowing their mistress time to repent. The Queen of Scots was executed in her prison at Fotheringay Castle. She died with great dignity and courage, asserting on the scaffold that she was a martyr for her religion, not a criminal. Many, both in her own day and since, have believed her words, but it is impossible to read her story through from first to last, and then to conclude that she was only the victim of circumstances and the prey of unscrupulous enemies. Though much sinned against, she was far more the worker of her own undoing. February 8th, 1587. Elizabeth expressed great wrath against her ministers for hurrying on the execution. She fined and imprisoned Davison, the Secretary of State, who had sent off Mary's death warrant, and pretended that she had wished to pardon her. Perhaps her anger was real, but no one save the unfortunate Davison took it very seriously. The people felt nothing but satisfaction and relief, and rejoiced that there was no longer a Catholic heiress to trouble the realm. The King of Scots contented himself with a formal protest, and the Guises in France were too busy in their civil wars with King Henry III and the Huguenots to think of assailing England. Only Philip of Spain, who accepted in sober earnest the legacy of her rights which Mary had left him, took up the task of revenge, and he had already so many causes to hate Elizabeth that he did not need this additional provocation to spur him on to attack her. He had already begun to prepare for a great naval expedition against England. All through the spring and summer of 1587, the ports of Spain, Portugal, Naples, and Sicily were busy in manning and equipping every warship that the king could get together. The Duke of Parma, the Spanish viceroy in the Netherlands, was also directed to draw off every man that could be spared from the Dutch war, and to be ready to lead them across the Channel the moment that the king's fleet should have secured the Straits of Dover. But the great flotilla, the Invincible Armada, as the Spaniards called it, was long in sailing. Ere it was ready, Drake made a bold descent on Cadiz, and burnt no less than 10,000 tons of shipping which lay in its harbour. He called this exploit "singeing the King of Spain's beard." The disaster caused so much delay that the expedition had to be put off till the next year. In the spring of 1588, however, the Armada was at last ready to start. It comprised 130 vessels, half of which were great galleons of the largest size that were known to the 16th century, and carried 8,000 seamen and nearly 20,000 soldiers. But the crews were raw, the ships were ill-found and ill-provisioned, and, what was most fatal of all, the admiral, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, was a mere fair-weather sailor, who hardly knew a mast from an anchor. It may be added that the vessels were overcrowded with the 20,000 soldiers whom they bore, and for the most part were armed with fewer and smaller cannons than their great bulk would have been able to carry. Nevertheless, the Armada was an imposing force, and in strong hands ought to have achieved success. For Elizabeth had a very small permanent royal navy, and had to rely for the defence of her realm mainly on privateers and merchantmen hastily equipped for war service. Moreover, her parsimony had depleted the royal arsenals to such an extent that in provisioning and arming their fleet the English were at much the same disadvantage as their enemies. But, unlike the Spaniards, they had excellent crews, and were led by old captains who had learnt their trade in long years of exploring and buccaneering across the Atlantic. Men like Drake, Hawkins, Frobisher, and others whose names we have no space to mention. The command of the whole was given to Lord Howard of Effingham, a capable and cautious officer, who showed himself worthy of the Queen's confidence that appeared all the more striking because he was suspected by many to be a Roman Catholic. In the mere number of ships, the English fleet which mustered at Plymouth somewhat exceeded the Armada, but in size the individual vessels were far smaller than the Spanish galleons. But they were much more seaworthy, and armed so heavily with artillery that it was found that an English ship could throw a broadside of the same weight of metal as a Spaniard of almost double its size. The Armada left Corunna, the northernmost port of Spain, on July 22nd, and appeared off the Lizard on July 28th. On the news of its approach, the English fleet put out of Plymouth, and the beacons summoned the militia to arms all over the land from Berwick to Penzance. The Duke of Medina Sidonia had resolved not to fight the English at once, but to pass up the Channel to the Dover Straits, and get into communication with his colleague Parr in Flanders, before engaging in a decisive battle. This unwise resolve gave the English a splendid opportunity. As the Armada slowly rolled eastward, it was beset on all sides by Lord Howard's lighter fleet, and for a whole week was battered and hustled along without being able to induce the enemy to close. The great galleons were so slow and unwieldy that they could not come up with the English, who sailed around and about them, plying them with distant but effective artillery fire, and cutting off every vessel which was disabled or fell behind. By the time that the Spaniards reached Calais, they were thoroughly demoralized. They had lost comparatively few ships, but every one of the fleet was more or less shattered by shot, and the crews had suffered terribly from the cannonade, At Calais, Medina Sidonia received the unwelcome news that Parma could not join him. A Dutch fleet was blockading the Flemish ports, and the viceroy was unable to get his transports out to sea. Thus brought to a check, the Duke moored his fleet off Calais to pause a moment and recruit, August 6th. But that night the English sent fireships among his crowded vessels, and to escape them the Spaniards had to put off hastily in the darkness. This manoeuvre proved fatal. Some vessels ran ashore on the French coast, others were burnt, others cut off by the enemy. A final engagement on August 8th to 9th so shattered the fleet that Medina Sidonia lost heart and fled away into the German Ocean before a strong gale from the south which had sprung up. His vessels were dispersed, and each made its way out of the fight as best it could. Some were taken, many driven onto the Dutch coast, the rest passed out of sight of England, steering northward before the gale. Lord Howard's fleet was therefore able to sail victorious into the Thames and report the rout of the enemy. It was none too soon, for the English ammunition was well nigh exhausted after 10 days' continuous fighting. They were welcomed by the Queen, who had gathered a great force of militia at Tilbury in Essex to fight Parma if he should succeed in crossing. Elizabeth had behaved splendidly during the crisis. She had organized a strong army and put herself at its head, inspiring every man by the cheerful and resolute spirit which she displayed. Even had the Armada swept away the English fleet, it is unlikely that Parma would have been successful against the numerous and enthusiastic levies which were ready to fight him. But the Armada was now a thing of naught. Forced to return round the north of Scotland, it was utterly shattered in the unknown seas of the west. The cliffs of the Orkneys, the Hebrides, Connaught, and Kerry were strewn with the wrecks of Spanish galleons, and only 53 ships out of the 130 that started straggled back to the ports of northern Spain. The great crisis of the century was now past. Queen and nation had been true to themselves and to each other, and the days of plots and invasions were over. For the future, Elizabeth could not only sleep secure of life and crown, but could feel that she might pose as the arbitress of Western Europe, since the domination of Spain was at an end. But she was now too far gone in years. She had attained the age of 56, to be able to start on a new and vigorous line of policy. Her old passion for caution and intrigue could not be shaken off, though they were no longer necessary. Hence it came to pass that, though England was strong, healthy, wealthy, and vigorous, she did not take up the dominant position that might have been expected. The Queen persisted in her old policy of helping the continental Protestants only by meagre doles of money and small detachments of troops. By a vigorous effort, she might have thrust the Spaniards completely out of the Low Countries, or enabled the Huguenots to make themselves supreme in France. But she refused to fit out any great expeditions. The expense appalled her parsimonious soul, and she dreaded the chances of war. Hence it came that in the Low Countries the Dutch established their independence in the 7 United Provinces, but Spain continued to hold Belgium. Hence, too, French parties were condemned to 6 years more of civil war, which only ended when Henry of Navarre, the Protestant heir to the throne of France, abjured his religion in order to get accepted by the Catholics. Paris is well worth a mass, he cynically observed, and swore all that was required of him. 1593. But he granted the Huguenots complete peace and toleration by the celebrated Edict of Nantes, and put an end to the civil war which had devastated his unhappy land for 30 years. The chief efforts of Elizabeth's foreign policy during the last 15 years of her reign were naval expeditions against the Spaniards. They caused King Philip much loss and much vexation of spirit, but they did not inflict any very crushing blow on him. The Queen would never spend enough money on them, and generally allowed her subjects to carry on the war with squadrons of privateers. But the English adventurers very naturally sought plunder rather than solid political advantages. a fact which accounts for their failures to do anything great. A considerable expedition sent out in 1589 sacked Corunna and Vigo, but failed in an attempt to set upon the Portuguese throne a pretender hostile to King Philip. This was followed by a series of smaller expeditions to South America and the West Indies, in which Drake and a younger adventurer, Sir Walter Raleigh, Elizabeth's favourite courtier, did Spain considerable harm, but England no great good. A larger armament sailed in 1596 against Cadiz under the Earl of Essex and Lord Howard of Effingham. This force took the town and destroyed Spain's largest naval arsenal and a great part of her fleet. A mere naval expedition could do no more. The successive blows at Spain gave England the complete command of the seas. Hence, it is not strange that we find the beginnings of colonial enterprise appearing. An attempt to found a settlement on the bleak shore of Newfoundland was a failure, but Sir Walter Raleigh planted a promising colony in the more clement district about the river Roanoke, which he named Virginia, after his mistress, the Virgin Queen, as she loved to be called. The first Virginian scheme came to naught. The Indians were hostile, and the improvident settlers planted tobacco instead of corn, and so starved themselves. 1590. It was not till 17 years later that the colony was founded for the second time and began to flourish. It was from thence that Raleigh brought to England the two products that are always connected with his name: tobacco and potatoes. End of section 46.
Section 47 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 24. Elizabeth, 1558 to 1603, Part 4. Colonial enterprise was accompanied by increased trade with distant lands. The English ships began to appear as far afield as India, China, and even Japan. The merchants who worked the more difficult and dangerous routes banded themselves into chartered companies, of which the Turkey Company, founded in 1581, the Russian Company, dating from 1566, and the far more famous East India Company, 1600, were the most important. By the end of the Queen's reign, English commerce had doubled and tripled, and the steady stream of wealth which it poured into the land had done much to end the social troubles and dangers which had marked the middle years of the century. But nearly all the profit went to the town populations. Ports and markets flourished, merchants and skilled artisans grew rich, and a certain proportion of the wretched vagrant hordes, which had been the terror of the middle years of the century, were absorbed into the new employments which were springing up in the towns. But in the countryside, neither the landholder nor the peasant had nearly such a good position as in the days before the Reformation. The prices both of food and of manufactured goods had gone up about threefold, but rents had not risen perceptibly, and the wages of agricultural labour had only increased about 50%. The country gentleman, therefore, was no longer so opulent in comparison to the town-dwelling merchant, and the peasant stood far worse compared with the artisan than in the previous century. We may place in the time of Elizabeth the beginning of that rise of the importance of the urban as compared with the rural population, which has been going on ever since, till, in our own day, England is entirely dominated by her towns. It will be noticed that in the great political struggle of the next century, under the Stuarts, the party which represented the wealth and activity of the cities completely beat that which drew its strength from the peerage and gentry of the purely agricultural districts. It would be wrong to leave the field of social change without mentioning the celebrated Poor Law of Queen Elizabeth, 1601. All attempts to cope with pauperism by voluntary charity having failed, it was finally resolved to make the maintenance of the aged and invalid poor a statutory burden on the parishes.
The new law provided that the able-bodied vagrant should be forced to work and, if he refused, should be imprisoned, but that the impotent and deserving should be fed and housed by overseers, who were authorized to levy rates on the parish for their support. The system seems to have worked well, and we hear no complaints on the subject for 3 or 4 generations. It is most noteworthy to mark the way in which the expansion of England in the spheres of political and commercial greatness was accompanied by a corresponding growth in the realms of intellect. The second half of Elizabeth's reign, a mere period of 20 years, was more fertile in great literary names than the whole 2 centuries which had preceded it. The excitement of the long religious wars, the sudden opening up of the dark places of the world by the great explorers, the free spirit of individual inquiry which accompanied the growth of Protestantism, all conspired to stir and develop men's minds. The greatest English dramatist, William Shakespeare, born in 1564, and the greatest English philosopher, Francis Bacon, born in 1561, were both children of the days of the long struggle with Spain, and had watched the final crisis of the Armada in their early manhood. Edmund Spenser, a few years older than his mightier contemporaries, shows even more clearly the spirit of the times. All through his lengthy epic of the Fairy Queen, he is inspired by the enthusiasm of the struggles of England, and tells in allegory the glories of the great Elizabeth. We have but space to allude to Sir Philip Sidney and his pastoral romances, to Hooker's works on political philosophy, to Marlowe and other dramatists whose fame is half eclipsed by Shakespeare's genius. Never before or since has England produced in a few short years such a crop of great literary names. The 2 main subjects of domestic importance in the last years of Elizabeth were the development of fresh forms of division in the English Church, and the troubles caused by the new conquest of Ireland. Both of these movements had begun in the earlier years of the reign, but did not fully expand till its end. Elizabeth's chief problem in matters religious had for 30 years been that of dealing with the Roman Catholics. But after the death of Mary of Scotland and the defeat of the Armada, this question retired somewhat into the background. The vast majority of the Romanists had conformed to the Anglican Church. Of the remainder, many were loyal, and were therefore tacitly left unharmed by the government, save when they came into conflict with the recusancy laws, as the acts directed against them were called. The small but violent minority who listened to the Jesuits, and were still plotting against the Queen, were, on the other hand, treated with the most vehement harshness. At one time and another, a very considerable number of them came to the gallows, though always, as Elizabeth was careful to explain, not as papists, but as traitors. They were so hated by the nation, who identified them with nothing but assassination plots and intrigues with Spain, that they no longer constituted any danger. But a new religious problem was growing up. Many of the Protestants who had conformed to the English church system in Elizabeth's earlier years were growing out of touch with the national establishment. Constant intercourse with the Huguenots and the Dutch, both of whom professed violent forms of Calvinism, had made them discontented with the ritual and organization of the English Church. Like their continental friends, they came to hate bishops and canons, vestments and ritual, even things that seemed to us parts of the common decencies of church service, such as the surplice in the reading desk, the usage of kneeling at Holy Communion, the employment of the ring in marriage, and the sign of the cross at baptism. All these remnants of common Christian practice they considered to be rags of popery, vain survivals of the old Romanist days. And since they wished to sweep everything away, they were called in derision Puritans, in allusion to their constant citation of the pure gospel. Elizabeth detested the Puritan habit of mind. She loved decency and order, and she liked the pomp and splendor of the old church services. Indeed, she would have gladly kept much that the Anglican establishment has rejected. She was proud of her position as head and defender of the national church, and looked upon the bishops as high and important state officials under her. The Puritan desire to abolish the episcopate, to do away with all ritual, to whitewash the churches and break down all their ornaments, seemed to her to savour of anarchic republicanism and rank disloyalty. She was determined that the Puritan, no less than the Romanist, should suffer if he refused to conform to the usages of the national church. Hence, it came that she dealt very hardly with the Puritans, suppressing their religious meetings for prophesying, as they called extempore preaching, and treating their pamphlets as seditious. One very scurrilous set of tracts, issued under the name of Martin Mar Prelate, provoked her wrath so much that John Penry, who was responsible for them, was actually hung for treasonous libel. Puritans who kept quiet did not suffer, any more than the Romanists who kept quiet, but those who resisted the Queen were treated with a rigour that showed that the day of freedom of conscience was still far away. The discontented admirers of Calvinism still kept within the Church of England. It was their ambition to change its doctrine, not to quit it. But already in Elizabeth's reign, it was obvious that the schism between the moderate and the violent parties was inevitable. The most miserable and melancholy page of the history of Elizabeth's reign is that which is covered by the records of Ireland. We have already mentioned how Henry VIII had extended the English influence beyond the borders of the Pale, and done something towards subduing the whole island to obedience. But the most important share of the work was reserved for Elizabeth. Her intent was shown by her Act of 1569 for dividing the whole land into shires, to be ruled by sheriffs on the English plan, a device for destroying the patriarchal authority of the tribal chiefs, who, from time immemorial, had governed their clans according to old Celtic law. It was not to be expected that any such scheme could be carried out without causing friction with the natives. They were wholly unaccustomed to obey or respect the royal mandate, and acknowledged no authority higher than that of their own chief. English laws and English manners were alike hateful to them. In many districts they were little better than savages. The wild Irish, as the more uncivilized tribes were called, dwelt in low huts of mud, wore no shoes or headgear, and were clothed only in a rough kilt and mantle of frieze. They wore their hair long over neck and eyes, went everywhere armed to the teeth, and looked on tribal war and plundering as the sole serious business of life. To teach such a race to live under the strict English laws was an almost impossible task, requiring the utmost patience, and Elizabeth's ministers and officials were not patient. When the chiefs withstood their orders, they declared them traitors, confiscated the lands of whole tribes, and attempted to settle up the annexed districts with English colonists. This, of course, drove the Irish to desperation, and the incomers were soon slain or driven away. In return, the Lord Deputy of Ireland, or one of the presidents of its 4 provinces, would march against the rebels, slay every male person they met, armed or unarmed, and leave the women and children to starve. In this ruthless, devastating war, whole counties were depopulated and left waste, a few survivors only escaping into woods, bogs, or mountains. The worst feature of the struggle was the cruel double-dealing employed against the Irish chiefs. They were often induced to surrender by false promises of pardon. They were caught and slain by treachery. Sometimes they were even poisoned. The intractable nature of the rebels explains, but does not excuse, the conduct of the English rulers. The Irish would never keep an oath or observe a peace. They plundered and murdered whenever the Lord Deputy's eye was not on them, and they were always trying to get aid from Spain. At first, the struggle between English and Irish was purely a matter of race, but the religious element was soon introduced. Protestantism made no head in the country, and in 1579 a papal legate, Nicholas Sanders, came over to organize the tribes to unite in defense of the old religion. No man could ever persuade Irish parties to join for long, and Sanders' mission was, in that respect, a failure. But for the future, the war was embittered by religious as well as racial hatred. In 1580, the Pope sent over a body of Italian and Spanish mercenaries to aid the rebels. but this force was blockaded by Lord Grey in its camp at Smerwick, a harbour in Kerry, and every man was put to the sword. At a later date, Philip of Spain sent similar and equally ineffective help. The two chief struggles of the Irish against the establishment of the English rule were that of the tribes of Munster in 1578–83, and that of the tribes of Ulster in 1595–1601. The former was led by Garret Fitzgerald, Earl of Desmond, the greatest lord of the south, the descendant of one of those Anglo-Norman families which had become more Irish than the Irish themselves. In his desperate struggle with Lord Deputy Grey and the English colonists in Munster, he saw all the land from Galway to Waterford harried into a wilderness, and was killed at last as a fugitive in the hills. The Ulster rebellion of Hugh O'Neill, Earl of Tyrone, the head of the greatest of the native Irish septs, was far more formidable than that of the Fitzgeralds. The English could for a long time do nothing against him. In 1598, he defeated an army of 5,000 men on the Blackwater and slew its leader, Sir Henry Bagenor, and most of his followers. Tyrone sent for aid to Spain, and so moved Queen Elizabeth's fears that she dispatched against him the largest English force that ever went oversea in her reign. An army of 20,000 men was placed under Robert Devereux, the young Earl of Essex, whom the Queen loved most of all men in her later years, and sent over to Dublin. Essex, though he had won much credit for courage in Holland and at the capture of Cadiz, was not a great general. He pacified central and southern Ireland, but did not succeed in crushing Tyrone. It would seem that he was disgusted at the cruelty and treachery of his predecessors in the government of Ireland, and wished to admit the rebels to submission on easy terms. At any rate, he made a truce with Tyrone in 1600, promising that the Queen should grant him toleration in matters of religion, and leave him his earldom. Essex returned to England to get these terms ratified, but was received very coldly by his mistress and her council, who had sent him to Ireland to suppress, not to condone, the rebellion. His treaty was not confirmed, and the war with Tyrone went on. The Earl got 7,000 men from Spain, and ravaged all central Ireland, till he was defeated by Lord Montjoy in an attempt to raise the siege of Kinsale, 1601. In the next year he made complete submission to the Queen, and was pardoned and given back most of his Ulster lands. But the 8 years of war had made Northern Ireland a desert, and the power of the O'Neills was almost broken. Meanwhile, the short stay of Essex in Ireland had led to a strange tragedy in London. The young Earl had been so much favoured by the Queen in earlier years that he could not brook the rebuke that fell upon him for his dealings with Tyrone. Presuming on the almost doting fondness which his sovereign had shown for him, the headstrong young man plunged into seditious courses. He swore that his enemies in the council had calumniated him to the Queen, and that he would be revenged on them and drive them out of office. With this object he gathered many of the Puritan party about him, for he was a strong Protestant, and resolved to overturn the ministry by force. He caught the Lord Chancellor and locked him up, and then sallied out armed into the streets of London with a band of his friends, calling on the people to rise and deliver the Queen from false counsellors. But he had counted too much on his popularity. No one joined him, and he was apprehended and put in prison. Elizabeth was much enraged with her former favourite, and allowed his enemies to persuade her into permitting him to be tried and executed for treason. When he was dead, she bitterly regretted him. February 1601. The great Queen was now near her end. All her contemporaries, both friends and foes, had passed away already. Philip of Spain had died, a prey to religious melancholy and racked by a loathsome disease, in 1598. That same year saw the end of the great minister William Cecil, Lord Burleigh. His colleague Walsingham had sunk into the grave some years earlier, in 1590. Leicester, whom the Queen had loved till his death day, had perished of a fever in 1588, the year of the Armada. A younger generation had arisen, which only knew Elizabeth as an old woman and forgot her brilliant youth. To them, the vivacity and love of pleasure which she displayed on the verge of her 70th year seemed abnormal and even unseemly. To the last, she kept her talent for dealing with men. There was no greater instance of her cleverness shown in all her life than her management of her Parliament in 1601. The Commons had been growing more resolute and strong-willed as the Queen grew older, and though Elizabeth often chid them, and sometimes even imprisoned members who displeased her, yet she knew when to yield with a good grace. The Parliament of 1601 was raging against monopolies, grants under the royal seal to individuals, permitting them to be the sole vendors or manufacturers of certain articles of trade. Seeing their resolution, Elizabeth came down in person to the House, and addressed the members at length so cleverly that she persuaded them that she was as much opposed to the abuse as they themselves, and won enormous applause when she announced that all monopolies were at once to be withdrawn and made illegal. 18 months after this strange scene, Elizabeth died, in her 71st year. On her deathbed, she assented to the designation of James of Scotland as her successor, a thing she would never suffer before, for she held that an expectant heir is like a coffin always in sight. In spite of the many unamiable points in her character, Elizabeth was always liked by her subjects, and well deserved their liking. She had guided England through 45 most troublous years, and left her subjects wealthy, prosperous, and contented. Her failures had always been upon the side of caution, and such mistakes are the easiest to repair and the soonest forgotten. Both in her own day and in ages to come, she received the credit for all the progress and prosperity of her reign. The nation, groaning under the unwisdom of the Stuarts, cried in vain for a renewal of the days of good Queen Bess. The modern historian, when he recounts the great deeds of the Englishmen of the latter half of the 16th century, invariably speaks of the Elizabethan age. Nor is this wrong. When we reflect on the evils which a less capable sovereign might have brought upon the realm in that time of storm and stress, we may well give her due meed of thanks to the cautious, politic, unscrupulous queen who left such peace and prosperity behind her. End of section 47. End of chapter 24.
Section 48 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 25. James I, 1603 to 1625. Part 1. With the death of Elizabeth, the greatness of England departed. From 1603 to 1688, she counted for little in the councils of Europe, save indeed during the 10 years of Cromwell's rule. She became the tool of foreign powers, sometimes because her rulers were duped, sometimes because they deliberately sold themselves to the stranger. James of Scotland, the old queen's legitimate heir, was a man of 37 when the throne fell to him. He had lived an unhappy life in his northern realm, buffeted to and fro by unruly nobles and domineering ministers of the Scottish Kirk. But most of his troubles had been the results of his own failings. Of all the kings who ever ruled these realms, he is almost the only one of whom it can be said that he was a coward. From this vice sprang his other defects. Like all cowards, he was suspicious, capable of any cruelty against those whom he dreaded, prone always to lean on some stronger man who would bear his responsibility for him. He chose these favorites with the rankest folly. Arran and Lennox, who were the minions of his youth, while yet he reigned in Scotland alone, and Rochester and Buckingham, who ruled his riper age, were, all four, arrogant, vicious, scheming adventurers. They had nothing to recommend them save a handsome person and a fluent and flattering tongue. Each, in his turn, domineered over his doting master and made himself a byword for insolence and self-seeking. James was unfortunate in his outer man. He was ill-made, corpulent, and weak-kneed. Though his face was not unpleasing, his speech was marred by a tongue too large for his mouth. But he was grossly and ridiculously vain and conceited. He possessed a certain cleverness of a limited kind, and he was well versed in book learning. But he imagined that learning was wisdom, and loved to pose as the wisest of mankind, the British Solomon, as his favorites were wont to call him. This stumbling, shambling pedant now mounted the throne of the politic Elizabeth, and in a reign of 22 years contrived to wreck the strong position which the royal power held in England, and to make a revolution inevitable. The crash would have come in his own day, but for one thing. James, as we have said before, was a coward, and had not the courage to fight when affairs came to a crisis. James based his preposterous claims to override the nation's will and the rights of Parliament on two theories which represented to him the true foundations of all royal power. The first was his prerogative, or power to dispense with ordinary laws and customs at his good pleasure. He saw that the Tudors had often gone beyond the letter of the medieval constitution, and thought that their action gave him a full precedent for similar encroachment. He forgot two things. First, that Henry VIII and Elizabeth had lived in times of storm and stress, when firm governance was all important, and much would be forgiven to a strong ruler. And secondly, that the two great Tudors had always taken the people into their confidence, and been careful to get popular support for their doings. He himself tried to impose an unpopular policy on an unwilling people, and never condescended to explain his motives. The second pillar of the king's policy was the theory of divine hereditary kingship, a notion entirely opposed to the old English idea that the crown was elective. James chose to ignore such precedents as the elections of Henry IV or Henry VII, where the natural heir had been passed over, and wished his subjects to believe that strict hereditary succession was the only title to the throne, and that nothing could justify or legalize any divergence from it. He claimed that kings derived their right to rule from heaven, not from any choice by their subjects. Hence, it was impious as well as disloyal to criticize or disobey the king's commands. James found many of the clergy who were ready to accept this theory, partly because they thought they could justify it from the Scriptures, partly because they felt that the orderly governance of the Anglican Church was bound up with the royal supremacy. In Elizabeth's time, it had been the Queen's guiding and restraining hand from lapsing into the anarchical misgovernment which characterized continental Protestantism. When the new king crossed the Tweed in April 1603, he was well received in England, where his weaknesses were as yet little known. Everyone was glad to see the succession question settled without a war, and every party hoped to gain his favor. The Puritans trusted that a prince reared in the Calvinism of the Scottish Kirk would do much for them. The Romanists dreamed that the son of Mary of Scotland would tolerate his mother's faith. The supporters of the Anglican establishment thought that the king must needs become a good churchman when he realized the position that awaited him as defender of the faith and supreme governor of the spiritual hierarchy that embraced 9/10 of the nation. James himself had no doubt as to his future behavior. There was nothing that pleased him better than the idea of becoming the head of the English Church. In Scotland, he had learnt to hate the dictatorial manners of the presbyters of the Kirk, and their constant interference in politics. The well-ordered and obedient organization which he found south of the Tweed, where every cleric, from the archbishop to the curate, looked for guidance to the sovereign, filled him with joy and admiration. he soon became the zealous patron of the establishment. He looked upon it as the bulwark of the throne, the best defense against disloyalty and anarchy. No bishop, no king was his answer to the Puritans who strove to persuade him into abolishing episcopacy and establishing a Presbyterian form of church government. Before James had been for a year on the English throne, he had shown his intentions in the matter of church government. On his first arrival, the Puritan party, both the dissenters and the conformists within the national church, presented him with the millenary petition, in which they complained that they were overburdened with human rites and ceremonies prescribed in the prayer book, and besought him to abolish episcopacy and purify the land from the remnants of popish superstition. James invited representative Puritan ministers to meet him at the Hampton Court Conference, January 1604, where they were to dispute with some of his bishops. But the conference was a mere farce. The king browbeat and hectored the ministers, and declared himself wholly convinced by the arguments of the Anglican clergy. He announced his full approval of the existing church system, and that he would have one doctrine, one discipline, one religion in substance and ceremony. The Puritans went away in sore displeasure, and from that moment the large number of them who had hitherto continued in the body of the national church began to desert it and to form various schismatic sects. We find it hard today to realize the fanatical scruples which made them see snares in a ring or a surplice, or deem that episcopacy was a Romish invention. But we can understand that the real bent of their minds was directed against dictation in matters of conscience and the denial of the right of private judgment. With their theory we may sympathize, but the actual points on which they chose to succeed from the ancient church of the land were miserably inadequate to justify schism. It is fair to add, however, that there was much to repel men of conscience and piety in the condition of the national church. The bishops showed an unworthy subservience to the throne, which seemed peculiarly disgusting when the crown was worn by such a self-satisfied pedant as King James. A glance at the fulsome praises heaped upon him in the preface to the authorized version of the Bible will sufficiently serve to make this plain. Almost the only sign of sagacity which the new king showed was that he kept in office as his chief minister Robert, the younger Cecil, son of the great Lord Burleigh. James made him Earl of Salisbury, and first as Secretary of State and afterwards as Lord Treasurer. Cecil kept a firm hand on the reins of power and restrained many of his master's follies. It was not till he died in 1612 that the king was able to display his own unwisdom in its full development. Hence it comes that the 9 years 1602 to 1611 are comparatively uneventful and show little of the king's worst foibles. A few incidents only deserve mention in this period. Cobham's plot, which followed almost immediately on the king's accession, was a most mysterious business. It was said that Lord Cobham, Lord Grey, Sir Walter Raleigh the explorer, and certain others, all enemies of Robert Cecil, had formed a plot to kidnap the king and force him to dismiss his minister, perhaps even to depose him in favor of his cousin, Arabella Stuart, the child of his father's brother. The whole matter is so dark that it is hard to make out what the conspirators desired, or even whether they conspired at all. Both extreme Puritans and fanatical Roman Catholics are said to have been engaged in the plot, and the wildest aims were ascribed to them. It is only certain that James and Cecil used the affair as a means for crushing those whom they feared. The unfortunate Arabella Stuart was put in confinement for the rest of her life. Raleigh languished 12 years in the Tower, and Grey and Cobham also suffered long imprisonment. A clearer but not less strange matter was the famous gunpowder treason of 1605. A band of fanatical Catholics disgusted that the king refused to grant the toleration they had expected or to repeal the recusancy laws, formed a diabolical scheme for murdering not only James himself, but his sons and all the chief men of the realm. Their chiefs were Thomas Percy, a relative of the Earl of Northumberland, Catesby, Guy Fawkes, and Sir Everard Digby. Their plan was to hire a cellar which lay under the Houses of Parliament, fill it with barrels of gunpowder, and fire the train when the king was opening Parliament on the 5th of November. Lords, commons, princes, and king would thus perish in a common disaster, while a Catholic rising and a Spanish invasion were to follow. Garnet, the provincial of the Jesuits, was informed of the scheme by the conspirators and kept it secret. A mere chance saved king and Parliament. When all was ready and the cellar was charged with its murderous contents, one of the conspirators wrote an anonymous letter to his cousin, Lord Monteagle, a Catholic peer, imploring him not to attend on the 5th of November on account of a great blow that was impending. Monteagle sent the letter to the king, whose suspicious mind, it will be remembered that his own father had perished by gunpowder, soon read the secret. The cellars were searched on the night of November 4, and Guy Fawkes, who was to fire the train, was discovered lurking there with his great hoard of powder. On the news of his arrest, the other conspirators took arms, but their preparations had been ridiculously inadequate for their end, and they were easily hunted down and slain. Fawkes and Garnet the Jesuit were tortured, and then hung, drawn, and quartered. The only result of the gunpowder treason was to make the lot of English Romanists much harder than before, for the nation thought that most of them had been implicated in the plot, and Parliament greatly increased the harshness of the recusancy laws. End of section 48. Section 49 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 25. James I, 1603 to 1625. Part 2. The persecuting of Romanists, however, was about the only point on which the king and Parliament could agree. From the very first, James and the House of Commons were at odds on almost every matter which they had to discuss. When peace was made with Spain in 1604, the House was ill-pleased, for a whole generation of Englishmen had grown up who looked upon war with King Philip as one of the natural conditions of life, and thought that the Spanish colonies in America existed solely for the purpose of being plundered by English buccaneers. James, on the other hand, hated all wars with a coward's hatred, and had a great respect for the ancient greatness and autocratic sovereignty of the Spanish kings. Taxation furnished another fertile source of dispute. The court was numerous, profligate, and wasteful, and in spite of Cecil's economy, the king piled up a mountain of debts and exceeded his revenue year by year. To fill his purse, he raised the scale of the customs duties without the consent of Parliament, 1608, and then refrained from calling the Houses together for 2 years. But in 1610, his increasing necessities forced him to summon them, and a sharp dispute about the legality of the increased customs at once began. It grew so bitter that the king dismissed the Parliament without having obtained the money he wanted, and was constrained to go on accumulating unpaid debts. 1611. The next year, the great minister, Robert Cecil, died, and James was left to govern for himself as best he might. A great change was at once apparent. Its chief symptom was the beginning of the system of government by royal favorites. Hitherto James had heaped wealth and favor on his minions, but had not dared to entrust them with affairs of state, so great was his fear of his able Lord Treasurer. When Salisbury was gone, the king fell entirely into the hands of the favorite of the hour, a young Scot named Robert Kerr, who had been his page. James made him Viscount Rochester and put him in the Privy Council and entrusted him with all his confidential business. Kerr was a worthless adventurer whose good looks and ready tongue were his only stock in trade. He used his influence purely for personal ends, to fill his pocket and indulge his taste for ostentation. When he meddled in politics, it was to encourage the king in courses which were hateful to the nation, in forming an alliance with Spain, and in persisting in illegal taxation. Kerr's dominion in the King's Council lasted about 3 years, and was ended by a shocking crime, which did more to lower the court and the king in the eyes of the people than anything which had yet occurred since James' accession. Kerr had become enamored of Frances Howard, the wife of the young Earl of Essex, son of Elizabeth's unfortunate favorite. The Countess returned his passion, became his paramour, and agreed to procure her divorce from her husband by bringing scandalous and indelicate accusations against Essex. But a certain Sir Thomas Overbury, an unscrupulous courtier, who was in the secret of this wicked plot, set himself to hinder the marriage, and threatened to make public what he knew. Rochester got him thrown into the Tower, and there he was poisoned by the revengeful Countess, with or without the guilty knowledge of the favorite. Lady Essex brought her suit against her husband, and as the king interfered with the course of justice in her favor, the divorce was accomplished. The guilty pair were married with great state, and James raised Rochester to the earldom of Somerset to celebrate the occasion. But murder will out. 2 years later, the tale of Overbury's assassination got abroad, and the king learnt the story of his favorite's dishonor. James was not quite dead to all feelings of right and wrong. The revelation greatly shocked him, and moreover, he was growing tired of Somerset's arrogance and dictatorial ways. Hence it came about that he suffered the law to take its course. The Earl and Countess were tried and convicted of having poisoned Overbury. Their lives were spared, but they suffered long imprisonment and disappeared into obscurity. It is said that Somerset saved his neck by threatening to reveal some disgraceful secret of the king's of which he was possessed. 1616. It might have been supposed that Kerr's scandalous end would have weaned King James from his propensity for favorites, but this was not so. He replaced the Earl of Somerset by another minion, George Villiers, the son of a Leicestershire squire. Villiers was as handsome and insinuating as Kerr, and possessed far greater ability. He not only acquired an entire ascendancy over James himself, but mastered as completely the heir to the throne, Prince Charles. The king's elder son, Henry, Prince of Wales, had died 4 years before, during Somerset's day of power. He had been a very promising youth, and hated his father's ways. Hence, some suspected that Somerset had poisoned him, though there seems to have been no foundation for the charge. For the 9 years which James had yet to live, he was completely in the hands of Villiers. The young favorite was vain, arrogant, and ambitious, but worse men than he have lived. He had the saving vice of pride, which kept him from many of the meaner sins. He was not cruel, avaricious, or revengeful, as his predecessor Somerset had been, but his influence on the realm was all in the direction of evil. In his headstrong self-confidence, he thought that he was a heaven-sent statesman, and led his weak and doting master into many follies. The days of his domination are filled with the miserable story of the Spanish marriage. King James, as we have already had to remark, was filled with a great respect for the ancient power and wealth of Spain, and never realized how much the foundations of its strength had been sapped by the long and ruinous Dutch and English wars of Philip II. Spain was at this moment represented by a very able ambassador, Sarmiento, Count of Gondomar, who systematically misled the king as to the views and intentions of his master, Philip III. His influence induced James to look to Spanish aid for a solution of all his financial troubles, for he thought that, in return for his alliance, Spain would lend or give him money to cover his annual deficits. The beginning of subservience to Spain is marked by one of the blackest spots in the reign of James, the execution of Sir Walter Raleigh. The old explorer had now lingered for 12 years in the Tower, but got a temporary release by persuading James that he knew of rich gold mines in Guyana on the banks of the Orinoco, from which he could bring back a great ransom. He was permitted to sail, but the king informed Gondomar of the matter. Now the Spaniards still looked on any interference in America as a trespass on their monopoly of the trade of the West. The ambassador sent news of Raleigh's approach to the governors of the West Indies, and preparations were made to give him a hot reception. When he reached South America, Sir Walter was easily drawn into hostilities with the Spaniards, and had to return after failing to force his way up the Orinoco. When he reached England, he was arrested at Gondomar's request for having engaged in fighting with a friendly power. But instead of trying him for his misdemeanor, the dastardly king beheaded him without giving him a hearing or an opportunity of defense on the old charge of having been engaged in Cobham's plot 15 years before. He fell a victim to Spanish resentment, not to any crime committed against his own king. 1618. The year of Raleigh's death saw the opening of a new set of troubles for King James. He had married his daughter Elizabeth to Frederick of the Palatinate, the most rash and venturesome of the Protestant princes of Germany. When the great religious struggle known as the 30 Years' War broke out, Frederick took the lead among the Protestants and seized the kingdom of Bohemia, one of the possessions of the Emperor Ferdinand, the bigoted and fanatical head of the Romanist party. 1619. Frederick, however, was beaten and lost not only Bohemia, but his own dominions in the Palatinate. 1620. Concerned to see his favorite daughter lose her crown and lands, King James conceived a hope that he might induce his Spanish friends to restore his son-in-law to his Rhenish electorate. He forgot that Philip III, as a devout Catholic, was much pleased to see the headstrong Frederick stripped of house and home. But while intriguing with Spain, James, with great duplicity, tried to persuade his subjects that he was ready to make war on the emperor in order to restore the elector by force of arms. The Parliament was again summoned. It gave the king a liberal grant for the proposed war in Germany, but it then proceeded to investigate abuses. The most notable scandal which it discovered was that the Lord Chancellor, the great philosopher Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, had been accepting gifts from the corrupt suitors in his court, a misdemeanor so flagrant that it struck at the roots of all justice. Bacon pleaded guilty and was removed from office. 1621. The Parliament then began to discuss internal politics, praying for a more rigorous suppression of the Jesuits and petitioning the king to marry his heir to a Protestant princess, for it was already rumored that a Spanish match was being proposed for Prince Charles. After much angry debating on what he considered an invasion of his prerogative, James had to dismiss the two houses. 1622. The reports which had reached the ears of the Commons about the marriage of the Prince of Wales were quite correct. The king and Villiers, who had lately been created Earl of Buckingham, had formed a chimerical plan for persuading the King of Spain to restore the elector to the Palatinate by means of a marriage treaty. If Prince Charles were to offer to wed one of the Infantas, the sisters of Philip IV, they thought that the Spaniard would interfere in Germany in order to oblige his brother-in-law. Moreover, the rich dowry of the princess would serve to pay some of James's debts. They forgot that the King of Spain had no interest or inducement to attack the emperor, his own cousin and co-religionist, and that the only thing which Philip really wanted to secure by a treaty with England was toleration for the English Catholics. From this foolish plan sprang the rash expedition of Buckingham and Prince Charles to Madrid, thinking to win the consent of the Spanish king by appearing in person and using the weight of his own attractions, Buckingham persuaded the prince to accompany him and crossed the Channel. Charles seems to have formed a romantic affection, on hearsay evidence, for the Infanta and followed his mentor with enthusiasm. They traveled rapidly and in disguise and were able to present themselves at Madrid before the Spanish court had any idea of their having started. Their presence put Philip IV in no small perplexity, for he had not really intended to complete the match. His sister, the Infanta Maria, was dismayed at the prince's arrival and threatened to retire into a nunnery rather than marry him. There followed an interminable series of negotiations in which the Spaniards attempted to scare off the unwelcome suitor by proposing hard conditions to him. But Charles at once accepted every proposal made, even offering to grant complete toleration to Catholics in England, which he knew that the nation and Parliament would never permit. Buckingham, meanwhile, made himself much hated by the haughty Spanish court, owing to his absurd arrogance and self-complacency. At last, discovering that the Spaniards did not mean business, he persuaded the prince to take a ceremonious leave of King Philip and brought him back to England. When they were well out of Spain, they sent back an intimation that nothing more could be done till the king promised to recover the Palatinate for the Elector Frederick, a polite way of breaking off the match. Highly indignant with the Spanish court for its blindness to his own charms and attractions, the headstrong Buckingham resolved to revenge himself on them. This was most easily done by forming an alliance with France, the eternal enemy of Spain. Accordingly, the favorite, on his return to England, began to urge the king and the prince to declare war on Philip IV and to take up the cause of Louis XIII. For once, Buckingham had public opinion on his side, for war with Spain was always popular in England. The Parliament voted liberal subsidies for an army to be sent to Germany, and a French alliance was easily concluded. Prince Charles, quite cured of his infatuation for the Infanta, offered his hand to Henrietta Maria, the sister of Louis XIII. She was at once betrothed to him, and the preliminaries for marriage were in progress when the old king suddenly died, worn out by slothful living and hard drinking, to which he had grown much addicted of late years. February 1625. In two spheres only was the inglorious reign of James I redeemed by some measure of success. The first was the realm of trade and colonial expansion. All through the early years of the century, English commerce was steadily growing, especially with the remote regions of Africa, China, India, and the Spice Islands. At the same time, the first successful English colonies were planted. The second plantation of Virginia was completed in 1607. The Bermudas were settled in 1616. Barbados in 1605. The far more important New England colonies date from 1620 to 28. They were founded by groups of nonconformist Puritans who left their native country to escape the harassing laws against schism to which they found themselves subject. It is only fair to add that, when they had settled down in North America, they established a church system quite as intolerant and oppressive as that from which they had fled. The other sphere in which the reign of James showed a certain success was Ireland. When O'Neill, Earl of Tyrone, the old adversary of Queen Elizabeth, rebelled for a second time in 1607, his dominions in Ulster were confiscated and carefully portioned out among English and Scotch settlers, who undertook never to resell them to natives. Many thousands of colonists crossed St. George's Channel, and by 1625, Ulster had a large and firmly rooted Protestant population, though its prosperity was founded on the systematic oppression of the native Irish. End of section 49.
Section 50 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 26, The Reign of Charles I to the Outbreak of the Civil War, 1625 to 1642, Part 1. The accession of Charles I made a profound change in the destinies of England, for though the new king had the same policy and the same notions of government in church and state as his father, yet his personal character was wholly different. James had been before all things a coward. He seldom dared to translate his theories into action, and hence it came that he died peacefully in his bed. His son, on the other hand, was not lacking in courage, and he was recklessly obstinate. Nothing could bend his will or teach him submission. Therefore he died on the scaffold. Character of Charles I. Yet Charles was in every way superior to his father. He was a man of handsome face and stately carriage. Though reared in a profligate and vicious court, he had grown up with all the private virtues. As a father and husband, he was admirable. He was sincerely religious and ardently loved the Church of England. He was a wise and judicious patron of arts and letters, but his tastes never led him into personal extravagance. If he had been born a peer instead of a prince, he would have been one of the best men of his day. But, unfortunately for England and for himself, he inherited a crown and not a coronet. He came to the helm of state fully persuaded of the truth of the two maxims that his father had taught him, that the royal prerogative overrode all the ancient national rights, and that the king ought to judge for himself in all things, and follow his own ideas, not the advice of his parliament. The accession of Charles was saluted with joy on all sides. The nation thought that the young, chivalrous, and enterprising prince would reverse all his father's policy. He would cast away the hated Spanish alliance, and place England at the head of the Protestant powers of Europe, the position that she had held in Elizabeth's day. It was hoped that he would relegate the upstart Buckingham to the background and rule for himself, but in accordance with the wishes and aspirations of the nation. Continued ascendancy of Buckingham. The first jarring note was struck when it became evident that the king was still under the control of his father's favourite. Villiers had somehow contrived to master the mind of the staid and firm Charles no less than that of the timid and irresolute James. When the first Parliament of the new reign was summoned, it found him in full possession of the king's ear and dictating all his enterprises. Demands for money refused by the Commons. The enormous demands for money which Charles laid before the Commons were enough to dash their spirits. The late king had left some £800,000 of debts, and in addition to the sum required to discharge them, £1,000,000 more was asked for purposes of war with Spain and the Emperor. To the disgust of Charles and Buckingham, Parliament voted only 2 subsidies, about £150,000, and granted tonnage and poundage, the customs revenue of the kingdom, for 1 year only, though it had been usual, in late reigns, to give it for the whole term of the king's life. Expedition against Cadiz. The want of confidence which the Commons showed in Buckingham's administrative capacity was thoroughly justified. His first military adventure was a great expedition against the Spanish arsenal of Cadiz. A large fleet was sent out, but the generals were incapable, and the armament returned in a few months, without having accomplished anything save the capture of a single Spanish fort, 1625. Loan of ships for the siege of La Rochelle. Meanwhile, a new trouble was brewing. Charles had carried out Buckingham's scheme for an alliance with France, and had taken to wife the Princess Henrietta Maria, sister of Louis XIII, the moment that the mourning for his father was over. Shortly after, his brother-in-law asked him for the loan of 8 men of war, for the French navy was small and weak. The request was granted, and the French government then proceeded to use the ships against the rebellious Huguenots of La Rochelle, who were in arms against the king. Now, the English nation had always felt much sympathy with the French Protestants, their old companions in arms in the days of Elizabeth, and the news that the Royal Navy was being used to coerce the Huguenots caused a great outcry throughout the country. All the blame was laid on Buckingham, as was but natural. He had also to face another accusation. Unable to get enough money from Parliament to fit out the unhappy expedition to Cadiz, the king had raised large sums by benevolences and forced loans, the old expedient of Edward IV. Parliament attacks Buckingham. When, therefore, the second Parliament of the reign assembled in 1626, it proceeded, not to grant subsidies for the war, but to petition against Buckingham. The king took the matter in the most haughty and high-handed manner. "I must let you know," he exclaimed, "that I will not let any of my servants be questioned by you, much less those that are of eminent place and near to me." He denied, in short, the ancient right of the House to petition against unpopular ministers, a right which it had used 50 times in the 14th and 15th centuries. But the Commons hardened their hearts, and proceeded to impeach the Duke for having raised illegal taxes, sold public offices to unworthy persons, and lent the ships to France contrary to the interests of the realm and the Protestant faith. The king's reply was to dissolve them. June 1626. The French alliance broken off. But the king and the duke had been seriously moved by the outcry against the loan of the ships to King Louis. In a vain attempt to conciliate public opinion and put themselves right with the nation, they suddenly reversed their policy of the last 2 years and resolved to break with France, even though the Spanish War was still on their hands. With inconceivable frivolity and thoughtlessness, Buckingham proceeded to pick a quarrel with the French government and to announce his intention of aiding the Huguenot rebels in La Rochelle against their sovereign. Expedition in aid of La Rochelle. War was declared against France, and Buckingham undertook to lead in person a great armament which was to raise the siege of La Rochelle, now closely beleaguered by the royal armies. This expedition came to a bad end, like everything else which the headstrong and incapable Duke took in hand. He landed on the Isle of Ré, opposite La Rochelle, to drive off the French troops which shut the city in on the side of the sea. But there he suffered a fearful disaster. Part of his army was cut to pieces, part compelled to surrender, and after losing 4,000 men, the Duke hastily re-embarked for England. October 1627. Buckingham assassinated. But Buckingham was as obstinate as he was incompetent. He swore that he would still save La Rochelle, and began to gather a second army at Portsmouth to renew his attempt to raise the siege. While employed in organizing his new troops, he was stabbed and mortally wounded by John Felton, a discontented officer who had served under him in Ré and wished to avenge his private wrongs and free the country of a tyrant by the single blow. August 1628. By the death of his arrogant minister, the king obtained a splendid opportunity of setting himself right with the nation and turning over a new leaf. For men had agreed to consider Buckingham personally answerable for the disasters and illegalities of the last 2 years, and to hold the king guilty of nothing more than a misplaced confidence in his favourite. The Parliament of 1628. Charles soon showed that he was not wiser nor more teachable than the Duke. He took no new favourite into his confidence, and proceeded to act as his own Prime Minister, so that he made himself clearly responsible for all that followed. He had summoned his third Parliament early in 1628, hoping to extract from it the sums necessary to defray Buckingham's projected second expedition to La Rochelle. The Commons met in no pleasant mood, and were far more set on protesting against the doings of Buckingham than on granting money. The new House contained many men who were to be notable in after years as the chief opponents of the king's misrule. Oliver Cromwell appeared for the first time to represent Huntingdon. Hampden, Pym, and Eliot were also numbered among the members, all 3 considerable personages who had already protested against the methods of the king's administration. The Petition of Right. Instead of waiting to be attacked, the Parliament of 1628 took the initiative by presenting to the king the celebrated Petition of Right, a document which demanded that certain ancient rights of Englishmen should be formally conceded by the king, namely, that no benevolences or forced loans should be demanded, no soldiers billeted on citizens without payment, no man imprisoned except on a specified and definite charge, and no martial law proclaimed in time of peace. Unless this petition was granted, they intimated that no supplies of money should be forthcoming. May 28th. After some quibbling and hesitation, Charles gave his assent. Money was absolutely necessary to him, and he was determined to have it. The subsidies were granted, and then in a few months he proceeded to break his plighted word. Parliament dissolved. When the Parliament met after its adjournment in January 1629, it found that the king had already begun raising tonnage and poundage, which had not yet been legally granted him, and was imprisoning those who refused to pay. Their indignation was thoroughly roused, and they displayed such a combative spirit that Charles determined to dissolve them at once. While his messenger was knocking at the door of the House, the Commons passed a hasty resolution that anyone who should countenance popery or advise the levying of subsidies not granted by Parliament should be reputed a capital enemy to the kingdom and Commonwealth. This declaration had hardly been carried when the notice of dissolution was proclaimed, March 10th, 1629. End of Section 50. Section 51 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 26. The Reign of Charles I to the Outbreak of the Civil War, 1625 to 1642. Part 2. Personal Government. After waging such bitter war with 3 successive parliaments, Charles resolved to try the unprecedented experiment of governing without parliaments at all. For 11 years he refused to summon the 2 houses, and ruled autocratically without any check on his will, 1629 to 1640. He marked his sense of the late Parliament's conduct by apprehending several of its members and sending 3 of them to the Tower. Sir John Eliot, the most prominent of these captives, and one of the best men of his day, languished to death in his prison after a confinement of no less than 3 years. After this cruel and unconstitutional beginning, Charles persevered in his evil ways. He chose a body of ministers who would obey his every command, displaced such judges and officials as showed any regard for the old customs of the realm, and governed like a continental tyrant. He was not a vicious or a malevolent man, but he was fully convinced that his prerogative covered every illegal act that he might commit, and he was persuaded that all who opposed him must be not only foolish, but evil-disposed persons. As to the Petition of Right, he managed to forget that he had ever signed it. Archbishop Laud. The 2 chief counsellors of the king in this unhappy period were William Laud, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Thomas Wentworth, Lord Strafford. The former was an honest but narrow-minded man, who had made a great reputation at Oxford as president of St. John's College, and had grown to note as the head of the High Church party in the university. He was a good scholar and an excellent organizer, but a martinet to the backbone. He accepted the archbishopric with the fixed idea of suppressing and crushing the Puritan party in and out of the Church of England. He hated the Puritan ideal of church government on republican lines without king or bishop, and he equally detested the Calvinistic doctrine of predestination, which was the shibboleth of Puritan theology. The king was a good churchman, and gave Laud his full confidence. Laud, in return, became the zealous servant of Charles in secular no less than in religious matters. Not only did he teach consistently that it was a subject's duty to submit without question to a divinely ordained king, not only did he devote himself to molesting and harassing Puritans in the church courts, but he made himself the most prominent personage among the king's ministers. His name is signed at the top of every unwise ordinance that the Privy Council ever produced. He sat regularly in the two ancient but unconstitutional courts, the Star Chamber and the Court of High Commission, which punished those who had offended King Charles in matters secular or spiritual. Hence it came that he was hated, not only as an ecclesiastical tyrant, but as a temporal oppressor. Yet at bottom he was an honest and well-meaning man, who did but follow the dictates of his somewhat pedantic conscience. The Earl of Strafford, Furrow. It is difficult to give even this moderate praise to the other great minister who served King Charles. Sir Thomas Wentworth had been a great enemy of Buckingham in Parliament, but after the Duke's death he suddenly went over to the King and enlisted in his service. Wentworth loved power above all things, and sold himself to Charles for high promotion. It was this desertion of his old party that made him so well hated by the friends of liberty. The King gave him the title of Strafford, and entrusted him first with the presidency of the North, the government of the countries beyond the Humber, and afterwards with the Lord Deputyship of Ireland. Strafford was a very capable man, with a hard hand and a great talent for organization. He called his system the policy of Furrow, by which he meant a resolute persistence in ignoring all checks of custom or constitutional usage which might restrain the king's action, and a determination to crush all who dared stand in his way. Strafford's Irish policy. The tale of Strafford's government in Ireland best illustrates what Furrow implied. He reduced the island to a more perfect obedience than it had ever known before, made its revenue and expenditure balance, kept up a large and efficient army, and encouraged trade and manufactures. But this was done at the cost of a ruthless disregard alike for law and morality. Strafford bullied and cheated the Irish Parliament. He set up illegal courts of justice. He dragooned the Scottish settlers in Ulster into accepting episcopacy. His worst measures, however, were reserved for the native Irish. On the preposterous plea that the landlords of Connaught could show no valid title deeds for their estates, he proposed to confiscate the whole of that province and settle it up with English. As a matter of fact, Connaught was mostly in the hands of ancient Celtic houses, who could show a tenure of many centuries, but had never consigned their claims to parchment. Strafford proposed to take heavy fines from a few of the unfortunate landholders, and to wholly evict the rest from their ancestral estates, and he would have done it if troubles in England had not called him away from his task. Tyrannous measures of the king. To enumerate all the unconstitutional acts of Charles I in his 11 years of tyranny would be tedious. He had resolved to raise a sufficient revenue without parliamentary grants, and to secure it he discovered the most monstrous devices. He established monopolies in the commonest products of trade, such as soap, linen, and leather. He declared whole districts of England to be under forest law, though the forests had disappeared centuries before, and took heavy fines from the inhabitants. He revived the old law of Edward I, which compelled all owners of £40 a year in land to receive knighthood, and made them pay exorbitant fees for the honour. The arbitrary Star Chamber was set to inflict heavy fines on rich men for offences which did not come under the letter of any law. It strained angry words into libel or treason, and made family broils or personal quarrels a fruitful source of revenue. The fines ran up as high as £20,000. Ship money. Another invention of the king was the celebrated ship money. In ancient times, sea-coast districts had been wont to pay a special contribution in times of war to provide vessels for the Royal Navy. Charles, in full time of peace, proposed to raise this tax from every county in England as an annual imposition. John Hampden, the member for Buckinghamshire in the last Parliament, refused to pay the 20 shillings at which he was assessed, and took the case before the courts, but the subservient judges decided in the king's favour, and Hampden was rigorously fined. 1637. The repression of Puritans, Bastwick's case. Besides financial extortion, the king countenanced much oppression of other sorts. Laud and his spiritual courts were always at work against the Puritans. The net result of their work was that the whole Calvinistic party in the Church of England went over to nonconformity and became for the most part Presbyterians. Few but the Arminian high churchmen remained in the establishment. It is probable that these 11 years tripled the number of schismatics in the country. To illustrate the dealings of the government with clamorous Puritans, the case of Dr. John Bastwick may be taken as an example. He accused the bishops of a tendency to popery in a tract called the New Litany. For this he was sentenced to lose both his ears, to stand in the pillory, to be fined £5,000, and to be imprisoned till his death. 1637. The Star Chamber. Prynne's case. Such sentences, however, were not uncommon in the court of the Star Chamber, nor were they reserved for offenders against spiritual peers only. A case may be quoted even more astonishing than that of Bastwick. A lawyer named William Prynne wrote a book called Histriomastics, protesting against the growing immorality of the stage. It contained words supposed to reflect on Queen Henrietta Maria, who was very fond of plays, and had sometimes acted in masques herself. For this Prynne was condemned to the same penalty as Bastwick, the pillory, the loss of his ears, and a fine of £5,000. It is not unnatural that England grew more and more disloyal as the years went by. The whole country was seething with discontent, yet it was not south but north of the Tweed that the first blow was to be struck. It seemed that English wrath needed a parliament to make its voice articulate. The Scots, on the other hand, found their centre of resistance in the strong local organisation of their kirk. Attempt to force episcopacy on Scotland. The cause of the Scottish outbreak was the king's attempt to force episcopal government in high church doctrine on the Kirk of Scotland, which was deeply attached to its Presbyterian constitution and wholly committed to Calvinistic theology. Both James I and Charles in his earlier years had made spasmodic attempts to bring the northern church up to the same level of faith and ritual as that which prevailed in the south. They had been sturdily resisted, but the struggle had not grown quite desperate till 1637, when Charles and Laud seriously took in hand the conversion of Scotland. The first grievance was the issue, by royal authority alone, of a set of canons, or church rules, drawn up by Laud, 1636. They were universally disregarded, but in the following year matters came to a head when the king ordered a new Book of Common Prayer, drawn up on the Anglican model, to be taken into use in all the churches of Scotland. The attempt to introduce it led to the celebrated riot in St. Giles, Edinburgh, where, as the story goes, the turmoil was started by an old woman hurling her stool at the dean's head with the war cry, "Will you say the Mass in my lug?" Ear. All the clergy who attempted to use the new service book were hustled and driven away. July 1637. The National Covenant. It was evident that Charles would bitterly resent this national outburst, and in self-defence the Scots, nobles, ministers, and burgesses alike, entered into the National Covenant, a solemn sworn agreement to stand by each other to resist tyranny and popery. Soon after, the General Assembly of the Kirk met at Glasgow, declared the Scottish bishops tainted with Romanism, condemned the king's new canons and Book of Prayer, and proclaimed that episcopacy was altogether opposed to the rules of faith. The Scots take up arms. This was open rebellion in the king's eyes, and he immediately began to make preparations for a military expedition against Scotland. The whole country was in the hands of the Covenanters, save some of the wild Highland districts, and it was evident that a national war was impending. At the first news of the king's movements, the Scots raised an army of more than 20,000 men, led by veteran officers who had served on the Protestant side in the wars of Germany. This formidable force advanced to Dunslaw in Berwickshire and prepared to defend the line of the Tweed. The king had no standing army, save the troops whom Strafford had organized in Ireland. He was therefore compelled to call out the gentry and militia of the northern counties. It soon became apparent that he would not be able to rely on any willing service from these levies. Half England fought the Scots in the right. The men came in unwillingly and in inadequate numbers, and Charles found at York only a raw, discontented force, quite unready to take the field. Dismayed at his weakness, he began to negotiate with the insurgents. June 1639, but they would take no compromise, and as neither men nor money were forthcoming, the king was forced to take the desperate step of summoning a parliament to grant him supplies. End of section 51. Section 52 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 26, The Reign of Charles I to the Outbreak of the Civil War, 1625 to 1642, Part 3. The Short Parliament. The two houses met in the spring of 1640 in no placable frame of mind. 11 years of tyranny had maddened the nation, and now that England had found her voice again, it spoke with no uncertain sound. Her mood was quickly shown. Led by John Pym, the member for Tavistock, the Commons at once announced that they were come together to discuss grievances before thinking of grants of supply. Charles immediately dissolved the Parliament ere it had sat 3 weeks. Hence it is known as the Short Parliament. April to May 1640. The Rout of Newburn. Hardening his heart, Charles raised a few £1,000 by ship money and other illegal devices, and launched his disaffected and undisciplined army against the Scots. But the men disbanded themselves at the first shot, and, after the disgraceful rout of Newburn, the Covenanters were able to occupy Northumberland and Durham, and established their headquarters at Newcastle. August 1640. The king had already summoned Strafford from Ireland, and the great Lord Deputy had come, but without his army. He was now given command of the wrecks of the levies in the north, but even he could not compel that discontented host to stand or fight. In despair, the king saw that he must make concessions to the nation, and called a new parliament, November 3rd, 1640. The Long Parliament. For the 5th time, Charles found himself confronted with the angry representatives of the nation that he had wronged. But this time the engagement was to be no short skirmish, but a long and desperate battle, destined to endure for 8 years, and to end only with his overthrow and death. The Long Parliament, unlike its predecessors, was to exist for many years. With it the king was to fight out the great dispute for the sovereignty of England, to settle whether, for the future, the royal prerogative or the will of the Commons was to be the stronger factor in the governance of the realm. In the existing crisis, Charles felt that he was, for the moment, entirely at the mercy of the two houses. The exchequer was empty, the army disloyal, an active enemy was in possession of the northern counties. He shrank from playing his last stake by bringing over Strafford's troops from Ireland to resist the Scots, though the stern Lord Deputy strongly urged him to take that measure. King Pym. When Parliament met, the same men who had been seen as members in 1628 and in the Short Parliament of the last spring stood forward to confront the king. Pym at once marshalled all the forces of discontent into a compact host. So great was the power over them which he displayed, that he soon was nicknamed King Pym by the friends of Charles. He and his confidants were already in secret communication with the Scots, and spoke all the more boldly because they knew that they could call down the covenanting host on London if the king should dare to withstand them. Arrest of Strafford and Laud. The Long Parliament met on November 3rd. It at once proceeded to business. 8 days later, Pym moved that Strafford should be impeached for treason, and in the following month, Laud was also arraigned on the same charge. Both were arrested and sent to the Tower. The king made no attempt to defend them. Apparently, he was so conscious of his helplessness and so dismayed by the riotous mob of London and the fierce words of the Commons that he had completely lost his head. It is certain that, if he had resisted, none but a few courtiers would have backed him. He sank in the most extraordinary way, in 6 months, from an autocrat into a nerveless, hunted creature, amazed at the wrath he had roused, and quite unable to defend himself. Trial and execution of Strafford. The dealings of the Parliament with the 2 great ministers, the Archbishop and the Lord Deputy, were summary and harsh, even to injustice. It is true that both Laud and Strafford had been cruel enemies of the liberties of England, but it would have been well, in punishing them, to proceed on the best constitutional precedents, and to let the course of justice be clear and calm. Strafford was impeached before the peers, and there was brought against him a vast weight of evidence to prove that, both as President of the North and as Governor of Ireland, he had committed scores of illegal, arbitrary, and cruel acts. But that the acts amounted to treason was not evident, and Pym and his friends were determined to find Strafford guilty of nothing less. After 14 days' sittings, the accusers suddenly determined to change their procedure. Dropping the method of impeachment, they determined to crush Strafford by a simple declaratory bill of attainder, which stated that he had committed treason and was worthy of death. The bill was brought into the House of Commons on April 10th, and all its 3 readings were carried in 11 days. The main point on which the charge of treason was founded was Strafford's advice to the king to bring over the Irish army, and the only proof of that advice was a paper of notes made in the Privy Council, which had surreptitiously come into Pym's hands. Strafford had said, "Your Majesty has an army in Ireland, that you may employ to reduce this kingdom to obedience." It was not even certain that this kingdom meant England and not Scotland, but on that evidence Strafford was convicted of plotting to levy war against the state. The vast majority of the Commons were determined to have his blood. 204 members voted for the bill, only 59 against it, and the names of the minority were soon placarded all over London as traitors to the Commonwealth. The House of Lords approved the Bill of Attainder, and it was sent to the king. Charles had secretly given Strafford a pardon for all his acts, and promised to save his life, but in a moment of alarm, with the angry shouts of the Londoners ringing in his ears, he gave his assent to the bill. It was an inexcusably selfish and cowardly act, the one deed in all his life which we must stamp as mean and perfidious as well as unwise. Strafford suffered on Tower Hill with the stern courage that had marked all his acts, muttering, "Put not your trust in princes," with his last breath. May 12, 1641. Impeachment of Laud and others. It was now the turn of the old Archbishop. He was impeached on the 15th of December, both for illegal acts in the Star Chamber and the Court of High Commission, of which he was undoubtedly guilty, and for the secret encouragement of popery, of which he was as undoubtedly innocent. The articles drawn up against him were approved by the vote of both houses, but he was not at once tried, but allowed to linger in the Tower, where he was to spend more than 2 years. Several minor ministers of the Crown were also impeached, Windibank, the Secretary of State, Finch, the Lord Keeper, and the judges who had given the unrighteous decision in the ship money case. The most prominent of these tools of the king saved themselves by flying oversea. Measures of reform. But while bent on vengeance for the past, the Long Parliament was also desirous of securing good governance for the future. The spring and summer of 1641 saw the abolition of most of the machinery which Charles had used to carry out his tyranny. The two great unconstitutional courts, the Star Chamber and the Court of High Commission, were abolished by a law passed in July. By another, carried in February, it was provided that parliaments should be triennial, and that if the king refrained for 3 years from calling the two houses together, they should have the right to meet without his summons. In June a bill was drawn up, declaring illegal the exaction of ship money, benevolences, and the rest of the king's favourite forms of extortion. An excellent device for keeping the law courts free from royal interference was found by making the judges hold their office, not during the king's pleasure, but dum se bene gesserunt, as long as they faithfully discharged their office. This swept away the power which the Stuarts had habitually used of displacing every judge who gave decisions against the prerogative. The Root and Branch Bill. If the Long Parliament had halted here, we should owe it nothing but thanks and praise. Unfortunately, however, it soon began to press on from redressing national grievances to pandering to party animosities. Most of its leading members were Puritans, and of them a majority was formed by those who had left the Church and taken to Presbyterianism. These nonconformists were burning to revenge themselves on the Church of England for the tyranny which Laud and the Court of High Commission had exercised over them. The first symptom of their wrath was a bill for excluding the bishops from the House of Lords. This was afterwards enlarged into a scheme for abolishing the bishops altogether and reorganizing the Church on a Presbyterian basis. In this form it was popularly known as the Root and Branch Bill, from a term used in a great London petition in its favour. Split in the parliamentary party. This sweeping party measure at once threw all the moderate men in the House, who remained loyal churchmen, though they were also constitutional reformers, into a violent opposition to the majority. After much fierce debating, Pym and his friends passed the second reading by a small majority, 138 to 105, in May 1641. The third reading was bitterly debated all through the summer, but never carried through. In face of the danger of splitting the party of reform, the promoters of the bill wisely dropped it. August 1641. But they never succeeded in reuniting the churchmen to themselves in the firm alliance that had existed before. Men like Lord Falkland, Edward Hyde, John Culpeper, and others of equally liberal views began to doubt the wisdom of continuing to act with a party which was tending to appear more like a synod of fanatics than a committee of constitutional reformers. Position of the king. It was the appearance of this split in the Parliament that first brought some comfort to the disconsolate Charles. After giving a weak and insincere assent to every bill that was sent up to him in the summer, he began to pluck up his heart in the autumn of 1641. It was now his cue to assume the position of a constitutional king, and to accept the present position of affairs. But in his heart he was, no doubt, beginning to dream of ridding himself of his oppressors by the aid of the Church party and the moderate men. He spent the autumn in a visit to Scotland, where he endeavoured to conciliate the Covenanters by granting every request that they laid before him. But at the same time he was in secret negotiation with those of the Scottish nobles who disliked the domination of the Kirk, and was endeavouring to build up a royalist party in the land. End of section 52. Section 53 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 26. The Reign of Charles I to the Outbreak of the Civil War, 1625 to 1642. Part 4. The Irish Rebellion. It was while Charles lay in the north that there burst out troubles in Ireland, which were fated to do him no small harm. The iron hand of Strafford had kept the Irish down for a space, in spite of all the wrongs and injustice which he had committed. When Strafford, however, was gone, The wrath of the oppressed natives boiled over with all the more vigour because of this cruel repression. In October 1641 there broke out a great national and religious rebellion, such as had not been seen since the days of Elizabeth. The old Irish clans rose to cast out and slay the English colonists. The Anglo-Irish Catholics of the Pale took arms at the same time, not to make Ireland independent, but to compel the king to take off all laws against Romanism and turn the island into a Catholic country. In the north of Ireland, where the plantation of Ulster had worked the cruelest wrongs, the rising was attended with horrible atrocities. The natives, headed by Sir Philip O'Neill, a distant kinsman of the old Earls of Tyrone, slew some 5,000 of the unarmed colonists in cold blood. Many thousands more died from cold and starvation, being cast out of their dwellings and hunted away naked in the cold autumn weather. Unhappily for the king, the rebels thought it wise to give out that they acted by his permission in taking arms, and that they only struck at the English Parliament and the Protestant religion. Philip O'Neill even showed a letter purporting to come from Charles and bearing the royal seal of Scotland, where the king at that moment was staying. It was a forgery, and the seal was taken from an old deed, but the English Puritans would believe anything of Charles, and jumped to the conclusion that he was guilty of fostering the rising, and therefore of authorizing the massacre. The Grand Remonstrance. Under the stress of the news from Ireland, the Long Parliament reassembled in the winter of 1641-42 in no amiable frame of mind. They signalled their reassembly by putting forth the Grand Remonstrance, a kind of historical summary of all the illegalities which Charles had committed since his accession, followed by a list of their own reforms already carried out, and a scheme for further reforms to come. These last were to include a bill to make the king choose no ministers or officials save such as Parliament should recommend to him, another for the complete suppression of Romanism, and a third for the reformation of the Church of England in the direction of pure Protestantism, that is, of extreme Puritanism. The first half of the remonstrance passed the Commons with little opposition, but the last clauses, which practically bound the House to abolish episcopacy and turn the established church into a Presbyterian kirk, were hotly opposed by all the moderate party. In the end they passed by a narrow majority of 11. But the victory of the Puritans involved a complete schism in the House. All the church party now resolved that they would go no further. They would rather trust the king in spite of all his faults than the fanatical Presbyterians. For the first time in his life, Charles found himself allied to a powerful party in the lower house. Attempted arrest of the 5 members. He might have regained much of his authority if he had now played his cards wisely, but unwisdom was always his characteristic. Taking heart at the divisions among the Commons, he resolved to attempt a coup d'etat. On January 4, 1642, he suddenly came down to the House with a great armed retinue of 300 or 400 men, intending to arrest the 5 chiefs of the Puritan party, Pym, Hampden, Hollis, Hazelrig, and Strode. They had received warning of his approach and fled to the city, where the London militia armed in thousands to protect them. The king looked round the House and noted that the 5 members were not present. "I see the birds are flown," he exclaimed, and, after an awkward speech of apology, left the House. Charles leaves London. The plan had completely failed. The Puritans were warned that the king was ready to resume his old illegal habits, and had not learnt his new position as a constitutional ruler. Charles himself was so mortified at the frustration of his scheme that he hastily decamped, abandoning his capital to the Parliament and its enthusiastic supporters, the merchants and burgesses of the city. Preparations for war, the Royalist party. The die was now cast. The next 6 months were occupied by both sides in preparations for war, which was evidently at hand. Every man had now to choose his side and make up his mind. The king went round the Midlands, holding conferences with all whom he thought might be induced to support him. He found more encouragement than he had expected. A large majority of the peerage were on his side. They objected to being ruled by a House of Commons which had grown violent and fanatical. Almost the whole body of churchmen all over the kingdom were also ready to join him. When forced to choose between a king who had been guilty of oppression and unwisdom, but who was undoubtedly a good churchman like themselves, and a parliament ruled by schismatics who wished to wreck the old church, they reluctantly but firmly threw in their lot with Charles. There were whole shires where the Puritans were few and the church was strong, and in these the king found promise of steady support. There were thousands who were moved by the old instinct of loyalty, and thousands more who hoped, unwisely perhaps but wholeheartedly, that their master had learnt moderation, and would, if triumphant, never return to his old courses. Meanwhile Charles took a step which showed that he was preparing for the worst. He sent his wife overseas with all the money he could collect, and his crown jewels, bidding her spend the whole in buying munitions of war in France and Holland. The Commons claimed control of the militia. The parliamentarians were also making their preparations. They were determined to get possession of the armed force of the nation, the militia, or train bands, of the shires and boroughs. With this object they sent the king proposals, which they could hardly expect him to accept, that for the future the right to call out an officer of the militia should be vested in the two houses, and not in the crown. The negative answer was promptly sent them back from Newmarket. They then proceeded to pass an ordinance arrogating to themselves the right to nominate the Lord Lieutenants, the official commanders of the militia, and ordering military authorities to look for their orders to the houses and not to the king. The ordinance never received the royal sanction and was of course illegal in form. Nevertheless it was acted upon. Charles at Hull. The crisis began when, in April, the king called on Sir John Hotham, governor of Hull, to admit him within the walls of that town, and make over to him a store of arms and munitions which lay there. Hotham shut the gates, and answered that he took orders from the Parliament alone. The next 2 months were spent by both parties in gathering armies. In June the king sent commissions of array to trustworthy persons in every county, bidding them muster men in his name. The Parliament replied not only by putting the militia under arms, but by raising new levies for permanent service in the field, under officers whom they could trust. They gave the supreme command to the Earl of Essex, the man who 30 years before had been so cruelly wronged by James I and his favourite Somerset. On August 22nd, the king set up his standard at Nottingham and bade all his friends come to meet him. At the same time, Essex marched north from London. The war had begun. End of section 53. Section 54 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 27. The Great Civil War, 1642 to 1651, Part 1. 9 years of almost continuous war, broken by only one short interval in 1647-48, followed the raising of the royal standard at Nottingham on the 22nd of August, 1642. The first half of the contest, 1642-46, may be defined as the struggle against the person of Charles, the second as the struggle against the principle of kingly government after Charles himself had fallen. Principles of the two parties, the king. When the war began, there was hardly a man on either side who did not believe that he was fighting in behalf of constitutional monarchy. The king and his party disavowed all intention of restoring autocratic government. On the royal standard and the royal coinage, Charles bade the motto be placed, "I will defend the laws of England, the liberties of Parliament, and the Protestant religion." He declared that he was in arms to protect the old constitution against the encroachments of a parliamentary faction who wished to degrade the crown and to destroy the church. The parliamentarians. The followers of Pym and Hampden, on the other hand, were equally loud in protesting that they were in arms only to protect the ancient liberties of the realm, not to set up a new polity. They professed the greatest respect for the crown, used the king's name in all their acts and documents, and stated that they were only anxious to come to terms with him on conditions which should give sufficient guarantees for the future welfare of the realm. Mutual mistrust. But there was a fatal weakness in the programme, both of the royal and the parliamentary party. The king's friends could never trust the Parliament's professions, because they believed it to be led by a band of fanatical schismatics. The parliamentarians could never bring themselves to confide in the ruler against whom there stood the evil record of the years 1629 to 1640, and the even more discreditable incident of the attempt to seize the 5 members. When two enemies cannot trust each other's plighted word, they can do nothing but fight out their quarrel to the bitter end. Local distribution of the parties. At the moment when Charles marched from Nottingham and Lord Essex from London in August 1642, neither party had yet any correct notion as to its own or its enemy's strength. In every county and borough of England each side had a following. As to which following was the stronger in each case, it was hard to make a guess. One thing only was clear. Rural England was, on the whole, likely to cleave to the king, urban England to oppose him. Wherever the towns lay thick, Puritanism was strong. London, the populous eastern counties, Kent, the cluster of growing places on the borders of Yorkshire and Lancashire, from Leeds to Liverpool, were all parliamentarian strongholds. On the other hand, in the west and the north, and among the Welsh hills, the church was still omnipotent, and nonconformity was weak. These districts were led by the local peers, and still more by the country gentry, and of both those classes a large majority held to the king. But no general rule could be drawn. There were towns like Worcester, York, Oxford, Exeter, where, for various local reasons, the king's party was the stronger. Similarly, there were many peers, about a third of the House of Lords, who adhered to the parliamentary interest, and where they dominated the countryside, it stood by the cause of the Commons. We need only mention the local influence of the Earl of Warwick in his own district of the Midlands, of the Earl of Manchester in Huntingdonshire, of Lord Fairfax in mid-Yorkshire, as examples of the fact that the parliamentary cause could draw much assistance from the magnates of the land. Still more was this the case among the lesser landholders. In the east of England, a very large proportion of the gentry and all the yeomanry were zealous Puritans. Even in the west there was a sprinkling of Roundheads among the royalist majority. Humane character of the war. It was the saddest feature of the war, therefore, that every man had to draw the sword against his nearest neighbour, and that the opponents differed from each other, not so much on principle as on point of judgment, the doubt whether the king or the parliamentary majority could best be trusted to defend the old constitution. On each side there were many who armed with a doubting heart, not fully convinced that they had chosen their side wisely. This, at any rate, had one good effect. The war was, on the whole, mercifully waged. There were few executions, no massacres, very little plundering. If we compare it with the civil wars of France or Germany, we are astonished at the moderation and self-restraint of our ancestors. The king's forces. It was in August 1642, as we have already mentioned, that King Charles bade his followers meet him at Nottingham. The royalists of the northern Midlands came to him in numbers far less than he had expected, wherefore he moved west to Shrewsbury to rally his partisans from Lancashire, Cheshire, and Wales, where he knew that they were many and loyal. They came forward in great strength, and Charles was able to begin to organize his army into regiments and brigades. The cavalry was very numerous, if wholly untrained. The nobles and gentry turned out in vast throngs, and brought every tenant and servant that could sit a horse. The infantry were the weaker arm. The squires preferred to serve among the cavalry. The townsfolk and peasantry, who should have swelled the foot levies, were often apathetic where they were not disloyal. It was only in certain limited districts, Wales, Cornwall, and the north were the most noted, that the king could raise a trustworthy foot soldiery. In the army that mustered at Shrewsbury, he had 6,000 cavalry to 8,000 infantry, far too large a proportion of the former. Nor was it easy to arm the foot. Pikes and muskets were hard to procure, as compared with the trooper's sword. The king gave the command of the army to Lord Lindsay, but made his nephew, Rupert of the Palatinate, General of the Horse. The parliamentary forces. Among the troops which Essex was enrolling and drilling at Northampton, the exact reverse was the case. The infantry were numerous and willing, the artisans of London and the men of the eastern counties had volunteered in thousands, but the cavalry was weak. The admixture of gentry and yeomen in its ranks did not suffice to leaven the mass. Many were city-bred men, unaccustomed to riding. Many more were wastrels who had enlisted to get the better pay of the horse soldier. Cromwell, who served in one of these regiments, denounced them to Hampden as mostly old decayed tapsters and serving men, and asked, how shall such base and mean fellows be able to encounter gentlemen of honour and courage and resolution? Charles moves towards London. In September the two raw armies were both moving westward, but when Charles had filled his ranks and got his men into some order, he determined to advance on London. Marching by Bridgnorth and Birmingham, he reached the slopes of Edgehill on the borders of Warwickshire and Oxfordshire on October 23rd. He had slipped round the flank of Lord Essex, who was waiting for him at Worcester, and the parliamentary army only overtook him by hard marching. When he saw the enemy approaching, Charles ranged his order of battle on the hillside and charged down on Essex, who was getting into array on the plain below. Battle of Edgehill. The incidents of Edgehill were typical of the whole struggle. On each flank the king's gallant horsemen swept off the parliamentarian cavalry like chaff before the wind, and a third of the infantry of Essex was also carried away in the disaster. But the reckless cavaliers, headed by Prince Rupert, were so maddened by the joy of victory that they rode on for miles, driving the fugitives before them, and gave no thought to the main battle. Meanwhile, in the centre, Lord Essex, at the head of the 2/3 of his infantry who had stood firm, had encountered the king's foot with very different results. After a short struggle, he burst through the royalist centre and captured the king's standard and the whole of his artillery. A few hundred parliamentary horse, Oliver Cromwell was among them, had escaped from the general flight of their comrades, and by their aid Essex cut several regiments of the royalists to pieces, and thrust the rest in disorder up the slopes of Edgehill. Charles at Brentford. When Rupert and his horse returned at eventide, they found to their surprise that they had taken part in a drawn battle, not in a victory. Both sides were left in the same position as before the fight, but the king had one advantage. He was the nearer to London, and was able to march off in the direction of the capital. Essex, with his cavalry gone and his infantry much mauled, could not detain him, and was constrained to make for London by the long route of Warwick, Towcester, and St. Albans, while the king moved by a shorter line through Oxford and Reading. But Charles lingered on the way, and the travel-worn troops of the Earl reached their goal first. Even now, if Charles had struck desperately at London, he might perhaps have taken it, but his irresolute mind was cowed by a strong line of earthworks at Turnham Green, behind which lay not only Essex, but the whole train bands of the capital, 20,000 strong. Instead of assaulting the lines, he drew back to Reading, and sent proposals of peace to the Parliament, hoping that their confidence was sufficiently shaken to make them listen to his offers. November 11th. Charles retires to Oxford. This retrograde movement was his ruin. The city had trembled while the host of the Cavaliers lay at Brentford and Kingston, but when it withdrew without daring an assault, the spirits of leaders and people rose again, and there was no talk of surrender or compromise. For the rest of the winter, however, the operations languished in front of London. The king retired to Oxford, which he made his arsenal and base of operations. The parliamentarians remained quiet, guarding the capital. Local contests throughout England. While the campaign of Edgehill and Brentford was in progress, there was fighting going on all over England. In each district the local partisans of king and commons were striving for the mastery. In the east the Roundheads carried the day everywhere. The whole coast from Portsmouth to Hull, with all the seaboard counties, fell into their hands. In the west and north the result was very different. Sir Ralph Hopton beat the king's enemies out of Cornwall and the greater part of Devon. The whole of Wales, except the single port of Pembroke, was one for Charles. In Yorkshire there was fierce fighting between the two local magnates, the Marquis of Newcastle on the royal, Lord Fairfax on the parliamentary side. By the end of the winter, Newcastle had got possession of the whole county except Hull, and the cluster of manufacturing towns in the West Riding and on the Lancashire border. He had raised an army of 10,000 men, and controlled the whole countryside from the borders of the Scots as far as Newark-on-Trent. But in the Midlands the first campaign settled nothing. Districts that held for the king and districts that held for the Parliament were intermixed in hopeless confusion. It would obviously need much further fighting before any definite result could be secured. Charles in want of money. After futile negotiations had filled the winter months, the spring of 1643 saw the renewal of operations all over the face of the land. The negotiations indeed were but a foolish waste of time. It was not likely that the king would accept the two conditions which the Parliament made a sine qua non, the grant to them of the power of the sword by the Militia Bill, and the right to reform the Church by turning it into a Presbyterian kirk. The struggle had to proceed, though both parties found it extremely hard to maintain. The king, more especially, had the greatest difficulty in finding the sinews of war. The sale of the crown jewels was but a temporary expedient. The loyal offerings of the Oxford colleges, who sent all their gold and silver plate to be melted down at the mint which the king had set up in their midst, could not last for long. The royalist gentry soon stripped the sideboards and strong boxes bare. The want of a regular supply of money was always checking the king's movements. He called together a Parliament at Oxford, to which came a majority of the House of Lords and nearly a third of the House of Commons. This body granted him the right to raise forced loans under his privy seal and to take excise duties all over the realm, but as the richest part of England was not in his hands, this financial scheme was not very successful. Charles was always on the verge of seeing his army disband for want of pay. The parliamentarians were somewhat better off, owing to their control of London and the other chief ports of the kingdom, but even they were often in dire straits for money, and heard unpaid regiments clamouring in vain for food and raiment. 1643. Royalist successes. 1. In the West. The events of the campaign of 1643 were no more decisive than those of the previous autumn. In the centre, the king and Essex watched each other all through the summer without coming to a pitched battle. The only event of note in these months was the death of Hampden, the second man in importance among the parliamentary leaders, in a cavalry skirmish at Chalgrove Field. But on the two flanks the royalists gained important successes. Hopton, with the Army of the West, swept over Somerset and Wilts, routing Sir William Waller, an enterprising but very unlucky general, at Lansdowne, July 5th, and afterwards at Roundway Down near Devizes, July 13th. In consequence of these victories, Bristol, the second town in the kingdom, fell into royalist hands, July 26th. A further advance put the Army of the West in possession of Hampshire and Dorsetshire, so the Roundheads retained nothing in the south, except the ports of Plymouth and Portsmouth, with a few scattered garrisons more. 2. In the north, the associated counties. At the same time, the Marquis of Newcastle beat Lord Fairfax and his son Sir Thomas, the mainstays of the parliamentary cause in the north, at Adwalton Moor, June 30th, a victory which enabled him to conquer the Puritan stronghold in the West Riding, and to drive the last wrecks of the enemy into Hull. Newcastle would have won Lincolnshire also, but for the resistance made by a new force, the levy of the associated counties. The shires of Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex, Cambridge, and Huntingdon had banded themselves together to raise a local army. It was a zealous and well-disciplined force, commanded by Lord Manchester, under whom Oliver Cromwell served as General of Horse. It was Cromwell's ability as a cavalry leader which saved Lincolnshire to the Parliament by the winning of the hard-fought engagements of Gainsborough, July 28th, and Winceby, October 11th. Siege of Gloucester, First Battle of Newbury. Charles should now have called in Hopton and Newcastle to his aid and marched straight on London, but both the West County and the Yorkshire Royalists disliked leaving their own districts. Hopton's and Newcastle's men protested against being called up to Oxford before they had made a complete end of their own local enemies. Charles was weak enough to yield to their wish, and meanwhile resolved to take Gloucester, the one great Roundhead stronghold left in the west. He laid siege to it on August 10th, but on the news of his march westward, the Parliament gave Lord Essex peremptory orders to attempt its relief at all costs. Reinforced by 6 strong regiments of London train bands, zealous but new to war, he marched with 15,000 men into the west. When he approached the besiegers, Charles resolved not to fight in his siege lines, but to attack Essex in the open. He therefore raised the siege, allowed the Earl to revictual Gloucester, but placed himself along the line of retreat to London. At Newbury in Berkshire, Essex found the king's army arrayed on both sides of the London road and ready to receive him. September 19th. There followed a fierce fight among lanes and hedges as Essex strove to pierce or outflank the royal line. Prince Rupert threw away the best of his horsemen in attempts to break the solid masses of the London train bands, who showed a steady power of resistance very admirable in such young soldiers. In one of those desperate charges fell Lord Falkland, the wisest and most moderate of the king's counsellors, who was said to have deliberately thrown away his life because of his sorrow at the long continuance of the war. After a hard day's work, the Earl had partly cut his way through, and in the night the king, alarmed at the fact that his infantry and artillery had exhausted all their powder, ordered his army to retreat on Oxford. Then the parliamentarians were able to force their way to Reading without further molestation. The Solemn League and Covenant. Thus the end of the campaign of 1643 left matters in the centre much as they had been 9 months before, but on the flanks in Yorkshire and the south-west the Royalists had won much ground, and were in full communication with the king through their strong posts in Bristol and Newark. While arms had proved unable to settle the struggle, both sides had been trying to gain help from without, the Parliament in Scotland, the King in Ireland. The zealous Covenanters of the north, before consenting to give armed support to the Roundheads, insisted on receiving pledges from their allies. Accordingly, the Parliament swore a solemn league and covenant to preserve the Kirk of Scotland in doctrine, worship, and governance, and to reform religion in the Church of England according to God's holy word. The second clause implied the destruction of episcopacy and the introduction of Presbyterianism into the southern kingdom, September 25th. In return for this pledge, the Scots promised to send an army of 10,000 or 15,000 men over the Tweed in the following spring. The conclusion of this treaty was the last work of Pym, the King of the Commons, who died 6 weeks later. No civilian came forward among the ranks of the parliamentarians to take up his mantle. End of section 54. Section 55 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 27, The Great Civil War, 1642 to 1651, Part 2. Charles seeks aid from Ireland. Meanwhile, the king had sought aid from Ireland. Ever since the massacre of 1641, the Irish rebels had been fighting with the Marquis of Ormond, Strafford's successor in the governance of that unruly realm. They had occupied 6/7 of the country, and held Ormond's men pinned up in Dublin, Cork, and a few other strongholds. Charles now conceived a scheme for patching up a peace with the rebels, and thus making it possible to bring over Ormond's army, Strafford's veteran regiments, to join in the English war. With this end he negotiated a truce called the Succession with the Irish, September 15th, leaving the Catholic Confederates to govern all the districts that were in their hands, and promising to devise a scheme of toleration for Romanists. This truce enabled Ormond to begin sending over his troops to England. It was also arranged that native Irish levies should be lent to the king by the Catholic Confederates, and Lord Taffy, one of the leading rebels, promised to make a beginning by bringing over 2,000 men. This alliance with the fanatical Romanists of Ireland, the perpetrators of the Ulster Massacre of 1641, did Charles much harm. The Puritans began to dream of England dragooned by by wild Irish papists, and fought that the fires of Smithfield would ere long be relighted. They grew fiercer than ever against the king. 1644, rout of the Irish levies, the Scots in England. In December 1643, Ormond's first regiments began to pass the Channel and arrive at Chester. In January 1644, the Scots crossed the Tweed under the Earl of Leven. Before winter was over, the strife had begun, and the new forces on each side were engaged. In January, Sir Thomas Fairfax, with the Yorkshire parliamentarians, had slipped out of Hull, whose siege had been raised by the Marquis of Newcastle, and fell suddenly upon the Irish army at Nantwich, near Chester. He completely routed it, and dispersed or took almost the whole. Meanwhile, the Scots were slowly pushing southward, driving the Marquis before them through Durham and the North Riding. In April they joined Fairfax at Selby, near York, and the united forces so much outnumbered Newcastle's force that he sent in haste to the king at Oxford to say that all the north would be lost if he were not promptly aided by troops from the Midlands. Charles, though he could ill spare men, gave his nephew Rupert a large force of cavalry, and bade him march rapidly on York, picking up on his way all the reinforcements he could raise in Shropshire, Cheshire, and Lancashire. In June the prince reached York with nearly 10,000 men, and joined Newcastle's army. Even before his arrival, the enemy received a corresponding reinforcement. Lord Manchester and Oliver Cromwell, with the army of the associated counties, had crossed the Trent and entered Yorkshire to join Fairfax and the Scots. A great battle was imminent, and one that would be fought by forces far larger than had yet met in line during the war, for each side mustered more than 20,000 men. Battle of Marston Moor, the North lost to Charles. The fate of the northern counties was settled by the meeting of the two armies at Marston Moor, near York, on the 2nd of July. The parliamentarians and their Scotch allies had drawn themselves up on a hillside overlooking the moor. Fairfax and his Yorkshiremen on the right, the Scots in the centre, Manchester and the men of the eastern counties on the left. Rupert marched out from York to meet them, and ranged his men on the moor below, he himself taking the right wing, while Newcastle's northern levies had the left. Before the prince's host was fully arrayed, the enemy charged down the hill, and the two armies clashed all along the line. On the royalist left, Lord Goring with the northern horse completely routed the troops of Fairfax, and then turned against the Scots, and broke their flank regiments to pieces. Then, thinking the day their own, the Cavaliers rushed on in pursuit and swept off the field. But on the royalist right the matter had gone very differently. Cromwell, with the eastern horse, had there met the fiery Rupert in person. The struggle was long and fierce, but at last Cromwell's men, godly yeomen of Norfolk and Cambridgeshire, whom their general had picked and trained with long care, showed that religious fervour was even better in battle than the reckless courage of the Cavaliers. Rupert's regiments were driven off the field, and then the cool-headed Cromwell, instead of flying in pursuit, led his troopers to aid the much-tried Scots in the centre. By his charge the royalist foot was broken, and Goring's horse dispersed when it straggled back to the battle. The day, which had begun so doubtfully, ended in a complete victory for the Parliament. Rupert rallied 6,000 horse and took them back to Oxford, but the rest of the royalist army was lost. 4,000 had fallen, many dispersed, the rest fell back into York, and there surrendered a few days later. Lord Newcastle, angry at Rupert's rashness before the fight and his mismanagement in it, took ship to Holland, and never struck another blow for the king. Meanwhile, Manchester and the Scots overran all the north, and the land beyond Humber was wholly lost to the king. The northern royalists had been utterly destroyed. Battle of Lostwithiel. Essex's army destroyed. This disaster would have been completely ruinous to the king if he had not partly preserved the balance of strength by winning a great victory in the south. The Parliament had hoped to do great things with their home army, and had started the campaign successfully, for Sir William Waller had beaten the West Country troops of Lord Hopton at Cheriton in March, and driven the Royalists out of Hampshire. But calamity followed this good fortune. In the summer the Earl of Essex led a great host into Wilts and Somerset to complete Waller's success by recovering the whole of the south-western counties. But the king dropped down from Oxford with his main army and placed himself between Essex and London. The position was much the same as it had been a year before at Newbury Field. But this time the Earl displayed great indecision, and grossly mishandled his men. Instead of forcing his way home at any cost, he retreated westward before Charles, and was gradually driven into Cornwall, where the country was bitterly hostile. After some ill-fought skirmishes, he was surrounded at Lostwithiel. His cavalry cut their way out and got back to Hampshire. He himself escaped in a boat to Plymouth, but the whole of his infantry, guns, and stores were taken by the king. The Parliamentarian army of the south was as completely wiped out in September as the Royalist army of the north had been in July. But there was one important difference in the cases. Marston Moor stripped Charles not only of an army, but of 6 fair counties. Lostwithiel saw the troops of Essex annihilated, but did not give the king an inch of new ground. On the whole, the balance of the campaign of 1644 was against him. Second Battle of Newbury. To cover London from the king, the Parliament hastily summoned down Manchester's victorious army from Yorkshire and added it to Sir William Waller's force. Their united hosts fought the indecisive Second Battle of Newbury with the Royalist troops on the 22nd of October. Here Manchester, by his sloth and indecision, left Waller to do all the fighting, and almost lost the day. But in the end Charles withdrew to Oxford, leaving the field to his enemies. Execution of Laud. The winter of 1644-5 was fraught with events of deep importance. The Parliament made one final attempt to negotiate with the king, only to receive the answer, "I will not part with these 3 things, the church, my crown, and my friends, and you will yet have much ado to get them from me." Irritated at the king's unbending attitude, they took a step which they knew must render all further attempts at peace impossible. Drawing out of prison the old Archbishop of Canterbury, they proceeded to pass a bill of attainder against him, and condemned him to death. Laud went piously and resolutely to the scaffold, asserting, and truly, that he died the martyr of the Church of England, not the victim of his political doings. This execution was an unpardonable act of cruelty and spite. The old man had lingered 3 years in prison, was perfectly harmless, and was slain partly to vex the king, partly to satiate the religious bigotry of the Presbyterians, a sect quite as intolerant as Laud himself. The self-denying ordinance. But while Laud's attainder was passing, another important matter was in hand. The campaign of the previous year had been fatal to the reputation of the 2 chief parliamentary generals, Essex and Manchester, the one for losing his army at Lostwithiel, the other for his perverse malingering at Newbury. Waller and several more were in little better odour. Cromwell, who had long served as Manchester's second-in-command, led a crusade against his chief, and accused him of deliberately protracting the war. It was generally felt that the armies of the Parliament would fare much better if they were entrusted to professional soldiers, and not to great peers or prominent politicians. Hence came the celebrated self-denying ordinance, by which the members of the 2 houses pledged themselves to give up their military posts and confine their activity to legislative and administrative work. One exception was made. Oliver Cromwell, whom all acknowledged to be the best cavalry officer in the parliamentary army, was permitted to keep his military post. But Essex, Manchester, and the rest retired into civil life. The new model army. At the same time, the Parliament resolved to remodel its army. Much inconvenience had arisen from the miscellaneous nature of the forces which took the field. County militia, London train bands, voluntary levies, pressed men forced to the front, local organizations like the Army of the Associated Counties had served side by side in some confusion. The conscripts were wont to desert, the militia protested against crossing their county boundary, the train bands melted back to their shops if they were kept too long under arms. To do away with these troubles, the Parliament now created the new model army, a standing force of some 20,000 picked men to be led by Sir Thomas Fairfax, with Cromwell as his second in command. This proved a very formidable host. The troops were mainly veterans, all were zealous and willing, and the officers were most carefully selected. The horsemen, more especially, were vastly superior to the old parliamentary troopers. Cromwell modelled them on his own East Country regiment, filled the ranks with men of religion who looked upon the war as a crusade against popery and tyranny, and drilled his cursors, the Ironsides as they were called, into the highest state of efficiency. End of section 55. Section 56 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 27. The Great Civil War, 1642 to 1651, Part 3. 1645. Battle of Naseby, the Midlands lost to Charles. Next spring the new model was sent out to try its fortune against the Cavaliers. The king had led his army northward to restore the fortunes of his party in the valley of the Trent, where Newark was now his most advanced post. On his way he stormed the important parliamentary town of Leicester, but his progress was then stayed by the news of the approach of Fairfax. Despising the new model, the Cavaliers turned fiercely to attack it, though the royal host was the smaller by several thousands. They seem to have put only 9,000 men into the field against 13,000. Charles and Fairfax met at Naseby in Northamptonshire, and there fought out the decisive battle of the First Civil War. Once more it was Rupert who lost the day, and Cromwell who won it. The prince, with the right wing of the royal horse, routed his immediate opponents, and rode off the field in reckless pursuit of them. But on the king's left, Cromwell and his Ironsides broke to pieces the Cavaliers of the north, and then steadied their ranks and rode against the flank of the royalist infantry. Charles sent in his reserve to aid his flagging centre, and prepared to charge himself at the head of his bodyguard. "Will you go to your death?" cried the Earl of Carnwath, who seized the royal rein and turned his master out of the press. Charles yielded and rode back. Far better would it have been for him and for England if he had gone on to make his end among the pikes. Cromwell's charge settled the day, the royalist foot were ridden down or captured, the wrecks of the horse joined the late returning Rupert, and escorted their master back to Oxford. June 14th, 1645. Charles a fugitive. Career of Montrose. Naseby decided the fate of the war. The king could never raise another army in the Midlands. His whole infantry force was gone, and for the next 8 months he rode helplessly about the shires with 2,000 or 3,000 horse, vainly trying to elude his pursuers and scrape together a new body of foot. His only hope was in an ally who had arisen in Scotland. James Graham, Marquis of Montrose, a Scottish peer who had grown discontented with the Covenant, had raised the royal standard in the Highlands in the preceding year. He was a born leader of men, and though at first followed by a mere handful of wild clansmen, soon made his power felt in the war. After routing 2 small armies in the north-east, he turned upon Argyllshire and almost extirpated the whole Covenanting clan of the Campbells at Inverlochy, January 1645. Then, descending upon the lowlands, he cut to pieces a large army at Kilsyth, August 15th, seized Glasgow, and mastered the greater part of Scotland. Charles resolved on joining him, and trusted to turn the fate of the war by his aid. But Montrose's Highland levies melted home to stow away their plunder, and he was left at the head of a comparatively small force for the moment. Then Leslie led back across the Tweed the Scottish army which had been serving in England, and surprised and routed Montrose at Philippa, September 1645. 1645-6, end of the war in the West. There was no further hope for Charles from Scotland, and his sole remaining army, the force in the West, under Hopton and Goring, was also doomed. After Naseby, Fairfax led the new model into Somersetshire, beat Goring at Langport, and captured Bristol, September 1645. The Royalists were driven westward towards the Land's End. In the next spring Fairfax followed them, took Exeter, beat Hopton at Torrington, and steadily drove the wrecks of the enemy onward till their back was to the Cornish sea. Escape was impossible, and the King's Army of the West laid down its arms. March 1646. Charles gives himself up to the Scots. The king had now lost all hope, and when the Roundhead armies began to muster for the siege of Oxford, his last stronghold, he took a desperate measure. He thought that the Scottish Covenanters were less bitterly hostile to him than the English parliamentary party, and resolved to give himself up to them rather than to his English subjects. Slipping out of Oxford in disguise, he rode to the Scottish camp at Newark, and there surrendered himself. April 1646. He was not without hope that he might yet save his crown by coming to terms with his subjects, for he had an overweening belief in his own power of diplomacy, and did not understand how deeply his old evasions and intrigues had shaken men's confidence in his plighted word. Yet he had his better side. He sincerely believed in his own good intentions and his hereditary rights, and there were two things which he would never give up under any pressure: his crown and his adherence to the Church of England. The Scots deliver him to the Parliament. The Scots were delighted to have Charles in their hands, and proposed to restore him to his throne if he would promise to take the Covenant and impose Presbyterianism on England. This demand hit the king on a point where his conscience was fixed and firm. He would never sell the Church to its foes, so he temporized and dallied with the Scots' proposals, and would not accept them. Disgusted at his refusal, the Covenanters resolved to surrender him to the English Parliament. After stipulating for the payment of all the arrears of the subsidies which were owed them for their services in England, they gave up the king to his enemies, a proceeding which contemporary opinion called selling their master for £400,000. January 1647. Even yet Charles had not abandoned all hope. He knew that his victorious enemies were much divided among themselves, and thought that by embroiling them with one another he might yet secure good terms for himself. Presbyterians and Independents. The two parties which split the Parliament were the Presbyterians and the Independents. The former, of whom we have heard so much already, were desirous of organizing all England into a Calvinistic church on the model of the Scottish Kirk. They were as intolerant as Laud himself in the matter of conformity, and intended to force the whole nation into their new organization. Papists, Episcopalians, and nonconformists of every kind were all to be driven into the fold. This plan did not please the Independents, a party who consisted of men of all sorts and conditions, who only agreed in disliking a state church and a compulsory uniformity. Some of the Independents were wild sectaries, Anabaptists, Levellers, and Fifth Monarchy men, who held the strangest doctrines of an immediate millennium. Others were men who merely insisted on the responsibility of the individual for his own conscience, and thought that the state church, with its compulsory powers, was a mistake, coming between God and man where no mediator was required. Hence the watchword of the Independents was the toleration of all sects, and they steadfastly resisted the Presbyterian doctrine of forced conformity. The Independents were very strong in the army, and Cromwell, the coming man, was a pillar of their cause. On the other hand, the Presbyterians had a decided majority among the members of the Parliament. Parliament offers terms to Charles. As representing the party of toleration, the independents were quite prepared to leave Episcopalians alone, and it was therefore with them, rather than with the rigid and bigoted Presbyterians, that the king hoped to be able to ally himself. But it was the Presbyterians who swayed the House and had possession of Charles's person. With them, therefore, he had to treat. The parliamentary majority did not yet dream of abolishing the monarchy. They were bent on two things: on tying the present king's hands so tightly that he should never again be a danger to the common weal, and on forcing him to consent to the establishment of Presbyterianism as the state religion. The former was a rational end enough, for Charles could never be trusted. The latter was a piece of insane bigotry, for the Presbyterians were a mere minority in the nation, far outnumbered by the Episcopalians and the Independents. The propositions of the Parliament took the form of a demand that Charles should surrender all claim to control the militia, the fleet, and taxation for 20 years, that he should take the covenant himself, assent to its being forced on all his subjects, and order the persecution of all Romanists. He was also to assent to the outlawing of his own chief supporters in the Civil War. Now Charles had declared long ago that he would never sacrifice his crown, his church, or his friends, and in captivity he did his best to keep his vow. But his method was not to give a steady refusal and bid his enemies do their worst. He answered their demands by long counter-propositions, flagrant evasions, and endless hair-splitting on every disputed point. Where he might have appeared a martyr, he chose to stand as a quibbling casuist. The Parliament kept him in easy and honourable confinement at Holmby House in Northamptonshire while the negotiations were in progress, and he was so carelessly guarded that he was able to keep up secret correspondence with all kinds of possible allies, the King of France, the Scots, and the chiefs of the independent party. End of section 56. Section 57 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 27. The Great Civil War, 1642 to 1651. Part 4. Parliament and the Army. But while King and Commons were haggling for terms, a new difficulty arose. The Presbyterian majority in Parliament were anxious to disband the army, both because of the expense of its maintenance, and still more because they knew it to be a stronghold of their enemies, the Independents. In March 1647, they issued an ordinance for the dismissal of the whole force, save a few regiments destined to suppress the Irish rebellion. But the new model refused to be dismissed. It hated Presbyterians, and it had learnt to look upon itself as a truer representative of the Puritan party than an out-of-date house which had been sitting more than 7 years. Instead of disbanding, the army began to organize itself for resistance, and each regiment named 2 deputies, or agitators as they were called, to form a central military committee. This was done with the approval of Fairfax and Cromwell, the leaders of the host. The movement was natural, but quite unconstitutional. Still more so was the next step of the soldiery. An officer named Joyce, with the secret sanction of the agitators and of Cromwell also, rode to Holmby with 500 men, seized the king's person, and took him to Newmarket, where the headquarters of the army lay. The Independents offered terms to Charles. Next, the army marched on London and encamped before its gates, June 16th, 1647. Many Presbyterian members fled in dismay from the House of Commons, and the Independents got for a moment a majority in Parliament. The victorious party then proceeded to treat with the king, offering him liberal terms: the complete toleration of all sects, the restriction of the royal power over the armed force of the realm for 10 years only, and a pardon for all exiled royalists except 5. Charles's intrigues. In a moment of evil inspiration, the king refused this moderate offer. Encouraged by the quarrel of the Presbyterians in the army, he had formed a secret plot for freeing himself from both. His old partisans all over England had agreed on a simultaneous rising, and they had obtained a promise of aid from the Scots. For those stern Presbyterians so hated the independents and the English army that they were prepared to join the king against them. On the 11th of November, 1647, Charles slipped away from his military captors and succeeded in escaping to the Isle of Wight. Hammond, the governor of the island, kept him in security at Carisbrooke, but did not send him back to the army. From Carisbrooke, the king sent new offers of terms of accommodation both to the army and the Parliament, but he was merely trying to gain time for his friends to take arms. Renewal of the war. On the 28th of April, 1648, he saw his plot begin to work. A body of North Country royalists seized Berwick and raised the royal standard. A few days later, the Scots took arms and raised a large force, which was placed under the Duke of Hamilton and ordered to cross the border. At the same time, a committee of Scots lords sent to France for the young Prince of Wales and invited him to come among them and put himself at the head of his father's friends. The movement in Scotland was a signal for the general rising of the English royalists. Insurrections broke out in May and June all over the land, in Wales, Kent, Essex, Cornwall, and even among the eastern counties of the Association, where Puritanism was so strong. English royalists suppressed. For a moment it looked as if the king would win. It seemed that the army would be unable to cope with so many simultaneous risings. But Charles had not calculated on the military skill which Fairfax and Cromwell could display in the hour of danger. In less than 3 months' hard fighting, the two generals had put down the whole insurrection. Fairfax routed the Kentish men, the most dangerous body of insurgents in the south, by storming their stronghold of Maidstone. Then, crossing the Thames, he pacified the eastern counties and drove all the insurgents of those parts into Colchester. In Colchester he met a vigorous resistance. The town held out for 2 months and only yielded to starvation. August 27th, 1648. Battle of Preston. The Scottish army dispersed. Meanwhile, Cromwell had first struck down the Welsh royalists and then ridden north to oppose the Scots. The Duke of Hamilton had already crossed the Tweed and had been joined by 4,000 or 5,000 Yorkshiremen. He moved southward, intending to reach Wales, but in Lancashire, Cromwell caught him on the march, with his army spread out over many miles of road. Falling on the scattered host, Cromwell beat its rear at Preston, August 17th, then pressing on, he scattered or captured the whole army in 3 days of fierce fighting, though his force was far inferior in numbers to that of the enemy. But the imbecile Hamilton had so dispersed his men that he could never concentrate them for a battle. On August 25th, the Duke, with the last wrecks of his army, surrendered at Uttoxeter. Execution of Royalist leaders. The Second Civil War thus ended in utter disaster to the king's friends. Moreover, it had sealed the fate of Charles himself. There arose a large party among the victors who were determined that he should be punished for the reckless intrigue by which he had stirred up the dying embers of strife and set the land once more aflame. The temper of the army was so fierce that, for the first time since the war began, numerous executions followed the surrender of the vanquished royalists. The Duke of Hamilton, who had led the Scots, Lucas and Lisle, who had defended Colchester, Lord Holland, who had been designated to command the royalists of the south, all suffered death. Hundreds of prisoners of inferior rank were sent to serve as bondmen in the plantations of Barbados. Pride's Purge. The Rump. Charles himself was removed from Carisbrooke. He had made 2 unsuccessful attempts to escape from its walls and put under strict guard at Hurst Castle. The Parliament still continued to negotiate with him, only making its terms more rigorous. But the army did not intend that any such agreement should be concluded. While the House of Commons was still treating, it was subjected to a sudden military outrage. Colonel Pride, a leading independent officer, marched his regiment to Westminster on the 6th of December, 1648, and as the members began to muster, seized one by one all the chiefs of the Presbyterian party. 41 were placed in confinement, 96 returned back and warned never to come near the house again. Only 60 independent members were allowed to enter, a body which was for the future known by the insulting name of the Rump, as being the sitting part of the house. Thus ended the famous Long Parliament, destroyed by the military monster which it had itself created. The Rump, a ridiculous remnant, the slave of the soldiery, was alone left to represent the civil power in England. Trial of the King. The King's fate was now settled. The army had resolved to punish him, and the Parliament was to be the army's tool. On December 23rd, the members of the Rump passed a bill for trying the King. On January 1st, 1649, they voted that to levy war against the Parliament and realm of England was treason, and appointed a High Court of Justice to try the King for that offence. When it was seen that the King's life as well as his crown was aimed at, many of the leaders of the independents, both military men and civilians, began to draw back. Fairfax, the chief of the whole army, refused to sit in the High Court, and of 135 persons designated to serve in it, only some 70 or 80 appeared, but the majority of the army and Cromwell, the guiding spirit of the whole, were determined to go through with the business. The High Court met, with an obscure lawyer named Bradshaw as its president. Its ranks were packed with military men who were blind to all legal considerations and had come merely to condemn the King. Charles was brought before the court, but refused to plead. Such a body, he said, had no right to try a King of England. It was a mere illegal meeting, deriving its sole authority from a factious remnant of a mutilated House of Commons. This was undoubtedly true, and considering the temper of his judges, the King knew that all defence was useless. The course that he took was the only one that suited his dignity and conscience. While he stood dumb before his judges, they passed sentence of death upon him. January 26, 1649. His execution. 4 days later he was led to execution on a scaffold placed before the windows of Whitehall Palace. He died with a calm dignity that amazed the beholders. He was suffered to make a short speech, in which he bade the multitude remember that he died a victim to the power of the sword, that the nation was now a slave to the army, and that it would never be free again till it remembered its duty to its God and its King. He must suffer, he said, because he would not assent to the handing church and state over to an arbitrary sway. It was this that his captors had required of him. Finally, he said, he died a Christian according to the profession of the Church of England, which he had always striven to maintain. Then he laid his head upon the block, and met the axe with unflinching courage amid the groans of the people. Was his fate deserved? The hateful illegality of the King's trial, the violence of his enemies, and the dignity of his end have half redeemed his memory. In our dislike for those who slew him, we almost forget his offences, but when we condemn his slayers, we must not forget their provocation. Charles had ground the nation under his heel for 11 years of tyranny. He had involved it in a bitter civil war that lasted 4 years more. Then, when he fell into the victor's hands, he wasted 2 years in shifty and evasive negotiations which he never intended to bring to an end. Finally, from his prison he had stirred up a second and wholly unnecessary civil war. Contemplating these acts, we must allow that he brought his evil end upon himself. Violent and illegal as it was, we cannot say that it was undeserved. The Commonwealth. The King's execution was immediately followed by the proclamation of a republic. The independents and the army wished to be rid of the monarchy no less than of the person of Charles. Accordingly, a sweeping series of bills passed in February 1649 declared England a commonwealth, invested its government in a single House of Commons and a Council of State. The House of Lords was abolished. Of late it had been little more than a farce, for not a dozen peers had been wont to attend. But the Rump, which now assumed to be the representative of the Commonwealth of England, was itself hardly more than a mockery. It never permitted the victims of Pride's purge to return to its benches, so that it was nothing better than a factious minority, depending on the swords of the army. Scotland and Ireland. The Rump and the army were masters of England, but in Scotland and Ireland they were as yet powerless. Ireland was entirely in the hands of the Catholic Confederates, save the two towns of Dublin and Londonderry. Scotland had never laid down its arms after Preston. There was no Republican party north of the Tweed, and when the news of the King's execution arrived, it only led the Scots to proclaim his son the Prince of Wales under the name of Charles II. Preparations for war, mutiny of the Levellers. Unless England, Scotland, and Ireland were to part company and relapse into separate kingdoms, it was obvious that the new government must try its sword upon the lesser realms. This it was fully prepared to do. In the spring of 1649, an expedition for the conquest of Ireland was ordered, and the command of it was given to the formidable Cromwell, who since the king's death had become more and more the recognized chief of the army, Fairfax having stepped into the background. Before the expedition sailed, however, Cromwell had no small trouble with his soldiery. The bad example which the generals and colonels had set in driving out the Long Parliament and overturning the monarchy had turned the rank and file to similar thoughts. There had grown up among them a body of extreme democratic republicans, called the Levellers, from their wish to make all men equal. They were mostly members of obscure and fanatical sects who looked for the triumph of the saints and the coming of the millennium. While the army was preparing for the Irish War, the Levellers broke out into open insurrection, demanding the dismissal of the Rump, the introduction of annual parliaments, the abolition of the Council of State, and the grant of due and perfect freedom in all things spiritual and temporal. The Zealots, however, were weaker than they imagined, and their mutiny was easily put down. Cromwell shot 3 or 4 of their leaders, and pardoned the rest of the band. Cromwell subdues Ireland. In August 1649, Cromwell took over a powerful army to Ireland, where the civil war had never ceased since the rebellion 8 years before. The remnant of the Anglo-Irish royalists under the Marquis of Ormond joined with the Romanists to oppose him, but their combined efforts were useless. So strong a man had never before laid his hand on Ireland. Starting from Dublin, the only large town in parliamentary hands, he began by conquest of Leinster. From the first he had determined to strike terror into the enemy. His stern veterans were capable of any extreme of cruelty against Romanists and rebels, but Cromwell is personally responsible for the 2 horrible blows that broke the Irish resistance. The enemy had made himself strong in the 2 towns of Drogheda and Wexford. Cromwell stormed them both, and forbade the giving of quarter, so that the whole garrison was in each case slaughtered to a man. 8 to 9,000 Irish perished, and such terror was struck into the rebels by these massacres that they made little more resistance. Cromwell had overrun half the island when pressing need recalled him to England. He left part of his army under his son-in-law Ireton to complete the conquest, and hastily returned with the remainder. May 1650. Prince Charles in Scotland. The new danger was the Scottish War. Charles, Prince of Wales, had crossed to Scotland and put himself at the head of the national forces of the country. The unscrupulous young man had taken the Covenant, and professed himself a Presbyterian to bind the Scots more closely to him. He suffered the execution of the gallant Marquis of Montrose, who had tried to raise a purely royalist revolt in the Highlands, to pass without rebuke, and allied himself with the slayers of his friend. Charles was resolved to rouse the English royalists in his aid, and it was the news that he was proposing to cross the Tweed that called Cromwell home, for Fairfax had refused to lead an army against the Scots. Since the tragedy of January 1649, he had lost his old confidence in the justice of the Puritan cause. Battles of Dunbar and Worcester. Cromwell entered Scotland in July 1650 and beat a very superior army at Dunbar, owing to the bad generalship of his opponents Leven and Leslie, September 3rd. He then took Edinburgh, slowly and steadily conquered the whole of the lowlands, and pushed on into the interior of Scotland. But next year, When he had won his way to Perth, he learnt that Prince Charles and the Scots army had slipped past him and entered England, trusting to rouse Lancashire and Wales to their aid. Cromwell followed with fiery speed and caught the invaders at Worcester. September 3rd, 1651. His iron veterans once more carried the day, the Scots were beaten and dispersed. Prince Charles barely escaped, and wandered for many days in peril of his life, till faithful friends enabled him to cross England and take ship at Brighton. From thence he came safely to France. End of the Civil War. The Battle of Worcester, which Cromwell called the crowning mercy, put a final end to the Civil War. Scotland submitted, Ireland was thoroughly conquered by Ireton, and the rump in the army stood victorious over the last of their foes. It now remained to be seen whether the three kingdoms could settle down into a united commonwealth under their new conditions. End of section 57.
Section 58 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caveat. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 28. Part 1. Cromwell, 1651 to 1660. After the crowning mercy of Worcester fight, the rule of England lay nominally in the hands of its mutilated and discredited House of Commons, the representative of a mere fraction of the nation. But really, the power to move the realm was in the hands of the army, which had made, and could as easily unmake, the mockery of representative government which sat at Westminster. And in the army, Cromwell was growing more and more supreme. His old colleague, Fairfax, had sunk back into civil life. His mutinous subordinates, the Levellers, had been crushed. The colonels and generals who held power under him were for the most part his humble servants. Cromwell had as yet no official post corresponding to his real omnipotence. He was commander of the army and a member of the Council of State, but nothing more. His will, nevertheless, was the main factor in the governance of England. It is time to say a few words of the character of this extraordinary man, whom we have hitherto seen merely as that heaven-sent leader of the parliamentary armies and the guiding spirit of the independent party. Oliver was a county gentleman of Huntingdonshire, a man of religion from his youth up, and a prominent member of the parliaments of 1628 and 1640. He was more than 40 years old before he ever drew a sword, or put a squadron in battle array. No general save Julius Caesar ever started on a great military career so late in life. Cromwell himself aimed at being a reformer of the life and faith of the nation, much more than a soldier. He had taken to war because the times required it, but military power and military glory was not his end in life. He wished to see England orderly, prosperous and free, according to his ideas of freedom in things spiritual and temporal. In religion, his ideal was the independent system, in which the state tolerated most forms of worship and was itself committed to none. In things temporal, he wished to see the realm ruled by a truly representative House of Commons, where every district should be represented according to its population. He had no patience with the existing House, in which a haphazard arrangement dating back from the Middle Ages gave no fair representation to England, where the vanished boroughs of Dunwich or Sarum had as many members as Yorkshire or Norfolk. If Cromwell had found a House of Commons that agreed with his views, he would have worked smoothly with them, and lived and died no more than their first servant. Unfortunately, however, Cromwell's views did not happen to be shared by any large proportion of the nation. Half England was secretly Episcopalian, a large proportion of the rest were Presbyterian. Among his own independent party there were numberless sects and factions. In the Constitution of England, then as now, there was no place for an over-great personality backed by a strong military force, but such a personality existed in Cromwell. The question now arose whether he would consent to see the land governed by men whom he despised, in ways of which he disapproved, or whether he would proceed to interfere. Interference would be unconstitutional, but everything had been unconstitutional in England for 10 years, and the temptation to use force was irresistible to a man who had strong political theories, a self-reliant temper, and 20,000 formidable veterans at his back. He could never forget that the rump was the army's creature, and that it had been created to carry out the army's views. His very energy and conscientiousness were certain to drive him into illegalities. it is customary to reproach Cromwell with dissimulation and ambition, to make his whole career turn on a settled desire to make himself despot of England. This view entirely misconceives the man. It is far more correct to look upon him as a man of strong principles and prejudices, who was carried away by his desire to work out a programme and who struck down, often with great violence and illegality, all that stood in his way. If he finally seized autocratic power, it was because he found that in no other way could he put his plans in practice. Power, in short, was for him the means, not the end. Unfortunately for his reputation, England had always objected to being dragooned into the acceptance of any programme or set of views, and if she would not accept the theories of a Stuart, the child of 100 kings, it was hardly likely that she would acquiesce tamely to those of a simple country gentleman of Huntingdonshire. The fact that he was the finest general of the 17th century did not make him an infallible lawgiver. When Cromwell came back victorious from Worcester Field, the small and one-sided House of Commons, which had ruled England since Pride's Purge, was still supreme in the state. Before he had been 3 weeks in London, Oliver hinted to the members that it was time that they should dissolve themselves and give place to a freely elected House, where every shire and borough should be represented. Such a House had not been seen since 1642, when the Royalist third of the Commons had seceded at the King's command. But the Rump had enjoyed its 2 years of power and had no risk to disperse it. It was gradually growing to believe itself to be an irresponsible oligarchy with no duty to the nation, and to forget that it purported to represent England. When the question of dissolution was mooted, it proceeded to fix a date 3 years off as a suitable time for its own suppression, making the excuse that it must recast the constitution of the realm before it dispersed. This gravely vexed Cromwell and all the friends of reform. Still more was their anger raised when the members proceeded to waste month after month in fruitless legal discussions without succeeding in passing any bill of importance. Meanwhile, the country had become involved in a foreign war. All the powers of Europe looked unkindly upon the regicide Commonwealth of England, and its envoys were maltreated at more than one court. 2 of them were actually murdered. Anthony Ascham at Madrid, Isaac Dorislaus at The Hague. In each case, the slayers were exiled English royalists, and the foreign government gave little or no satisfaction for the crime. While English relations with Spain remained strained, those with Holland gradually grew an open rupture. The Dutch had been interested in the royalist cause because their stadtholder, William II, Prince of Orange, had married Mary, the eldest daughter of Charles I, and had sheltered the Prince of Wales at his court for many months. It was from Holland, too, that the royalists had received their supplies of arms during the war, but there was more than this recent grudge in the ill feeling between English and Dutch. They had grown of late to be rivals in the trade of the East and West. The merchants in the Spice Islands had come to blows as early as 1623, and in America the Dutch had planted the colony of New Amsterdam so as to cut the connection between Virginia and New England as far back as 1625. At the present, they were competing for the carrying trade both of the Baltic and the Mediterranean. Hence, it was that when the indignation of Parliament against the Dutch came to a head, it found vent in the celebrated Navigation Act, 1651. This bill provided that goods brought to England from abroad must be carried either in English ships or in ships of the actual country that grew or manufactured them. Thus, the Dutch carrying trade would be severely maimed. It was not a wise bill, or one in accordance with the laws of political economy, but it suited the spirit of the times, and even the usually clear-headed Cromwell gave it his support. This obvious blow at Dutch interests led, as was intended, to war, July 1652. In the struggle which followed, the English fleets were generally successful, led by Robert Blake, a colonel of horse who became for the nonce an admiral, showed no mean capacity in his new employment. They obtained several victories. The conflict was not without its vicissitudes, and on one occasion the Dutch Admiral Van Tromp won a battle, and sailed down the channel with a broom at his masthead to show that he had swept the seas clean. But his triumph was not for long. Next spring, Blake beat him in a fight off the North Foreland, June 3rd, 1653, and a final victory off the coast of Holland, in which the gallant Dutchman was slain, completed the success of the English fleet. A treaty followed in which the vanquished enemy accepted the bitter yoke of the Navigation Act and promised to banish the Stuarts from Holland. This they did with better grace because the Republican party among them had just succeeded in excluding the House of Orange from the stadtholdership. The Orange interest, therefore, could no longer be exerted in favour of the exiled royal family of England, 1654. But ere the Dutch war had come to an end, there had occurred a sweeping political change in England. The Rump Parliament had persevered in its unwise courses. It had carried no reforms either in church or state, but spent all of its time in profitless debating. Nor had it improved its popularity in the country by raising taxes by a new system, which had recalled the talliages of John or Henry III. Making lists of all who had taken the royalist side in the old Civil War, it imposed heavy fines on them for offences of 6 or 7 years ago. The army began to grow desperately impatient with the Parliament that it had made. In August 1653, a great body of officers petitioned Cromwell as their chief to insist on the Commons dissolving themselves. Somewhat frightened, the House passed a bill for their dissolution, but with the extraordinary and preposterous claim that all city members should appear again in the next Parliament without having to seek re-election by their constituents. This strange attempt to perpetuate themselves forever provoked Cromwell's wrath to boiling point. He resolved to take a step even more drastic than Pride's purge. On April the 20th, 1653, he went down to Westminster with a guard of musketeers, whom he left outside the door. Taking his seat as a private member, he presently arose and addressed his colleagues in a fiery harangue, in which he told them that they were a set of worthless talkers with no zeal for religion or reform. When shouted down by the angry Commons, he bade his soldiers enter, and thrust the dismayed politicians out of the door. The Speaker was hustled from his chair, and Cromwell bade his men take away that bauble, the great mace which lay on the table, and represented the dignity of the Commons of England. Thus perished the last remnant of the mighty Long Parliament, dissolved by the mere fiat of the great general. Nor did its fall cause much murmuring, for the nation had long ceased to regard it as anything more than a body of garrulous and self-seeking oligarchs. End of section 58. Section 59 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caveat. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 28. Cromwell, 1651 to 1660. Part 2. The Barebones Parliament. For the moment, there was no legal government in England, for Cromwell's position was quite unconstitutional. He felt this himself and was anxious to create a new house, which should work with him and carry out his ideas of reform. As yet, he had no intention of becoming an autocrat. Accordingly, he summoned in June an assembly which differed from all that had been before it, since the members were not elected by the shires and boroughs, but named by a committee of selection at which Cromwell presided. This illegally created body was called the Nominee Parliament, or more frequently, Barebones Parliament, from a London merchant with the extraordinary name of Praise God Barebones, who was one of its prominent members. But Cromwell was to find by repeated experiments that it was impossible for him to discover any body of men who could work with him on exactly the lines that he chose. For his own opinions were not those of the majority of the nation, and hence any assembly that he called was bound, sooner or later, to quarrel with him. And since he possessed in his army a weapon able to dissolve any number of parliaments, he was tempted to bring every quarrel to an end by abruptly dismissing the recalcitrant house. A less self-confident man, or one who could not think that he possessed a mandate from above to reform England, might have learned to cooperate with the Parliament. But Cromwell was so sure of his own good intentions, and so convinced that those who questioned them must be wrong-headed and factious, that he drove away 3 parliaments in succession with words of rebuke and of righteous anger. Barebones Parliament, a body full of stiff-backed and fanatical independents, soon proved too restive for its creator. Cromwell smiled in their first efforts, when they began to codify the laws and abolish the Court of Chancery. But he began to frown when this conclave of the saints, as they called themselves, commenced to speak of confiscating church tithes, the maintenance of the clergy, and the rights both of state and of private patronage to livings. It is even said that they wished to substitute the Mosaic law from the Book of Deuteronomy for the ancient law of England. This drew down a rebuke from Cromwell, whereupon the House very honestly gave their power back into the hands from whence they had taken it, and dissolved themselves, December 1653. The dispersion of the unconstitutional assembly was followed by another experiment in illegality. Cromwell published a paper constitution drawn up by himself called the Instrument of Government. This provided that England should be governed by a Lord Protector, and a House of Commons. Cromwell himself, of course, took the post of Protector, which was to be held for life and had a quasi-royal character, for it was he who was to summon and dissolve Parliament, and his assent was required to all bills. But it was stipulated the Protector should have no power to reject such laws as were themselves in accordance with the constitution of the Commonwealth. A vague check, since he himself would have to decide on the legality of each enactment. The new House of Commons was a fairly constituted body, for it included members from Scotland and Ireland, and among the English seats all the rotten boroughs were disenfranchised, while their members were distributed among the rising towns, such as Leeds, Liverpool and Halifax, and the more populous counties. The Protector was to have no power of dissolving the Commons till they had sat 5 months at least, December the 16th, 1653. For 9 months Cromwell ruled as Lord Protector, without any check on his power, for the Parliament was not to assemble till September 1654. Pending its arrival, the Protector began to introduce many reforms. He recast the Courts of Justice, and introduced his favourite scheme for the government of the Church. This was the toleration of all Protestant sects, and the distribution of church patronage, among them by a committee of selection called Triers. This body was only to inquire whether the candidate for a living was of a good life, and held the essential doctrines of Christianity. It was not to inquire whether he was a Presbyterian, Independent, or Episcopalian. Only Romanists were formally excluded. But unfortunately for the content of the land, Cromwell's ordinance, that of the old Church of England prayer book, was not to be used. Effectually prevented any conscientious Episcopalian from applying to the Triers. Churchmen could only meet by stealth to celebrate their sacraments, and they formed at least half the nation. Cromwell's well-meant arrangements were gall and bitterness to them, and discontent was always rife. Cromwell's new model Parliament met on September the 3rd, 1654, the third anniversary of Worcester fight. It was a body that well expressed the wishes of the Puritan half of the nation, but the Royalists were, of course, excluded. The sense that there was a strong and representative body made it confident and haughty. It at once began to discuss the legality of the instrument of government, and to pass bills restricting the Protector's power. Cromwell, with some difficulty, kept his temper for the statutory 5 months, and then dissolved it in January 22nd, 1655. Once more the Lord Protector was left alone as autocrat of Great Britain. He was not happy in the position. The dissolution of the new model Parliament had angered Independents and Presbyterians alike. They murmured that a despotic Protector was no better than a despotic king. Conspiracies began to be formed against Cromwell, both by Royalists and extreme Republicans. Some were for open rebellion, some for secret murder, for autocrats are easy to make away with. No one, save Guy Fawkes, ever tried to slay a whole Parliament, but the power of the individual despot is often tempered by assassination. Cromwell promptly got the better of a few wild spirits who tried to raise open war, for the army was still devotedly loyal to him. But his spirit was sorely tried by the assassination plots. The pamphlet which Colonel Sexby, the Leveller, published under the title of Killing No Murder especially incensed him. For the future he went on his way resolute, but nervously expecting a pistol shot from every dark corner. For 18 months after the dissolution of the new model Parliament, Cromwell ruled as an autocrat, without any House of Commons to check him. January 1655 to September 1656. This time he tried another unconstitutional experiment with the governance of the realm. He divided England into 12 districts and set over them 12 major generals, picked from the army, whose despotic power replaced that of lord lieutenants and sheriffs. This expedient made even more evident than before the fact that the army was holding down the nation by force, and provoked much adverse comment. As a matter of fact, Cromwell's rule, though utterly illegal, was very efficient. He gathered around him many capable men. The poet Milton, though a convinced Republican, served as his foreign secretary. Thurlow, a very able man, was his Secretary of State. Both Monk, who governed Scotland, and Henry Cromwell, the Lord Deputy of the Ireland, the Protector's younger son, were skilled administrators, and Blake, who had charge of the fleet, was the greatest admiral that England had yet seen. No amount of good governance suffices to content a nation held down by armed force against its will, and Cromwell's rule could never be popular. It was, however, successful and glorious, both in neighbouring lands and far abroad, if it was hated at home. Scotland was orderly and prosperous. Cromwell had much in common with the Covenanters, though he had suppressed them so sternly, and after 1651 there was not much opposition to him. In Ireland, the matter was very different. Cromwell loathed Romanists with the hatred of the old Protestants of the Elizabethan age. His scheme of government for that realm was the drastic and cruel expedient of thrusting all the native Irish into the single province of Connaught and of dividing up the rest of the land among English and Scots settlers, just as Ulster had been treated in the time of James I. The expulsion was carried out with merciless rigour, and thousands of Cromwell's discharged veterans and other colonists were planted in Munster and Leinster. But the settlement was only to be a very partial success. The old soldiers did not make good farmers in a pastoral country, and the native Irish gradually crept back as the servants and labourers of the conquerors, so that a homogeneous English and Protestant colony was never established. When the Protector died a few years later, many of the colonists departed, others were merged in the Irish masses, and only in limited districts did traces of his cruel work survive. But the curse of Cromwell remained the bitterest oath in the Irish peasant's mouth. Master of Great Britain, the Lord Protector resolved that this country should resume the great place in the councils of Europe, which it had held in the time of Elizabeth. His foreign policy was the same as that of the Great Queen: resolute opposition to Spain as the foe of Protestantism, and a monopolist of the trade of the Indies. In 1655, Cromwell declared war on Philip IV, and sent forth his fleet under Blake to prey on the Spaniards. The great admiral stormed the strongly fortified harbour of Tenerife, in the Canary Islands, and sent home several silver-laden galleons from America, which were lying therein, April 1656. After several other successes, he died at sea, just as he was returning to England. Another expedition under Venables captured the fertile island of Jamaica in the West Indies, though it failed to get possession of the larger and stronger island of San Domenico. On the European continent, Cromwell allied himself with France, the eternal enemy of Spain, and sent a strong brigade of his formidable regulars to aid the troops of the young Louis XIV. This force much distinguished itself in the war, and won the ports of Dunkirk and Moerdijk in Flanders, 1657-58, which by agreement with the French were kept as English possessions. At this time, Cromwell's arm reached so far that he was able to interfere to prevent the Duke of Savoy from persecuting his Protestant subjects, the Waldenses, 1655, an event which called forth Milton's celebrated sonnet commencing, "Avenge, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints, whose bones lie scattered o'er the Alpine valleys cold." But though victorious abroad, the Lord Protector was still vexed that he could not build up a stable constitution at home. In the midst of his successes, he summoned his third and last Parliament in September 1656. He had now resolved to experiment in the direction of restoring many of the time-honoured arrangements of the monarchy. He had determined to create a second chamber, like the old House of Lords, and to assimilate his own position as Protector to that of the old kings. By excluding from election about 100 persons who had been active in the Parliaments of 1653 and 1654, he obtained a House of Commons somewhat more docile than either of his earlier assemblies. In an address called The Humble Petition and Advice, they besought him to assume all the old prerogatives of royalty, and even the name of king. The last he refused, knowing the discontent it would arouse among his sternly republican followers in the army. But he accepted a status which would give him all that the regal name would have implied. At the same time, he endeavoured to make his position less unconstitutional by abolishing the major generals and giving the Commons complete control over taxation. But even with this loyal and obedient House, the Lord Protector could not long agree. It fell out upon the question of the setting up of his new House of Lords, a body whose authority they utterly refused to acknowledge. On this point, the Commons proved so recalcitrant that Oliver dissolved them after they had sat 16 months, January 1658. This would not have been the last of his constitutional experiments, if his life had been spared. But in the summer of the same year, while designs for a new Parliament were already being mooted, he was taken ill. His health had been broken by the constant nervous strain of facing perpetual assassination plots and wrangling with refractory parliaments. He died on September the 3rd, 1658, the 7th anniversary of the crowning mercy of Worcester. He left England great and prosperous, but discontented and unhappy. An autocrat, however well-meaning, is never pardoned if he fails to understand and obey the feeling of the nation. Oliver was so much out of sympathy with the majority that he could not escape bitter hatred. Therefore all his work was built on the sand, and all that he could accomplish vanished with his death, seemed to be material gains of commerce and colonies that he had won for England. His name, very unjustly, became a byword for ambition and religious cant. A whole generation had to pass before men dared speak well of him. The moment that Cromwell died, his system began to break up. In 6 months it had disappeared. In 18 months, England once more was ruled by a Stuart king. The Lord Protector had named no successor, but the Council of State took the step of nominating his son Richard to his place, as being the man who would divide parties the least. Richard Cromwell was an easy-going country gentleman, without any of his father's characteristics. He was neither self-confident, nor a soldier, nor a man of fervent religion. When saluted as Protector, he observed that he would never make anything more than a fair chief constable. He bore himself modestly and discreetly, and proceeded at once to endeavour to put himself right with the nation by calling a parliament. It met in January 1659, and was found to contain many concealed royalists, and many more stiff republicans of the old Presbyterian type, who objected on principle to the protectorship. Such a body was found to fall into internal quarrels. All parties in it concurred in treating the unfortunate Richard with disregard. But it was not the Parliament which was to upset the new Lord Protector. The army saw that with Oliver's death their old power was gone, for neither Richard nor the two houses had any sympathy with them. A council of officers met and resolved to seize control of affairs. They petitioned for the appointment of a general-in-chief, who should represent them and act as their leader. When this was refused, a deputation of colonels called on the weak Richard and hectored him by the threats of violence into dissolving Parliament April 1659. Equally unwilling and unable to become a military autocrat, the Lord Protector immediately after resigned his office and went off in joy to his quiet country seat of Hursley. He lived there as an obscure squire for more than 40 years and survived to the reign of Queen Anne. England was now without a protector and without a parliament, left in the hands of a ring of ambitious and fanatical military men. Looking round for the fittest tool to serve their purposes, the committee of officers resolved on restoring the old Rump Parliament, which had disappeared so ignominiously 6 years before. Accordingly, they sought out the independent members who had once sat in that body and restored them to Westminster Hall. 40 survivors, under Speaker Lenthal, took their old places and claimed to be the governing power of England. May 9th. Of all the bodies which ever ruled England, the Rump had been the most incapable and the most despised. The whole nation was indignant at seeing its miserable remnant replaced in power. Meanwhile, the officers began to fall out with each other. Lambert, Fleetwood, and Desborough had each his party among the soldiery, and aspired to fill Oliver's vacant place. 8 months of anarchy followed. The various generals bullied the Parliament and intrigued against each other. Royalist risings took place in Cheshire and the West. Finally, Lambert, the most vigorous of the military men, entered London with his regiments and drove out the Parliament, just as Oliver had done 6 years before. But Lambert was no Cromwell. He only ruled a faction of the soldiery, and had no party among the people, October 1659. The divisions of the army had at last broken the formidable military power which had so long repressed the wishes of the nation. Commonwealths and protectors had been tried in the balance and found wanting. There was a general feeling that the only way out of anarchy was the restoration of the old constitution of England with king, lords and commons. The majority even of the original parliamentarians of 1642 were ready to acknowledge that they had done unwisely in breaking up the foundations of law and order by abolishing the monarchy. Calvinistic fervour had worked itself out. The majority of the old Puritans of the days of Charles I had come to realize that levellers, Fifth Monarchy men, and military saints were even more objectionable and impracticable than the Episcopalians whom they had once hated so sorely. Meanwhile, there was a man who saw clearly the one way to restore a stable government, and to content the nation. George Monk, a calm, self-reliant soldier who commanded the army in Scotland, had resolved to use his regiments, on whose obedience he could implicitly count, to restore legal and constitutional rule. His own private ambition lay in the direction of a quiet and assured competence, not of an unsteady grasp on supreme power. He put himself secretly in communication with the exiled Prince of Wales and the chiefs of the English royalists. No one else knew his design. Crossing the Tweed with 7,000 men, he scattered the troops of Lambert and seized London. Then he summoned all the surviving members of the old Long Parliament, as it had sat in 1642, to meet at Westminster, on the ground that it had been the last undoubtedly legal and constitutional government England had possessed. The members met, now for the most part elderly men, cured of their old fanaticisms by 10 years of military despotism, and ready for any reasonable compromise. By Monk's direction, they issued writs for a new parliament and then formally dissolved themselves. The new or Convention Parliament met on April the 26th, 1660. It was full of royalists, who for the first time since the Civil War dared show themselves and avow their opinions. Monk now openly began to negotiate with Prince Charles for a restoration of the monarchy on the basis of oblivion of the past and toleration of constitutional government for the future. The exiled Stuart promised these things in his Declaration of Breda, though there were in his promises certain reservations, which cautious men regarded with distrust. But the realm was yearning for repose and peace, and the Parliament accepted Charles's offer with haste and effusion. Lambert and a few fanatical regiments vainly attempted to struggle against the popular will, but Monk crushed them with ease. In May 1660, the Prince of Wales was formally invited to return and resume his hereditary rights. On the 29th of the month he landed at Dover and was saluted as Charles II by the unanimous voice of a rejoicing nation. End of section 59.
Section 60 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 29, Charles II, 1660 to 1685. Part 1. Charles Stuart, who now returned to fill the English throne, was a young man of 30. He had spent the last 14 years of his life in exile, the penniless guest of many unwilling hosts in Holland, France, and Germany. Save 18 uncomfortable months passed in the camp of the Scottish Covenanters, none of the days of his manhood had been spent on this side of the sea. He was continental in his manners, thoughts, and life. He picked up his personal morals at the French court, and his political morals from the group of intriguing exiles who had formed his wandering and impecunious court. He laughed at purity in women and honesty in men. He was grossly selfish and ungrateful. Knowing by long experience how bitter is the bread doled out by the exile's host, how steep to climb another's stair, he had one fixed idea. He would never, as he phrased it, go on his travels again. He resolved to stay in England at all costs, to enjoy the promised land, now, contrary to all expectation, fallen into his hands. Accordingly, he wished to get as much out of his kingdom as was compatible with the necessity of never offending the majority of the nation. His personal leanings lay in the direction to absolute power and right divine, but he was perfectly ready to sacrifice them to his prudence. If he had any religious bias, it led him in the direction of Romanism, a comfortable creed for kings, but he was quite prepared to pose as a zealous Anglican, just as during his stay in Scotland he had become a conforming Presbyterian. Charles, though destitute of personal beauty, his features were thin and harsh, had an affable address, a lively wit, and perfect manners. Supple and suave, he could make himself agreeable among any company. He had the careless good humour that so often accompanies selfishness, and his character was too light and easy to make him a good hater. He was quite prepared to take to himself any allies who might appear, and to sell himself to any bidder whose terms were high enough. Charles appeared in England as the representative of legality and constitutional rule, as a saviour of society who was to lay once more the foundation of peace and order after 10 years of military despotism. He was ready to accept just so much power as might be offered him, with the full intention of ultimately gaining as much more as he could safely assume. The Convention Parliament, with which he had at first to deal, was a cautious body containing many elderly men who had fought against Charles I, and only accepted his son because of the dismal experience of 10 years of rule by military saints. The new king was therefore bound to be careful at first. Any unwise movement of opposition might upset his still unsteady throne. The Parliament, however, was prepared to deal very liberally with Charles. It disbanded the old Cromwellian standing army. They granted him an annual revenue of 1,200,000 for life, to be raised from customs and excise. In return, the old vexations, feudal dues of the crown from reliefs, wardships, alienations, etc. were abolished. An amnesty was voted to all who had fought against the king in the old wars, with the single exception of those who had sat in the High Court of Justice of 1649, and been concerned in the execution of Charles I. 87 persons, of whom 24 were dead, came under this category. Of the survivors, some score fled overseas. The remainder were tried before a court of high commission. 13 were executed, 25 imprisoned for life, the rest punished with less rigour, At the same time the Earl of Argyll, the chief of the Scottish Covenanters, were executed at Edinburgh. The bodies of Cromwell, Bradshaw, and Ireton were ordered to be disinterred and gibbeted, an unworthy and uncomely act for which the spirit of the time is no sufficient excuse. An act of oblivion and indemnity was passed to cover acts of the government of the last 12 years. It stipulated that Crown and Church lands which the Commonwealth had granted away should be restored by their present holders, who were not, however, to suffer any other penalty. Private lands were to be restored if they had been actually confiscated by the government, but not if they had been sold by the Cavalier owners under pressure of war or debt. Thus many who had served Charles I to the best of their ability got no compensation from his son. Gratitude was not the new king's strong point. There was a third problem on which the Convention Parliament found the gravest difficulty in arriving at an agreement, the settlement of the Church. The benefices of England were at the moment in the hands of Presbyterian and Independent ministers of various shades of creed. Many of them had replaced incumbents of the Church of England thrust out by the Long Parliament. Others had succeeded in more peaceful wise. On the other hand, the extended clergy of the old Church were claiming restoration to the cures from which they had been so ruthlessly ejected. What was to be done between the old holders and the new? Was the Church of England to be restored in all its ancient organisation, and to become Anglican and Episcopal once more? Or was it to be a lax organisation including all manner of beliefs within its fold? The Parliament included many who were for comprehension, and many who were pledged to rigid restoration of the old order. It had been unable to come to any conclusion when it was dissolved in December 1660. The king, however, had issued a declaration that a conference should be held between an equal number of Presbyterian and Episcopal divines, with the object of arriving at a compromise. The new House of Commons, which met in the spring of 1661, was a very different body from the Convention elected in the full flesh by royalist enthusiasm at the restoration of law and order. It contained a very small proportion of the old Roundhead party. Its members, young and old, were for the most part such zealous adorers of Church and King that they received the name of the Cavalier Parliament. Charles was ready to take all they cared to give him, while his Prime Minister Clarendon was a high churchman and an advocate of hereditary divine right, but even they found it necessary to restrain from time to time the exuberant loyalty of the Commons. The Cavalier Parliament showed the blindest confidence in the King, whose real character his subjects had not yet discovered. They passed bills asserting the incompetency of the two houses to legislate without the sovereign's consent, declaring that under no circumstances was it lawful to levy war against the king, placing all the military and naval forces of the realm in his hands. The solemn League of Covenant, which had been the shibboleth of the old Roundheads, they ordered to be burnt by the common hangman. These comparatively harmless beginnings were followed by a series of bills prompted by a spirit of unwise rancour against the men who had ruled England from 1648 to 1660. The Cavaliers had 12 years of spiritual and temporal oppression to revenge, and were determined to do as they had been done by the church settlement, which had been left pending by the Convention. They carried out in the most summary way. The king had promised that a meeting between divines of the old church and Presbyterian ministers should be held, in order to endeavour to bring about a union, but the scheme came to nothing. At the Savoy Conference of 1661, each side refused to move an inch from its position. The Parliament then proceeded to pass the Act of Uniformity, to force the Puritans either to conform or to leave the Church. The Book of Common Prayer, slightly revised, and the 39 Articles were to be the rule of faith, and every minister was ordered to use and abide by them. Every incumbent was to declare his assent to them by August 24, 1662, or to vacate his benefice. Such was also to be the fate of all who refused to accept episcopal ordination. This left the Puritan ministers 3 months to choose between conformity and expulsion, longer shrift than they had allowed the Anglican clergy in the days of the triumph of Presbyterianism. The large majority of them conformed, and accepted episcopacy and the Book of Common Prayer. These men became the parents of the Low Church party of the succeeding age. The more stubborn souls refused obedience. About 2,000 of them were expelled from their livings on St. Bartholomew's Day 1662. They and their followers are the original progenitors of the dissenting sects of modern England. The exclusion of the Puritans was most thoroughly carried out, not only in the case of beneficed clergy, but in the universities and schools. No university professor and no schoolmaster was to be allowed to teach unless he got a certificate of orthodoxy from his bishop. Not content with thrusting out the Puritan ministers from their livings they had held, the Parliament went on to legislate against the Puritan laity. The Corporation Act of 1661 enacted that all mayors, aldermen, and other office holders in the cities and boroughs of England should, on assuming their functions, abjure the Covenant, take the oath of supremacy and allegiance to the King, and received the Holy Communion according to the rites of the Anglican Church. Thus the sacrament was made into a political test, a scandalous perversion of the Holy Table. This bill excluded all sectarians of the more conscientious and honest sort from municipal authority, but it also produced the unsatisfactory class of occasional conformists, dissenters who took the oaths and the communion according to law but remained outside the Church. Before passing on to matters outside of the sphere of things ecclesiastical, we must mention two other persecuting bills passed, at a somewhat later date, by the Cavalier Parliament. The Conventicle Act of 1664 forbade religious meetings of dissenters. Family worship was to be allowed, but if any number of persons more than 5 were present, beyond the members of the family, such a gathering was to be held a conventicle, and the hearers to be punished. Lastly, the 5 Mile Act of 1665 forbade any minister who had refused to sign the Act of Uniformity to dwell within 5 miles of any city or corporate borough. It also prohibited such men from acting as tutors or schoolmasters, unless they took an oath to attempt no alteration of the constitution in church or state. These acts were purely vexatious and spiteful, as the nonconformists were now completely crushed and harmless. Their numbers were already rapidly dwindling, and by the end of the century they did not number a fifth of the population of the realm. The vast majority of them had gone to swell the Low Church party within the Anglican establishment. For the first 7 years of the reign of Charles II, the days of the Cavalier Parliament, the chief minister of the realm was Edward Hyde, Lord Clarendon. He was a survivor from the days of the Long Parliament, being one of the original reforming members of that body who had gone over to the royal side when the Puritan majority commenced to attack the Church. He had been one of the wiser and more moderate counsellors of Charles I, and had followed Charles II all through the days of his exile. His daughter, Anne Hyde, had married James, Duke of York, the king's brother. 14 years of exile had put him somewhat out of touch of English politics, and his political ideals were more like those of the Elizabethan monarchy than those of his own day. He was an honest and capable, but not a very strong man. All through his life he preserved the theories which had guided him in the early days of the Long Parliament, wishing to keep a balance between the royal prerogative and the power of the two houses. Of course he failed to satisfy either king or Parliament. Charles thought that he was not so zealous a servant as he might have been, while the advocates of stringent checks on the monarchy thought him too subservient to his master. Clarendon was a strong churchman, and must bear his share of the responsibility for the iniquitous Conventicle and 5 Mile Acts. In secular matters he was more judicious. He was opposed to the attempts of the king or Parliament to slur over the Act of Oblivion and Indemnity, and hunt down the adherents of the Commonwealth. In foreign affairs he was a strong advocate of the old Elizabethan policy of war with Spain and friendship with France, a system which was rapidly becoming very dangerous, owing to the growing preponderance of France under the vigorous and ambitious young king, Louis XIV. First sign of his views was the sale of Dunkirk, Cromwell's old conquest, to the French for 5 million francs. Clarendon's great fault was that he had no influence over his master, the king. He allowed Charles to develop his unworthy personal habits without remonstrance. The king filled both his palace and the public service with disreputable favourites. He neglected his amiable but unattractive wife, Catherine of Portugal, and filled his court with a perfect harem of mistresses, whose sons he made dukes and earls. England had never seen shameless immorality in high places so rampant in any previous age. The king's companions and servants were, as might have been expected, men of scandalous life, and quite unfit for the offices into which he thrust them. The tone of the court had a profound and unhappy influence on the manners of the day. Therefore the private vices displayed so unblushingly, as if in protest against the formal piety and bleak austerity of the days of the Puritans, England, or at least its governing classes, plunged into extravagance and evil living of all sorts, drunkenness, profanity, thriftless luxury, gambling, duelling, shameless lust, were accounted no discredit. The literature, and more especially the drama, of the Restoration is coarse and foul beyond belief. Even great poets like Dryden felt constrained to be scurrilous when they wished to please. The days of the great Civil War had brought out the sterner virtues of Englishmen. The Restoration and the reign of domestic peace were marked by the outburst of all the folly and lewd frivolity which had so long been dormant beneath the surface. The chief political event of Clarendon's administration was the Second Dutch War, a struggle into which the minister was forced somewhat against his will. It was an unwise war, for in spite of the fact that the commercial interests often clashed, England and Holland needed each other's aid against the dangerous and restless power of France. Narrow trade jealousy, however, sufficed to bring on a conflict which ended with little credit to England. The fleet was very unsuccessful at sea, not so much owing to its own fault as to the unskilful hands of its admirals. Charles gave the command to 2 old military men, General Monk, the author of the Restoration, and Prince Rupert. These gallant cavalry officers were wholly unable to handle a fleet. They led their ships into battle, whatever the odds against them, and then left the day to be decided by hard fighting. As a great 3 days' engagement in the Downs, January 1, 2, 3, 1666, Monk was totally defeated by the Dutch Admiral De Ruyter, and his ill success was very insufficiently revenged by some predatory descents on the coast of Holland in the next autumn. The days of the Dutch war were some of the most unhappy that England has ever known. In the summer and autumn of 1665, the land was smitten with the worst outbreak of pestilence that it has ever suffered. The Great Plague raged in London with awful severity. The crowded and ill-built city, utterly destitute of any sanitary appliances, and foul with the accumulated filth of centuries, became a very hotbed of contagion. Whole streets and parishes were swept clear of their inhabitants by death or desertion. The clergy fled from their cures, the physicians from their patients. All who could escape removed into the country, and London in the late autumn looked like a city of the dead. The grass growing high in its streets, great plague pits by St. Martin's in the Fields, and Mile End had been filled, one after another, as fast as they could be opened, with huddled bodies gathered in the dreaded death cart. At least 100,000 persons perished. Contemporary rumour named an even greater figure. London had hardly recovered from the plague, when in the next year it suffered a fresh calamity, the Great Fire. A chance conflagration, bursting out in the heart of the city, was carried west and north by a strong wind, and swept away 2/3 of the inhabited houses of the capital. All the great buildings of medieval London perished in the flames. The old Gothic Cathedral of St. Paul's, 88 other churches, the Guildhall, the historic mansions of the nobility, the halls of the rich city companies, hospitals, old monastic remains, all were swept away. Hence it comes that central London is poorer in ancient architectural monuments than many a country town. The public dismay at such an unexampled catastrophe was so great that rumour went abroad that the conflagration was no accident, but had been planned and spread by the Papists, who were believed capable of any enormity since the wild attempt of Guy Fawkes. The Great Fire was not without its benefits. It swept away forever 1,000 medieval fever dens, and allowed the rebuilding of the city with wider streets and more direct communications. Perhaps we may add that it gave unique opportunity to the great architect Christopher Wren to display his talents in the new St. Paul's and the many other churches which he was commissioned to rebuild. End of section 60. Read by Inkel. Section 61 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. The LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 29. Charles II, 1660 to 1685. Part 2. London was hardly beginning to rise again from its ashes when the Dutch war ended, in some disgrace, but no loss to England. The English fleet had not recovered from the disaster in the Downs, for Charles II had squandered on his palace and harem the liberal grants which Parliament made him to repair his navy. While the seas were unguarded, a Dutch squadron slipped up the Thames, burnt the English dockyard and ships at Chatham, and held the port of London blockaded for some days. But negotiations were already on foot before this disaster was suffered, and the Peace of Breda, 1667, put an end to the war. The terms were less unfavourable than one might have expected. England modified the Navigation Act of Cromwell's day in favour of Holland, but kept the valuable conquest of New Amsterdam, the Dutch colony in North America, which lay between New England and Virginia. The settlement changed its name and was called in the future New York, after the King's brother James, Duke of York. Just after the Peace of Breda, Clarendon lost his place as the King's chief minister. The disasters and mismanagement of the war were, very unjustly, imputed to him rather than to his master. The Commons impeached him for permitting corruption among the public servants, and for wilfully misconducting the war. Bowing to the storm, he left England and dwelt in exile till his death. No one was more glad than the King at Clarendon's departure. He filled the place of his well-intentioned, if narrow-minded minister, with a clique of his disreputable friends. This administration was called the Cabal, from Kabbalah, the Hebrew word for strange and occult knowledge, as being the depository of the king's secrets. The name became popular because it chanced that the initials of the names of the 5 men who formed it spelt the word Cabal. They were Clifford, Arlington, Buckingham, Ashley, and Lauderdale. Lord Clifford and the Earl of Arlington were Romanists, a fact which brought much odium and suspicion on their doings. George, Duke of Buckingham, the son of the favourite of Charles I, a volatile, insincere man, stiff in opinion, always in the wrong, was everything by starts, and nothing long, as Dryden wrote. He was the most profligate and unscrupulous man in England. Lauderdale, an ambitious Scottish peer, was a renegade Covenanter who had sold himself to the king for power. Anthony Ashley, Lord Shaftesbury, was also an old Roundhead, whose love of office and preferment had overcome his principles. He was an active, unscrupulous man whose ready talents were only prevented from achieving greatness by his want of honesty and clear judgment. In replacing Clarendon by the Cabal, Charles had two objects. So far as he cared for anything beyond his own pleasures, he was set on attaining two ends which he knew to be hateful to the nation. One was to render himself independent of parliamentary control, the other to secure toleration and, if possible, predominance in England for Romanism. He thought that his new ministers were sufficiently free from scruples to aid him in his projects. His main help in the scheme was to be his cousin Louis XIV, the zealous champion of Roman Catholicism on the continent. The most busy and ambitious monarch that France had ever known, Louis had already started on his long career of aggression against Spain, Holland, and Austria. He was set on seizing for himself the frontier of the Rhine, the dream of all French statesmen since his day. To achieve this, he wished to conquer the Spanish Netherlands, the modern Belgium, and the petty principalities of the Middle and Lower Rhine. At the same time, he was set on striking a blow against Protestantism whenever he had the chance, most especially against the Protestant power of Holland, for the United Provinces were both Republican and Calvinist, the two things that he hated most in the world. After diverting suspicions from his object for a moment, by concluding a treaty of alliance with Holland and Sweden, which met with universal approval, the king began to broach his scheme. It was worked out in the iniquitous Treaty of Dover, May 1670. By this Charles undertook to join Louis in destroying Holland and dividing up the Spanish Netherlands. In return for this service he was to receive a subsidy 200,000 a year from France, and to have the aid of 6,000 French troops to crush any rebellion that might arise in England when he took in hand the great project of restoring Catholic predominance in the realm. This last clause was only known to the king and to Arlington and Clifford, the Romanist members of the Cabal. It was concealed from Lauderdale, Buckingham, and Shaftesbury, who only knew the plan for the partition of Holland and the Spanish dominions. Having concluded this iniquitous agreement with his cousin, Charles prorogued Parliament. He kept it from meeting for 2 years, and declared war on the Dutch without any ostensible cause or reason. At the same time the French king launched a great army over his northern frontier, overran the Spanish Netherlands, and penetrated far into Holland. The Dutch were only saved from destruction by their desperate resistance. Their fleet fought a drawn battle with the English at Southwold, and staved off a naval invasion. Meanwhile the young William of Orange, the heir of the old stadtholders, saved Amsterdam from the French by breaking down the dikes and inundating South Holland. Driven back by the floods, the French had to evacuate their Dutch conquests. 1672. Meanwhile, Charles began to carry out his agreement with Louis for restoring Romanism, by issuing his Declaration of Indulgence, suspending all the penal laws which imposed penalties on Roman Catholics. To cloak his design, he made the proclamations cover Protestant nonconformists as well as dissidents belonging to the older creed. But the king had miscalculated the feeling of England. The Declaration of Indulgence raised a storm about his ears which he dared not face. So wrathful were the churchmen, low church and high church alike, that he felt in serious danger of deposition. The Parliament met in February 1673 and passed an address requiring the king to withdraw the declaration. Charles felt his nerve give way. Instead of standing his ground and calling in his French auxiliaries, he yielded and withdrew the Edict of Toleration. The Parliament then passed the Test Act, which excluded all nonconformists, Protestant and Romanist alike, from all official positions. This made it impossible for Charles to retain his Catholic ministers, Arlington and Clifford, and caused the downfall of the Cabal, which went out of office in the end of 1673. The Test Act also drove from his place as Lord High Admiral the king's brother James, who had become an avowed Romanist. The failure of the king's schemes was still further marked by the conclusion of peace with Holland in February 1674, and the appointment as chief minister of Thomas Osborne, Lord Danby, a good churchman and an enemy of France. Determined not to go on his travels again, Charles gave way on all points, to the deep disgust of his cousin of France, who despised him greatly for his craven desertion of the cause of Romanism. But the king had not really given up his design. He was quite ready to renew his alliance with France when the time should be more favourable. Meanwhile he was compelled to profess an attachment to Holland, and married his heiress, the Princess Mary, his brother James's daughter, to the young Prince of Orange, the sworn foe of France, 1677. By such means he was able to keep himself safe, and to laugh at the efforts of the Low Church party in Parliament. This faction, the Country Party, as it called itself, was now headed by the unscrupulous adventurer Shaftesbury, who from being a minister had become the king's deadly enemy, and was trying to stir up trouble by warning the nation to beware of the Romanist and absolutist tendencies of his old master, of whose reality none had a better knowledge than himself. Danby was driven from office in 1678, owing to the discovery of some of the king's secret negotiations with France, to which he had been weak enough to give his assent for the moment, though his own views were opposed to the alliance with Louis XIV. The French king knew this fact and treacherously made the negotiations known. in order that Danby might be discredited and replaced by a minister more suited to his tastes. His wily scheme was successful. Danby was hounded from office and impeached and condemned to imprisonment in the Tower, though he produced the king's warrant for all he had done. But the Parliament voted that the king could do no wrong and that the minister was responsible for all his acts, even when he acted under the strongest pressure from his master. Thus the theory of ministerial responsibility was fixedly and unequivocally proclaimed as part of the Constitution. The fact that secret treaties with France were again in the air gave Shaftesbury and his friends, the ultra-Protestants, a fine opportunity for a demonstration. Soon after Danby's fall, they raised a cry that the kingdom was in danger from a plot to restore Romanism by the aid of armed force from France. This was true enough, and the criminal was the King of England. But Shaftesbury did not strike at the king. He feared the loyalty of the churchmen to the heir of Charles I, and thought that his sovereign was so supple and weak that he might be terrorized into becoming his instrument. The king was to be reduced to nullity, not removed. When the cry against the Romanists was growing strong, there came forward a certain depraved clergyman named Titus Oates, who had been for a time perverted to Romanism, and had dwelt much within the Jesuits, made himself Shaftesbury's tool by declaring that he had gained knowledge of a great conspiracy against the peace of the realm. This popish plot was, he said, an agreement by a number of English Catholics to slay the king and introduce a French army into the realm in order to place James of York, the king's Romanist brother, on the throne. Now, it is probable enough that some of the accused were in correspondence with France, and letters were discovered from Coleman, secretary to the Duchess of York, written to friends abroad, which spoke of an approaching blow to the Protestant cause. But the blow was really to be dealt by Charles, not against him. It was he who was in truth conspiring to bring over the French and conquer his own realm by their aid. Oates, however, perjured himself up to the hilt, bringing forward accusations against all the leading English Romanists, and hinting that even Queen Catherine herself was privy to a plot to murder her husband. Many minor informers also sprang up to corroborate the venomous tales of Oates. The nation was seriously alarmed. A perfect outburst of frenzy followed, and every Romanist in England was denounced as a disciple of Guy Fawkes. Charles, to his shame, pretended to take the story seriously, though none knew better than he its folly. A new Parliament met in March 1679. It was elected in the full flood of indignation against the plot, and Shaftesbury found that he could command a clear majority of its votes. He used his power to bring in a bill excluding the Duke of York, as an avowed Romanist, from the throne. To save his brother's rights, Charles dissolved the Commons before they could pass it. The only work that this Parliament had succeeded in carrying through was the Habeas Corpus Act, a very important enactment prohibiting arbitrary imprisonment without a trial. No man was to be kept in jail, untried, and penalties were imposed on the jailer who should detain him, and the judge who should refuse to hear him plead. This principle required to be explicitly reasserted under the later Stuarts, though it is found formulated in Magna Carta itself. The second Parliament of 1679 was, to the king's disgust, almost as much under the influence of Shaftesbury and the alarmists as the first. The nation was still in ferment. Month after month prominent Catholics were imprisoned on the evidence of Oates and his gang, tried and condemned to death. So great was the fear felt of the Romanist Duke of York that a preposterous plan was formed by Shaftesbury and his friends to replace him as heir to the throne by the Duke of Monmouth, the eldest of the natural sons of King Charles. This was a manifest injustice to the Princess Mary, the Protestant daughter of Duke James. Her father's religion could not vitiate her rights, but Monmouth was a popular youth of fair parts and abilities. He had won some military reputation by putting down a dangerous rebellion in the Scottish Covenanters, who had murdered the Archbishop of St. Andrews, risen in arms, and got possession of the Western Lowlands. After routing them at Bothwell Brig, June 1679, Monmouth was saluted as a conquering hero, and rumours were put about that his mother, Lucy Walters, had been secretly married to the king. Charles himself hastened to deny this lie, but it had its effect, and a serious effort was made to substitute Monmouth for his uncle. All through 1680, the struggle was at its height, though Shaftesbury was gradually losing ground, owing to the unwise violence of his conduct, and the growing disrepute of his tool, Titus Oates, whose reckless falsehoods were beginning to be detected by sober men. The contest turned on the fate of the Exclusion Bill, which declared James incapable of reigning and transferred his rights to his daughter Mary, the Princess of Orange, though many suspected that Shaftesbury intended to substitute Monmouth for the princess. It is at this moment that the famous political names which were to rule England for the next century and a half come into sight. At first the opponents of the Exclusion Bill, the supporters of the divine right of hereditary succession, and the defenders of the Duke of York were called abhorrers. From the numerous addresses which they sent to the king declaring their abhorrence of the Exclusion Bill, on the other hand, the supporters of Shaftesbury and the believers in the popish plot were called petitioners, from the petitions which they kept signing in favour of the bill. But soon two less cumbrous, if stranger names were found for the two parties. The abhorrers were nicknamed Tories by their enemies, from the appellation of a horde of banditti who lurked in the bogs of Ireland. The petitioners, on the other hand, were christened Whigs by their rivals after the name of a fanatical sect of Scottish Covenanters. These titles, bestowed in ridicule at first, were formally accepted in earnest and became the usual denomination of the two great parties. The Exclusion Bill was passed by Shaftesbury and his majority of Whigs in the Commons, once in 1679 and once in 1680, but the House of Lords threw it out, and Charles dissolved the Parliament once and again, till in 1681 the fear of the Popish plot began to blow over, and the violence of Shaftesbury to disgust the moderate members of his own party, to cruel execution, in December 1680, of Lord Stafford, an old Romanist peer of blameless life, whose innocence was known to all, was the last and most damaging triumph of the Whigs. Its injustice caused many of Shaftesbury's supporters to fall away. His intrigues in favour of Monmouth, and the open support which he gave to the lying oaths, had ruined him. In 1681 the king accused him of high treason for collecting armed followers to overawe Parliament. A London jury refused to convict him, and he plunged into still more desperate courses. Conspiring with Lord William Russell and Algernon Sidney to raise rebellion, he was detected and fled overseas to escape punishment. Some of his more desperate followers went on with his plot, which they developed into a plan for assassinating Charles as he passed the Rye House in Hertfordshire on his way to Newmarket. The disclosure of this reckless conspiracy ruined the Whigs. The whole party was believed to have been privy to it, though it was in truth the work of a very small clique, headed by one Colonel Rumbold, an old Cromwellian officer, 1682. The king, finding that public opinion was veering round to his side, was emboldened to strike a blow at the whole Whig faction. Mixing up the Rye House plot with Shaftesbury's abortive plans, he seized all their chief leaders and had them tried for high treason. Subservient judges and a packed jury made their fall easy. Lord William Russell and Algernon Sidney were beheaded. Lord Essex committed suicide in prison. The evidence connecting Russell and Sidney with the assassination plot was trivial, and the execution little else than a judicial murder. 1683. Charles was now in a better position to carry out his long-concealed plans for the restoration of arbitrary government and the furthering of Romanism than in any previous time in his reign. He left Parliament unsummoned for more than 2 years, prepared to renew his alliance with France, endeavoured to collect a body of ministers who would second his views, and largely increased his standing army. He made several unconstitutional encroachments on the liberty of his subjects, such as forfeiting the charters of many cities, including London itself, and was cautiously feeling his way towards more decisive measures. But on February 6, 1685, his plans were suddenly interrupted by a fatal apoplectic stroke, which carried him off before he had attained the age of 55. On his deathbed he had himself openly received into the Roman Catholic faith, of which he had so long been the secret partisan. It was fortunate that his schemes were brought to such an untimely end, for if a cautious foe to the liberties of England, he was a very clever and insidious one. Of the stubborn folly which ruined his successor, he would never have been guilty. End of section 61, read by Inkel. Section 62 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 30, James II, 1685 to 1688. No greater testimony to the caution and cleverness of Charles II can be given than the fact that, after a reign of 25 stormy years, he died in possession of a very considerable measure of absolute power, having lived down his troubles, secured the devotion of the larger half of the nation, strengthened himself with a standing army, and dispensed for 3 years with any summons of Parliament. His successor was to prove that a man without tact and pliability, pursuing the same schemes for the restoration of arbitrary government and Romanism, might wreck himself in 3 years and die in exile. Yet James of York was in many ways a stronger and better man than Charles II. He possessed conscience and courage in a far greater measure than his brother. His life was not an open scandal. His word could be relied upon. His attachment to his faith was devoted and sincere, but he had 3 ruinous faults. He was obstinate to blindness. Long after a fact had become patent to all men, he would refuse to recognize its existence. He was full of a bigoted self-sufficiency that arose from an overweening belief in his own good intentions and wisdom. Lastly, he was a man unable to forgive or forget. There was no drop of mercy in his composition. He could understand nothing but the letter of the law, blind, conceited, pitiless. He was bound to win the hatred of all who differed from him, and it was soon to be discovered that 9/10 of the English nation were numbered in that class. James was a man of business and method, as well as a man of action. He had commanded a fleet with credit in the Dutch war. He had presided with success at the Admiralty till he was compelled to resign that office by the Test Act. He had ruled Scotland for a time with a very firm, if a rigid hand. But no amount of mere administrative ability could make up for his entire want of judgment, foresight, and geniality. Yet, on his accession, the new king had everything in his favour. The Tory party was still in the ascendancy which it had enjoyed ever since the Whigs had been discredited by the Rye House plot. It was resolved to trust and support James as long as he behaved in a constitutional manner and had a strong confidence in his honesty. Accordingly, the King's first Parliament granted him the liberal income of £1,900,000 a year, and protested its complete reliance on his wisdom and good intentions. Nor was any objection made when James sought out and punished the informers who had fabricated the Popish plot, though their chastisement was very barbarous. Oates, their chief, received 1,700 lashes, twice within 48 hours, yet survived, in spite of a sentence which had obviously been intended to kill him. The first real shock to the confidence of the nation in the King was caused by the cruelty with which he put down an insurrection which broke out against him in the summer that followed his accession. The late King's bastard son, James, Duke of Monmouth, the tool of Shaftesbury in 1680, was living in exile in Holland, along with many violent Whigs, who were charged, truly or falsely, with participation in the Rye House plot. Monmouth, a vain and presumptuous young man, could not read the signs of the times, and thought that all England would rise to overturn a Romanist king, if only a Protestant leader presented himself to lead the people. Without securing any tangible promises of support from the chiefs of the Whig party in England, he resolved to attempt an invasion. He was to be aided by Archibald, Earl of Argyll, the exiled chief of the Scottish Covenanters, who undertook to stir up a rising among his clansmen in the Highlands. Argyll landed in Scotland in May 1685. Monmouth came ashore at Lyme, in Dorsetshire, in June. Each had brought a very small force with him, and relied wholly on the support he hoped to find at home. Argyll raised the Campbells, but found none else to join him. After a few days his men dispersed, and he was taken and beheaded. Monmouth was at first more fortunate. He was well known and popular in Dorset and Somerset, and some thousands of countrymen came flocking to his banner, though none of the gentry would adhere to such a reckless adventurer. The Duke appealed to all Protestants to aid him against the Papist king, declared that his mother had been the lawful wife of Charles II, and claimed the crown of England. But his proclamation did him no good, and his army of ploughmen and miners was but a half-armed rabble. Nevertheless, they fought bravely enough against James's regulars at Sedgemoor, July 5th, 1685, and only dispersed when their leader fled in craven fear from the field. Monmouth was caught in disguise and taken to London. He grovelled at the feet of James, and offered to submit to any indignity if his life might be spared, but the pitiless king, after chiding him for half an hour, sent him to the scaffold. His fate provoked little sympathy, for he had clearly brought his trouble on his own head, but the cruel punishment that was dealt out to the poor ignorant peasants who had followed him shocked the whole nation. Hundreds of rebels taken in arms were hung or shot after a summary court-martial by the brutal Colonel Kirke, a veteran who had learnt ferocity by serving against the Moors in Africa. After the summary executions were over, Judge Jeffreys, a clever but worthless lawyer, whom the king made the chief instrument of his cruelties, descended on the south-western counties. In the Bloody Assize, as his circuit was called, he put to death more than 300 persons, after the barest mockery of a trial, and sent 1,000 more to work as slaves on the plantations of Jamaica and Barbados. Of all Jeffreys's judicial murders, the worst was that of the aged Lady Lisle. Having sheltered a fugitive from Sedgemoor, she was sentenced by this barbarian to be burnt, and he thought it an act of clemency when he commuted the penalty to beheading, September 1685. The ease with which he had crushed the rising of Monmouth and Argyll emboldened James to take seriously in hand the great project of his life, the restoration of Romanism. His plan was to fill all offices in church and state with open or secret papists, and to overawe discontent by the muskets of a large standing army. That such a plan was dangerous and even impossible, when 9/10 of the nation was devotedly attached to Protestantism, he does not seem to have realized. He relied on his observation of the men about his own person. Many of the demoralized courtiers of Charles II were quite ready to become Romanists if only it brought them preferment. They would probably have become Jews or Moslems if it had been made worth their while. The basest of these degraded opportunists was James's chief minister, Lord Sunderland, the tool of all his worst acts of tyranny and folly. With such a man as his chief adviser, and the infamous Jeffreys, now made Lord Chancellor, as his chief executioner, the king was likely to go to any lengths. Of his other councillors, the chief was Richard Talbot, Earl of Tyrconnell, a bigoted Irish Romanist of very depraved manners, and Father Petrie, a Jesuit priest. James commenced this campaign against Protestantism in 1686. The chief bar to the admission of papists to office in the public service and the army was the Test Act of 1673, which excluded all save English churchmen from any post in the state. Knowing that no parliament would repeal this act, James resolved to annul it on his own authority. One of the oldest weapons of the Stuarts was the claim to a dispensing power, a right of the king to grant immunity on his own authority for offences against the law of the land. This was the tool which he had now resolved to employ against the Test Act. he appointed a Romanist named Sir Edward Hales, colonel of one of the new regiments, which he was busily employed in raising. Hales was prosecuted for illegally accepting the commission, and pleaded in defence that the king had dispensed him from taking the test. The case was brought before a bench of judges carefully packed by the orders of James, and they gave the wholly unconstitutional decision that the king's dispensation covered Hales from all penalties. Armed with this opinion of the judges, James began to give place and office to Romanists right and left. They were made judges, officers, sheriffs, lord lieutenants, mayors, all by virtue of the king's dispensing power. None but Catholics could for the future hope for any preferment. The king next proceeded to attack the Church of England. Once more pleading his dispensing power, he began to give papists office in the church. Not only did he make over crown livings to them, but he filled 2 vacant headships of Oxford colleges with notorious Romanists, showing thereby his intention to put the control of education into the hands of his own co-religionists. Somewhat later, he expelled the whole body of fellows and scholars of Magdalen College, refusing to receive the president whom he had chosen for them, 1687. Heron following the example of Charles, who had deprived the philosopher John Locke of his studentship at Christ Church for holding Whig opinions. To deal with things religious, James revived the Court of High Commission, one of the old despotic courts, which the Long Parliament had abolished 40 years before. He placed Jeffreys at its head, and used it for the oppression of all clergy who showed signs of opposing him. Meanwhile a large army, including several Irish regiments, was concentrated at Hounslow to overawe London. The nation, though sorely tried by these exhibitions of James's high-handed bigotry, required still further provocation before it rose against him. The Tory party was so deeply committed to the doctrine of divine right and passive obedience that it required an even more desperate attack on the Church of England to set them in arms against the king. The Whigs were so crushed and oppressed that they had not the heart to rebel. It may be added that the fact that the king was an elderly man, while his heiress Mary, Princess of Orange, was a firm Protestant, kept many men quiet. He held that the king must die ere long, and that his wild schemes would die with him. James began to embark on his last fatal measures of arbitrary power in the spring of 1688. Without calling or consulting a parliament, he determined to issue on his own authority a declaration of indulgence, which was to suspend all laws that were directed against Romanists. To partly cloak his plan, he added that the declaration was also to free the Protestant dissenters from the penal code of 1664-5. Toleration in itself is good, but toleration imposed by an autocratic and illegal mandate is a suspicious boon. The dissenters themselves repudiated the gift, when given from such doubtful hands. To show his complete mastery over the Church of England, James ordered that the declaration should be publicly read from the pulpit by every beneficed minister in the land. This command provoked even the loyal Tories to resistance. When the appointed day came round, the clergy, almost without exception, refused to read the declaration. The Archbishop, William Sancroft, and 6 of his suffragans addressed a petition to the king begging that they might be excused from having to issue such a document. James was furious, and in his rage declared his intention of putting the bishops on trial for publishing a seditious libel, a most absurd description of their modestly worded plea. The 7 prelates were arrested and sent as prisoners to the Tower. A month later they were brought before the Court of King's Bench. The whole nation was in agony as to their fate, but the preposterous nature of the prosecution abashed even the king's subservient judges. The charge was pressed in a half-hearted way, and the jury returned a verdict of not guilty. James's vexation at this acquittal was only surpassed by his outburst of wrath when he saw the universal demonstration of joy with which the news was received. Even his own soldiery in the camp at Hounslow lighted bonfires to celebrate the event. In the very month of the acquittal of the 7 bishops, an event happened which profoundly affected the king's prospects. His young second wife, Mary of Modena, bore him a son. The prince afterwards, known as the Old Pretender, June 10th, 1688. The birth of this child gave the king a Romanist heir and cut the Princess of Orange out of the succession to the throne. This unexpected news filled England with dismay. It was evident the king's schemes were no longer to be terminated with his own life. A dynasty of Romanists loomed on the horizon. In their wrath many men asserted that the child was supposititious, the changeling foisted on the nation by the king's malice. This groundless tale received much credit, for anything was believed possible in such a bigot as James. The birth of the Prince of Wales was immediately followed by the formation of a serious conspiracy to overthrow the king. The Tories forgot their loyalty and joined the Whigs. The first sketch of the plot was drawn up by an old Tory minister, Danby, in conjunction with the Earl of Devonshire, the chief of the Whigs, and Henry Sidney and Edward Russell, the kinsmen of the 2 Whig leaders of those names who had been beheaded by Charles II in 1683. The plan was to call over to England the Princess Mary and her husband the Prince of Orange, and set them up against the king. William of Orange, the champion of Protestantism on the continent, and the deadly foe of James's ally, the King of France, was known to be ready to strike any blow that would bring England over to his side. He had long been in secret communication with many leading men among the Whigs, and welcomed the appearance of a definite invitation with joy. On receiving satisfactory assurances of support, he consented to raise every man that he could put into the field and to cross to England. James at first received the news of suspicious warlike preparations in Holland with indifference. He relied on the fact that William was at war with France, and reasoned that while the Low Countries were threatened by French troops, his son-in-law would never dare to leave his own country unprotected and invade England. The French king was more set on an invasion of Germany than on the conquest of Holland, and when Louis sent his armies across the Upper Rhine, William was left unwatched, and was able to make his preparations at leisure. Many Englishmen of mark, Tories as well as Whigs, slipped over to join him, and bade him strike as quickly as possible. Though the storms of autumn were already raging, the prince set sail from Helvoetsluis on the 2nd of November, and steered down the Channel with 50 men of war, and transports carrying some 13,000 men. James had a much larger force garrisoning the south of England. Combining his regular army with a number of newly raised regiments of Irish Romanists, he had quite 40,000 men under arms, but he soon discovered that the temper of the greater part of them was very bad. Except the numerous Catholic officers to whom he had given commissions, there was hardly a man who could be trusted. When the news of William's final preparations reached England, James was suddenly struck by a panic as irrational as his previous overconfidence. He fell from blind arrogance into extreme depression, when he at last realized the universal discontent which his acts had created. With the craven and useless haste he suddenly began to endeavour to undo his policy of the last 3 years. He abolished the Court of High Commission, cancelled the appointments of many Romanist officials, recalled the fellows whom he had banished from Oxford, and made the most profuse promises to respect all the rights and privileges of the Church of England for the future. But such conduct could not restore confidence. It could not make men forget the cruelties of the bloody assize, or the indignities which he had heaped on the 7 bishops. Such a repentance at the 11th hour deceived nobody. On the 5th of November 1688, William of Orange landed at Torbay, and 3 days later he seized Exeter. James, who had looked for an invasion on the eastern coast, at once began to march his numerous army towards Devonshire. There was a moment's pause ere the opponents met. For some days no one of note joined the Prince of Orange, and it seemed doubtful if those who had pledged themselves to his cause were about to keep their promise. But the hesitation was not for long. Ere a shot had been fired in the west, insurrections began to break out in all the parts of England where the king had no armed force in garrison. Lord Danby seized York, and the Earl of Devonshire Nottingham. But this was not the worst. As James advanced westward, first single officers, then whole companies and regiments began to slink away from his host and join the enemy. Even those whom he had most trusted left him. His own son-in-law, Prince George of Denmark, the husband of his younger daughter, Anne, was one of those who absconded. Another was one of his most trusted officers, John Churchill, afterwards the famous Duke of Marlborough. With abominable treachery, Churchill tried to kidnap his master before deserting, and almost succeeded in the attempt. Seeing his whole army melting away, James hastily returned to London, strove in vain to gain time by negotiating with the Prince of Orange, and then sent off his wife and son to France, and endeavoured to follow them himself. He was stopped by a mob at Faversham in Kent, and forced back to the capital, but no one wished to keep him a prisoner, and, with the secret connivance of William of Orange, he was allowed to escape a second time and to get clear away to France, December 18, 1688. Thus ended in ignominious flight the preposterous attempt of a blind and arrogant king to coerce England into surrendering its constitution and its religion. The edifice which James had so laboriously reared crumbled to pieces at the first touch of force from without. End of section 62, read by Inkel.
Section 63 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Beckett Wood. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 31. William and Mary, 1688 to 1702, Part 1. James II had believed that by absconding to France he would plunge England into anarchy and leave no constituted power behind him. With a childish worship of forms, he flung the Great Seal into the Thames as he fled, that no state document might be issued in due shape. His slow and pedantic mind conceived that the nation would be nonplussed by the loss of king and seal at once. But Englishmen can always show a wise disregard for formulae when it is necessary. Though there was no king to summon a parliament, yet a convention at once met on the invitation of William of Orange. It consisted of the peers, and a lower house formed of all surviving members of the Commons who had sat under Charles II, together with the aldermen and common councillors of London. This body, though not a regularly constituted meeting of the two houses, proceeded to deal at once with the question of the succession. There were three alternatives open: to make the Princess Mary queen in her father's room, or to crown both her and her husband William, or to declare them merely regents in the absence of the exiled king. The last alternative commended itself to many of the Tories, who still held strong theories about the divine right of kings, and were loath to surrender them by consenting to a deposition. But when the proposal was broached to William of Orange, he answered that he would never consent to be the mere locum tenens of his father-in-law. He would leave England if nothing more than the power of regent were granted him. It was then proposed that the Princess Mary should be queen regnant, but this too the prince refused. He would not become his wife's servant and minister. When the Tories showed signs of insisting on this project, William began to make preparations for returning to Holland. This brought the convention to reason. They knew that they could not get on for a moment without the prince's guiding hand. Accordingly, they were constrained to take the third course and to offer the crown to William and Mary as joint sovereigns with equal rights. No one spoke a word for Mary's infant brother, the Prince of Wales. Not only was he overseas in France, but most men believed him to be no true son of James II. Before the throne was formally offered to William and Mary, the convention proceeded to draw up the famous Declaration of Rights. This document contained a list of the main principles of the Constitution which had been violated by James II, with a statement that they were ancient and undoubted rights of the English people. It stigmatized the powers claimed by the late king to dispense with or suspend laws as illegal usurpations. It stated that every subject had a right to petition the king and should not be molested for doing so, an allusion to the case of the 7 bishops. It stipulated for the frequent summoning of parliaments and for free speech and debate within the two houses. The raising and maintenance of a standing army without the permission of Parliament was declared illegal. In a clause recalling the most famous paragraph of Magna Carta, it was stated that all levying of taxes or loans without the consent of the representatives of the nation was illegal. The declaration then proceeded to provide for the succession. William and Mary, or the survivor of them, were first to rule, then any children who might be born to them. If Mary died childless, the Princess Anne and her issue were to inherit her sister's rights. Finally, any member of the royal house professing Romanism, or even marrying a Romanist, was to forfeit all claim to the crown. The declaration was afterwards confirmed and made permanent as the Bill of Rights. William and Mary swore to observe the declaration and were proclaimed on February 13, 1689, after an interregnum which had lasted 2 months since the flight of James II to France. The new king and queen were not a well-matched pair, though, owing to Mary's amiable and tactful temper, they agreed better than might have been expected. The queen was lively, kind-hearted, and genial, well loved by all who knew her. William was a morose and unsociable invalid, who only recovered his spirits when he left the court for the camp. In spite of his wretched health, he was a keen soldier, and had the reputation of being one of the best, if also one of the most unlucky, generals of his time. His talent chiefly showed itself in repairing the consequences of his defeats, which he did so cleverly that his conquerors seldom drew any advantage from their success. In private life, William was cold, suspicious, and reticent. He reserved his confidence for his Dutch friends, openly saying that the English, who had betrayed their natural king, could not be expected to be true to a foreigner. He knew that he was a political necessity for them, and nothing more. Hence he neither loved them nor expected them to love him. William had expelled his father-in-law, not from a disinterested wish to put down his tyranny, nor merely from zeal against Romanism, but because he wished to see England drawn into the great European alliance against France, which it was his life's work to build up. He had spent all the days of his youth in opposing the ambition of the bigoted Louis XIV, and all his thoughts were directed towards the construction of a league of states strong enough to keep the French from the Rhine. For Louis was set on annexing the Spanish Netherlands, the Palatinate, and the Duchy of Lorraine, so as to bring his frontier up to the great river. He had already made several steps towards securing his end by seizing Alsace, the Franche-Comté, and part of Flanders. If William had not hindered him, he would probably have accomplished his whole desire. But the Prince of Orange had induced the old enemies Spain and Holland to combine, and had enlisted the Emperor Leopold of Austria in his league. With the aid of England, he thought that Louis could be crushed beyond a doubt. On the 13th of May, 1689, William had his wish, for England declared war on Louis. It was already made inevitable by the conduct of the French monarch, who had not only received the fugitive James, but had lent him men and money to aid him in recovering his lost realms. But William was not to be able to divert the strength of England into the continental war quite so soon as he had expected. He was forced to fight for his new crown for nearly 2 years before he was able to turn off again to lead the armies of the coalition against Louis. The proclamation of William and Mary proved the beginning of new troubles both in England, Scotland, and Ireland. In England things were not serious. A certain portion of the Tory party declined to accept William as king, though they had been ready to take him as regent. For refusing to take the oath of allegiance to him, Archbishop Sancroft, the hero of the trial of the 7 bishops, 4 other prelates and 400 clergy had been removed from their preferments. Some Tory laymen of scrupulous conscience gave up their offices, but these non-jurors, as they were called, made no open resistance, though many of them began to correspond secretly with the exiled king. In Scotland, the crisis was far more serious. Both Charles II and James II had governed that realm with an iron hand. They had placed the rule of the land in the hands of the Scottish Episcopalians, who formed a very small minority of the nation. The Covenanters had been sternly repressed, and their ineffective rising, ending in the fight of Bothwell Brig, had been put down with the most rigorous harshness. When James was overturned, the persecuted Presbyterians rose in high wrath and swept all his friends out of office. They followed the example of the English in offering the crown to William and Mary, and began to revenge their late oppression by very harsh treatment of their former rulers, the Scottish Episcopalians. But James II had a following in Scotland. Though not a very large one, it had an exceedingly able man at its head, John Graham of Claverhouse, Viscount Dundee, who had commanded the royal forces in the realm for the last 10 years. Dundee succeeded in rousing a number of the Highland chiefs to take arms for James II, not so much because they loved the king, as because they hated the great clan of the Campbells, now, as always, the mainstay of the covenanting interest north of Clyde and Forth. The new government collected an army under General Mackay and sent it against Dundee, but the Jacobite leader retired before it till Mackay's men had pushed up the long and narrow pass of Killiecrankie. When the lowland troops were just emerging from the northern end of the pass, Dundee fell on from an ambush. The wild rush of his Highlanders swept away the leading battalions, and Mackay's entire force fled in disgraceful rout back to Dunkeld. The Jacobite general, however, fell in the moment of victory, and when his strong and able hand was removed, the rebel clans dropped asunder and ceased to endanger the stability of William's throne, June 17, 1689. The insurrection, however, continued to linger on in the remoter recesses of the Highlands for 2 years more. In Ireland, the struggle was far longer and more bitter than in Scotland. In that country, the old quarrel between the natives and the English settlers broke out under the new form of loyalty to James or William. In the time of Charles II, the old Irish or Anglo-Irish proprietors had been restored to about 1/3 of the lands from which they had been evicted by the Cromwellian settlement of 1652. They hoped, now that they had a king of their own faith, to recover the remaining 2/3 from the English planters. From the moment of his accession, James had done his best for the Irish Romanists. He had decreed the revocation of Cromwell's settlement. He had filled all places of trust and emolument with natives, and had raised an Irish army in which no Protestant was admitted to serve either as soldier or officer. His Lord Deputy was Talbot, Earl of Tyrconnell, a violent and unscrupulous man who was prepared to go even further than his master in the direction of suppressing Protestantism. When the news of the landing of William of Orange at Torbay reached Ireland, the Lord Deputy kept faith with James and began arming the whole nation in his cause, till he is said to have had nearly 100,000 undisciplined levies under his orders. At the same time he summoned all Protestants in Ireland to give up their arms. The English settlers saw that the predominance of Tyrconnell and his hordes meant danger to themselves, and promptly fled by sea, or took refuge in the few towns where the Protestants had a majority, leaving their houses and property to be plundered by the Lord Deputy's rapparees. In Ulster, where they mustered most strongly, they shut themselves up in the towns of Derry and Enniskillen, proclaimed William and Mary as King and Queen, and sent to implore instant aid from England. In March 1689, James II landed in Ireland, convoyed by a French fleet, and bringing a body of French officers, 10,000 stand of arms, and a treasure of £112,000, all given to him by Louis XIV. He found himself master of the whole country except Derry and Enniskillen, and promptly ordered the siege of these places to begin. He summoned a parliament to meet in Dublin, and there undid, so far as words and acts could do, all the doings of the English in Ireland for the last 2 centuries. The Irish peers and commons voted the resumption by the old native houses of all the lands confiscated by Elizabeth, James I, and Cromwell. They made Romanism the established religion of the land and declared Ireland completely independent of the English Parliament. All this was natural and excusable enough, but a bloodthirsty act of attainder followed, condemning to death as traitors no less than 2,500 Protestant peers, gentry, and clergy, who had either declared for William or at least refused to join James. This made the Civil War an affair of life and death, since the Protestants of Derry and Enniskillen dared not surrender when they knew they would be treated as convicted traitors. Hence it came that both places held out with desperate resolution, though help was long in coming from England. Derry held out unsuccoured for 105 days, April to August 1689, till it was relieved by a small fleet which burst the boom that the Irish had thrown across Lough Foyle and brought food to the starving garrison. The Protestants of Enniskillen saved themselves by an even more desperate exhibition of courage. Sallying out of their town, they beat the force that blockaded them at the Battle of Newton Butler, August 2, 1689, and drove them completely away. In spite of these successes, the Ulstermen must have been crushed if the long-expected English army had not begun to cross the Channel. But in October, a force at last appeared in Down under the Duke of Schomberg, a veteran French officer in the service of William. Schomberg had been expelled from the French army for refusing to become a Romanist, and devoted the last years of his life to a crusade against the bigoted Louis XIV, who had driven him from home and office for religion's sake. Through the winter of 1689, the Irish and English faced each other in Ulster without coming to a decisive engagement. But in the spring of 1690, William arrived in person with large reinforcements and began to advance on Dublin with an army of 35,000 men. James had done but little to strengthen his position during the 18 months that Ireland had been in his hands. His army was still half-trained and unpaid. He had caused untold distress to all classes by issuing a forced currency of copper crowns and shillings, which his creditors were compelled to accept or incur the charge of treason. His councillors, English and Irish, were quarrelling fiercely. His troops were unwisely dispersed, so that on the news of William's approach he found himself unable to concentrate them in time. He gathered, however, some 30,000 men, of whom 6,000 were French, and took up a strong position behind the River Boyne to cover Dublin. In this position he was attacked by William, whose troops forded the river and charged up the opposite slope. The Irish cavalry fought well enough, but many regiments of their undisciplined infantry broke and fled after a few discharges. The wreck of the Jacobite army was only saved by the French auxiliaries, who stubbornly defended the pass of Duleek till the fugitives had got away, July 1, 1690. James seemed panic-stricken by the result of the Battle of the Boyne. Abandoning Dublin without firing a shot, he fled in craven haste and took ship for France. His deserted followers, however, made a long and gallant resistance in the west. William returned to England, leaving his army under the Dutch general Ginkell to subdue Connaught and Munster, September 1690. The task proved harder than had been expected. Ginkell was unable to move till the next spring for want of food and transport. He forced the line of the Shannon by storming Athlone in June 1691, but did not break the back of the Irish resistance till he had won the well-fought battle of Aughrim, scattered the army of Connaught, and slain its commander, the French Marshal Saint-Rout. Even after this decisive fight, Limerick held out for nearly 3 months. It surrendered on October 3, 1691, on terms which permitted the Irish army to take ship for France, and 11,000 men passed overseas to serve Louis XIV. At the same time, the representatives of William signed the Pacification of Limerick, which granted an amnesty to all Irish who did not emigrate, and stipulated that they should be left unmolested in possession of the very limited civil and religious rights that they had enjoyed under Charles II. These terms were broken in a most faithless manner by the Irish Parliament, now entirely in the hands of the victorious Protestant minority, only a few years after they had been signed, 1697. By a new penal code, that body prohibited Romanists from practising as lawyers, physicians, or schoolmasters, took away from them the right of sitting in Parliament, made marriages of Protestants and Romanists illegal, banished all monks and all clergy except registered parish priests from the realm, and prohibited any Romanist from possessing arms. But their worst device was a cruel scheme for promoting conversions, by a law which gave any son of a Romanist who abjured his religion the right to succeed to all his father's property, to the exclusion of his unconverted brothers and sisters. Under this harsh code, the Irish groaned for a whole century, but they had been so crushed by William's blows that they never rose in rebellion again till 1798. The whole of Ireland was subdued ere the spring of 1692 began. A month later occurred the cruel deed which marked the final end of the revolt in the Scottish Highlands. The wrecks of Dundee's followers had been scattered at the skirmish of Cromdale in 1690, but a few chiefs still refused their submission. William proclaimed that there should be an amnesty for all who surrendered before January 1, 1692. This opportunity was taken by all the Highlanders, save MacDonald of Glencoe, a petty chief of 200 families in Argyllshire. He made his submission a few days later than the appointed time. Lord Stair, the Secretary of State for Scotland, prevailed upon William to give him leave to make an example of MacDonald and his tribe. A regiment was sent to Glencoe and courteously received by the chief, who thought his tardy submission had brought him impunity. But, obeying their orders, the soldiery fell at midnight upon their unsuspecting hosts, shot MacDonald and all the men they could catch, and drove the survivors out of their valley. This cold-blooded outrage was sanctioned by William, but only because he had been carefully kept in ignorance of the fact that MacDonald had submitted a few days after the appointed date. End of section 63. Section 64 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Beckett Wood. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 31. William and Mary, 1688 to 1702. Part 2. While the Irish War had been in progress, important events had been taking place nearer home. The war on the continent had proved indecisive, though if either party had a slight advantage, it was the French. Even at sea, the fleets of Louis at first gained some successes, mainly owing to the culpable slackness of the English admiral, Lord Torrington. His negligence, treachery would perhaps be the more appropriate word, was only a symptom of a very widespread spirit of disloyalty among the Tory party. Many persons had not got out of the Revolution the private advantages for which they had hoped. William III had endeavoured to hold an equal balance between the English parties, but could not wholly conceal his suspicions of the Tories and his private preference for the Whigs. In consequence, some of those who had been foremost in expelling James II now began to intrigue with him, and expressed a more or less real sympathy with his plans for recovering his crown. Among these traitors were the best sailor and the best soldier that England owned. Admiral Russell, who succeeded Torrington in command of the Channel Fleet, and John Churchill, the Marlborough of later days, who had been appointed commander of the English troops, whom William had taken to the continent. It is some palliation to their guilt that they neither of them actually did desert William in the moment of trial, but both were undoubtedly guilty of habitual correspondence with the enemy. Churchill even descended so far into the depths of baseness as to send secret intelligence of William's plans to the French, though, with characteristic duplicity, he sent them too late to be of any use. How much these secret protestations of loyalty to James meant was shown in 1692 by the events of the Battle of La Hogue. The French king had collected an army in Normandy to invade England and ordered up his ships from Brest to convoy it, relying on the promise of Russell that he would bring over the Channel Fleet. But when the squadron of de Tourville came in sight, the admiral promptly attacked it. Either the spirit of fighting had overcome him, or compunction for his treachery smote him at the last moment. At any rate, he fell briskly upon the French, whose squadron was much inferior in numbers, destroyed 12 ships and completely scattered the rest. This victory gained Russell a very undeserved peerage and saved England from all danger of a French invasion or a Jacobite rising. May 19, 1692. Meanwhile, the armies of Louis XIV and William were contending obstinately in the Netherlands, without any marked success on either side. William was opposed by a general as able as himself in Marshal Luxembourg, and met his usual ill luck in the field. He was defeated at 2 great pitched battles, Steenkerk, August 1692, and Landen, July 1693. Yet, after each engagement, he made such a formidable front that the enemy gained nothing by his victory, and hardly won a foot of ground in the Spanish Netherlands. At each of these fights, the English troops were in the thick of the fray, and justified by their conduct the anxiety that William had always shown to have England on his side. Yet Churchill, their best general, was not leading them. He had been deservedly disgraced in 1692 when his intrigues with James II were discovered. When at last the fortune of war began to turn in favour of the Allies, mainly owing to the death of William's great opponent, Marshal Luxembourg, it was again the English troops who got the chief credit in the one great success of the king's military life, the storm of Namur. When that great fortress, whose lofty citadel, overhanging the Meuse, was the strongest place in Belgium, was taken by assault in the very face of a French army of 80,000 men, it was the English infantry, under Lord Cutts, who forced their way into the breaches and compelled Marshal Boufflers to surrender. August 1695. After the fall of Namur, the war languished. The King of France saw his resources wasting away and, in spite of all his efforts, had utterly failed to conquer the Netherlands, though his armies had been somewhat more successful in Italy and Spain. He finally consented to treat for peace, which, after long negotiations, was at last secured by the Treaty of Ryswick, 1697. This was the first occasion on which the ambitious and grasping king had to own defeat. Making terms with England, Holland, Spain and Austria, he surrendered all that he had gained since 1678, with the single exception of the town of Strasbourg. He was also compelled to recognise William as the lawful King of England, though he refused to expel James II and his family from their asylum at Saint-Germain, where they had been dwelling since 1691. English domestic politics during the time of the struggle with Louis XIV had presented a shameful spectacle. It is difficult to say whether the Whigs or the Tories disgraced themselves the more by their factious violence and treacherous intrigues. In all her history, Britain has never known such a sordid gang of self-seeking, greedy and demoralised statesmen as the generation who had been reared in the evil times of Charles II. Danby, the corrupt old Tory minister of 1674, Sunderland, the renegade tool of James II, the traitors Russell and Churchill were typical men of the day. The party warfare of Whig and Tory was prosecuted by disgraceful personalities, impeachments for corruption, embezzlement, or treacherous correspondence with France, and, to the shame of England, the accusations were generally true. Even the unamiable William III appears a comparatively dignified and sympathetic figure among these squalid intriguers. We cannot wonder that he disliked and distrusted Englishmen, when those with whom he had most to do were such a crew of sharpers and hypocrites. For 8 years he contrived to combine Tories and Whigs in his ministry, an extraordinary testimony to his powers of management and to his subjects' blind love of office. His own troubles were constant and galling. Not only was he abused by both political parties for his moderation, but he was openly accused of favouritism and even of corruption. His very life was not safe. A conspiracy formed by some extreme Tories and Jacobites, headed by a member of Parliament named Sir John Fenwick, came to light in 1696, which was found to involve a plot to shoot the king as he was on his way to hunt in Richmond Park. When the conspirators were arrested and examined, evidence came to hand which proved that half the statesmen in England had been corresponding with James II, though it is true that no one of importance had been implicated in the actual assassination plot. It is no wonder that William grew yet more sour and cold as the years passed over his head. He had lost his bright and able wife, Queen Mary, on December 28, 1694, and after her death he felt himself more than ever a stranger in England. If only the political exigencies of his situation would have allowed it, he would have preferred to return to Holland for good. Only 2 successful political experiments emerged from the faction-ridden times of William III. The first was the reform of the coinage in 1695, when the clipped and worn money of the Tudors and Stuarts was honestly redeemed by the government for new and good pieces. In earlier days, the state had always cheated the public on the occasion of a re-coinage. The other was the establishment of the Bank of England in 1694. This excellent device was intended to give the nation a solid and solvent bank, provided with a government guarantee that should be above the dangers of fraud and ill luck which render private banks dangerous to the investor. At the same time, in return for the grant of the government guarantee, the new Bank of England contracted to lend the state money and took over the management of the national debt, then a small matter of a very few millions. The peace which followed the Treaty of Ryswick lasted for 4 uneasy years only. The old war had hardly ceased before a new trouble began to appear on the horizon. This was the vexed question of the Spanish succession. The reigning king of Spain, Charles II, was a hypochondriacal invalid. His next of kin was his eldest sister, Maria Theresa, who had wedded Louis XIV. Her son, the Dauphin, would have been the natural heir to Spain if his mother had not executed on her marriage a deed of renunciation of her rights of succession. After the Dauphin, the nearest relative of Charles II was his younger sister Margaret, the wife of the Emperor Leopold I. But the rights of this princess and her daughter, Maria Antonia, were also barred by a renunciation made when she married the emperor. Next in the family came Leopold himself, as the son of an aunt of Charles II, who had made no such engagement at her espousals. The question turned on the validity of the renunciations made by the 2 infantas. Louis XIV said that his wife's agreement was worthless because no one can sign away the rights of their heirs. Yet the document had been solemnly sanctioned by the Cortes, the Spanish Parliament. The emperor stood out for the validity of the document and urged not the claims of his Bavarian daughter, who had also been the victim of her mother's renunciation, but his own right as grandson of Philip III. The real difficulty of the situation lay in the fact that all Europe viewed with dismay the union of Spain and France, and was very little better pleased at the idea of the union of Spain and the Empire. The Spanish dominions were still so broad and so wealthy that they would throw out the balance of power in Europe if they were united to any other large state. For Charles II reigned not only over Spain, but in Belgium, in Milan, Naples, Sicily and Sardinia, and over the rich Spanish colonies in Mexico, the West Indies, South America and the Malay archipelago. While Charles II was slowly sinking into his grave, all his heirs were busily engaged in discussing the changes that must follow his decease. Both Louis and the Emperor saw that it would be unwise to claim Spain for themselves. Therefore the French king named his youngest grandson, Philip, Duke of Anjou, as his representative, while the Austrian passed on his personal claims to his younger son, the Archduke Charles. They then arrived at an agreement that neither Philip nor Charles should have Spain itself, but that each should have compensation for resigning his full claim. The Archduke was to take Milan, Duke Philip, Naples and Sicily. Meanwhile, Spain, Belgium and the Indies were to go to the young Prince of Bavaria, the one claimant who was unobjectionable to all Europe. A secret treaty to this effect was signed and carefully kept from the knowledge of the Spaniards, to whom it would have been very offensive, as taking away their obvious right to choose their own king. England and Holland, however, were both made consenting parties to the treaty, of which William III fully approved. But in 1699 the young Prince of Bavaria died, leaving no brother or sister to succeed to his claim. The whole matter of the succession was again thrown into confusion. But after long negotiation, Louis XIV agreed to permit the Archduke Charles to become King of Spain, if he were himself bought off with Naples, Sicily, and Milan. But this compromise was never to come into operation. The news of it got abroad and reached Spain. Both Charles II and his people were much enraged at seeing their empire parcelled out by foreigners without their own consent. Rousing himself on his very deathbed, the king solemnly declared Philip of Anjou his heir in the whole of the Spanish possessions, and expired immediately after, 1700. The temptation to accept the legacy of King Charles and to claim Spain and the Indies for his grandson was too much for Louis XIV. In spite of the elaborate engagements with the Emperor Leopold, to which he had plighted his faith, he resolved to snatch at the prize. If Spain, Belgium, and half Italy fell into his grandson's hands, he thought that the House of Bourbon must give the law to the whole of Europe. Accordingly, the Duke of Anjou was allowed to accept the Spanish throne when the Cortes offered it to him, and was proclaimed king as Philip V. This was bound to lead to war. Austria could not brook the breach of faith. Holland and the minor German states could not tolerate the idea of seeing the Spanish Netherlands falling into the hands of a French prince. But if unaided by England, it was doubtful if the powers of Central Europe could face the united force of France and Spain. It was now all important to know whether England would join them. William III was eager to renew his old crusade against French aggression, but the English Parliament and people were far less certain of their purpose. The Tories, who were now dominant in Parliament, had of late been carping at every act of the king. They had cut down his revenue, forced him to reduce the standing army to 7,000 men, and confiscated many estates in Ireland, which had been granted to his friends, Dutch and English. While William was dreaming of nothing but war, the Tory majority in the lower house was solely intent on the impeachment of the Whig ministers who had been in office in 1696 to 1700, and on regulating the succession to the crown after William's death. The important act which settled this question had become necessary on the death of William's nephew, the little Duke of Gloucester, the only surviving son of the Princess Anne. He was the sole near relative of the king who was not a Romanist, and, lest the crown should lapse back to James II and his heirs, some new measures had to be taken. Accordingly, the Parliament, Tory though it was, voted that the next Protestant heir should succeed on the death of William and his sister-in-law, the Princess Anne. This heir was a granddaughter of James I, the aged Electress Sophia of Hanover, the child of Frederick of the Palatinate and his wife, Elizabeth of England, whose fortunes had moved the world so deeply some 80 years back. Her brother's children were all Romanists, and she was therefore preferred to them in the Act of Settlement. The crown was ensured to her and her heirs, to the prejudice of some dozen persons who stood before her in the line of succession. The Act also laid down two important constitutional doctrines. In future, the judges were to hold office quam Dio si bene gesserent, not at the king's pleasure, and only to be removable for misconduct upon an address of both houses of Parliament. No pardon granted by the sovereign was to stand in the way of an impeachment by the Commons. Ministers, therefore, would not be able to plead that they were irresponsible because the king had pardoned them. It is very doubtful if the English Parliament would have consented to join in an alliance against France if Louis XIV had not at this moment indulged in an ill-timed act of bravado, which seemed especially designed to cast contempt on the Act of Settlement. In 1701, the exiled James II died at Saint-Germain. Louis at once saluted his heir, the prince born in 1688, as rightful King of England, and hailed him by the title of James III. The whole English nation was deeply excited and angered at this breach of the agreement in the Treaty of Ryswick, by which Louis had recognised William III as a legitimate ruler of Britain. Thus it became easy for the king to urge them into the breach with France, an alliance with the emperor, which it was his aim to bring about. The Whigs got a majority in the new Parliament, which met in the winter of 1701-02, and showed themselves enthusiastically ready for a war with France. Just as his schemes were on the point of success, King William was suddenly removed from the scene. He broke his collarbone while out hunting at Hampton Court. His enfeebled constitution could not stand the shock, and he expired in a few days, March 8, 1702. But he could die in peace. His work had not been wasted. England was committed to the new war, and the ambition of Louis XIV was to be effectually bridled by the great alliance which William left behind him. The lonely and morose invalid regretted but little his own release from an existence of pain and toil, when he saw that the great aim of his life had been achieved. End of section 64.
Section 65 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Packer. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 32. Anne, 1702 to 1714. Part 1. According to the provisions of the Act of Settlement, the English crown passed, on the death of William III, to his sister-in-law, the Princess Anne, the second daughter of James II. The new sovereign was a worthy, pious woman of simple domestic tastes, without a spark of intelligence or ambition. She was by far the most insignificant personage who had ever yet sat upon the throne of England. Her husband, Prince George of Denmark, was a fit match for her. He was reckoned the most harmless and the most stupid man within the 4 seas. "I have tried him drunk," said the shrewd Charles II, "and I have tried him sober, and there is nothing in him." He was the best of husbands, and always acted as his wife's humble attendant and admirer. He and his good-natured, placid, lymphatic spouse might possibly have managed a farm. It seemed almost ludicrous to see them set to manage 3 kingdoms. The worthy Anne was inevitably doomed to fall under the dominion of some mind stronger than her own. It was notorious to everyone that for the last 20 years she had been managed and governed by her chief lady-in-waiting, Sarah, Lady Churchill, the wife of the intriguing general who had betrayed James II in 1688 and William III in 1692. They had been friends and companions from their girlhood, and the imperious Sarah had always had the mastery over the yielding Anne. The princess saw with her favourite's eyes and spoke with her favourite's words. Any faint symptoms of independence on her part were promptly crushed by the hectoring tongue of Lady Churchill, who had acquired such an ascendancy over her mistress that she permitted herself the strangest license and cowed and deafened her by her angry and voluble reproaches. It is only fair to say that she exercised almost as great a tyranny over her own husband. The suave and shifty general looked upon his wife with doting admiration, and yielded a respectful obedience to her caprices. It is a curious testimony to the survival of the personal power of the sovereign in England that Anne's predilection for the 2 Churchills changed the face of domestic politics on her accession. During William's life they had been eyed with distrust. Now they became the most important personages in the realm. The Queen dismissed most of the Whig ministers who had been in power when her brother-in-law died, and filled their places with Tories, or rather with friends and adherents of Churchill, who, though he called himself a Tory, was in reality a pure self-seeker who cared nothing for either party. The chief minister was Lord Godolphin, whose son had married Churchill's daughter. As shifty a politician as any of his contemporaries, he had long maintained a fruitless intrigue with the exiled Stuarts. But when he came into power, dropped his correspondence with St. Germain's and ultimately became a Whig. It was fortunate for England that Churchill and Godolphin were as clever as they were selfish. Though personally they were mere greedy adventurers, yet their policy was the best that could have been found. Churchill's military ambition made him anxious to proceed with the war which William III had begun. The complete mastery over the Queen which his wife possessed made him firmly resolved to keep Anne on the throne at all costs. Hence there was no change either in the foreign or domestic policy of England. The new ministry were as much committed to maintaining the Protestant succession and the French war as their predecessors, though almost every individual among them had at one time or another held treasonable communications with James II. The great alliance, therefore, which William III had done his best to organize, was completed by the Godolphin cabinet. England, Holland, Austria, and most of the smaller states of the empire bound themselves to frustrate the union of France and Spain, and to secure the inheritance of Charles II for his namesake, the Austrian Archduke. Portugal and Savoy joined the alliance ere the year was out. On the other side, Louis XIV had the support of Spain. For the first time for 2 centuries the Spaniards and French were found fighting side by side. Only a small minority of the people of the peninsula refused to accept Philip of Anjou as their rightful sovereign, and adhered to the Archduke. This minority consisted of the Catalans, the inhabitants of the seacoast of northeastern Spain, who had an old grievance against their kings for depriving them of certain local rights and privileges. By reason of the Spanish alliance, Louis started on the war in complete military possession of 2 most important frontier regions, the Milanese in Italy and the whole of the Spanish Netherlands, Belgium, in the north. He also had a strong position in Germany, owing to the fact that he had secured the alliance of those powerful princes, the Elector of Bavaria and the Prince Archbishop of Cologne, 2 brothers of the House of Wittelsbach, who had an old family grudge against the emperor. War had been declared by England and her allies in 1702, but it was not till 1703 that important operations began. They were waged simultaneously on 4 separate theaters: the Spanish Netherlands, South Germany, North Italy, and Spain. It appeared at first as if Louis XIV was to be the aggressor. From his points of vantage in Alsace, Milan, Bavaria, and the Spanish Netherlands, he seemed about to push forward against Holland and Austria. But he had now to cope with the 2 generals such as no French army had ever faced: the emperor's great captain, Prince Eugene of Savoy, and the wary Churchill, now, by Queen Anne's favor, commander-in-chief of the English and Dutch armies. The first campaign was indecisive, the only considerable advantage secured by either side being that Churchill rendered a French invasion of Holland impossible by capturing the northeastern fortresses of the Spanish Netherlands, Vanloo and Roermond, and by overrunning the electorate of Cologne and the bishopric of Liège. On his return to England, he was given the title by which he is best known, that of Duke of Marlborough. Hitherto, Churchill had shown himself an able general, but no one had taken the true measure of his abilities, or recognized the fact that he was by far the greatest military man that England had ever known. But now the ignominious political antecedents of Queen Anne's favorite were about to be hidden from view by the laurels that he was to win. John Churchill, when once he had intrigued his way to power, showed that he was well fitted to hold it. As a soldier, he was the founder of a new school of scientific strategy. On the battlefield, he was alert and vigorous, but he was greater in the operations that precede a battle. He had an unrivaled talent for careful and scientific combinations, by which he would deceive and circumvent an enemy, so as to attack him when least expected and at the greatest advantage. Where generals of an older school would run headlong into a fight and win with heavy loss, he would outflank or outmarch his enemy, and hustle him out of his positions with little or no bloodshed. On one occasion, as we shall see, he drove an army of 60,000 French before him and seized half the duchy of Brabant, without losing more than 80 men. Yet when hard blows were necessary, he never shrank from the most formidable problems, and would lead his troops into the hottest fire with a cool-headed courage that won every man's admiration. Great as were Marlborough's talents as a general, he was almost as notable as a diplomatist and administrator. He had all the gifts of a statesman, suave, affable, patient, and plausible. He was the one personage who could keep together the ill-assorted allies who had combined to attack Louis XIV. The Dutch, the Austrians, and the small princes of the empire had such divergent interests that it was a hard task to get them to work together. That they were kept from quarreling and induced to combine their efforts was entirely Churchill's work. The organization of the Allied army was in itself no mean problem. The English troops in it formed only a quarter or a third of the whole, and to manage the great body of Dutch, Prussians, Hanoverians, and Danes, who formed the bulk of the host, required infinite tact and discretion. Yet under Marlborough this motley array never marched save to victory, and never failed from lukewarmness or disunion. When we recollect all Churchill's intellectual greatness, we are more than ever shocked with his moral failings. Not only was he an intriguer to the backbone, but he was grossly and indecently fond of money. He levied contributions on all the public funds that passed through his hands, was open to presents from every quarter, and did not shrink from gross favoritism where his interests moved him. The first great campaign in which Marlborough showed his full powers was that of 1704. When it opened, his army lay on the Meuse and Lower Rhine, holding back the French from Holland. But meanwhile Louis XIV had pushed forward another army into South Germany to join the Bavarians, and the united forces held the valley of the upper Danube and seriously threatened Austria. Seeing that the sphere of decisive action lay in Bavaria and not on the Meuse, Marlborough resolved to transfer himself to the point of danger by a rapid march across Germany. After with great difficulty persuading the Dutch to allow him to move their army eastward, he executed a series of skilful feints which led the French to imagine that he was about to invade Alsace. But having thoroughly misled them as to his intentions, he struck across Württemberg by forced marches and appeared in the valley of the Danube. By storming the great fortified camp of the Bavarians on the Schellenberg, he placed himself between the enemy and Austria, and rendered any further advance toward Vienna impossible to them. When joined by a small Austrian army under Eugene of Savoy, he found himself strong enough to fight the whole force of the French and Bavarians. Accordingly he marched to attack them, and found them 56,000 strong, arrayed in a good position behind a marshy stream called the Nebel, which falls into the Danube near the village of Blenheim. Formidable though their line appeared, Marlborough thought it might be broken. He sent Prince Eugene with 20,000 men to keep employed the enemy's left wing where the Bavarians lay. He himself with 32,000 assailed the French marshals Marcin and Tallard, who formed the hostile center and right. On the two flanks the Anglo-Austrian army was brought to a standstill opposite the fortified villages of Blenheim and Oberglau, and could advance no further. But between them Marlborough himself found a weak point, just where the French and Bavarian armies joined. He made his men wade through the marshy stream, and then directed a series of furious cavalry charges against the hostile center. After a stout resistance it broke, and the French and Bavarians were thrust apart. The Elector and his men got off without much hurt, for Prince Eugene's force had been too much cut up early in the day to be able to pursue them, but the enemy's right wing fared very differently. Marlborough's victorious cavalry rolled it up and drove it southward into the Danube. The French had no choice but to drown or surrender. Tallard was captured on the river bank. 11,000 men laid down their arms in Blenheim village when they saw that their retreat was cut off. 15,000 more were drowned, slain, or wounded, and not half the Franco-Bavarian army succeeded in escaping. August 13th, 1704. This crushing blow saved Austria. The whole of Bavaria fell into Marlborough's hands. The French retired behind the Rhine, and for the future Germany was quite safe from the assaults of King Louis. The Duke then transferred himself back to the Dutch frontier so rapidly that the French had no time to do any mischief before his return. Next spring he was again on the Meuse, and threatening the Spanish Netherlands on their eastern flank. It was not in Bavaria alone that the English arms fared well in the year of 1704. A fleet under Admiral Rooke and a small army had been sent to Spain to help the Catalan malcontents who were ready to rise in the name of the Archduke Charles. They were foiled before Barcelona, but on their return took by surprise the almost impregnable fortress of Gibraltar, a stronghold which has remained in English hands ever since. The possession of this place, the key of the Mediterranean, has proved invaluable in every subsequent war, enabling England to watch, and often to hinder, every attempt to bring into cooperation the eastern and western fleets of France and Spain. Cadiz cannot communicate with Cartagena, or Toulon with Brest, without being observed from Gibraltar, and a strong English fleet based on that port can practically close the entrance of the Mediterranean. End of section 65. Section 66 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Packer. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 32. Anne, 1702 to 1714. Part 2. In 1705, Marlborough had intended to attack France by the valley of the Moselle, but owing to the feeble attempt given by the Austrians, Prince Eugene had been sent off to Italy. He was compelled to try a less adventurous scheme in the Spanish Netherlands. The armies of King Louis, now under Marshal Villeroy, had ranged themselves in a long line from Antwerp to Namur, covering every assailable point with elaborate fortified lines. By a system of skillful feints and countermarches, Marlborough broke through the lines with the loss of only 80 men, and got possession of the plain of Brabant. He would have fought a pitched battle on the field of Waterloo, but for the reluctance of the Dutch government, who wished to withdraw their troops at the critical moment and prevented the campaign from being decisive. The next spring, however, brought Marlborough his reward. When he threatened the great fortress of Namur, Marshal Villeroy concentrated all the French troops in the Netherlands, and posted himself on the heights of Remilly to cover the city. Marlborough's generalship was never better displayed than in the battle which ensued. Threatening the French left wing, he induced Villeroy to concentrate the stronger half of his army on that point. Then suddenly changing his order of attack, he flung himself on the extreme French right, and had taken Remilly and stormed the heights behind it before Villeroy could hurry back his troops to the point of real danger. Each French brigade, as it arrived, was swept away by the advancing allies, and Villeroy lost his baggage and guns and half his army. The consequences of the fight were even more striking. Brussels, Antwerp, Ghent, Bruges, and all Flanders and Hainault fell into Marlborough's hands. In the whole of the Spanish Netherlands, Louis XIV now held nothing but the two fortresses of Mons and Namur. The French frontier was laid open on a front of more than 200 miles. While the arms of France were faring so badly in the north, they were equally unsuccessful in the south. On September 6th of the same year, Prince Eugene and the Duke of Savoy routed the French army of Italy in front of Turin. In consequence of this battle, the generals of Louis were obliged to evacuate the Milanese and Piedmont, and to retire behind the Alps. At the same time, a second assault of the Allies on Spain met with signal good fortune. The Catalans had risen in favor of the Archduke Charles. Barcelona had been stormed in 1705 by an Anglo-Austrian force under the Prince of Hesse, and all eastern Spain submitted. In 1706, an English force, reinforced by Portuguese, marched up to Madrid and seized it. It seemed that Philip V would ere long be forced to leave Spain and retire beyond the Pyrenees. The spirits of Louis XIV were so much dashed by this series of reverses that he, for the first time in his life, humbled himself to sue for peace from the Allies, offering to waive his grandson's rights to Spain, Belgium, and the Indies, if he were allowed to keep the Spanish dominions in Italy, Milan, Naples, Sicily, and Sardinia. The Allies were unwise enough to reject these terms. Holland and the German states would have accepted them, but the Emperor was set on gaining the Milanese, and Marlborough, who loved the war for the wealth and glory that it brought him, persuaded the English government to refuse to treat. This obstinate determination to push matters to extremity met with a well-deserved retribution. The fortune of war in 1707 commenced to turn against the Allies. In Spain, their army lost Madrid, and was almost annihilated at the Battle of Almanza by the French and Spaniards. In consequence, they lost all their foothold in the peninsula except Catalonia and Gibraltar. About the same time, Eugene of Savoy and the Austrians crossed the Alps and invaded Provence, but were beaten out of France after a disastrous failure before Toulon. Marlborough himself won no new successes in the Netherlands. The Austrians gave him little help, and his attention was distracted from Flanders by the enterprises of Charles XII of Sweden. That brilliant and headstrong monarch, an old ally of France, had just invaded Germany from the rear, pursuing a quarrel with the Elector of Saxony. In great fear lest he might interfere in the war and join the French, Marlborough hastened to the Far East, visited Charles at his camp in Saxony, and flattered and cajoled him into retiring. The Swede marched off into Poland, and Marlborough was able to return to Flanders with a quiet mind, but he had lost the best months of the campaigning season in his excursion to meet Charles. In the next year his old fortune returned to him. Louis XIV, encouraged by the events of 1707, had raised a great army for the invasion of Flanders. It was headed by his eldest grandson and heir, Louis, Duke of Burgundy, who was to be advised by Marshal Vendôme, the best officer in the French service. They crossed the Lys into Flanders and captured Ghent, but Marlborough soon concentrated his forces and fell upon them at Oudenarde. The French army was mismanaged. Burgundy was obstinate, and Vendôme brutal and overbearing. They gave contradictory orders to the troops, and were caught in disorder by Marlborough's sudden advance. In a long-running fight on the heights above Oudenarde, the French right wing was surrounded and cut to pieces. The remainder of the host fled back into France, July 11th, 1708. They were soon pursued. The Austrian army came up under Prince Eugene to help the English, and the Allies crossed the frontier and laid siege to the great fortress of Lille, the northern bulwark of France. It fell after a long siege on December 9th, 1708, when Marshal Boufflers and 15,000 men laid down their arms before the Allied generals. Louis was now brought very low, lower even than in 1706. Once more he asked the Allies for terms of peace. This time they were even harsher in their reply than at the previous negotiations. They demanded not only that he should surrender his grandson's claims to any part of the Spanish inheritance, but that he should guarantee to send an army into Spain to evict King Philip, if the latter refused to evacuate the realm which he had been ruling for the last 6 years. Louis was also bidden to surrender Strasbourg and some of the fortresses of French Flanders. Though his armies were starving, and his exchequer drained dry, the King of France could not stoop to the humiliation of declaring war on his grandson. "If I must needs fight," he is reported to have said, "I would rather fight my enemies than my own children." So, protesting that the continuance of the war was no fault of his, he sent his plate to the mint, sold his costly furniture and pictures, and made a desperate appeal to the French nation to maintain the integrity of its frontiers and its national pride. By a supreme effort, nearly 100,000 men, under Marshal Villars, were collected and ranged along the borders of Flanders. With this army, Marlborough had to deal in the next year. He was proceeding with the siege of the fortress of Mons when Villars came up to hinder him and took post on the heath of Malplaquet. The French position was very strong, covered on both flanks with thick woods, and defended with entrenchments and heavy batteries. Nevertheless, Marlborough attacked and met with his usual success, though on this occasion his victory was very dearly bought. His left wing, headed by the headstrong young Prince of Orange, made a rash and desperate assault on the French lines before the rest of the army had begun to advance, and was beaten back with fearful loss. But the Duke broke through the center of Villars' entrenchments by bringing up his reserves, and won the field, though he lost more men than the French, who had fought under cover all day. In consequence of this victory, Mons fell, and the Allies advanced into France, and began to besiege the fortresses of French Flanders and Artois. Their progress seemed to slacken among these thickly set strongholds, and the once rapid advance of Marlborough grew slow. This was more in consequence of the internal politics of England than of any falling off in the great general's capacity. The Duke had ceased to command the obedience of the English ministry, and his friends had just been turned out of office. From 1702 to 1710, Marlborough's connection, Godolphin, remained the chief minister. He had kept himself in power by utilizing the jealousies of Whig and Tory, and allying himself alternately to either party. Till 1706, Godolphin had posed as a Tory himself, but finding that the majority of the Tory party were lukewarm in supporting the war, and pressed for an early peace with France, he resolved to break with them. Accordingly, he dismissed most of his old colleagues and took into partnership Marlborough's son-in-law, the Earl of Sunderland, who, though the heir of the time-serving favorite of James II, was a violent Whig. It was the Godolphin-Sunderland ministry which rejected the French proposals for peace in 1708, when the most favorable terms might have been secured. But to subserve Marlborough's ambition and the fanatical hatred of the Whigs for Louis XIV, the war was continued. The only important event of domestic politics which occurred in this part of Anne's reign was the work of the Godolphin-Sunderland ministry. This was the celebrated union with Scotland in 1707, which permanently united the crowns and parliaments of the two halves of Britain. The separation of the two kingdoms had many disadvantages, both commercial and political, and William III had wished to unify them. But old local patriotism had frustrated the scheme hitherto, and the unfortunate Darien scheme had caused much bitter feeling in William's later years. Early in Anne's reign, this took the ominous shape of an attempt to change the law of succession to the throne in Scotland, so that there appeared a grave danger of the separation of the two crowns at the Queen's death. Fearing this, Godolphin's ministry made a resolute attempt to bring about a permanent union of the two crowns. An act to that effect was ultimately carried through the Scottish Parliament, but with the greatest difficulty. National pride, the fear lest England might endeavour to Anglicize the Kirk, the dislike of the citizens of Edinburgh to see their city lose its status as a capital, The secret hopes of the Jacobites to win the Scottish crown for James the Pretender worked on one side. On the other, the arguments used were political and commercial convenience of the change, and the absolute necessity for making sure of the Protestant succession. When the English government gave pledges for the security of the Kirk, and for the perpetuation of the Scottish law courts and universities, the majority yielded, and the bill passed, 1707. For the future, Scotland was represented in the United Parliament of Great Britain by 45 members of the Commons and 16 representative peers. The arms of England and Scotland were blended in the royal shield, and in the new British flag the Union Jack. The white saltire of St. Andrew and the red cross of St. George were combined. It was many years, however, before the Scots came to acquiesce cordially in the Union, and the Jacobite party did their best to keep up the old national grudge and to persuade Scotland that she had suffered by the change. But the allegation was proved so false by the course of events that the outcry against the Union gradually died away. Scotland has since supplied a much larger proportion of the leaders of Britain alike in politics, war, literature, and philosophy than her scanty population seemed to promise. End of section 66. Section 67 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Packer. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 32. Anne, 1702 to 1714. Part 3. The domination of the Whigs was not to last much longer. They fell into disfavor for two reasons. The first was that the people had begun to realize the fact that the costly and bloody struggle with France ought to end, now that Louis was humbled and ready to surrender all claims to domination in Europe. The second was that the Whigs had contrived to offend the religious sentiments of that great majority of the nation which clung to the Church of England and resented any action that seemed to put a slight upon her. The Tories set to work to preach to the people that the war only continued because Marlborough profited by it, and because the Emperor and the Dutch wished to impose over-heavy terms on the French. This was on the whole quite true, and it was dinned into the ears of the nation by countless Tory speeches and pamphlets, of which the best known is Dean Swift's cogent and caustic Conduct of the Allies, 1711. But a more active part in the fall of the Whig ministry was played by the church question. High churchmen had always suspected the Whigs of lukewarm orthodoxy, because of the attempts which were made by them from time to time to secure toleration for dissenters. This, the best and wisest part of the Whig program, brought them much enmity. They were already looked upon askance by many churchmen, when they contrived to bring a storm about their ears by an attempt to suppress the liberty of the pulpit. Dr. Sacheverell, a Tory divine, had preached 2 violent political sermons on the peril of false brethren in church and state. They were stupid and bombastic utterances in which he compared Godolphin to Jeroboam and called him Volpone, the old fox. The minister was foolish enough to take this stuff seriously. He arrested Sacheverell and announced his intention of impeaching him for sedition before the House of Lords. He carried out his purpose. The doctor was tried and condemned by the Whig majority among the peers to suspension from his clerical functions for 3 years, while his sermons were burnt by the common hangman. This decision produced riots and demonstrations over the whole country. The Whigs were denounced as violators of the freedom of the Church and as secret allies of schism. The windy Sacheverell became the party hero of the day and made a triumphal progress through the Midlands. The agitation was still in full blast when it was suddenly announced that the Queen had dismissed her ministers and charged Harley, the chief of the Tory party, to form a new cabinet. Queen Anne's decisive and unexpected action was mainly due to personal causes. The domestic tyranny which the Duchess of Marlborough had exercised over her for so many years had at last reached the point at which it became unbearable. The Duchess had grown harsher and ruder with advancing years, and treated her royal friend with such gross impertinence that even the placid Anne became resentful. She gradually transferred her friendship to her new favourite, Mrs. Masham, one of her ladies-in-waiting, and a cousin of the Tory leader Harley. Provoked by some final explosions of the jealous wrath of the Duchess, the Queen sought the secret advice of Harley, and suddenly dismissed her from her offices and bade her leave the court. After a scene of undignified recrimination with her mistress, the disgraced favourite was forced to retire. On her departure she completely wrecked, in a fit of anger, the rooms which she had so long occupied in St. James's Palace. 1710. Godolphin and Sunderland were dismissed from power immediately after the disgrace of the Duchess, and Harley and the Tories were at once installed in office. They left Marlborough in command in the Netherlands for a time, but began at once to open negotiations for peace with France. This was an honest attempt to carry out the Tory programme, but it was made in an underhand way, for the Dutch and Austrians were kept entirely in the dark, and received no news of the step that England was taking. Meanwhile, Marlborough fought his last campaign in France. Marshal Villars had endeavoured to stop him by a long system of entrenchments and redoubts stretching from Hesdin to Beauchesne. But Marlborough always laughed at such fortifications. He deceived Villars by his skilful feints, and easily burst through the vaunted lines, which the Frenchman had called his ne plus ultra. He took Beauchesne and was preparing to advance into Picardy, when he suddenly received the information that he was dismissed from his post and recalled to England. Harley had found the French ready to treat, and was resolved to stop the war. He gave the Duke of Ormond, a Tory peer, the command of the English army, with the secret instructions that he was not to advance, or help the Austrians in any way. 1711. Marlborough returned to England to protest, but found himself involved in serious troubles when he landed. The Tories had laid a trap for him, which his own avarice had prepared. He was accused of gross peculations committed while in command in Flanders. It was proved that he had taken presents to the amount of more than £60,000 from the contractors who supplied his army with food and stores. He had also received from the Emperor Joseph a douceur of 2.5% on all the subsidies which the English ministry had paid to Austria. More than £150,000 had gone into his pocket on this account alone. The discovery of these instances of greed blasted the Duke's character. It was to no purpose that he pleaded that the money was a free gift, and that such transactions were customary in foreign services. He found himself looked upon askance by all parties, even by his old friends the Whigs, and retired to the Continent. In 1712, Harley, who had now been created Earl of Oxford, brought his negotiations with France to a close. They resulted in the celebrated Treaty of Utrecht. By this agreement, England recognized Philip V as King of Spain and the Indies, stipulating that Austria and Holland were to be compensated out of the Spanish dominions in Italy and the Netherlands. France ceded to England Newfoundland, Acadia, since known as Nova Scotia, and the wastelands round Hudson's Bay. Spain also gave up Gibraltar and the important island of Minorca. Both France and Spain signed commercial treaties giving favorable conditions for English merchants. Even the long-closed monopoly of Spanish trade in South America was surrendered by the Asiento, an agreement which gave England certain rights of trade with those parts, especially the disgraceful but profitable privilege of supplying the Spanish colonies with Negro slaves. Spain and France also recognized the Protestant succession in England and agreed not to aid the Pretender, as the young son of James II was now called. The minor allies of England also obtained advantages by the Treaty of Utrecht. Holland was given a favorable commercial treaty and a line of strong towns in the Spanish Netherlands known as the barrier fortresses, because they lay along the frontier of France. They included Namur, Tournai, Ypres, and 6 or 7 other places. The Duke of Savoy received Sicily and the title of king. The Elector of Brandenburg took Spanish Gelders, a district on the Meuse, and was recognized as King of Prussia. But Austria, our most powerful ally, does not appear in the agreement. The Emperor wished to continue the war, and refused to come into the general pacification. The Treaty of Utrecht was on the whole profitable to England, though it is certain that better terms could have been extorted from Louis XIV and Philip V, both of whom were in the last stage of exhaustion and despair. But in signing it, England committed a grave breach of faith with Austria, who wished to continue the war. The English army under Ormond was actually withdrawn in the middle of the campaign of 1712, so that the Austrian troops were left unsupported in France and severely handled by the enemy. Harley's reason for refusing to stand by his allies was that Joseph I had lately died, and had been succeeded by his brother, the Archduke Charles, who had so long claimed the Spanish throne. It seemed to the Tory ministry just as unwise to allow the House of Habsburg to appropriate the bulk of the Spanish dominions as to allow them to fall into the hands of Louis XIV. Accordingly, they refused to listen to the emperor's plans for bringing further pressure on the enemy and for demanding harder terms. Left to himself, Charles VI fared ill in the war and was forced to sign the Treaty of Rastatt in 1714. This agreement, a kind of supplement to the Treaty of Utrecht, gave to the Austrians Naples, Sardinia, the Milanese, and most of the Spanish Netherlands. But a small part of the last-named country fell to Holland and Prussia, who, as we have already mentioned, acquired respectively the barrier fortresses and the Duchy of Gelders. The Peace of Utrecht had been signed early in 1713, and the Tory party could now settle down to administer England after their own ideas, undisturbed by alarms of war from without. But all other subjects of political importance were now thrown into the background by the question of the succession to the crown. The Queen's health was manifestly beginning to fail, and it was evident that ere many years the Act of Settlement, passed in 1701, would come into operation, and Sophia of Hanover be called to the English throne. But there were many persons within the Tory party who viewed the approaching accession of the aged German lady with dislike and wished, if it were but possible, to put the son of James II on the throne. The exiled prince was now a young man of 25, slow, apathetic, and deeply religious in his own narrow way. He was not the stuff of which successful pretenders are made, and played his cards very ill. Nevertheless, there was for a time a considerable possibility that James III might sit on the throne of England. It was generally felt that to exclude Anne's brother from the succession in favor of her distant cousin was hard. The large section of the Tory party who still clung to the old belief in the divine right of kings were not comfortable in their consciences when they thought of the exclusion of the rightful heir. Another section, who had no principles, but a strong regard for their own interests, looked with dismay on the prospect of a Hanoverian succession, because they knew that the Electress Sophia and her son, the Elector George Louis, were closely allied with the Whigs, and would certainly put them in office when the Queen died. If James Stuart had been willing to change his religion, or even to make a pretense of doing so, the Tory party would have accepted him as king, and his sister would have presented him to the people as her legitimate heir. But the pretender was rigidly pious with the narrowest Romanist orthodoxy. He would not make the least concession on the religious point to his secret friends on this side of the water, when they besought him to hold out some prospect of his conversion. This honesty cost him his chance of recovering England. When the Tories ascertained that James would never become a member of the Church of England, the party became divided. Harley, the Prime Minister, and the bulk of his followers would not lend themselves to a scheme for delivering England over to a Romanist. They continued to correspond with the Pretender, but refused to take any active steps in its cause, and let matters stand still. But there was another section of the party which was not so scrupulous, and was prepared to plunge into any treasonable plot, if only it could make sure of keeping the Whigs out of office. These men were led by Henry St. John Viscount Bolingbroke, one of the two Secretaries of State. St. John was a clever, plausible man, a ready writer and a brilliant speaker, but utterly unscrupulous and filled with a devouring ambition. Though in secret a free thinker, he pretended to be the most extreme of high churchmen, and led the more bigoted and violent wing of the Tory party. St. John was set on becoming the ruler of England, and saw his way to the post if he could place James III on the throne. His cautious colleague Harley stood in his way, so he set himself to expel him from office by playing on the foibles of the Queen and the high churchmen. With this end he brought in the Schism Act, a persecuting measure recalling the old legislation of Charles II. It proposed to prohibit dissenters from keeping or teaching in schools, so as to force all nonconformists under the instruction of the Church. Harley would not give this bigoted measure his support, and so lost the confidence of half his own party and, moreover, the favor of the Queen, who was persuaded by St. John to give her patronage to the bill. In consequence, Harley was dismissed from office, the Schism Act was passed, and Bolingbroke became the Queen's chief minister. He set to work to prepare for a Jacobite restoration, filling all posts in the state with partisans of the exiled prince. So able and determined was he that the Whigs took alarm, and began to make preparation to defend the Protestant succession. They put themselves into communication with George of Hanover, whose aged mother, the Electress, was just dead, and swore to secure him the throne, even at the cost of civil war. But the new ministry had only been in power a few days, when Queen Anne was stricken with a mortal sickness. Bolingbroke had not reckoned on this chance, and was caught but half prepared. He saw that unless he acted, and acted promptly, the law of the land must take its course, and the Elector George become King of England. But action was difficult. The army was Whig at heart, and even the majority of the Tories were not prepared to draw the sword to place a Romanist on the throne. While Bolingbroke hesitated, his enemies struck their blow. As the English constitution then stood, the cabinet system was but half developed. The modern idea that the Queen's advisers should be a small, homogeneous body of men of the same party, meeting together under the presidency of the Prime Minister, was only just coming into being. It was still a moot point whether, during the sovereign's illness or at his or her death, the executive power lay in the hands of the whole Privy Council, or of the members of it alone who were actually ministers and members of the cabinet. The supporters of the Protestant succession took advantage of this doubt. While the Queen lay speechless and dying, 3 dukes, Shrewsbury, a Hanoverian Tory, and Argyle and Somerset, 2 Whigs, presented themselves at the meeting of the cabinet and claimed a seat in the assembly as privy councillors. Bolingbroke did not dare to exclude them, and thereby lost his chance of carrying out a coup d'etat. For the dukes called in all the other privy councillors, a majority of whom were Whigs or moderate Tories, and took the conduct of affairs out of the Prime Minister's hands. The Queen died that night, August 1st, 1714, and the Privy Council at once proclaimed the Elector under the name of George I. Bolingbroke retired in wrath, muttering that if he had been granted 6 weeks for preparation, he would have given England a different king. End of section 67.
Section number 68 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dr. Michael Merrill, Broomfield, Colorado. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 33. The Rule of the Whigs. 1714 to 1739. Part 1. George Lewis, Elector of Hanover, who, in virtue of the Act of Settlement, now mounted the English throne, was a selfish, hard-hearted, unamiable, and uninteresting man of 54. He was intensely German in all of his ideas and prejudices. He could not speak a word of English, nor had he the slightest knowledge of the political and social state of the kingdom that he was now called upon to govern. Being a very cautious man, he had never thought himself secure of the English crown, and now that he had obtained it, he had always looked upon it as a precarious piece of property that might someday be taken from him. He was convinced that he might at any moment be forced to return to his native Hanover, so he did not attempt to make himself at home on this side of the North Sea. During his 13 years of rule, he never ceased to feel himself a stranger in his palaces at London or Windsor. He wished to make what profit he could out of England, but he was so ignorant of English politics that he felt himself constrained to rely entirely on his ministers and let them manage his affairs for him. His sole fixed idea was that the Tory party were irretrievably committed to Jacobitism, and that if he wanted to keep his throne, he must throw himself entirely into the hands of his friends the Whigs. With his accession, therefore, he began the political ascendancy of that party, which was to last more than half a century, 1714 through 1770. There was no romantic loyalty or mutual respect in the bargain which was thus struck between the Whig party and the new dynasty. The king knew that his ministers looked upon him as a mere political necessity. They could have no liking for their stolid, selfish master. George was indeed the most unlovable to those who knew him best. He had placed his wife, Sophia of Celle, in lifelong captivity on a charge of unfaithfulness, but he himself lived in open sin with two mistresses, whom he made Duchess of Kendal and Countess of Darlington when he came to the English throne. He was at bitter enmity with his son George, Prince of Wales. They never met if they could avoid a meeting. George was, in short, the very last person to command either love or respect from any man. With the accession of George I began the substitution of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet for the King as the actual ruler of England. Down to Anne's time, the sovereign had habitually attended the meetings of the Privy Council, and was in constant contact with all the members of the ministry. They were still regarded as his personal servants, and he would often dismiss one minister without turning the whole ministry out of office. The notion that the cabinet were jointly responsible for each other's actions, and that the king must accept any combination of ministers that a parliamentary majority chose to impose upon him, had not yet come into being. Even the mild and apathetic Queen Anne had been wont to remove her great officers of state at her own pleasure, without consulting the rest of the cabinet, much less the parliament. But George I was so absolutely ignorant of English politics, and placed at such a disadvantage by his inability to speak with the ministers' language, that he never attempted to interfere with his ministers. He seldom came to their meetings, and usually communicated with them through the Prime Minister of the day. A single fact gives a fair example of the difficulty which George found in dealing with his new subjects. He knew no English, while Walpole, his chief minister for more than half his reign, knew neither German nor French. They had therefore to discuss all affairs of state in Latin, which both of them spoke extremely ill. it can easily be understood that George was constrained to let all things remain in the hands of the Whig statesman who had placed him on the throne. He fingered much English money, and was occasionally able to use the influence of England for the profit of Hanover in continental politics. In other respects, he was a perfect nonentity. The Whig party, which now obtained possession of office and clung to it for 2 full generations, was no longer led by its old chiefs. Godolphin had died in 1712. Marlborough, though he had returned to England, was not restored to power. His character had been irretrievably injured by the revelations of 1711, and he was suspected, not without foundation, of having renewed his old intrigues with the exiled Stuarts during Harley's tenure of office. The Whigs now gave him the honorable and lucrative post of commander-in-chief, but would not serve under him. Only a year after George's accession he was attacked by paralysis and softening of the brain, and retired to his great palace of Blenheim in Oxfordshire, where he lingered till 1722, broken in mind and body. The Whigs were now led by the Earl of Sunderland, the son-in-law of Marlborough, by Earl Stanhope, a general who had won some military reputation in Spain during the late war, by Lord Townshend and Sir Robert Walpole, the youngest and ablest of the party chiefs. They were all 4 men of considerable ability, too much for any one of them to be content to act as the subordinate and lieutenant of another. Hence it came that, though they had combined to put George I on the throne, they soon fell to intriguing against each other, and split the Whig party into factions. These cliques did not differ from each other in principles, but were divided merely by personal grudges that their leaders bore against each other. They were always making ephemeral combinations with each other, and then breaking loose again. But on one thing they were agreed: the Tories should never come into power again, and to keep their enemies out of office, they could always rally and present a united front. The Whig party drew its main strength from 3 sources. The first was the strong Protestant feeling in England, which made most men resolve that the Pretender must be kept overseas at any cost, even at that of submitting to the selfish and stolid George I. The second was the fact that the Whigs had enlisted the support of the mercantile classes all over the country by their care for trade and commerce. While in power in Anne's reign, they had done their best to make the war profitable by concluding commercial treaties with the Allies, and by furthering the colonial expansion of England. This was never forgotten by the merchants. The third mainstay of the Whig party was their parliamentary influence. A majority of the House of Lords was on their side, and they contrived to manage the Commons by a judicious mixture of corruption and coercion. The great peers had many pocket boroughs in their power. That is, they possessed such local influence in their own shires that they could rely on returning their own dependents or relatives for the seats that lay in their neighborhood. Many of these pocket boroughs were also rotten boroughs, places, that is, which had been important in the Middle Ages, but had now decayed into mere hamlets with a few scores of inhabitants. Over such constituencies, the influence of the local landlord was so complete that he could even sell or barter away the right to represent them in Parliament. The most extraordinary of these rotten boroughs were Old Sarum and Gatton, each of which owned only 2 voters, men paid to live on the deserted sites by their landlords. Yet they had as many representatives in the House of Commons as Yorkshire or Devon. Besides these nomination boroughs, the Whigs had now control over a number of crown boroughs, places where of late the members had been wont to be chosen by the sovereign. There were many such in Cornwall, where the king, as duke of that country, was supreme landlord. The Tudors had made many Cornish villages into parliamentary constituencies in order to pack the House of Commons with obedient members. Hitherto, the Crown and the great peers had seldom acted together, and no one had realized how large a portion of the House of Commons could be influenced by their combination. But when, in the days of the 2 first Georges, The Whig oligarchy wielded the power of the crown as well as their own. They obtained a complete control over the lower house. Often, the Tory opposition shrank to a minority of 60 or 80 votes, and the only semblance of party government that remained was caused by the quarrels and intrigues of the leaders of the Whigs, who fought each other on personal grounds as bitterly as if they had been divided by some important principle. In the first year of King George, however, the Whigs were still kept together by their fear of the enemy. The Jacobites, who had seemed so near to triumph in Bolingbroke's short tenure of power, did not yield without an appeal to arms. The late Prime Minister and his chief military adviser, the Duke of Ormond, both fled to France and joined the Pretender. When safe overseas, they began to organize an insurrection, counting on the active assistance of Louis XIV, who was always ready to aid his old dependents, the Stuarts. But the plot was not yet ready to burst. When the old king died and his successor in power, the regent Philip of Orleans, refused to risk any step that might lead to a war with England. Nevertheless, Bolingbroke and his master persevered. They had so many friends both in England and in Scotland that they thought they could hardly fail. They had not realized that most of these friends were lukewarm and unprepared to take arms in order to give the crown to a Romanist. 2/3 of the Tory party hated the Pope even more than they hated the Whigs and the Hanoverian king, and would not move unless James Stuart showed some signs of wishing to conform to the Church of England. Their loyalty to the national church was stronger than their loyalty to the divine right of kings. But the wilder and more excitable spirits in the party were ready to follow Bolingbroke. They saw all their hopes of political advancement cut away by George's alliance with the Whigs, and determined to make a bold stroke for power. In Scotland, more especially did the emissaries of the Pretender meet with encouragement. The Scots were still very sore over the passing of the Act of Union in 1707, and nursed their ancient grudge against England. But the most active source of discontent was the hatred which the minor clans of the Highlands felt for the powerful tribe of the Campbells. The rule of George I in England implied the domination of that great Whig clan, and its chief, the Duke of Argyll, over the lands north of Forth and Clyde. For now, as in 1645 and 1685, the chief of the Campbells, the MacCallane More, as his clansmen called him, was at the head of the Presbyterian or Whig party in Scotland. The chiefs of the other Highland tribes were as bitterly hostile to the present Duke of Argyll as their ancestors had been to his father and grandfather. The head of the Jacobite plotters in the north was John Erskine, Earl of Marr, who had been Bolingbroke's Secretary of State for Scotland in the cabinet of 1714. He was a busy and ambitious man who was bitterly vexed at seeing his prospects of political advancement at an end. Under the pretense of gathering a great hunting party, he assembled a number of the leading chiefs of the Highlands at Braemar Castle. On his persuasion, they resolved to take arms for King James. Among the clans which joined the rising were the Gordons, Murrays, Stuarts, Macintoshes, Macphersons, Macdonalds, Farquharsons, and many more. In the lowlands, a simultaneous rising was arranged by some of the lords of the border, headed by the Earls of Nithsdale, Carnwath, and Wintown, and Lord Kenmore. Meanwhile, England was also to be stirred up. The Duke of Ormond was to land in Devonshire with some refugees from France. Lord Derwentwater and Mr. Forster, a rich Northumbrian squire, undertook to raise and organize northern counties. A third rising was to take place in Wales. In the autumn of 1715, the Jacobites struck their blow. On September 6th, Mar raised the royal standard of Scotland at the castle town of Braemar. Immediately, a score of chiefs joined him, and an army of 5,000 or 6,000 men was at his disposal. Nor were the Highlanders to be despised as a military force. The ancient Celtic turbulence and tribal feuds yet survived in the lands beyond the Tay, and the clansmen were still reared to arms from their youth up. Their fathers had fought under Dundee, and their grandfathers had served Montrose in the old civil wars of Charles I. The Scottish government had never succeeded in pacifying the Highlands, and the clans were still wont to lift each other's cattle and to engage in bloody affrays. They were blindly devoted to their chiefs, and would follow them into any quarrel. The cause in which they were armed was indifferent to them. It was enough for them to know their master's will and to carry it out. When called to arms, they came out with gun, broadsword, and shield. The force and fury of their charge was tremendous, and none but the best of regular troops could stand against them. But they were utterly undisciplined. It was difficult to keep them to their standards, since they were prone to melt home after a battle, to stow away their plunder. Moreover, their tribal pride was so great, and their ancient tribal feuds so many, that it was very hard to induce any two clans to serve side by side, or to help each other loyally. Marr was a mere politician. He was destitute of force of character, and had earned the dishonorable name of Bobbing John by his fickle and shifty conduct. No worse leader could have been found to command the horde of high-spirited, jealous, and quarrelsome mountaineers whom he had called to arms. When the news of Mar's rising was noised abroad, the Jacobites in Scottish lowlands and in Northumberland gathered themselves together according to their promise. But the insurrections in Devonshire and Wales, on which the Pretender had been counting, did not take place. The Whig government had sent most of its available troops to the west of England, and had arrested the chief Jacobites on those parts, so that the Duke of Ormond, on landing near Plymouth, found no support, and hastily returned to France. But Scotland and Northumberland were all ablaze, and it seemed that the throne of George I was in great danger, for the army available against the insurgents was less than 10,000 strong, owing to the reductions which the Tories had carried out after the Peace of Utrecht. But the mistakes and feebleness of their Jacobite leaders sufficed to wreck their enterprise. The insurgents on the English and Scottish border united, and advanced into Lancashire, where the Roman Catholics were many and Toryism strong. But their imbecile and cowardly leader, Thomas Forster, allowed himself to be surrounded at Preston by a force of 1,000 cavalry under General Carpenter, and tamely laid down his arms after a light skirmish, though his men outnumbered the regulars 3-1. He and all his chief supporters, the Earls of Derwentwater, Nithsdale, Nairn, Carnwath, and Wintown, and Lord Kenmure, were sent prisoners to London, November 12, 1775. Meanwhile, Marr had gathered an army of 10,000 men, and had seized Aberdeen, Dundee, Perth, and the whole of the north of Scotland. But with an uncountable sluggishness, he lingered north of the Tay and made no attempt to capture Edinburgh, or to overrun the lowlands. He allowed the Duke of Argyll, who had taken post at Stirling with 3,000 men, to maintain the line of the Forth and to keep separate the two areas of insurrection. It was only on the very day of the surrender of Preston that Marr at last considered to move southward from Perth. Argyll advanced to meet him, and then ensued the indecisive battle of Sheriffmuir. In this fight, each army routed the left wing of the other, and then retired towards its base. Marr's bad generalship and the petty quarrels of the clans had neutralized the vast advantage of numbers which the Jacobites possessed. November 13, 1775. Marr brought his army back to Perth in a mutinous and discontented condition. Each chief laid on another the loss of the expected victory, and the Highlanders began to melt away to their homes. It was to no purpose that James Stewart himself at last appeared, to endeavor to rally his dispirited followers. The Pretender was a slow and ungenial young man, with a melancholy face and a hesitating manner. He failed to inspire his followers with the enthusiasm which he did not himself possess, and his cause continued to lose ground. When Argyll, largely reinforced from England, began to move northward, James deserted his army and took ship for France. The remnants of Mar's once formidable host then disbanded themselves. The chiefs fled oversea or submitted to Argyle, while the clansmen dispersed to their valleys. Thus ended in ignominious failure of the Great Rising of 1715. The Whigs took no very cruel revenge on the insurgents. 2 peers, the Lords Derwentwater and Kenmure, were beheaded, and about 30 persons of meaner rank hanged. As the years went by, most of the Jacobite chiefs were pardoned and returned to England. Even Bolingbroke was allowed to come back from exile in 1722. End of section 68. Recording by Dr. Michael Merrill, Broomfield, Colorado. Section number 69 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Merrill, Broomfield, Colorado. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter number 33. The Rule of the Whigs. 1714 to 1739. Part 2. Even after his lamentable failure in 1715 and 1716, the Pretender still nourished some hopes of exciting another rebellion. When France refused to help him, he turned to Spain, and got some small assistance from Philip V, who, as we shall see, had the best reasons for disliking the Whigs. A few hundred Spanish troops landed in Rossshire in 1719, and were joined by the clans of the neighborhood. But no general rising took place, and the whole Jacobite force was dispersed or captured by Carpenter, the victor of Preston, at the Battle of Glenshiel. The tale of the 15 is the one stirring incident in the inglorious annals of George I. The domestic interest of the remainder of his reign centered in the quarrels and intrigues of the various Whig parties with each other. The only important constitutional change which dates from this time is the Septennial Act of 1716, which fixed the duration of the Parliament at 7 years. Since 1694, 3 years had been their legal term, but on account of the inconvenience of general elections at such short intervals, the longer term was substituted and still prevails. In foreign politics, the only notable event was a short war with Spain in 1718 through 1720. This was caused by an attempt of Philip V and his able minister, Cardinal Alberoni, to reconquer the old Spanish dominions in Sicily and Naples. England, as one of the guarantors of the Treaty of Utrecht, interfered to aid the Austrians and the Duke of Savoy, the 2 powers whom Spain had attacked, and an English fleet under Admiral Byng was destroyed off Cape Pesaro, the Spanish squadron which had accompanied the army that had invaded Sicily. In revenge, Cardinal Alberoni gave the Jacobites what help he could, and endeavored to concert an alliance with Charles XII, the warlike king of Sweden. But he and his helpers were too weak to cope with Austria, France, and England, who were all leagued against him. Alberoni was forced from office, and his master Philip V signed an ignominious peace and gave up his ephemeral conquests in Sicily, 1720. The ministry, which had carried on the war with Spain, had been composed of that section of the Whigs who followed Stanhope and Sunderland. But in the same year in which peace was signed, that cabinet was replaced by another, and England saw the advent of the power of the Prime Minister who was to rule the 3 kingdoms for the next 22 years, 1721 through 1742, Sir Robert Walpole. The Stanhope cabinet was overthrown, not by the strength of its enemies, but by its own misfortune in becoming involved in the great financial panic known as the South Sea Bubble. The South Sea Company was a trading venture which had been started in 1711 for developing commerce with Spanish America and the countries of the Pacific. The undertaking had been very successful, and the shares of the company were much sought after and commanded a very heavy premium. But the directors who managed it were venturesome and reckless men, who wished to extend their operations outside the sphere of trade into that of finance and stock jobbing. they formed a great scheme for offering the government the huge sum of £7 million for the privilege of taking over the management of the national debt, which had hitherto been in the hands of the Bank of England. They intended to recoup themselves by inducing the creditors who had held the state loans to exchange them for new stock in the South Sea Company, which would thus accumulate a capital sufficient to develop its trade all over the world and distance all rivals. Stanhope and Sunderland accepted this wild offer. They were glad to get the burden of the national debt off their shoulders and did not stop to think if they were treating the public creditors fairly in handing them over to the mercies of a greedy trading company. Accordingly, the management of the debt was duly transferred to the South Sea Company, and the directors did their best to put off their shares on the late holders of the government stock. For a time they were successful. The exchange was in many cases effected, and on terms very favorable to the company, whose prospects were so well thought that a share nominally worth £100 was actually sold for £1,000. But this prosperity was purely fictitious. The actual bulk and profit of the company's trade with the Pacific was not able to bear a quarter of the financial mountain that had been built upon it. The first shock to credit that occurred was sufficient to expose the fraud that had been perpetrated on the public. The success of the South Sea Company had led to the starting of many other companies, some of them genuine but hazardous ventures, some mere swindling devices for robbing the investor. A general madness seemed to have fallen upon the nation, and in haste to make money quickly and without exertion, all classes rushed into the world of speculation and stock jobbing. It is said that subscribers were found for schemes to discover perpetual motion and utilize it for machinery, to make salt water fresh, to render quicksilver malleable, to fatten hogs by a new process, and even to engage in a secret undertaking which shall hereafter be made public. Of course, all of these bubble companies began to burst before they were many months old, and to ruin those who had engaged in them. The financial crisis which was brought about by these failures led to a general panic which affected the speculative enterprises great and small. None suffered more than the South Sea Company itself, whose shares gradually sank from 1,000 down to 135. This ruined thousands of investors and finally broke the company itself, which proved unable to pay the government the £7 million that it had covenanted to give for the privilege of managing the national debt. On the suspension of the South Sea Company, a cry of wrath arose all over the country against the Stanhope cabinet, which had taken the venture under its patronage and entrusted it with such important public duties. It was whispered that some of the ministers had been induced to lend their aid to the scheme by corrupt influences, and that others had made money by using their official information to aid them in speculation. These suspicions were mooted in Parliament, and, when investigated, proved to be not without foundation. When an inquiry was pressed for Craggs, the Postmaster General committed suicide. Aislabie, the Chancellor of Exchequer, was expelled from the House as guilty of notorious and infamous corruption. Stanhope, the Prime Minister, was being attacked in the Lords for the doings of his subordinates when he fell down dead in an apoplectic fit. His colleague Sunderland resigned his post of First Lord of the Treasury, though he was personally acquitted of all blame in the matter of the South Sea Company. Thus the Stanhope-Sunderland cabinet had disappeared, and the other section of the Whigs, headed by Walpole and Townshend, came into office. The former became Chancellor of the Exchequer and took charge of home affairs, while Townshend was entrusted with foreign relations in the country. Entering into power under pledges to stay the financial crisis and save all that could be rescued from the wreck of the South Sea Company, they executed their task with success. The company was let off the payment of £7 million, which it had promised to the state, but deprived of the charge of the national debt. By confiscating the estates of all its fraudulent directors, enough money was obtained to pay all its debtors, and thus the crisis proved less disastrous than had first been expected. Sir Robert Walpole was the ruling spirit of the new cabinet. He showed his masterful mind by keeping his brother-in-law Townshend in the second place, and ultimately turned him out of the ministry. The firm, he said, must be Walpole and Townshend, not Townshend and Walpole. He soon got the king into complete subjection, for George asked for nothing more than a liberal civil list and frequent opportunities of visiting his beloved Hanover. Nor was he less masterful with the two houses, where the Tory opposition and the Whigs of the rival faction were equally unable to make any head against him. Walpole was a strange example of the height to which the practical power of dealing with other men may raise one who is neither intellectually nor morally the superior of his fellows. He was a wealthy country gentleman from Norfolk, who had entered Parliament early and had already made himself a place in politics before the death of Queen Anne. The one subject of which he had competent knowledge was finance. In most of the other spheres of politics he was grossly ignorant, and most of all he was deficient in a grasp of European politics. He did not understand a word of French or any other modern tongue, a fact of which is enough by itself to account for his inadequate foreign policy. His morals and his language were alike coarse. He affected a shameless cynicism, which is well reflected in his saying that every man has his price, which was put into his mouth by his enemies. This phrase indeed well expresses his political methods. His one end was to maintain himself in office, and for that purpose he kept his party in a good state of complete subjection. Good service he rewarded by good pay, whether in the form of office and preferment or in the grosser shape of hard cash. He was always prepared to buy any member or group of members by open bribery, and the taint of corruption dating from the time of Charles II was still so strong in English politics that he seldom failed to secure his prize. He was impatient of opposition and gradually turned out of office any colleague who would not obey his slightest nod. Even his own brother-in-law Townshend and Lord Carteret, the ablest diplomatist of the day, were forced to leave his cabinet by his unreasoning jealousy. He preferred to work with nonentities because they feared and obeyed him. Walpole was a thoroughly bad influence in English politics. He lowered the moral tone of a whole generation by his constant sneers at probity and patriotism. He promoted a host of unworthy men to power. Most especially did he injure the national church by his practice of bestowing bishoprics and other high preferments on mere political partisans without any thought as to their spiritual fitness. Though the Whigs professed to be the party of liberty, enlightenment, and toleration, Walpole did not pass one important bill to improve the constitution or the social state of the nation in his 22 years of power. He only took thought for the material prosperity of England, and cared nothing for her moral welfare. Hence it comes that his whole term of office is almost a blank in our political history. So firm a grasp had Walpole on the helm of power that his position was not in the least shaken by the death of his master George I in 1727. The king died suddenly while absent on one of his periodical visits to Hanover, and was succeeded by his son and bitter enemy George, Prince of Wales. The new sovereign disliked Walpole on principle, because he had been his father's confidant, but found himself quite unable to turn him out of power. Immediately on hearing of his predecessor's death, George II bade Walpole give up his seals of office, but a few days later he had to ask to resume them after finding that no one else would undertake to construct a cabinet. For 15 years more he was constrained to keep his father's old minister, 1727 to 1742. George II was a man of much greater force of character than George I. He was a busy, consequential, irascible little man who would have liked to have played a considerable part in English politics if the Whigs had only allowed him. He was a keen, if not able soldier, who had served with some distinction under Marlborough in the Low Countries. He took a great interest in foreign affairs, and chafed bitterly at the way in which Walpole persisted in keeping out all of the European complications. He spoke English fluently, with a vile German accent. Everyone has heard of his famous dictum, "I don't like poetry, and I don't like painting." His tastes were coarse, and his private life indifferent. But he was wise enough to let himself be guided in many things by his clever wife, Caroline of Ansbach, who possessed the very qualities which he was most wanting, was a judicious patroness of arts and letters, and knew how to win popularity both for her husband and for herself. It was mainly by her advice that King George was induced to keep Walpole in power, instead of rushing into the turmoil that would have followed his dismissal. Walpole went on, for the first 12 years of the reign of King George II, ruling the country in the same unostentatious way as before. He only made one attempt to introduce a measure of importance in the whole time. This was his Excise Bill of 1733, a financial scheme for suppressing smuggling and encouraging the use of England as a central depot by other nations, by means of a system of free trade. Tobacco, wine, and spirits were to be imported without paying any customs duty at the port of entry, and were to be permitted to be re-exported without any charge. But the retailers of these commodities were to pay the duty on each quantity as they sold it, so that the tax should be paid inland if not at the seaport. When a great cry was raised against the bill as inquisitorial and tyrannous, Walpole tamely dropped it rather than risk its hold on power. Meanwhile, the continent was much disturbed by the War of the Polish Succession, 1733 to 1735, in which Austria fought unsuccessfully against Spain, France, and Turkey. But Walpole would not interfere to aid our old ally, and saw her lose Naples and Sicily without stirring a hand. Much was to be said in favor of keeping England out of foreign wars in which she had no direct interest. But the new union of France and Spain boded ill for England. Already these two powers had secretly formed a union, afterwards known as the Family Compact, by which the uncle and nephew Philip V and Louis XV bound themselves to do their best to put an end to England's naval supremacy and to crush her commercial greatness. This treaty was carefully kept dark, but the spirit which had inspired it could not be concealed. The Spanish government began to redouble its vexatious pretensions to a monopoly of the trade of South America, and to interfere with the commercial rights which England possessed under the Treaty of Utrecht. The governors of the Spanish colonies and their custom house officials waxed more and more tyrannous and insolent to the English merchants who endeavored to carry on trade with America. The state of public feeling in England grew very bitter over this matter, all the more so because Walpole refused to listen to any complaints, or to remonstrate with the Spaniards. At last the case of a merchant captain named Jenkins brought the national anger to a boiling point. His vessel had been boarded, and he himself maltreated by a Spanish guardacosta. He asserted that the officer who searched his ship had cut off his ear, and told him to take it back and show it to his masters, and he certainly produced the severed ear in a box and exhibited it freely. His story may have been exaggerated, but it was universally believed, and Walpole was attacked on all sides for his tame submission to Spanish insults. Determined to keep himself in power at all costs, the Prime Minister demanded reparation from Spain, and, on failing to obtain it, reluctantly declared war. The public joy on the news of the rupture was unbounded. Only Walpole was sad, at the end of the 20 years of peace and prosperity that his inglorious rule had given to the land. "Ring your bells now," he is reported to have said when he heard the rejoicings of London, "but you will soon be wringing your hands." Thus England embarked on the first of 4 great continental wars, which were to cover the greater part of the 18th century. End of section 69. Recording by Michael Merrill, Broomfield, Colorado.